Sleep in 10 slumber parties. Yes. Yup. 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 I need to do the thing. Hold on. I need to fix myself. I need to do the recalibration thing. Oh, 2 inches up. Then I do the thing. Then 2 inches down. My fucking hip is just retarded. Hello? Fucking track, you stupid piece of shit. Hi. Why'd you do the Boda pose and Susie you got into a female Abby? I learned from the best, which is Boda. I learned from the best. Ha. Hey. Hi. Ha. Hi. Ha. Boom. 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 Yeah, I kind of throw a crazy style. Yeah, I kind of throw a crazy style. Huh. Yeah. Yeah, I kind of throw a crazy style. Yeah. I kind of throw a crazy style. Hey. Ha. Yeah. I'm queer. Oh, God. Oh. Oh. Oh, God. Oh. God, I used to be better, bro. So on the TV tonight, do you think I could get do you think I could get probably like okay, I can't enunciate this thought in my head and it makes sense. Red Dead Redemption 1 historically accurate just like the RDR2? That's you in that, Abby? Can you see by the thing all fucked up? What do you mean that's me in this Abby? What? Can you tell? I move like shit. Why you stand like a mute? Sounds like a newborn deer. Hello? Oh, my legs are shaking. Oh, oh no. Oh no. Oh, 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 I'm having a heart attack. Oh, oh, I'm having a heart. Can you do a cute little spin? I almost tried to, and I would have slammed into my desk so fucking hard. Oh my god. That would have hurt me so bad. No, no, no. Um, can you put Rush Hour on the? What are you and? Oh, he's gonna call me gay. I just got 500 bits. He's gonna call me gay. He's gonna call me gay.
A femboy stimming board getting new tisms once a month. Dinklers.
Okay. Okay. Need to fix my legs. Whoa. Was I kind of hitting it or what? Was I kind of? Was I kind of hitting it? Kind of hitting it or what, dude? Shake ass for me. I'm gonna fall over. Whoa. Dude, I'm gonna do this for fucking 3 hours. Oh. Where my camera at? Where my camera at? Hello? 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 This one looks interesting. Let me see. Walking Dead one that's 8 hours. I bet you, dead ass, you could probably find one that's like on Dexter that's like 36 hours long. There's a 6-hour video on the Sweet Life of Zach and Cody that I can find if I have to. Let me see. The masculinity of Arthur Morgan. Okay. 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 We can do it. Fuck it. Run it. Fuck it, bro. Fuck it. Who cares, dude? Fuck it. Fuck it. I like how this avatar moves, so I'm gonna be really gay in this, I think.
To harm. A man must lead others to a better life than his own. A man must be humble, and so must
a man must
truly
be
know
humble.
himself. A man must have a sense of humor in order to laugh at life's pain.
True.
A man must know that he is mortal and always be prepared for the end. A man must accept the world as it is, but strive to make it how it should be.
I just gotta.
A man must not be dominated by pride, because revenge produces no fruit.
Oh my god, it's
A
the
man
TV.
must have a code, but must
Okay,
not
I
be
can't go
afraid
close to the
do
TV
right
because it's gonna piss me the
code.
fuck off
A
so
man
bad.
must
Oh my
acknowledge
god.
that he is flawed, broken, and sinful, and seek redemption anyway.
I'll do the 10-hour one.
His
Fuck it,
and
sure,
yet
dude.
most notable traits of Arthur
Why not?
Morgan is that he acknowledges his own immorality. He doesn't delude himself by justifying the lying, stealing, and killing, but simply admits that he is what he appears to be.
We're bad men. We ain't there.
Oh man.
That moment happens in the first hour or so of the game, and though the player likely knows that this is a gang of outlaws, and is aware that they are on the run after the mysterious boat robbery goes sideways, it is still a shock to hear such a frank admission of self-despondency. This tells us right away that Arthur believes in some sort of code, that he knows he is a liar, a thief, and a killer, but not one who acts with wanton disregard for the good of anyone other than himself, that he has some measure of humility within him. C.S. Lewis said that the humble man will not be thinking about humility, he will not be thinking about himself at all. I dare say that's Arthur to a T, not perfectly, of course, as we will discuss in due time, but there can
Let's
be
check
no
this
doubt
one.
regarding Arthur's dedication to this gang, to his adopted family. It's clear from the outset that Arthur is the rock of this group. Not
The
their leader
Rock.
and
I'm the Rock. I'm the Rock. I'm RKO and Hose. Boom!
As per
Boom.
quite a few people's request, here's a massive compilation of all character analysis videos
Boom.
I've ever made on Red Dead Redemption.
Boom.
From Dutch, Arthur, Miss Grimshaw, Lenny,
Boom.
Trelawney, Charles, Sadie, you name it. There's also a few videos here.
All
that
of the
aren't
bones
tied
of
to
my
the Vanderlyn
fucking
gang
leg
members,
just
such as
cracked there.
Milton,
That's
Ross,
not good.
Charlotte, Seth, and Nigel from Red Dead Redemption, and Rainsfall. So there's quite a lot here. So just slap this on in the background, go to sleep, do homework, head to work, whatever to relax.
I can sleep.
Just keep
I'll
in mind
sleep.
There are some spoilers for both Red
I'll
Dead
sleep.
Redemption games within
I'm good with
this
sleeping.
massive video. So do keep an eye out for that. And if you're new, maybe consider subscribing. There's more.
I'm gonna get in
projects
VR
tied
and
to
take
Red
pictures of
Dead
my
games
whole
that
off
are
cam.
not only quite
Okay.
long, but
Can you
all
be in the
brand new
dog?
Stuff right around the corner with a few other games that are yet to be announced. Anyways, like always with these videos, there's chapters down below in case
Can
you
you be in
wanna
the
jump around.
dog?
By all means, feel free to do so. And one other thing, this compilation is actually sponsored by Raid Shadow Legends.
Can you be in
I'm
the
as shocked as you
dog?
that they're still
Fuck you,
around. And I know
Sorty.
they have a
Fuck
legendary
you,
move
Sorty.
status that will probably never go away, but
Fuck
they
you,
are doing
Sorty.
some fantastic things. Right
Making
now,
sure
they're
none of the
celebrating
hoes
Spring
ever
Hunt's
go live
minigame.
again.
During this
It's only
massive community-wide
me.
event, items have been hitting all over
It's only
Mistwood.
me.
You must collect them all in order to win some prizes. What are the prizes? Well, they're actually giving away 5 gaming consoles.
He's
Amazon
advertising.
gift cards totaling over $10,000.
He's
for everyone to attempt
advertising.
to earn,
Stop.
As well as some nice in-game loot. We all know how predatory mobile
Stop.
games can be, so getting some things free through better champions
Stop.
or debuffs or buffs or in-game currency is just always nice in general.
Stop
What do you have to do to participate in this
advertising.
event? Well, that's quite simple.
Stop.
Simply download Raid using my link in the description. Head over to
Raid Shadow
springhunt.plarium.com,
Legends.
enter your Raid ID, and then play the minigame for a chance to win a gaming console. That's it, pretty straightforward. The great stuff doesn't end there though. The Raid Shadow Legends team has actually hooked us up with a
Holy
link down below. It's
easy
very
ad.
unique. Using that link, you'll immediately get a huge starter pack with Epic Champions Hero.
That's
I
a-
guess
that's
she's
a first-time
considered to be the very
chatter.
best Epic Raid Shadow Legends has to offer with an
Why
arsenal
don't you
of
have a
high-powered
sponsor? I
debuffs suited
fucking
for
do,
all
Sorty.
occasions.
It's
Then with
HelloFresh.
it,
See,
level
there it is, right
26,
there,
You get an
pussy.
Epic Rector Draft, which is
Fuck
another
you.
strong epic that'll help with your collection. If you're downloading the game via my link down below, use the promo code SpringHunt24 to get extra silver and extra buffs inside of your
If you
arsenal,
cook,
whether if you're new or existing player.
cook
it
every day of
doesn't
the
matter.
week.
That will
I'm a
still come into
dependable
effect.
housewife.
With all that done, you're now free to partake within the community-wide event. An event that provides a little
I'm a
extra bonus for the
dependable
more
housewife,
dedicated
okay?
players out there. If you log in daily now until July 8th, you'll be
Dude,
given
how
additional
long is this
in-game currency
fucking
buffs.
ad,
Log in for
bro?
7 days straight, and you'll be rewarded
Oh
with the
my
legendary
God.
chronicler, Adeline. She's a
Hello?
support who can put an enemy to sleep without
Stop!
even if the enemy has block debuffs. Adeline can also
I wanna hear about
restore
fucking-
destroyed max HP.
I want to hear about
Perfect
Red
for taking on
Dead.
sand.
I don't care
So what
about
are you
this
waiting for?
shit.
Download Raid Shadow Legends now, and let's take on this community-wide event together. And hey,
don't
look
care,
me up under the
dude.
original Cynic and join my clan, Dutch's Boys. Yeah, we're still representing on the mobile front. But we'll fight the good fight, enjoy this community event together, and I want to thank Raid Shadow Legends for sponsoring this video.
I would have assumed you'd be too much of a brand risk. They sponsor Tectone for shit. So,
Uh.
Brave son, I'm gonna go get your mama.
I know referring to Jack Marston as Dutch's last victim is a bit of a head scratcher.
if
and
they
a
can
small
still get
Jack was but
fucking
a small
Tectone, bro,
child
they
that
can
was
definitely
really
get
under
me.
John's responsibility. And to add a
Thanks,
bit more
Raid,
against John
Shadow
and to
Legends.
Dutch's own credit, Dutch is technically the one bringing everyone together, providing a better environment than most of what the other Vanderlyn gang members knew from their own upbringing.
This is kinda
Arthur
loud
even
as
says
fuck, hold
the
on.
kid has more people looking out for him than any of them ever did, which are of course thanks to the strength in numbers and the perception of the gang being
This is
more
better.
akin to a family than a regular gang. However, just because he's better off than they were at his age doesn't exactly mean the environment and circumstances the gang lives in is the best thing for him.
So out of the loop, did he groom someone? No, he said that we should bring back a word on stream.
To separate and distance himself
And then he
from
got
this
banned.
lifestyle, from this way of thinking,
Uh,
mentality that you will always have
just
to look
like-
over your shoulder. People are reluctant to forgive, and they're
I collabed with
resistant
Tectone once.
to forget. No matter how hard his mother fought, no matter how
You guys remember that when I did that?
to John's head to leave his past behind, to move
I
on
did
and step
that.
into a safe
That
and
was
better life
that's
for
the big
himself.
streamer I collabed with was fucking Tectone.
Her biggest fear of Jack
On fucking
having his
chain
life
together, bro.
always being on the run sadly still came
And I had
to
an
fruition.
Icy Stars
It was
mute
a
cam.
vicious cycle that,
Hey,
tragically, he
VR
managed
chatted
to
on my
avoid,
fucking
but he
core.
never actually escaped from.
Hey.
Now, to really get the full scope of Jack's sad journey, we need to look at the whole picture. Well,
I don't like loud voices.
Said countless of times,
Why the
John's
fuck do
lack
you
of
watch me then,
involvement
Sorty?
and
I'm loud as
struggle
fuck.
with Jack in his earliest of years is but a small element. John struggles to be dedicated and finally accepts Jack as a son during the earlier part of Red Dead Redemption 2. With that difficulty of accepting
loud as
Jack
shit,
being a
bro.
father evolving into a difficulty to properly connect with Jack. This is seen
You sound
in
like the
epilogue of
cutest
Red Dead Redemption
18-year-old
2 and
ever.
towards the end of Red
Okay.
Dead Redemption, where they really can't seem to find a common ground to bond. But another element to really Jack's family.
I don't know how to
is the
take that. I
family.
think I'm gonna end the
This was all he
subathon.
knew in terms of family. Hosea taught him to read. Arthur took him out on fishing trips. Dutch and many other members.
the
could only
Huz?
see
It's
him
over, bro. The Huz are
engaging and
gone.
acting, feeding his
It's fucking
innocent,
Wednesday night,
frankly,
dude.
very
It's
creative
over.
mind. He affectionately refers to everyone.
There are
as
no Huz
his
on.
aunts and uncles.
No
This was his
Huz.
family.
We're
Regardless of what
washed,
they were-
bro.
Regardless of what they were up to in order to survive, he soaked it all in. I
It's
think
me
an
and
element
hate.
that is often overlooked is with everyone and everything here in camp, basically revolving around Dutch and hearing constant praise of his uncle Dutch being an amazing man and fantastic man who would lead them all to a better life. This had to have been ingrained in him.
I'm
When he was
chopped
quite
and
young,
onk.
but that doesn't mean he forgot everything. During the epilogue, he recalls Hosea being the master fisherman, but it was Arthur who took him out fishing and taught him how to fish.
Uncle Hosea, he was the fisherman, wasn't he?
That's right.
I remember Uncle Arthur taking me, though.
Arthur taught you how to fish now, did he?
Yeah.
Just found out I'm
I suppose he
Chunk.
did.
That's nice.
I'm
So
Chunk.
while he may have been very young, that doesn't
Just
mean
figured out
that
I'm
he was
Chunk,
so
bro.
young he can't remember people or certain events. And who knows how much that stuff is
I'm
really
buying
built
myself Hello Kitty
Salutations, good
PJs.
chum.
internalized, and you start associating
Hi,
certain
good chum.
actions or events tied to
Good to
emotions
see
and
you.
don't quite understand the emotions you're experiencing due to trauma or not really
Salutations,
understanding or
good
remembering a particular
chums.
situation. But who knows how
You
much of that
fucking
really plays
plankton, bro?
My point here
Hello?
being, though, is with this being his collective family and everyone within the family looking towards Dutch, he had to have the same perception of Dutch that really wasn't unlike Arthur or John's genuine experiences with Dutch. On
Is
the
that
other side of the
Oswald?
spectrum, while Jack wasn't
couldn't
out
read,
robbing
bro.
and
Is that
trying to
Oswald?
survive, everyone in the camp was basically doing that for him, allowing the boy to enjoy the luxury of remaining innocent for some time. He was still a kid. He was coddled compared to the rest of them. The way they lived was rough and hard, constantly moving, constantly being hunted, but he still didn't know.
Why did you do a lore
firsthand
video
what
on
it
a
was like to
fucking
actually take
7-year-old, bro?
life,
What the fuck does
what
he know about
experienced
nothing?
being personally chased after. As far as he knew,
Horror
Dutch
crew
and other
pulling
members of
up.
his
We just
family
played
had to
Backrooms
live
for
cautiously.
6
This
hours.
is why they must all leave. They
So
don't
you
want
guys are
Jack.
gonna
Personally,
lead
I
my
think
stream
this
while I'm
creative or at
sleeping,
least
like
the
well,
cause
and
is
you're
the
gonna do good?
potential of automatically viewing those who are after his loved ones, what they stand for, and everything they represent as being.
You guys are gonna-
evil,
you guys are gonna be
extremely
awesome.
ones to not be trusted, and to
As
constantly
the
wary of.
content machines
Without
that
a
you are.
fundamental understanding of what the Vanderlyn gang is doing is technically wrong and illegal would only enforce the notion that these men in suits.
Oswald
and
got
civilized
this. Get
forms
Oswald to start
are
fucking
themselves.
singing again,
It's not
bro.
real.
Fuck
They
it.
don't want me any more than they want a pile of horseshit on
Oswald.
their doorstep. They just want me dead.
Salutations,
Law,
Huz.
ethics, and overall morality are complex issues
Hi,
that a
Huz.
kid can never hope to
Why are you
properly
hot?
process.
What happened?
Especially
You're looking
here,
mighty and
where
breedable.
everyone just appears to shield him. I would argue this was the earliest days where Jack would blame the government for
Poppin'.
everything he's lost, with Dutch pushing a philosophy against civilization and a strong
I got
Why
told
don't
I
you
need
sleep
to
in
wear
your furry?
this.
there to be some truth to everything.
I
I
might sleep in my furry, bro. Tomorrow night, fuck. Who gives a fuck, bro? I was the jiggler today, bro. You missed me being the jiggler from Jiggleville.
Jiggler? I don't know
Yeah.
fucking way I'm the jiggler.
Bro, the jiggler was the best character I pulled out in 2 years. So I was a guy from Outlast Trials, this motherfucker with a bag over his head. And I was doing an emo called The Twist. I was going, I'm the jiggler from Jigglerville. I jiggle. I get all jiggy from Jigglerville. And then I would walk up to a streamer and shoot myself in front of him and leave. And I did that twice. It was awesome.
When they may actually have been a few weeks to months apart. With this reminiscing and
one-liner.
inaccurate
You might swear about it, just say you hate me. Bambi, I'm never getting out of this Avi ever. I actually like how it moves. So I'm gonna get really gay in it, I think. Sleep in the jiggler. I might sleep in the jiggler.
Yeah, get
I don't know, I like how this avatar moves though, and I fit in it, and I don't like that, because that means I'm gonna get really gay. Bambi made me gay. Bambi made me gay! Oh.
You're already gay,
They
bud.
were the enemy.
You're
Despite
already gay.
everything that happened. Whatever the case, it looked as if it was
might have
truly
just
a thing of the
strengthened.
past at some point, though.
I think it
Abigail
strengthened the
was
fuck out
saved
of it,
from
dude.
Puritans. Arthur
Yeah.
made the ultimate sacrifice for them to be a genuine, honest family.
man,
That fucking emote. I get so sad when you post it. Bamber, no, Bamber. It's my 7.4 inches. I thought it was 11.4 inches.
Father and everyone before him was outlaws. And it would have happened.
I thought it was
because of
11.4
John's
inches.
inability to find a proper, honest resolution to his own issues other than taking a man's life.
Bitch, get out of here.
Red Redemption 2, there's a few key
That's hard, yeah.
Miz looks like a
John
Nazi.
struggling to connect.
Yes.
What?
Riddled throughout the first part of
That's
the
what you
episode,
asked
and does
me.
resurface briefly during the second half once Abigail and Jack return to John. It's also something that even bleeds
And
into
they-
I didn't even look at her and I said that.
Very much a kid. And
Yeah,
one
they asked me, they were
that
like, "Does this
hasn't
fit make
lost
me
his
look like a
innocence
Nazi?"
through
And I
everything
was like,
that
"No."
he's been
Yes.
through. And that's something that's very important and will surface as a
You look
motivator
fine.
in
You
both
don't even look
games.
at me.
Naturally,
she called me
being
the
a kid
N-word,
and one
and I was like,
possibly
"Oh,
tried
okay."
to distance himself from everything he
And
just
one of those
escaped from,
statements was
something that
true.
Abigail was actually pushing
Yeah, what was
John
true, what
to
was
do,
false?
whether if it was just a pure escape or a mixture of that and just a hobby. Jack found quite a passion for reading. You can find him with a book and various cutscenes sharing his interest in tales of the Wild West, slowly shifting.
They got 38 clips of me, bro.
Which should be a great thing.
They got me on X Hamster right now. I'm
Knowing the
fucked.
Proper way to connect with him, it leads to two problems.
Get
The
on
first
all
is
his
Jack's
videos
feeling
and
of
put your
being
Twitch, link
inadequate
your Twitch
in
channel
his
in the
father's
comments.
eyes.
Okay.
Put it,
Like, you can find the
not
sexy
being a real
free on
man.
this channel.
He doesn't take any interest in what John does, things such as fishing or hunting.
Hey, that's
John
free
is simply trying to
publicity.
teach him how to survive on his own, hoping that would
Someone
be
say
enough of an
ex-hamster?
incentive for the two of them to bond. Valuable knowledge.
They got my shit on
You
X
remember back
Hamster.
The
then?
kid had to learn,
But
but
did
Jack
you only
watch
perceives it
3
as something his
trailers a
father
day?
just finds fun and takes no interest in it,
Dude, what?
while he escapes into what his
Means you're like 28 years old, bro.
stuck in books.
Fucking
I don't want
Hunk.
to dive too much into this, but it would be a fair
Whatever,
thing to
buddy.
wager.
You're like
that
32
there
years
would be
old,
an
bro.
added
Get normal.
added feeling of tension that may
Bitch, we can't
jerk
have
off with my
lead to a reminder
imagination.
that his father may be uninterested and willing to leave again. He does share his fear of John leaving in the first.
Oswald
game,
Norbert
showing a reluctance
is
for life
20 years old. He's 17. Miz is
Actually,
32.
I'm 16. I turn 17 next month.
Sorry, I lied.
The 23rd. Yeah.
Happy birthday.
Almost legal. Yay.
Show me, and you'll just run
You're
off
getting
again or
there.
something. It's better I teach
Getting
myself.
there,
Technically
bro.
illegal in some states.
I ain't going nowhere.
Just shoot this bitch in the head next to me, bro. Shoot this bitch in the head.
Sorry.
So it's safe to say whether if it was due to
Blow this bitch's head off, bro.
down Bill, Javier, and Dutch to disappear and just find
You want to
himself,
disable the
or
TV? You
Abigail
can
taking
disable
Jack
the.
from
It's
safety.
okay. I'll probably
All
sleep
of
to
these
it, bro.
events left some type of impression
I
on
can't
him.
hear
He
it, so
was
it's fine.
afraid of losing his father again. But what about the other
you put
problem
on, like,
when
a
they
white
finally
fan,
do
a
connect,
white-
such as
white-
the time he
white
teaches Jack to
fan,
ride a horse properly,
That
engaging in a
fuck.
playful race and allowing his son to
Get it
lead
out.
him to
Come
build
on.
his confidence
You got
on
it.
riding a horse
white fan.
independently.
Why is it gotta be white? Box fan, background noise.
I beat you.
No, bitch. We got Red Dead on.
Well ridden, son.
Good thing no one paying
I
attention.
beat you.
I'm paying attention.
You're riding?
Is
Got
it she the
so much
dog?
better.
Thanks.
Hey,
No.
practicing your
You
riding.
tall as hell, damn, bitch. Whoa.
You need it.
Big as hell, bro. About to hit the fucking ceiling.
By allowing Jack
That was,
to
this
travel
was our
with
IRL
the
height
goods
difference.
They had just picked up at Strawberry. Well, the man
I tried to give her a hug and I was at like stomach level, and I was like, "What the fuck? What the fuck?"
Right there to remind him, and Abigail
Short.
would be right there saying, "I told you."
That's
so."
good though, cause like, no, stomach level is a good way to be at because you don't gotta go around the awkwardness of being at boob level. Cause bro, if you're at boob level, just kill yourself. It's like it's over, bro. Like, what do you fucking do? How do you ever hug?
On a small
Side hug.
trip in
How do you ever hug a woman, bro? Like, you always gotta be side hugging that bitch, otherwise you're in there. Like, what the fuck do you even do? Like,
hunted by a group of men looking
just
to avenge the man
hug?
John had
Question
killed
mark?
up in Roanoke Ridge. An event that
but you're all
happened
up in there, bro.
It's the very reason why the Marstons are down near Strawberry. They moved over here hoping to
Oh,
escape
well.
the hell that would possibly befall
I'm
them.
not trying to get all up in the
John's
bazongas, bro. What if
actions
it's like
led
fucking
St.
like
John
you're
killed
not
the
like
man on
that, you know?
Roanoke Ridge for just looking at him wrong. Now with his cover blown, word got around fast with a group of armed men trailing him.
Boob level was the best. I put my head in like a saw pillow, but Bamber, you can do that. I am a chud. I can't do that.
It's absolutely
I can't.
Bring him here, bring him here, invite
it's
him here.
significant to point out just how effective Jack was by this. It's
Who are you
possibly
trying
the
to
first time
bring?
He's ever seen people die, let alone his father
He will
act
slay.
like this. His naivety,
Who-
of what
who-
his father was,
He's a
is
pretty normal
completely
guy,
ripped
but
away
he also
now.
does
This isn't
sling
an
a lot of
event that's
slurs.
referenced in the
Nope.
first game, which
No,
makes
no.
sense, but
Pretty normal.
Jack does say in the original game that, well,
He's
he and Abigail
a
were in
He'll come in
custody.
here
He
and
overheard
SCP.
the guard
He's a
versus John
schizo.
was
Oh,
killed.
no, no,
If there was
no.
anything he knew for sure
I've had
about
my
his
fucking
father
fair share of
now would be that
schizoids,
he
dude.
was
No, no,
capable
no.
and willing to end another person's life. No matter what it took, he's willing
My
to
dick
do
bigger
it.
than yours? I don't know about that. That okay, that doesn't change me being like a ugly as fuck, bro. Spiff knows him. Wait, do I know him then?
John and
What's his
Abigail
name?
fight incessantly,
I might know him.
mainly about John and the decisions he continues to make to not do
like a
better
smile.
for Jack.
Kitty-
But to John's credit, to completely distance yourself and leave.
Wait, did he make the fucking tomato avatar that he
Quite
wears?
difficult, especially if you're not particularly being left alone. And to Abigail's credit,
He's
she had to put
in
Jack first.
Invincible.
We got shot.
Oh, I don't know who the fuck that is then, bro.
He's not invincible.
Well, we
Oh,
got
dude, I
followed,
don't
and
even
then
have him added here.
Followed by who?
Probably someone who knew me. If we didn't get to them particulars, I'm sorry.
My son.
You don't know me.
Our son.
It's quite a thing to realize just when Jack and
What do you
John
mean,
make
Oswald? This is
progress
your only account, man.
finally,
Come on.
after all this time, the first time they make a little bit of progress,
No, you're right.
Jack's life is put in danger, which
know
is
what I'm talking
quickly
about.
followed up
Schizophrenic, you know,
with
I got voices
Abigail
on that.
taking the boy
Different
and
personalities.
leaving, which only makes.
Can you
his
start like
family
busting it
smaller.
down again, or did you sell your
Probably
VR?
Would have made him feel even more alone.
I saw my
He only
VR.
had Abigail. Now,
You just don't be
he's no
busting it no
contact with
more?
his father for some time. A father that he was
Nah,
finally
dude, it's such a
seemingly
fucking
opening
pain
up
in the
to.
ass to get
Sure,
a
it may
VR.
have been for the best,
Why
but
even
it
bother?
definitely puts
You're
more
fucking
strain
right
on
as
their
fuck, dude.
relationship.
That shit is,
The first
it's
time that
evil.
they connect after what happened, Jack is distant,
be
not
feeling
really
like
giving his
fucking
father a warm embrace, just
Goodwill
asking
Iron
if
Man
he could
with
see
all the
their
fucking
new
technology
house.
on
The
me while I'm
epilogue
trying
of
to
Red Dead
dance.
Redemption 2 really kind of
It
concludes the
sucks.
connection with
I
them
got a
going
fucking
on a fishing
microwave in my
trip.
face.
Jack asks John if he wishes he was more like him.
Life was
You
better
wish I was
when it
more
was
like
just
you.
an index
Like me?
and two controllers.
Oh,
Betraying a sense of disappointment within
Dude, if I-
himself
if I
and
had
lack
an
of
index
approval
and, like,
from
good
his
tracking,
father. They reminisce
I would
about
be
Arthur and
unsolvable.
Hosea. Then their time ends with John saving Jack's dog. It was a rocky start, and yes, he
You
lost
cooked,
him
bro.
at the time because of Abigail taking him away, which might have been the right call, but it was one that could have all
That's too much
gotten
money to spend
better
on
if it wasn't for
that.
John throwing it all away for Micah. John tracking down and killing Micah was the defining moment to ending everything he and Abigail had built for Jack. For those that are unaware, you'll be surprised at how many people actually miss them. During the credits of Red Dead Redemption 2, Archer Fordham and Edgar Ross can be seen coming across the dead body of Micah,
Oh,
going around and
Micah.
asking locals of any information they may have. Now, from John giving his real name to the bank, people in Strawberry hearing his
Like a
real
red
name,
armband on
or
it.
events in Valentine
particularly red.
happening surrounding
I'm so locked into this fucking video, I didn't even know this happened.
and MO of John. Who exactly knows? Whatever the reason or culmination of reasons, the newly formed Bureau of Investigation was watching John and his family ranch on Beecher's Hope very closely. At some point, the Bureau ended up kidnapping.
That's how they got him,
Abigail and
bro.
Jack.
The devil,
He wants to
Edgar
see his
Ross.
family
Fuck that
again.
guy.
John is forced to hunt down his former companions, Bill, Javier, and eventually Dutch himself. John's past yet again came to haunt the entire family. Similar to what we seen in the epilogue of Red Dead Redemption 2, John and Jack's relationship isn't exactly easy in the first game, with even more time away between the two of them. and
Dutch
Jack's
sexy
objective
is fucking
activity. What he
game
says the
one.
Bureau treated
He's
him fine,
88
he
years
loved him
old,
to
dude.
custody.
met Dutch?
Jack still is ultimately paying for
He
the
did?
sins of his father.
Dutch is fat as fuck in
Dutch
real
was
life.
Stream.
By the guards and
Yeah, he
everyone
put up to a
surrounding
stream
him
and
of the horrible
talked
man
and he
his
gave him
father is.
a
The
PS5
cold-blooded
controller
killer,
signed by like
the ruthless, degenerate
him and
outlaw.
I think the creator
The
of Red Dead
original
or some
game is
shit.
obviously
I'd be
written
mad
and
as fuck.
created
I'd be like, give me a
before the
cowboy
sequel,
hat
so
and like
there isn't
fucking
much to really
apologize
get
for
into
everything you
as
did
much
to
as
him.
it's said and explored in the second
Hey,
game. They
gonna be
continue
like,
to
hey,
have a
bitch,
peaceful
you
and
fucking
uneasy
ruined my
relationship.
favorite
With the
protagonist's
Jack
life.
returning to the
He
presence of
died.
John
Fuck
to
you.
slowly open up, find some common ground, and when they finally
just
seem to
doing
be
his
a little
job.
closer to
He
each
didn't know
other,
what
something
happened.
else creeps right back in.
I'd be mad as shit, bro. Nope. I'm not taking that. No, no, no.
It would be the death.
This
of
is
his
both.
father.
I moved.
The final
Fuck.
conditions in the first game where Jack spends time with John we see him run off attempting to hunt a grizzly by himself in an effort to prove to himself and to
Yeah, I
John
think this is more
that
comfortable,
he is
bro.
a quote-unquote real man. Only for John to save him in time and scold him for doing something foolish such as running off by himself and nearly getting himself killed. With the
You
exception of his
get
kid
that-
named Braithwaite's in the prequel,
Yeah, it's
and even
character-based,
John
not
most likely
game-based.
doesn't even really
I tried to
remember as an
play
event
Red
that
Dead
put him
2,
in danger.
but then I
This would be the
accidentally
first
stole
time
some
John
Beach
has
Wars and I
actually gone
rage
out of
quit
his
after
way
that.
to save Jack.
You're
For
literally
Jack's protection,
retarded.
that is. A complete 180 from
couldn't
the
figure
time
out
his
how to
father had
train a
actually
horse,
put him
bro.
in
It pissed me
danger.
off.
A complete 180 for
I
the
have
man
100% completed that game
so
twice, and I'd
easy to
probably
drop
do it
everything
again
and
if I
leave his
didn't
wife and
stream.
son. Could have been seen as the
It's
first
my
one.
autist
He
game.
was
It's
really his
beautiful.
father's
It's a
priority.
masterpiece.
John was
Why are you doing
officially
all that
stepping
stretching?
into the role of a protector, a role
She got hold
that
of
was
show
deepened
later.
with their final conversation.
Me and your mother do
Getting
our
all
part.
flexible.
By the time your turn comes, hell, this could be the nicest farm in the county.
Maybe, Pa.
Gay as hell. Why did you see that? I got a boner.
Try some animal.
Very
I
funny,
broke,
Pa.
I broke the plastic spoon. I was
Thank you,
playing
son.
with it and it broke it right in front of my face.
Soon it'll be quail season. We should have some fun
Ow.
then.
Is there anything you don't like shooting, Pa?
Well, I ain't met the thing yet, but as soon as I do, I'll let you know. You can even put it in one of them books you read.
Maybe I'll do that. Today, John Marston stopped shooting.
It's one filled with jokes at Jack's expense. They both seem hopeful for the future, with Jack one day taking over the family farm, and Jack joking about making a book of the infamous John Marston, finally putting his weapons down and no longer finding pleasure in mindlessly shooting things. They also speak of the invention of planes, with John's last words of turning men into angels. Repeating his son's words in disbelief has always been touching to me because it's almost as if in this moment he cannot believe how advanced this world is getting.
One of them machines can turn men into angels.
One of them machines can turn men into angels.
A world his boy is growing into and will soon take over.
This is
A
peak.
world that he'll quickly
This
find
is
out
peak.
doesn't want him anymore.
Where Badunker,
The sense of peace is
the
quickly
big old
interrupted by an
Badunk
all-out
is.
assault on the farm by the United States Army, led by none other than Agent Edgar Ross, the man responsible for kidnapping Abigail and Jack, as well as commanding John to deal with Bill, Javier, and Dutch. He's went back on his promise of pardoning John and is here to kill the final member of the infamous Dutch Vanderland gang. Another reminder that the government and people that represent the New World doesn't want them. John is brutally gunned down, but that's not until after Jack saw these civilized men kill Uncle and shoot at him and his mother. Jack had no choice but to defend his home and all the family he had left. When there was a break in the fighting, he had no choice but to watch his family get split, with John sacrificing himself to buy Abigail and Jack time to escape.
This is sad as hell. I'm gonna start crying and shit.
No. No.
How the hell can you type that while you're doing all that? How the hell you learn how to do that?
As far as the Vanderland gang went, John's death was the end, at least as far as the government was concerned. But it left a lasting impact on the surviving members of the Marston family.
Shit,
Just a few
true,
short
dude.
years after the death of her husband, Abigail would soon pass away. There are no definitive causes that was given to us by Rockstar as to what killed her. I don't think that's really relevant, though. Jack, now as an adult, is alone. The family he grew up knowing and who loved him were all gone, either dead or just scattered into the wind, trying their best to not see the day that their neck met the hangman's
You like
noose
westerns,
when they walked
board?
away.
Patel is my favorite
What
genre,
remained
bro.
of his family
Of like
was memories,
everything. I'm a
giving their
big
best
fucking
efforts to
fan
ensure he had a
of
better
all of it.
life than the both of them. One that wouldn't see him as a man on the run.
I really like
Killer or
westerns.
bandit that was ultimately alone.
What's your
All
favorite?
their efforts, all their hard work,
I
all their
mean-
struggling, all their fighting, all their tearing apart to come back together to be torn
Like
apart again
a
was all
mainstream
futile.
fucking
Both
loser.
were
I
down
just
and
like the
Jack's
good, the
all
bad, and the
alone.
ugly. Is like
Jack's story
perfect.
ends by avenging his father and killing the man who really took
the whole
both his parents
trilogy
from
is
him.
good.
Everything he was put through, from the earliest days of the
Um,
Vanderland gang to what would possibly be his last cherished memories with his
Dirty
dad.
Harry is a
Jack
pseudo-western. I
had
like
to have
that.
developed a deep sense of hate for everything this new world was. This civilization took everything
I'm
from
still in
him.
The Quick and the
It
Dead.
toyed with his happiness
I
and
watched The
gave him
Quick and the
faintest
Dead.
glimpses of something normal. Of
I like
finally
that.
achieving
I watched so
what
many
he always
westerns. They
wanted.
all fucking blend
His
together. I
parents
just like
afforded
watching
him
them.
acceptance into society. His parents continued to do everything the right way, but alas,
I'm a big
it
fan of
wasn't for
those.
him. This world created a monster that was suicidal, angry, and more hateful than anything Dutch, Arthur, or John ever felt. They didn't have it all, only for it to be gutted away like he did.
When I'm gone, they'll just find another monster.
Agent Edgar Ross.
They're gonna put the
face
devil
of the
on.
newly established Bureau of Investigation. If there was ever a single person
This
who
guy's
was hated
evil.
the absolute most throughout the entire series, it would be Edgar Ross. Sadistic, cunning, manipulative, and a cold-blooded killer. Today we're going to be taking a deeper look at this man, his actions, and what exactly was at stake here. He was given one job, and perhaps through a personal vendetta, the glory of wiping out the entire legacy of the Van der Linde gang, or perhaps a mixture.
Evil mustache,
Both.
evil
Ross
government
forcefully
mustache,
pulled John
man.
Marston out from his
Evil.
life of living peacefully on the ranch of Beecher's Hope, holding his wife and son as prisoners, captives of the Bureau, and so John delivered what was asked of him, the heads of his former gang members who were still committing crimes, wreaking havoc on the people of New Austin. Once John brings them to Ross, dead or alive, then John would be allowed to return to his life as a rancher with his family, providing him with the new life and the freedom of his wife and son. Before we get into the actions of Ross, there's some things we need to explore more. The world, for instance, of this game is drastically different from that of Red Dead Redemption 2. The federal government's desire to have a stronger presence in this region is what primarily kicks the events of this game off. They held little power in states such as New Austin, so they sent in men like Edgar Ross to establish authority. They were meant to work with the local politicians to ensure the creation of federal
The
power
huzz is
in the
gone.
region, and do it in a way that would not cause any sort of rebellion or revolt from the public. We know the federal government had already experienced some sort of pushback and some prior failed attempts because John is treated as a threat to their ways of life, working with the Marshal of Armadillo and any other contact he meets attempting to handle the threat of the Williamson gang. All see John as someone working for the feds, just another big city man from New York coming to impose the laws of their civilization on them. Now, we don't see the man known as Nate Johns, but
The
that's
dog
important
is over there. I
for
can
Nate,
see
and it's
the
someone who's
dog's
important to mention
butt.
because Nate Johns is running for state governor of New Austin with his big promise of cleaning up the state. No more bandits.
I can't now because I'm
murders,
blind and she got
thieves,
small.
or any fear of gangs. Nate Johns begins to promise the heads of the most dangerous gang leaders as an incentive for the public to rally behind him and elect him into office. This created the perfect opportunity for the Bureau of Investigation to step in on behalf of the federal government and help Nate Johns deliver his promise of cleaning up the state, creating a mutually beneficial relationship. Nate Johns becomes state governor of New Austin. The area becomes much more civilized and tamed thanks to the help of largely the federal backing. of
Yeah,
the
it's
state.
over. I'm
The
fucking
Bureau
rolling over.
newly established connections with the politicians such as Nate Johns, showing just how effective
It's
it
over.
could be
Oswald got it for the
to
next
security
15
and
hours.
tighter laws through modernization. They may well have also
Yeah, man,
had
I'll
some
be
of
here.
the politicians
I got you.
indebted to them.
They'll be here
After you
for
achieve the status you
26
wanted,
minutes.
We'll help you keep that position and provide you with the resources you
Fuck
need.
it, bro.
Just in exchange, establish a bureau office in the area, or maybe sign specific laws into effects that essentially give the federal
I'm not here
government
later, I'll
oversight of
definitely be
things. Whatever the exact circumstances were,
morning
on the
singing.
surface, Nate Johns would be seen as successful to the public, when behind closed doors, it was really thanks to the Bureau and the feds the public were so passionately against. We should also delve a little into Ross's background. Because of Red Dead Redemption 2 being a prequel to the first game, there's some knowledge the second game gives us in terms of Ross's experience with criminals, specifically members of the Van der Linde gang. I went a little more into detail with this in a previous video, somewhat comparing Agent Milton to his subordinate, Agent Ross. So if you want to watch that, you're more than welcome to, but the bottom line here is Ross witnessed firsthand criminals can't and won't be negotiated with, especially members of the Van der Linde gang who chose to die with their leader than to take whatever deal they were given and a fair chance to escape. Ross witnessed Milton fail time and time in stopping these criminals until finally They killed him. He died at a time when it appeared the gang was done for. Van Horn was crawling with agents, there was no shortage of manpower or firepower, and yet still, Milton was killed. Never underestimate your enemy, never let your guard down, never give them a chance to run. Ross's personal experience with the gang and criminals as a whole gave him a very black and white perspective. They broke the law. They will pay for the crimes they choose to commit. Coming into the region to New Austin on behalf of the government with instructions to do whatever it took to establish more power for them, and Nate Johns wanting every criminal's head in the area as part of his promise for his political campaign, there was hell to pay, and Ross was going to be the judge and executioner.
We've done this little deal for your freedom in exchange for all your men from your old gang. You gave us Williamson and Escuela. We still don't have Vanderlyn.
It's an interesting thought that if John had not killed Micah, maybe Micah would have been the one forced to hunt down everyone in order to earn his freedom, allowed to live just a little longer. John's killing of Micah, while directly attributing to him leaving a literal trail of bodies right to him, could have also been more power for the course. John wasn't running with Dutch or any type of gang for that matter. While he might have seemed to have turned over a new leaf by applying for a bank loan, buying some land, building a house, and trying to become a rancher, you're telling me this changed man found the time to leave his family and go on a revenge quest? To take the life of someone that he hasn't seen or heard of in at least half a decade? No, these people, they don't change. With a philosophy and an outlook on criminals not too different from Agent Milton's, the first-hand experience he had dealing with the Vanderlyn gang, as well as any other criminals he had to hunt down and apprehend during his time as a Pinkerton detective agent, the actions John committed both off and on screen during the second game's epilogue in full reign to civilize an entire state, Edgar Ross was given everything to not only do as he so pleased, but there was no restrictions on him. Whether if John was a target for Nate Johns or not, Ross bringing John out of hiding and forcing him to hunt down Bill Williamson and Dutch was almost perfect, for him anyways. The context of Red Dead Redemption 2 shows John and Dutch had some kind of contact during 1907 when the two of them and Micah were on top of Mount Hagen, which is an event that could have been framed by Ross or the Bureau as Dutch and John working together, or if not working together, then there was at least some evidence against John for committing murder. Whether if they chose to hold these charges over John's head, some charges of prostitution towards Abigail, or perhaps both, what's certain is even though ethically it was wrong, using Abigail and Jack as leverage, punishing them for John's crimes was a smart move. With John's forced cooperation, Ross spared the Bureau quite an amount of time and overall resources in terms of manpower, firepower, and what was legally allowed for them to do internationally. I don't think any of the agents of the Bureau would have been allowed to cross over into Mexico and bring down Javier and Bill the way that John did. There would have been a lot more pushback from the Mexican locals who already had less than favorable views on Americans, especially American lawmen, plus the clearance of the Mexican government to allow American officials to even enter their country. It would have been a much bigger, larger ordeal. It's much simpler for a single man to sneak in and operate without any known connections. And John wasn't even someone who just lived like an outlaw, knowing how someone trying to stay one step of the law was thinking or moving, but he was uniquely familiar with how Bill and Dutch operated. No one would be as qualified or as successful as hunting the two of these men down as John would be. He knew how they thought, where they would go, what they would do, and he was willing to do whatever it took. It was a very me versus them type of situation, my new life versus my old one, a metaphorical killing off my demons type of scenario. In a way, if Ross wanted to acknowledge it or not, John did in fact change. His Achilles heel was his wife and son. I think he could have easily ran off the moment Ross and Archer let him free, but as we've seen with Jack's kidnapping by Bronte, not only did John love his wife and son, but he felt incredibly responsible for anything that happened to Jack as a result of the life John has chosen to live. Hitting this gray area of Ross's ethics where he sees nothing but criminals, putting Abigail and Jack in the same category as John. Kind of how Milton put everyone within the Vanderlyn gang as killers when they all chose to stand by Dutch's side instead of turning on him, punishing them as sins for the father who won't change, when in fact, John has. His priorities are his family and the ranch. Assuming John had not done anything since the killing of Micah, he had to have been living a calm and peaceful life ranching for at least a year or so. With over a year of peace and silence, John had to have this immense false sense of security that shattered his life and optimistic view on the future into a million pieces the moment Ross and Archer showed up. The question of does everyone eventually have to pay for their crimes doesn't just apply here to John, but people in general. Marston would have ended up getting away with everything. Born and bred to be an outlaw, killing and robbing indiscriminately whoever came across his path so long as he had to make sure that his ends were met. John is also ruthless and quite brutal. In the epilogue of Red Dead Redemption 2, when the Marstons are riding through Strawberry, they found themselves down there trying to escape the possible revenge that may befall them. John was said to have killed a man strictly for looking at him wrong. Eventually this does catch up to him, but it's just an example of him going a little bit too far for something as trivial as getting a side eye. This brutality and ruthlessness of John is also continued in the first game. The context is a little bit different. Obviously his family's at stake and he doesn't care much for anyone else that really gets into his path, but it goes to show just how morally gray John can really be. He's got one goal in mind, and he can be quite selfish in doing whatever it takes to achieve said goal. So, what was really at stake for Ross with him getting John to do all his dirty work for him? Honestly, besides him being seen as good or honest within the context of giving John a true, genuine chance to redeem himself, constantly giving him false hope, talking down to him, or mocking him in the situation his wife and son are in, something he does a lot of. He's got quite a few notable conversations about it, betraying his twisted sense of humor of having won over John. I think his joke of Abigail being killed in a prison riot after John had already killed Dutch, which would have meant John did everything for the Bureau for absolutely no reason at all, is definitely a noteworthy one. But if you pay close attention to all the agents' remarks towards John at Abigail and John's expense, when they're all riding to finally take down Dutch, I think takes the cake. Ross mentions John's flawed philosophy of Dutch's gang back when John was riding with him, doing more for the people than the government ever did. Ross rebuttals with John should learn to read before speaking on ethics, and then John responds with he should learn to shoot people in the front instead of the back. Prior to this, all of the agents were commenting on how hard Abigail works as a prostitute.
Don't speak to me!
You're really an ungrateful slut, Marston. Instead of punishing you for your crimes, we are giving you a chance to kill the men who betrayed you.
You didn't have to punish my wife, too!
Oh, please. She's hardly innocent.
Don't you talk about her like that!
Oh, I would never talk ill of dear Abby. You call her Abby or Abigail? I prefer Abby. No, I like the woman. A little rough for my taste, but very pleasant.
I can't wait to put a bullet in your head.
If need be, you can always send your wife back out to work. I hear she works hard.
Go to hell!
It's not so much a deep conversation or one that really takes place during a cutscene, but it's enough of a back and forth here to really put on full display the nature of the relationship here. There is no mistake, there's no mutual respect from one side to the other. They're all being dragged into the same fight for the same goal with different incentives behind that goal. No one would care less if John died while fighting alongside these men, or if it went the other way. There was really nothing Ross could lose. The ball was in his court, the state was cracking down harder than ever on dangerous criminals, and the federal government was willing to supply whatever necessary to extend its influence and reach. If John ever went too far or did something that may not have been sanctioned by the Bureau, John's handlers could have easily used his actions as further proof criminals don't change. It's in their blood. It's better to get rid of them while you still can. Regardless of how old they've gotten or how much time has passed since their criminal days, they're incapable of being civil. Unless we at some point find out whether if Nate Johns or any other politician had it out for people like John or John specifically, we can't say more beyond that John was very much an expendable pawn. Perhaps there was a personal vendetta behind targeting him, some kind of payback for killing a superior, and so Ross wanted to wipe the legacy of the whole Vanderlyn gang clean, saying the entire state was clean with no criminals hiding out undetected, or quite possibly a blend of all of those reasons. I like to think of Ross as a metaphor for the government, the hell there is to pay for running all sorts of havoc and chaos, punishment for everything you have ever done that came at the safety of or peace of mind of other people. There's always a reckoning you'll have to face at some point of time, and that reckoning cares little for a change in priorities, a change in way of living, mentality, or a newly established family. It's their world now. And just as they had so many cower in fear, now it's their turn to feel that indescribable feeling of terror. There's no one coming to help you, there's no one coming to save you. John's death was and continues to be one of the saddest moments in video game history. almost getting away with everything he's ever done, forced back into his old ways and using his brutal methods for what would be the greater good this time. It truly was a redemption story that unfortunately was never a real one. John said Ross should learn to shoot people in the front, and as luck would have it, he came and turned on John. He possibly knew Ross and the law would always be coming after him. I want to conclude this video with thanking you for watching, especially if you stuck it all the way out into the end. Let me know your thoughts and your perspective on this different take of Agent Ross. I think if he wasn't so sadistic and personal, hanging John or killing John for everything he's ever done, or making comments of visiting Abigail or Jack whenever John gives them a little lip, then what Ross does would be seen a lot more black and white. I don't think people would be so much hung up on him being evil. Not to justify his actions, I'm just saying logically he did create a win-win situation for himself, and if he wasn't constantly looking down to him, then it just would have been seen as the bitter end that John probably always had coming. How feared was the Vanderlyn gang? We aren't given too much information on this topic, nor has it really been covered. Many people have already covered the gang's origins and many of the origins of each individual member's beginning into this criminal lifestyle, but no one has addressed how feared or instantly well known the gang is, if they ever were. This isn't exactly an easy topic as there's no direct information on it. I had to look up various sources and there is a little bit of speculation at play here. Now if we're going to answer this question, we need to really look at what would be considered the golden era of the gang, while breaking down the main events of Red Dead Redemption 2's story. The events of Red Dead Redemption 2, while still showing the gang is capable of holding up a very stiff fight, more dangerous than ever before, with Dutch's increasing reckless decision making, the game and its events is all about the decline of the Wild West days, with the gang heading into areas such as Lemoyne and further northeast near Van Horn and Annisburg, territories controlled by corruption and modernization through the powerful people such as Angelo Bronte, who had the political class and police force in his pocket, of Saint-Denis, and Leviticus Cornwall, who controlled the security that protected and operated the mining town of Annisburg. The gang is constantly going not only in the opposite direction of where they're originally planned to head to, but they're also headed into territories that would actually see them more as a nuisance, an organization that represented a way of life that was quickly fading out. They're using obsolete means, obsolete tactics to step on the toes of other people that have been here long before them and are well established in controlling their own spheres of influences in these territories. They very much may be seen as dangerous, but they're also seen as foolish. Bronte, Cornwall, nor Milton decided to back down, with all three of them at one point insulting Dutch and the gang's way of getting by. So I wouldn't even say the game's events provide accurate portrayals of the Vanderlyn gang's notoriety, especially since many of these areas they head deeper into is all new and uncharted territory to them. Speaking of Agent Milton and the Pinkertons, there is some information provided to us on the interest of the agency and many lawmakers in apprehending the gang, providing just a little bit more knowledge on how well known and possibly feared the gang was leading up to the events of Red Dead Redemption 2. During Milton's first meeting with Arthur, he shares there is a file on at least Arthur. He mentions Dutch being a silver-tongued maniac, adding to Dutch having some type of file as well. He also calls out Hosea by his name when Milton visits the gang's camp at Clements Point.
Good day, fine people. Mr. Vanderlyn, Mr. Matthews, I presume. And who are you?
Rip Van Winkle.
Huh. Good day, sir.
He isn't confidently able to put Hosea's name to his face, nor is he able to identify John, one of the longest standing members of the gang, which originally caused me to think this was due to Milton not properly doing his research on the gang, or being brand new to the gang and tracking them down being the reason why he couldn't properly identify John. However, if we look into the journal entries of Arthur before the events of the Blackwater Massacre, Arthur mentions that John and Abigail are constantly fighting, to the point of exhaustion. He also questions why John decided to come back. This was going on while he and Hosea were getting everything set up for their real estate con job. During his journal, this is the first time he even addresses John, who's been gone on a year-long hiatus. If we look more into his journal entries, Arthur shares that the gang has been moving for a while before the Blackwater Massacre, moving through the northern Grizzlies, getting stuck in the western foothills, then moving quickly after Dutch's plans to buy some land fell through. As Arthur put it, either because the land didn't match up to Dutch's criteria, or he was spooked the gang was being watched by the law, or someone would recognize Dutch, which could be a betrayal of just how long the Pinkertons have been keeping an eye on the Vanderlyn gang, gathering files, if not on every single member, then at the very least the more dangerous and loyal ones, such as Arthur, Hosea, and of course Dutch. John would have slipped through the cracks due to his time leaving. If the Pinkertons did catch him with known members outside of camp, they could have possibly wrote him off as a no-name new addition, no different than Lenny, Charles, or even Kieran. They all have their own crimes that they've committed, of course, but Milton saying Dutch was silver-tongued, they may well have seen them as gullible degenerates falling for the false messiah personality Dutch is known for. Moving a bit forward into the Blackwater Massacre, otherwise known as the failed ferry robbery, every member of the Vanderlyn gang who was present shared that due to the number of lawmen and Pinkertons seemingly waiting for them, they all believed it was a trap. The law knew that they were coming, and they were just waiting for the opportune moment to strike and take the entire Vanderlyn gang down. Now, I also want to point out the wanted poster Micah seemed to have, with the bounty on Dutch's head being a total of $1,000, or the equivalent of roughly $37,000 today, I believe is outdated. Maybe it could have been used to foreshadow Micah betraying Dutch and the gang. Maybe it could have been used as just small insight to how well known or feared the Vanderlyn gang was at that point in time, prior to the events of Red Dead Redemption 2, but considering Milton says there's a $5,000 bounty in Arthur's head, despite that price and supposedly Dutch's price of $1,000, Milton's willing to overlook Arthur in exchange for just Dutch is kind of questionable. And if you take into account just how strict of a lockdown Blackwater was put on, with the entire state and the small town having an extremely tight curfew, a small amount of $1,000, there's no way that that's up to date. If you tack on the robbery of Cornwall's train, then it's definitely not up to date. So with all of that kind of dissected and pushed out of the way, let's somewhat try to build a timeline in terms of the fear and success of the Vanderlyn gang. Admittedly, the timeline of the gang is a tiny bit muddled. If I had to guess, the golden era of it, the time the gang would have been the most feared and really growing financially and in terms of gang members, would have been somewhere in the realm of 1895 to 1897, 2 to 4 years before the events of Red Dead Redemption 2. I would say that would have been the golden era of the original Vanderlyn gang in terms of prosperity and fear, because growth-wise, Bill, Javier, and the Calendar Boys all seemingly joined during that period, increasing the ranks of the Vanderlyn gang's enforcers, who up to that point would have primarily just been Arthur and John, with Arthur by now already establishing a reputation for being quite brutal and Dutch's fiercest enforcer. Bill and Javier are definitely useful in their own ways, but due to their newfound love to Dutch, who would have gave them a little bit more encouragement to learn to provide for the rest of the gang, would have pushed them to be a lot more proactive during those times as well. And even if the law was watching, say, Dutch, Hosea, and possibly Arthur and John at that point in time, due to their newfound affiliation to the Vanderlyn gang, they would have had the freedom to operate in complete anonymity. The Calendar Boys are often described as brutal. Uncle at one point tells a story where he witnessed Matt Calendar specifically take on 15 sailors in a brawl. Hosea also comments of how at one point in time, there was some minor trouble in a town named Deer Creek where Mac went crazy and threatened to shoot up the whole town.
Some beautiful saddles. I used to have a real nice one.
Yeah, what happened to that?
Got stolen outside that saloon in Deer Creek. Yes. Remember? Mac went crazy, threatened to kill the whole town.
The pair are often described as violent and aggressive. I think they would have added some increased notoriety to the gang, especially after Mac was able to take on that many people in a hand-to-hand fistfight. Mary Beth and Karen don't have an exact year when they joined, but if they had during this time period, the gang would have earned newer avenues of acquiring money. They both were skilled thieves. Abigail Roberts was also a very talented thief who joined during 1894, but due to Jack's birth the following year, she may have been used more as one of the original camp upkeepers, advising the other two on how to properly hone their skills. During the third chapter of Clemens Point, we're given a first-hand account at just how Dutch and Hosea operated, conning people in the most elaborate ways they could. It's said Dutch and Hosea were wanted in 6 states by the time of Hosea's passing, so as long as these men and women were known to have some kind of affiliation with them, which I think if anyone had any type of run-in to any of the enforcers during that time period, they would have learned very quickly who they were messing with. Especially in contrast to Colm O'Driscoll, who would have also established himself as a ruthless gang leader, albeit one who preferred numbers to Dutch's more efficient and skilled gunmen. I think many notorious gangs during this time would have slowly acquired more and more unwanted attention from the stricter and stricter lawmen, with the Blackwater robbery being the event that catapulted the Van der Linde gang into becoming enemy number 1, or at the least wanted to the point of having to constantly move from place to place instead of just robbing and maybe being more aggressive than they are during the time they're stuck in Valentine. Because some people may call it out, I may as well bring up Micah, as his temperament and affinity for shooting first, asking no questions later, would be seen as a member that would definitely add to the gang's notoriety. But with Micah being added into the equation just a few months before Red Dead Redemption 2, I mean, it's said he's only been a part of the Van der Linde gang for 6 months at this point. I would argue the Calendar Boys, based off of how the other members describe them, would be contributing more to the gang's reputation than Micah. Micah always seen as pretty much working for himself, only bringing up the fact he's with the gang when it best suits him, and primarily just sucking up to Dutch. He's not really one representing the gang's notoriety as a whole, just more seen as a hot-headed outlaw with other outlaws coming to rescue him when a rescue is needed. With the gang already said to be wary of being watched, Dutch's fear of being recognized the time Micah was recruited would also be more towards the gang's period of decline. With all of that said, based off the gang's already transitory nature, the only real members bringing immediate fear would be Arthur, Dutch, and Hosea, with most people most likely feeling luckier to be met with Dutch or Hosea versus being paid a visit by Arthur. The other members, most notably John, Bill, Javier, and the Calendar brothers, would soon follow suit, provided their affiliation to the gang and their own levels of aggression were all well known in the areas the gang operated in, and of course if they're seen out in public with either the 3 core members of the Van der Linde gang. Wanted in 6 states is no small feat. During the time Dutch had so many trusted enforcers to call upon, you gotta say, they must have been at the top of the most dreaded gangs to run into. Let me know what you think. How feared do you think the Van der Linde gang was, and at what point do you think it was the most feared? I would say there's actually 3 versions of the gang. There's the one predating Red Dead Redemption 2, the version we get during Red Dead Redemption 2, and then the unofficial version that we get during Red Dead Redemption. The latest version might still be considered the Van der Linde gang, as it's still named after Dutch, but there is no official well-known outlaws running with Dutch at that point in time.
If I could throw myself in the ground, in their stead, I'd do it. Gladly.
What really went down back there on that boat?
We missed you. That's what happened.
Dutch killed a girl in a bad way, but it was a bad situation.
I think we gonna be okay.
You ain't much of anything more than a killer, Mr. Van der Linde.
This ain't about revenge, Hosea. Angelo Bronte don't mean shit to me.
I just need somebody to buy me some goddamn time. Bird this way.
You look repulsive, little maggot.
You keep killing folk, Dutch.
Bryson, do you have my back?
Dutch Van der Linde, charismatic leader, loving father, idealist. Dutch is not a villain. Dutch is not an antagonist either, exactly. There's never any moments within the story of Red Dead Redemption 2 that finds him entirely at odds against Arthur or even John. He does leave them both on separate occasions to the fate of being captured or even potentially killed, yet he's never found at the barrel end of Arthur's gun, or begging for his life at the mercy of a vengeful John in the epilogue. Dutch may be labeled as crazy, and continues to be increasingly labeled mentally unstable and irrational as the story of the Van der Linde gang goes on, but that doesn't make him the enemy. He is only a threat to everyone's ultimate safety when it comes to the benefit of his own personal gain and salvation. Dutch is not a good guy driven by the need and assurance that the rest of the members under his watch will be taken care of. It's quite possible that was never even a genuine concern of his. I personally don't ever believe he really strove to provide food, warmth, safety, and what is possibly the most important thing in his eyes, a free way of living to those he took in. Dutch is many things, and I think many of us can interpret his actions in different ways, but at the end of the day, he's not the villain of Red Dead Redemption 2, nor is he the hero. Dutch van der Linde is nothing more than a master manipulator, a silver-tongued fox who cultivated a following in his own image, a cult of his own magnetic personality that was passionately preached by a band of loyal, trusted followers. A den of murderers and thieves indoctrinated to believe, if they followed Dutch's will, a will that involved robbery, murder, and a creed twisted so deeply they could never hope to be able to identify they were the very things they claimed not to be, outlaws and enemies of the state, similar to Dutch's own rival, Colm O'Driscoll. Yet very different. Colm and his men kill for the pleasure of just being a mindless degenerate. Dutch and his band of followers fight to live free, killing and robbing only those who can afford it, offering the plunder to those less fortunate. To these talented gunslingers, they were never fighting for the sake of fighting, but rather they were fighting for a world that is quickly fading away, a world that is slowly suffocating them. From their perspective, what they were fighting for, and the man who led them all, became romanticized. Dutch was seen as a modern-day Robin Hood, a figure of mythic proportion, the only one who can still lead lost souls to safety. He's a man with a plan. And today we're going to be taking a look into the mind and personality that is Dutch van der Linde. Trusted adopted father, kind-hearted leader, selfish and vengeful killer. Many place the blame of his unraveling mind and constantly loosening grip of reality on Micah, a yes-man who cared for little outside of satisfying his own need to survive. Micah time and again displays a lack of consideration towards the outcome of his actions, especially if it comes at the cost of the gang's well-being. And he's often the scapegoat. He's only been riding with the gang for a short period of time at the onset of Red Dead Redemption 2's story, after all, and many cite him as a factor in the Dutch that we get at the end of the game. A man dedicated to making as much quote-unquote noise as possible in an effort to successfully pull off one final grand robbery, and then escapes the virgin lands he has talked so highly of throughout the game. Others cite the death of Hosea. Besides Dutch himself, Hosea is the oldest member in the gang, followed only by Arthur. It's with Micah chipping away at Dutch's conscience, Hosea being publicly executed, all compounded by the symptoms of an untreated head injury. People claim it's not a singular cause of why Dutch is very different at the end of the game, but rather specific critical blows that he would never be able to really recover from. However, I don't even think that's entirely true, as we'll see. I don't think Micah's entirely to blame. The only blame I believe Micah can receive is catering to the madness that always lies just below Dutch's surface. All Dutch ever needed was assurance and validation that his way of living, his creed, his will, and what he saw fit was true. And there's nothing wrong with taking what's yours in a world so unjust. I don't think Dutch's head injury really plays that much of a significant role in his decline either. If there was any one thing, it would be the absence of Hosea's rationale, something that's so desperately needed during the chapter of Beaver Hollow. But even with Hosea gone, that would not explain the senseless or outright willingness to kill people in cold blood, the ultimate betrayal of his own law on those that follow him. The law that is meant to separate himself and his group from the rest of the outlaws that roam the lands of the West. While there are many debates and points of view on when, how, or why Dutch fell into the perceived madness he descended into at the end of Red Dead Redemption 2, and it is an undoubtedly drastically different Dutch. One that outright kills Leviticus Cornwall in broad daylight under a heavy security and armed presence in the town of Annesburg after offering him a deal that he knew Cornwall would never even consider, let alone take. Dutch then launches assaults on the U.S. military, either directly or indirectly involved. He lights a fire in the belly of eagle flies and all the younger natives, encouraging them to push and fight back against the U.S. military by any means necessary. And then Dutch even decides to hit a train with gold meant for the United States military, on top of blowing bridges. There's no doubt these are all actions he most likely would never give a second thought at the beginning of the game. Whether if we want to attribute that to the Council of Hosea, the overall state of the van der Linde gang, and the fact the members collectively didn't have to deal with the tragedy and hardship after hardship as they had to deal with as the game progressed. They had no choice but to endure the deaths of Hosea, Lenny, Jean losing, Gold being made fools of by Angelo Bronte, which in turn led to depleted morale, added outside pressure, and with it increasing question and curiosity with what the hell is truly going on. I don't doubt the events of the game impacted Dutch's psyche. I don't doubt every unfortunate event resulted in some sort of doubt, some sort of question in Dutch's leadership, in Dutch's planning, in Dutch's priorities. Was it really him or the rest of the gang he was looking after? Had things changed, or was this always the case?
Dutch Vanderlyn Finishing School has some strange graduates. That it does. To your good health. Thank you.
For one to get a quick glimpse of Dutch's true character, you don't need to look any further than the first 2 chapters of the game. While not yet blatantly in your face, Dutch has already shown indirectly the character that lies just beneath his surface. In the opening mission alone, we get to see the charismatic leader he is and the flair for public speaking that he has.
We are gonna ride out, and we are gonna find some food. Everybody, we're safe. Now, there ain't nobody following us through a storm like this one. And by the time they get here, well, we're gonna be long gone. We've been through worse than this before. Now, all of you, get yourselves warm. Stay strong. Stay with me. We ain't done yet.
An ability to rally the people, his people, behind him. To have the utmost faith and trust in him, for he, now more than ever before, needs all of them, and none of them can hope to survive without trusting and relying on each other. The gang is on the run deep into the mountains, facing a terrible blizzard head-on, desperate to escape the law that's hot on their trail. Dutch, being the head of the group, should take blame for the unfortunate position they all find themselves in. Besides damn near freezing to death, the gang has suffered some casualties as well, resulting in a few people killed and at least 2 to 3 people missing, if we were to count John. That's also not taking into account that Dutch committed a senseless killing in the heat of a robbery which Arthur and Hosea didn't feel too confident in, betting their money on a real estate scam. Nonetheless, beginning with the events in Blackwater, as many of us know, and as we heard from Javier Escuela during this video's introduction, Dutch killed an innocent girl during the ferry boat robbery back in Blackwater, and according to Javier's description, she was killed in a quote-unquote bad way.
So, you were there, Javier. What really happened on that boat?
We had the money, it seemed fine. Then suddenly they were everywhere.
Bounty hunters?
No, Pinkertons. It was crazy. Raining bullets. Dutch killed a girl in a bad way. But it was a bad situation.
That ain't like him, though.
Javier then continues to dismiss the severity of Dutch's decision to take this poor girl's life by stating it was a quote-unquote bad situation. I always found that statement interesting because it comes off as Javier attempting to rationalize Dutch's actions, diminishing the transgression of Dutch killing this poor, innocent girl. And on top of it, the gruesome details later recounted by people who had experienced the execution, such as John, who during the chapter of Shady Belle, has some in-game dialogue opening up about how he quote-unquote can't get the image of her death out of his head, and he's starting to doubt Dutch's leadership. But really, it's the account from the strange man in Red Dead Redemption that gives us the best details pertaining to her death.
Do you remember Hattie McCourt's face? Who? She was a girl Dutch Vanderlyn shot in the head on that raid on the ferry a few years back. Same one you got shot on. Pretty girl, until her eye was hanging out by a threaded tendon and her brain was plastered over a wall.
This interaction gives us a name, Heidi McCourt, and it gives us the details of the brutality surrounding her death at the hands of Dutch. Frankly, it's no wonder John was traumatized and Javier described it as a bad way. Even Dutch had to acknowledge it was horrible to himself, or that he fucked up spectacularly, because when directly confronted by Arthur about what exactly happened, Dutch just responds with,
"Hey, I ain't had time to ask. What really went down back there on that boat? We missed you. That's what happened. Come on."
Obviously, hindsight is 20/20, and we don't know it yet, but the pattern for Dutch's behavior, that is later identified as reckless, is already starting to take shape. Dutch has killed someone. Members loyal to him question the action, but don't start to challenge him, what he's doing, or even question the state of mind he's in. Certain things change with this event, because it's mainly attributed to the maniac that is Micah, who's been nothing but trouble for the gang since his recruitment. Blackwater's almost entirely blamed on him, but even Micah didn't have that much control over Dutch. That's the point of having Dutch willingly break his own creed, his own rule of killing folk in cold blood. It's evident through Dutch's utter contempt towards the civilized world's growing power, and with it the increased support for universal law, that he has an issue with following orders or submitting to another person's will. Many people have already established time and again Dutch is a severe narcissist. He thinks so highly of himself and his mission that men such as Cornwall, Bronte, and Milton deserve nothing short of death for condemning a man of such high stature for the people as he is. What is not really emphasized as much is how his refusal to submit to others doesn't apply exclusively to those outside of his own ranks. Dutch is often discussing with Hosea why he is right and why Hosea should side with him.
We don't need to take revenge. We hardly know the guy.
This ain't about revenge, Hosea. Angelo Bronte don't mean shit to me. This is about the fact we are planning to rob a bank in his town. A bank that he no doubt protects. A town where his men are gunning for us.
Hosea is the only person ever allowed to rationalize with Dutch. Even Arthur in the later events of the game can't get through to him. He's someone who, once his mind is made up, nothing's going to change it. You're either with him or against him. Micah chose to side with him. However, going along with someone can't be mistaken for convincing or pushing someone into doing something that's contradictory to their own morals, values, or ways of behaving. And if we were to go a little bit further and take a look at Arthur's journal, we can see what was going on with Dutch and everyone around him after the trolley station job. A particular situation that's often cited as one of the main breaking points for Dutch, with him always ranting and raving at how Bronte tricked and betrayed him, playing him and the gang for a fool. Dutch was so unnerved and upset about it that no one even thought of entertaining the idea of sparing Bronte or even mentioning Bronte at all to Dutch. Not even Micah. Arthur outright directly says in his journal, Dutch is raging about Bronte's deception or betrayal or whatever quite it was. Dutch don't like being made a fool of. Even Micah, with all his teasing and nettling, plays it real cool with Dutch. This, I believe, further supports what I was saying about Dutch refusing to submit to another's will. Micah was nothing more than a yes man and a scapegoat for the gang's woes. Woes that ultimately was attributed to Dutch's own poor decision making. That in turn was falsely placed on Micah, who was well aware he could not force Dutch into doing or acting any more than Hosea could, by Arthur mentioning that Micah was unwilling to even approach Dutch about the topic of Bronte's shows, just who was really in control there between Dutch and Micah. I just wanted to point that out because I feel Micah's role in Dutch's decline is always mistaken. I'm not arguing Micah definitely didn't help and encourage Dutch to make all the wrong choices. However, by placing the blame on Micah and saying that he is the causes of all of it, couldn't be further from the truth. Dutch was always primed, ready, and willing to take lives. At the end of the day, after all, he is an outlaw. And as many of the members have said before, how do you rob and kill others pleasantly? Despite Dutch's talk, they don't. It doesn't take much to cross the threshold from looking at someone as an obstacle in the gang's path that should be and will be eliminated no matter what, even if that meant taking their life. Looking at someone that without a doubt is standing in their way, such as the Pinkertons or the O'Driscolls or even Bronte, to then turn the aggression onto civilians and justify it as something that needed to happen in order for the gang to survive, is exactly what Dutch ended up doing.
What was that? Horrible old crone.
But you killed her.
She was gonna betray us, Arthur. Couldn't you tell?
No.
Well, I got some Spanish. She was.
You keep killing folk, Dutch.
I am just trying to make sure that some of us survive, Arthur.
It took time for him to finally address the murder of Heidi McCourt, but when he did, he says it was necessary for the gang's survival. The same sentiment he echoed when confronted by someone with what is going on or with what Dutch is doing. Dutch, time and again, attempts to rationalize his actions by stating it's necessary for the gang's survival.
I don't know.
Well, I do. It ain't nice. I know it. But it is us or him.
I figure it might as well be him.
He uses the same excuse with Heidi's death. He does the same thing with the brutal drowning of Angelo Bronte and the latest shooting of Leviticus Cornwall. These are all people that will not let the gang survive or leave them be. So long as they draw breath, they are a threat and need to be eliminated, or so Dutch claims. Arguably due to his own power and immense resources, Leviticus Cornwall was the only person who could touch Dutch and the rest of the gang no matter where they went. Bronte, on the other hand, while he may have posed an immediate threat so long as the gang stayed close to or continued to run operations within the city of Saint Denis, yes, Bronte would be a threat. Would he be such a threat as to really make his death necessary before the robbery of the Saint Denis Bank? Ultimately, I think the Bank of Saint Denis could have been hit even if Bronte was allowed to live. It may have taken some additional planning or even required time to be sacrificed in order for it to all work out, but it could still have been managed. Bronte himself was a very arrogant man and considered Dutch a dirty hillbilly, surprised at his own ability to just clothe himself. Dutch played dumb and even submitted to Bronte once before in his mansion upon the first time they met.
We are simple country folk. All we have is each other. And you have gone and you have took his son, and that which we weren't innocent of, well, we most surely were ignorant of.
Dutch could have definitely feigned ignorance or found some way to play into Bronte's sense of superiority, letting the man to live, avoiding killing him, and even making a bad situation a whole lot worse. However, he let his emotions get the best of him. Giving in so passionately to his emotions, he made no reservations about insulting and even taunting Bronte while he brutally drowned him, going so far as finishing Bronte's killing by humiliating him even further, by eliminating his very existence of ever living on this planet and feeding him to alligators. This brutal demonstration of Dutch's high ego and perception of himself, leaving nothing left of the man whose biggest mistake was playing Dutch for an idiot. Dutch, I would argue, has always allowed his emotions to really dictate his, or rather the gang's next course of action to some degree. Bronte's death is undeniably unique given the brutality and lack of control Dutch is usually seen to have. This is the only time he has ever committed something so heinously by his own hands, and the intensity of which is unprecedented, and it far betrays his original claim of Bronte's death being a necessary step in order for the bank robbery of Saint Denis to ever hope to be a success. Whether if that statement was really true or not, what is undeniable is Dutch's own hatred towards this man. This was a murder that had a strong personal element to it, and when that element was scrutinized, Dutch implied the person questioning his decision was a traitor, as seen during the drowning of Bronte and the strangulation of the old lady's death on Guerma. The question here I want to present to all of you is the Van der Linde gang all about being for the people, or do the people under his leadership represent the entity that is Dutch Van der Linde?
Start dancing?
Looks like I turned into the goddamn Arab boy.
You have turned into my son. You worry because I worry. We are just the same.
Horseshoe Overlook introduces the gang's ledger, a feature of the game that allows the player to reinvest into the camp and, to a degree, its members. If we were to look at this as a key factor of the game's lore, not just an extra thing to invest your time and resources in from strictly gameplay perspective, then it provides some extra insight into Dutch's mentality and the culture within the gang's hierarchy. Dutch, immediately after escaping the freezing cold of the mountains, can be seen often lounging around the camp, smoking a cigar, donning on extravagant clothing, and even occasionally breaking out into an impromptu speech on how he and the rest of the gang need each other, motivating them to work harder. Besides his clothes and really not doing much, Dutch has the biggest and most private living space, complete with his own phonograph or gramophone, and his tent is one of the earliest upgrades you can invest in within the ledger. On the one hand, his lack of being hands-on is excusable. After all, it seems most members already have the "I trust Dutch, and if I can do it, why leave it up to him to do the heavier lifting" mentality. I'll do the hard work and he'll see us through. Regardless of what his plan is, we'll all be okay. This mindset proved highly beneficial for Dutch. It prevented him from descending to the level of others, sparing him the need to engage in unsavory tasks, as those around him were much more willing to handle such matters on his behalf. This solidified his standing as a figure akin to a deity, a man set apart from the rest. Even when he did make a mistake, as he did back in Blackwater, it was much more palatable for others to believe that Dutch didn't intentionally make the decision himself. Instead, they found it easier and much more reassuring to think of him seeking counsel and acting on behalf of another, in Blackwater's case that being Micah, because acknowledging the mistake that it was actually of Dutch's design fractured the idolized image of him, and along with it the unwavering faith they all had in him and his overall message. Better to find flaws in other humans rather than this mythic Robin Hood. Regarded as a morally upright individual in a world lacking such virtue, Dutch managed to keep his hands clean of any unsavory tasks. This in turn allowed him to skillfully manipulate that same exact perception, gradually convincing everyone that he prioritized their well-being above all else. However, Hosea consistently urged consideration for the gang's overall situation, cautioning that certain actions could lead to more harm and fatalities, as seen in the initial train heist targeting Leviticus Cornwall as they departed the Grizzly Mountains, and later, again during Dutch's deliberation on preparing for an assault on Angelo Bronte's mansion.
I just don't want any more folks to die, Dutch.
We're living, Hosea, we're living. Look at me. We're living. Even you. But we need money. Everything we have's in Blackwater. You fancy heading back there?
No. Listen, Dutch, I ain't trying to undermine you.
Dutch, however, responded to these expressions of concern by framing them as doubts in him. From as early as Coulter, any form of opposition, even innocent inquiries about what comes next, was construed as doubting his leadership. This perception shift might have been a consequence of time naturally progressing, leading to a belief that he embodied the gang itself, something that's not all too uncommon when someone is constantly within their own head trying to justify their own, at least, train of thoughts, let alone the consequences that lead to succumbing to those thoughts. But his caprices and even decisions were increasingly viewed as made for the collective good of the gang, even when that wasn't entirely true. The full extent of the truth in this matter may remain elusive, as Dutch's occasional attempts to align with Hosea imply a recognition that he sometimes knew he acted based on his own personal desires rather than the gang's collective best interests. The evolution of this perception into Dutch's reality during Horseshoe Overlook is debatable. However, as the game advances, there's an indication of it gaining strength. This is evident during a casual fishing retreat with Hosea and Arthur, where Dutch initially admits he believes he will be okay, only to then hastily correct himself by saying, "we."
I think we gonna be okay.
One can interpret this lapse in two distinct ways. One perspective is that Dutch is very selfish, solely concerned with just his well-being, viewing the gang members merely as tools to fulfill his desires. From this viewpoint, they become expendable pawns, kept compliant by their unwavering belief in Dutch's vision and his perceived capability to turn it into reality, regardless of its apparent impossibility. On the flip side, the alternative perspective is that Dutch embodies the entirety of the gang, mind, body, and spirit. According to this viewpoint, it's his responsibility to guide them all to the untarnished territories of the West, a commitment he fervently made to each member. However, driven by his own narcissism, Dutch assumes the role of the glorified outlaw, a messiah for the lost souls. This entails donning specific attire, dwelling in a tent, more glorious than the rest, and adopting a manner of speech that befits only a savior. Even if Dutch's role as a savior was more theoretical than truthful, delving into the realm of emotions, no one manipulates them quite like Dutch, and among those impacted the most is Arthur. While this dynamic isn't unique to just Arthur, he stands as his primary victim. It happens time and again, but I think one of the more blatant, in-your-face instances is if we go back to Coulter within the first 20 minutes of the game, when Arthur gets his chance to ask Dutch what exactly happened on the ferry boat in Blackwater. Dutch's response is simply, "We missed you." On the surface, it's easy to just dismiss this as Dutch believing that an extra gunman, someone as efficient as Arthur, definitely would have been extremely helpful and went a long way. However, I think there's more to that statement, especially within Arthur, where there's a strong father-son bond here. It's meant to evoke a profound sense of regret. It plants the seed of thought within Arthur of, if I had been there, perhaps this chaos could have been averted. Maybe I could have intervened to prevent things from spiraling out of control, or even saved a life or two. The question of whether Dutch truly sees himself as the gang becomes more intricate as the game progresses, especially when you consider how he manipulates emotions time and again. Gratitude appears to be the pivotal motion tethering everyone to Dutch. After all, he did rescue them from the perils of abandonment, preventing them from being left to fend for themselves, or in some instances, faring even worse with other gangs. To renounce this faith in Dutch is akin to rejecting the man who saved them. As mentioned earlier in this discussion, Dutch isn't inherently a villain. At one point, he might have been an upright individual embodying the principles he preached. However, in the moments leading up to, during, and following the events of Red Dead Redemption 2, he proves not to be the man we initially believed him to be, and it becomes an overall complex situation. A situation where in this video, we just look at how the mask slipped, and it continued to slip between Dutch's fingers after every single critical blow, from the death of Hosea, money being lost, pressures from multiple threats all around him, and then him continually taking things much more personally, using the gang and its members as a vessel to achieve the thing that he said the gang never needed to achieve, and that being revenge.
We are all bastards, my friend. But But only one of us is some would-be emperor's whore.
We know who you are.
And nobody knows who you are. Not even your goddamn father.
You maggots.
At this time, a countless number of videos have been made analyzing the personality and character of Dutch van der Linde. Most of it centers around breaking his true intentions down, whether if he was always the person he ended up becoming by the end of the game, or if over time he just gradually started to change, and this change being a cumulative result of Micah being in his ear, instigating the more volatile habits he was starting to display, a display of brutality and carelessness that was a result of constant stress and having to move from camp to camp, desperately avoiding the law or having to deal with what he was seeing as increasing dissent from within his own ranks, most notably from Arthur, John, and even Hosea. Later during the events of Beaver Hollow, Arthur mentions Dutch may have always been like this, and even John later admits a similar sentiment towards Sadie. And he admits this during the epilogue when the two of them are riding to take care of a bounty that Sadie is heading. And it's while on this ride to try and recover an outlaw that was robbed off of her, the two of them start to talk about the gang in the old days.
You heard anything of Dutch?
Nothing. You?
No. You'd think. He's a colorful character. Word would get out.
That's one way of putting it. Look, what happened with the gang changed everyone who was a part of it. The Dutch who put a blanket around me after the O'Driscolls, that weren't the same man at Beaver Hollow. And now, he might not be so colorful no more.
You see a man whose character changed. I see a man who got found out for who he truly was. We was fools to follow him. I was a fool and I paid for it. And I was one of the lucky ones.
Micah, John. Micah's the one who set it off.
I blame me for following Dutch for too long, but I blame Micah for most everything else.
While the topic of Dutch always being the crazed lunatic we see towards the end of the game and starts to resemble more of the bloodthirsty outlaw that is more than willing to kill people for what he just calmly describes as doing it for sport.
You and your friend there, the professor? We're gonna kill the both of you.
Why you want to do a thing like that?
I don't know. Sport, I guess.
Today we're going to tackle a little bit more of a complex issue, a little bit of a two-parter. And that is, did Dutch somewhat redeem himself at the end of the game? Why did he shoot Micah? And did this symbolize one good thing for the series of bad things that he's done? And I'm not referring to bad things that he's done to people outside of the gang. I'm referring to people that fell directly under his leadership, that he led to destruction, to death, to, in Strauss's case, possibly even torture. Yes, to a degree they were willing participants. It's not exactly like Dutch was holding them at gunpoint, at least not in the beginning, but throughout the entire game. Dutch is constantly hammering home that he has the power. He is the key to their future, to making it out of this life, to shaking the law, the Pinkertons, and any other stress and issues that they're going to be going through. They just have to invest all of their faith, all of their trust, all of their money, and ultimately all of their power within Dutch himself. From various conversations throughout the game, these people following Dutch all have their own stories, their own experiences and first-hand accounts of witnessing Dutch be their savior. And slowly over time, it's not just a feeling of sticking to Dutch's side out of pure love and trust and believing in his philosophy and his vision for the world, how to live and how to conduct themselves, but it becomes a battle of something similar more to obligation. I think John's hesitancy to take Arthur's advice to take his wife and son and just run shows us that.
Arthur.
How you doing?
Nervous? But I've been nervous for a while. I had a lot of time to think in that jail, and I feel like I just don't know Dutch no more.
You ain't the only one.
And this plan to get us out, it just feels... I don't know.
Like he's stringing us along, I know.
Killing in cold blood, revenge, we all do bad things, but he seems to enjoy it now. It's like he just wants to create more enemies, more chaos.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, I love Dutch. He saved me a long time ago. I feel like in Saint Denis, when I got arrested, maybe he could have done something.
I feel like you should take your woman and child get lost.
Do you?
What reason you got to stick around at this point? It's done. I don't see no way out of any of this.
What about loyalty?
That's long been broken.
Obviously, this is just one specific example, but John trying to rationalize it, not just with Arthur, but even himself, I think is a good depiction of what lies at the core of everyone's problem here. And it's even an angle that Dutch abuses most of the game. What happened to all of you? What's with all of you doubting me? Don't you trust me? Have I led any of you wrong before? Well, he may be doing things, or at the very least sharing ideas, such as paying Leviticus Cornwall a visit, or dealing with Cornwall Driscoll because he's always there to get them and they need to get him before he gets Dutch or any other members back first, or having to take care of Angelo Bronte because he won't let them live or escape, because Dutch knows the type of man that he is and he's just someone that needs to be dealt with now rather than just let live. These are a series of things that Dutch continues to use to try and suppress any individual thought, any critical thinking. Dutch and every single member is constantly going from problem to problem, and when someone wisens up to it, then Dutch reminds them, everything that you've had, everything that you are now, I've helped you. So can't you help me? Help me with this single problem, and we can escape further west and hopefully land on this tropical island in Tahiti and live a life of leisure. I just need you to stick by my side just a little while longer. Just one more score, just one more take, just one more problem, and you'll no longer live a life of worry, having to struggle or be afraid of the law, or having to look over your shoulder terrified and a Driscoll will spot them, or someone else will recognize them, and that results in another fight, leading to even more bloodshed. I think this is a very important thing to understand before we go down the road of answering if Dutch redeemed himself, because everyone has this idea of Dutch. He was an adopted father. He's a savior. He's fighting for justice in an unjust world. He's a beacon of hope in a world that's slowly pushing them towards the flames of extinction. Their way of life, these quality of people, they have no place in civilization. Dutch began to slowly destroy that image, and then by the 6th chapter was destroying it in an extremely grand scale. It was the polar opposite of what he once was, at least on the surface, in front of all these people that believed he cared for them. Whether if Dutch was always this person or not, whether if it became a change in perception or it was just a series of mistakes that Dutch couldn't recover from and he just decided to give up. Even if he was always a bad man doing horrible things, his silver lining, at least in their eyes, was he was at least putting a code of conduct that seemed different than any other gangs were doing. And while it could be claimed that he manipulated Arthur and John, who were children, when he took them under his wing, in their eyes, he still saved them from a life that was probably much worse. Hosea possibly had more of a hand in that than we give him credit for, teaching the boys right from wrong and ensuring Dutch's more unsavory tendencies stayed in check, as to not upset his right-hand man, but it was still an image that stayed in everyone's mind. And as Dutch began to betray the person that they all seen him as, they all started to rationalize it by looking for other factors and sources to blame, most notably of which Micah. Personally, I don't think the intent to go to Tahiti or really escape this life was an option for Dutch. If it ever was, he abandoned that a long time ago. He could have very well split up the gang members and used someone who's less likely to be known to have an affiliation with the gang to retrieve the money out in Blackwater, or utilize the women better to rob certain opportunities. Hosea throughout the game was more for taking advantage of cons and tricking people that way. I think if you really break the story down, there might have been some key moments where they really could have escaped had that really been an option for Dutch. Whether if he was just addicted to the life of an outlaw or being the center of attention, having others rely on him the way that they did, always looking to him for guidance, wanting that position of power, or just having people he saw as disposable, pawns that you can utilize to become this mythical outlaw. Whatever the reason, I believe at the end of the game we can see that ultimately Dutch is just out for himself now. He still claims that they're all family and Arthur and John are his sons, despite him blatantly leaving them both to die on separate occasions. The concept of them being family and no one being left behind is just a shallow saying with the hope of evoking the emotions of past experiences, making it easier to forget the clear betrayal.
Dutch!
John?
You left me! Left me to die! My boy. I didn't have a choice. John, I didn't have a choice. Left me!
I wish we got a little more insight as to how Dutch and Micah interact. We get some instances here and there in Clemens Point and Horseshoe Overlook where Micah's sucking up to him, telling him he's such a special man, that he idolizes Dutch and even offers to go and retrieve the Blackwater money by himself. Don't get me wrong, they are important interactions that provide insight as to how Micah possibly slowly weaseled his way into Dutch's good graces in such a very short period of time, but these aren't interactions to provide us with the concrete information to definitively say that how Dutch ends up at the end of the game is how Dutch always was, or if it genuinely was Micah pushing him in a direction that seemed easier. And I think that's another element to all of this, because then it can provide more insight as to whether if Dutch was always like this or if it was something that just happened over time. But if you really want to cut it very black and white, from everybody else's perspective, there probably would be no redemption for Dutch, and that would be for two specific deaths that Dutch witnesses. Deaths of two members that were the pillars of the Vanderlyn gang, 2 out of the 4 original founding members. And the first one is Miss Grimshaw. She outright gets shot by Micah for no reason other than Micah being challenged by her and siding with Arthur. Micah sees an opening and just outright guns her down, which Dutch witnesses, and he does nothing but just stand there. He doesn't question Micah, doesn't argue with him or reprimand him whatsoever for killing a woman who has been the center of the entire gang's camp upkeep. She was the one that kept everything running smoothly and making sure everyone was working. She's been here since day one, and Micah guns her down in cold blood. Dutch doesn't even bat an eye. No betrayal, she didn't snitch, no breaking of loyalty whatsoever. There was just no reason to just leave it be like he did. Then we have the death of Arthur, Dutch's alleged son, the man that gave him his entire life. Even if we just go the route of the honorable ending where Micah doesn't completely kill Arthur, Dutch still chooses to ignore Arthur's pleas, to listen to him, to at the very least acknowledge that he might have been the rat the entire time. While he may walk off in a completely separate direction from Micah, he still lets Micah live. And that alone is damn near unforgivable. It's an outright betrayal of Arthur. And to go a little further, it's a betrayal of Miss Grimshaw, Hosea, and everything the gang ever claimed to stand for. Loyalty, being different and not forgetting about each other or just treating each other as a nameless gunman. No different than how Colm looks at his own disposable men. No sense of caring for their well-being or having any personal connection to these people. Their one and only purpose is to die for the glory of their leader. The entire concept of this being a family, while it was hanging by the hinges for quite some time, it was in this moment where it completely shattered. In Arthur's eyes and anyone else who would have witnessed Dutch walk away in this moment. Perhaps it was a reason why Dutch shot Micah years later on the hilltop. If it was just Micah, John, and Dutch, and Sadie had no part in it, or at least Dutch was completely unaware of her presence, I don't believe Dutch would have sided with John and took aim at Micah the way that he does. I believe he either would have sided with Micah or left them to it and walked away the same way he did when it came down to Micah and Arthur all the years ago, during the final moments of Arthur's life. I believe between here and when Arthur was pleading and begging for him to see all the damage Micah was responsible for, or at the bare minimum can be blamed for encouraging a plan of action that was never their way of doing things, perhaps it was in this moment staring down into the eyes of a dying Arthur, Dutch finally realized all the damage he was doing. Damage those he once called a family. The acknowledgement of pain and disappointment in Dutch's face is unmistaken. Maybe deep down he was aware of everything he was doing and the path he was taking, losing sight of the fact that these are genuine people that he once upon a time may have genuinely cared for. With him finally getting the time to look into the eyes of a sick Arthur on his deathbed, something that he probably hasn't done in a very long time, just made everything surreal. It's easy to dispose of people or to paint them as the bad guys. Someone you could just cast off and convince yourself it's for the best. They aren't helping anymore, or are now more of a problem than someone who has good intentions and are looking out for your well-being. It wouldn't be too far-fetched to say this was a line of thought Dutch had subscribed to, since he time and again said to Arthur he's always doubting him and he no longer has any faith in him. A sentiment that would only deepen upon the realization that Arthur was helping Rains fall and the Wapitis in direct opposition to Dutch's plans.
You help this fella, Arthur?
Please, what of it?
What else you been doing behind Dutch's back?
What?
The wars are over. We have lost. These young men will be annihilated. Please. I'll see what I can do. Charles? Who else will come with me?
Oh, all right, Arthur. Who knows what other secrets I'll learn about.
Say what you will, but ultimately, time and again, Arthur's own actions during Beaver Hollow was solidifying a sentiment that he was more of an obstacle. And with less time spent between the two of them, strengthening that perception, which was increased even more by Arthur's questioning the Dutch's plans and intentions every time they did work together, only causing more of a headache. However, hearing Arthur's pleas and this once terrifying gunman that helped Dutch take the world by storm face down in the dirt, struggling to breathe, it humanized Arthur and helped Dutch remember everything he stood for at a time. While he decides to let Micah walk now, I believe Arthur's final message to Dutch of not being able to trust Micah finally got through to him. Whether if it was shame, embarrassment, guilt, the realization that he couldn't trust Micah, or the fact that the tattered legacy of loyalty, whatever remained of it within Dutch himself, was reignited and he decided to walk away, to not venture off into the sunset with Micah.
Come on, Dutch! Come on! Ah!
It's a complicated issue from Dutch's point of view because, on the one hand, he may acknowledge his recent mistakes and wrongdoing, but the chance to recover from it is long gone. The gang is in a state of disarray with all the women and Jack long gone, removing any sense of some type of hope for the future. Arthur is practically dead. Dutch and Micah just chased John away as if that really meant anything. I think Dutch long made up his mind against John. Ultimately, Dutch had three choices: walk away, ride off with Micah, or kill Micah. With a price on his own head and the huge number of Pinkertons surrounding them, the distraction of Micah was something that he needed. While he may not escape with Micah by his side, at least he can count on not having to deal with an entire army of lawmen on just him and him alone. It may not be an actual step towards redemption, but by Dutch walking away from Micah, it's more of a leaving well enough alone type of response. There's no sense of betraying the legacy of his fallen comrades more by mingling with someone who very well may have been the source of the gang's entire misfortune by feeding the Pinkertons all the information. Dutch had to have known there was a rat no matter what. Micah was the one finally pinned as the source of the gang's misfortune, which hampered his plans for the future a little bit more because this is the guy that he's been planning everything out with. It's best to just drop the whole situation. It's a positive move to just move on. Now, we don't know what Dutch gets into during the time between Beaver Hollow and the game's epilogue. A few years later, there's practically no word of Dutch or Micah until the very end of the gang's epilogue. Micah's formed his own gang. He's become more violent and much more unpredictable, and it's with the intention of killing him that John and Sadie accidentally run into Dutch, who claims he's here for the same reason as John.
What are you doing here, Dutch?
Same as you, I suppose.
Dutch and I are teaming up once more. We got money. We got dreams. Join us, John.
Now, John's been shouting all kinds of things towards Micah as he guns down his men left and right. And the fact that John and Micah weren't exactly getting along the last time they were in Dutch's presence should make it clear enough that Dutch knows why John is here. To not exactly to team up or to recuperate any lost money from all those years ago. Or maybe in Dutch's mind, it might have been. After all, it's a little coincidental that all the money from Blackwater's here in this cabin, and out of all the times John could have come to pay Micah a social call, it's the day that he and Dutch is in the cabin with all this lost cash. So I don't think Dutch ever came here to actually kill Micah. He may have been referring to the money, or in his usual enigmatic self, he just kind of shrugged off John's question. I just say that clearly because I've seen that proposed before, but I don't think that's the case. I don't think Dutch came here to kill Micah. I think after some time of either trying to form his own gang from the ground up or maybe trying his own hand on living alone for some time, he just decided to go the easy way, returning to Micah and seeking him out and creating plans for a new future for the both of them. Micah's got the manpower and the resources, and Dutch is getting older. He's got the wisdom. He still has that charisma. They can make it work this time. There's nothing holding them back after all. Things are different. As Micah says, it's a new century. With all the time passing in between the years of the Vanderlyn gang and Arthur's own death, I believe Dutch came back to give this whole partnership with Micah a second go. Until John pays an unexpected visit and the memory of Arthur is brought up again.
Let her go.
Now I can't do that, John.
Dutch. Dutch, come on now.
You shot at me, son.
You started it. You betrayed me. I could say the same as you.
I was trying to do my best. You just cared for yourself.
I think differently.
Join us. Join us, John.
Let her go! She ain't well.
I don't want to kill you, John.
You must have saved my life. More than once.
Arthur's been dead a long time.
Dutch. Dutch. We all did our best for you. Ain't our fault. Things turned out the way they did. Dutch, killing me won't solve nothing.
Put down your gun, Marston!
Say something, Dutch. Say something! I ain't got too much to say no more.
Dutch walks off and is visibly upset towards John. But facial expressions aside, this time and Arthur's death are the only two moments where Dutch really has nothing left to say. Bringing Arthur's name up could have brought Dutch back to that night many years ago, where with his final breath, Arthur musters the strength to inform Dutch Micah's a rat. Feeling as if it was a lifetime ago, John summoning Arthur's name and the valiant effort Arthur made to spare him and his family to get them out of this life could very well have reminded Dutch that he can escape his past. He can escape the betrayal that he partook in for harboring a rat, for allowing so many people to die under his watch and do nothing. I think if it wasn't for John mentioning Arthur's name, taking them all back to that time, I don't think Dutch would have turned on Micah. He almost had no reason to. If Arthur's name was buried in the past, so was everyone else's misdeeds, including Dutch's. I mentioned earlier that if it wasn't for Sadie being present, Dutch may have sided with Micah, but rethinking it now, I don't think Sadie being present or not was really all that important. I don't think it mattered, unless it was all about Dutch still saving face and he cared about being seen as a noble, charismatic person, and he valued Sadie's perception of him, then her being there or not, I don't think would have changed anything. Dutch didn't have the weight of having to carry on this facade, to wear this mask, to conduct himself and act in accordance with a law and a creed that he wanted those underneath him to operate within. He had nobody like that anymore, so he can do and say as he so pleased. All this time passing made him a different man with different circumstances. If it wasn't for Arthur's name coming up, I don't think Micah would have been the victim of a gunshot from Dutch. With that said, I don't think Dutch did it out of avenging his friend, his brother, his son. I believe he did it out of doing the right thing. Not morally. I think that's a different topic, but the right thing as in something that Micah had coming. The thing that he possibly wanted to do in front of Arthur all those years ago, but given the law's presence and other members still looking to him for leadership and the plans he already had with Micah and everyone else, those factors were no longer necessary to consider. It was as simple as, is Micah going to finally get what's coming to him, or am I going to spare him yet again? In Dutch's head, as he so likes to rationalize things and make himself appear to be so noble, I don't doubt he redeemed himself by betraying Micah. He may well have convinced himself that he avenged Arthur. But the reason for putting Micah down, I don't think it was a selfless act whatsoever, and I think Dutch leaving all that money behind was a repeat of what he did with Arthur. It's easier to just leave it be, drop it all, and walk away. From the outside perspective, there is no redemption for Dutch in all that he's done. For betraying Miss Grimshaw, Arthur, the legacy of Hosea, and what the entire Vanderlyn gang stood for succumbing to reckless impulses and listening to someone that has only been riding with the gang for 6 months over the counsel of Hosea and even Arthur. In his own head, he may have redeemed himself to some degree by putting Micah down, but that doesn't allow him to shake all that he's done and how easy it was for him to just shrug off everything that happened to those that looked to him for guidance, for a way out of this horrible life. And he definitely didn't shoot Micah out of vengeance for Arthur, out of redemption for himself, for doing the right thing. I think it looked as if it was just a bunch of children fighting, arguing, and complaining, and in Dutch's head it was much simpler to just shoot one and move on, with Micah being a much easier target. Because whether if Dutch wanted to accept it or admit it or not, John, Sadie, Charles, and everyone else that lived from the Vanderlyn gang will all attribute the downfall to Micah. Let me know what you think down in the comments section below. Do you agree with My take on this, what's your variation of it? Better yet, because I wanted to simplify it and use the honorable ending of Arthur's life. Some people don't like to accept whether if that is or isn't canon, so based off the different death that Arthur is given, and of course Dutch's corresponding response and reaction to all of that, why do you think Dutch shot Micah? Do you think it was ever on the table that he would have actually put the gun to Sadie or John, or maybe even both of them? Do you agree with me, or do you have a completely different stance? Let's talk down in the comment section below. I'd love to hear your thoughts, your opinions, and your take on this.
Angelo Bronte stands between us and our future.
You'll damn us all.
Hosea Matthews, trusted assistant to Dutch Van der Linde. Where Dutch is always seen as a charismatic and charming leader, Hosea was the realistic voice of reason. Always cautious, always putting others' care and needs before anything else, before anyone else. Whenever Dutch had an idea, it was never acted upon until it was ran through the filter of Hosea. While the relationship between these two seems to have always been one of mutual love and respect, here in this moment, there's a rift between the two of them.
We need to put him out of commission.
I disagree. There's always an easier way.
There ain't no easier way. Now, I know his type. He is a vindictive little power broker who rules by fear. Now, we pull that stunt in his cesspit of a town, we're doomed.
Arthur, if it's business, well, business is business.
Angelo Bronte stands between us and our future.
You'll damn us all.
Dutch, with Arthur's backing, may have just decided on going through with a plan that may have indirectly fueled the course of events that will ultimately lead down the path of chaos, destruction, and death of many people. One such person who would have to pay with his life is Hosea himself. It may be difficult to precisely say how things would have transpired differently had Hosea lived. Similar to the theory and the questions posed of what would have happened if Arthur never contracted tuberculosis? Or, if he still did, what would be the outcome if the sickness was slowed and he found himself in better health during the events of Beaver Hollow? Today, we're going to be tackling two questions. The first one, of course, is what would have happened if Hosea had lived until the dying days of the Van der Linde gang? The second, though somewhat closely related question is, how much differently would the robbery of the Saint Denis Bank have gone down if Dutch and Arthur heeded Hosea's warning here and decided to just leave Angelo Bronte alone? Let's begin with that question right there. When there's no evidence that the raid on Angelo Bronte's mansion and subsequent death had no direct impact on the events of the bank robbery on the surface, one could easily put together it set into motion a series of events that put the Van der Linde gang under a bigger microscope than they needed to be. In a previous video, we already touched on how powerful of a man Angelo Bronte was, even if we just talked about it briefly. Bronte's sudden disappearance and obvious murder, given the absolute bloodbath left behind in his mansion, would have put many law enforcement officers on high alert, least of all the Pinkertons, who had been closely gaining in on the Van der Linde gang. Twice now, Agent Milton and Ross had appeared close by and even inside the Van der Linde camp, an unwelcomed arrival that definitely contributed to the Van der Linde gang relocating up in Shady Belle. With the Van der Linde gang's trail turning cold, yet aware that there's still, within the general area, events such as a failed trolley station robbery, a shootout on the ferry boat in the harbor of Saint Denis, and finally the massacre of Bronte's estate would clearly point the Pinkertons in the right direction Dutch was moving in. Given Bronte is known to have the local law in his own pockets, and seen in the epilogue mission bare-knuckle friendships, the city and all those immediately under Bronte's control still felt his absence. An absence that definitely led to an increased awareness within the city of Dutch and the gang's movements. While there's no glaringly obvious evidence on the Pinkertons contacting Angelo Bronte directly or even trying to communicate with Bronte's men or law enforcement within the city to get an idea of where the Van der Linde gang is, we can assume to some degree Bronte's position and relationship with the Pinkertons. Seeing Bronte's sense of superiority of the Van der Linde gang, the politicians that on the outside actually run the city of Saint Denis, such as the mayor, or even the outcasts like that of the Indians. No one is allowed to conduct any type of business within this city without his knowledge or blessing. I believe this feeling would be the same towards even the Pinkertons, especially if Bronte saw use of the Van der Linde gang, which he did, as during the mission The Gilded Cage, Bronte suggests having Dutch kill people for him in the future.
That is Hector Fellows, this self-righteous newspaper man. Maybe you will kill him for me one day.
With Bronte running the city, whether if he's seen a usefulness to be had out of the Van der Linde gang or not, the bottom line here is due to his heightened sense of superiority and the fact law enforcement along with his heavily armed bodyguards were all under his control, there would be no need for the Pinkertons' help to be sought out with neutralizing the threat that is the Van der Linde gang. Why would Bronte need any sort of help dealing with some inbred backwards country folk? After all, It was because of him that Dutch and his members are even still breathing within his city. When we look at it from this perspective, it's almost as if Bronte is actually the buffer Dutch needed from the Pinkertons. There is no need for the Pinkertons to come guns blazing into the city that's already under control by local official law enforcement that's further supported by Bronte's personal militia. If the Pinkertons were to do that, then they run the risk of pissing off Bronte, and by pissing off Bronte, they run the risk of the Pinkertons and Bronte's men, backed up by local law enforcement, engaging in an all-out war. A war that would be perfect for Dutch to escape in the background of. Better than for the Pinkertons to just continue to patrol the local area on the outskirts of Saint-Denis, defend Leviticus Cornwall's property while keeping a keen ear on any kind of reports indicating the Van der Linde gang's presence within the area. Within this context, by Dutch and Arthur ignoring Hosea's plight to just leave Angelo Bronte alone, the insult of being tricked into robbing an empty trolley station was, by Hosea's standards, an insult that can be easily forgiven, as Bronte is not only too powerful, but Dutch is also taking the insult way too personally, putting everyone at risk. I believe if Dutch and Arthur listened to Hosea and allowed Bronte to be as is, Bronte would have acted one of two ways. Either he was fearful of a possible effort of retaliation by the Van der Linde gang, which in turn would lead him to doubling his personal security at his mansion, or, aware of Dutch's survival through the failed trolley robbery, and his intentions to acquire as much cash as possible to move on, would have doubled the amount of police presence around the bank, hopefully as a deterrent. Considering there was no heightened security at Bronte's house though, when Dutch did finally seek his revenge, we can say the first option really isn't possible. I was thinking maybe the security here just wasn't heightened because Bronte hadn't yet heard Dutch was still alive, but I find that very unlikely given how tight of a hold this man has on the city. Someone had to have already informed him of Dutch's survival. He has to be aware that Dutch is still alive. With that being the case, a lack of increased security would just prove to be another sign of this man's arrogance and firm belief that he really is untouchable. And even if he did heighten the security surrounding the Saint-Denis Bank, well, it would have been a little bit more difficult, and the Van der Linde gang's approach to actually taking on this bank probably would have been altered significantly. I think even if the plans changed drastically, there still wasn't a chance of Hosea being captured. However, with the disappearance of Bronte, the floodgates were now lifted, and the Pinkertons, all too aware of how the Van der Linde gang collectively and individually operated, saw a chance to snatch a sole member who was tasked with the role of a distraction. It was just by pure dumb luck that this sole member was Dutch's voice of reason. I think it was due to Bronte being gone and the gang's heightened sense of being untouchable, a feeling undoubtedly given after the murder of the most powerful man within the city was carried out with almost no repercussions whatsoever, that put the gang in this vulnerable position. If Bronte had been allowed to live, I believe Hosea would have also lived, which is an interesting way to really think about the relationship between Dutch, Bronte, and the impact that it ultimately had on the robbery of the Bank of Saint-Denis. I think this had one of the most detrimental repercussions possible that no one ultimately saw coming, if those ties between the Pinkertons and Bronte can really be believed to be in this context. Now, if Hosea was to see the end of the Van der Linde gang, what would he see and what role would he take up? Truthfully, I don't think he would take any other role besides one that sounds a little bit disappointing for the most of us. While I believe there isn't a shadow of a doubt that if Hosea had been allowed to live and he's seen the events of Beaver Hollow really unfold, I think Arthur would have had one of the strongest support systems that he really badly needed during this chapter. Hosea still would have been his counsel. Hosea still would have been that voice of reason. And trying to hold Dutch accountable while also keeping the gang together wouldn't have fell firmly on Arthur's shoulders as much as it feels like it does in the actual game. But as I was saying, I think Hosea would still take a little bit of a disappointing stance, because if we take a step back and look at how his interactions with Dutch became as the game progresses, Dutch, whether if we want to attribute this to Micah or not, slowly started to do as he pleased, pushing Hosea to the wayside. As early as a robbery in Leviticus Cornwall's train during the chapter of Coulter, Hosea is already against this idea. He just wants to lay low, he just wants to get out of the mountains, and he still wants to ensure everybody is safe and isn't constantly moving from point A to point B with the Pinkertons hot on their tail. Dutch, however, obviously feels strongly against this. Even from this early moment in the game, Dutch mentions on their way to Horseshoe Overlook that Arthur and Hosea can reminisce on the good old days and discuss how Dutch has lost his mind. If Hosea had lived during the dying days of the gang, I think this is exactly how it would have played out. Hosea, now more than ever, would be hell-bent on saving as many people as he could, saving them from the burning ship that Dutch was now the captain of. If Hosea didn't jump ship and leave on his own volition as so many others did, I think he and Arthur in a twisted way would still be very loyal and devoted to Dutch. He may be psychotic, madman, leading them all down to ruin, yet he's still their loved companion and father. I believe they would try to reason with him as Arthur tried to reason with him during the events of the actual game. Considering Hosea is more of a pacifist versus Dutch, I don't think Hosea would have been as aggressive with it. I do think there would have been a strong possibility of a type of civil war erupting where instead of it being Arthur and John versus Dutch, Micah, and the rest of the gang members, it definitely would have been Arthur, John, and Hosea. It would just now depend on how many people actually respected and backed up Hosea versus Dutch.
Without horses, we cannot hunt. Without hunting, we will starve. This is another act of war.
I see that.
Men have helped me before, and I have money.
Put your money away, son. What do you think, Charles?
You know I told your father I will not fight over some horses.
But I made no such promise. Come along.
When it comes to the manipulation of Dutch van der Linde, a group of people that possibly suffer the most are the Native Americans. It's quite obvious Dutch takes advantage of them in both Red Dead Redemption and Red Dead Redemption 2. In the original Red Dead Redemption, we got glimpses of it, primarily from the perspective of just Dutch being crazy and finding another group of outcasts to serve him. I think when it came to that game, the most interesting angle of all that we got was that of the scholar McDougalls.
So, I understand we have a mutual interest in Mr. van der Linde? You gonna kill him too? Kill him? Good God, no! What is it with you people out here? No, van der Linde fascinates me. A white man living among natives. A civilized mind turned savage. It's reverse integration or regressive acculturation. I don't know. I haven't found a name I like yet.
A white man fraternizing and living amongst the savage natives. It gives insight to the mentality and prevailing perception towards the natives and how those who sympathize with them or treated them any more kindly than was socially acceptable at the time are seen as being brainwashed or tricked by the lesser people that these natives are. Granted, how we see Dutch and his relationship with the natives in the first game is severely limited. Dutch's screen time and interaction with John only happens a handful of times, and any hope of piecing together how he and the natives began working together against the common enemy that is a civilized world, for the most part, was really open to speculation. Our main source of information and peek into that world and that relationship between Dutch and the natives was from Nostos, and even then it's pretty cut and dry. All he says is that Dutch takes advantage of the natives that are already angry, upset, brooding over the position that they're in, and the submission towards the United States Army, towards the United States government, towards the law.
Van der Linde has attracted a following of young men on the reservation. They are turning to bad things.
So fine, we have a wanted outlaw that would rather be made a martyr before allowing himself to be captured alive. And he's hiding out in the mountains with the local natives that are all too willing to abandon their docile ways of life to continue to fight against a system that not only continues to take advantage of them and their people, but time and again go back on their word. Well, I think the background of having natives continuing to fight out in the woods and hills either alongside or for a wanted outlaw is very interesting. There really isn't much expanded on the natives in the first game. Their main purpose is really to explain where and how Dutch has such a vast number of men still willing to fight and die for him. I don't want to mislead and say that was his only source of manpower, because that's not the case. Through the gameplay, it looks like there's bandits and other outlaws, other misfits that are drafted among Dutch's ranks, but for the most part, the natives seem to be that untapped potential that he's dialed into. It's not until the second game that we get a better idea of the clever way Dutch could have attracted this following in the first. If we go back to the final chapter of the main story, Beaver Hollow, the chapter where not only is the wedge amongst the van der Linde gang members near its breaking point, many members are leaving, and those who have stuck around are either with Dutch and Micah, or really with Arthur and John, which, with Arthur and John, is more so the camp of self-preservation, if anything. During this chapter, Dutch is referred to as being more and more unhinged, quick to lose his temper, and even quicker to take a life. Dutch during this time has adopted a policy of anything is good as long as that means creating a bunch of smoke and noise. Smoke and noise meaning any type of distractions that can mislead any type of law enforcement, the Pinkertons, or the army off of the van der Linde gang's tail.
then Tahiti, the Fiji Islands, or this place, New Guinea, dancing girls, freedom. But first we have to make a whole lot of smoke, a whole lot of commotion.
It's while adopting this policy and scouting the possibility of robbing a train carrying supplies for the United States Army that the ultimate blessing was handed to him. This blessing was the burning hatred of Eagle Flies, son of Rainsfall, the chief of the Wapiti Indian tribe. The situation of the Wapitis, and consequently the relationship between Rainsfall and his son Eagle Flies, has been a very delicate one to say the least. The Wapitis have been moved multiple times already, and after it's been discovered there's oil underneath the current reservation that they're living on, there's rumors that they're getting prepared to be moved yet again. In order to expedite this process or to ensure that the Wapitis are moved, a commander in the United States Army named Colonel Favors has created a culture within the nearby Army division. A culture that promotes and possibly even rewards any type of actions taken against the Wapitis that would anger them and incite some sort of conflict between the natives and the United States Army. This in turn would not only make it easier for Favors to justify any wrongdoing he has committed intentionally against the natives, such as stealing their horses, removing their ability to feed themselves, shipping the young and women off of the reservation, destroying sacred sites to further anger the natives and incite violence, and possibly the worst offender of all, deliberately withholding medication from the Native Americans. Many of them are sick, many are dying, and the few that remain are split between peace and listening to their chief Rainsfall, while the other demand war. A war Rainsfall is well aware they won't be able to win. So while there is an ongoing split between father and son, the young that crave bloodshed versus the old that just want to keep their values and traditions alive, values and traditions that can only have any kind of hope of continuing on to further generations if war or direct conflict between the Wapitis and army could be avoided. Dutch finds in the middle of this entire situation a group of people that he can easily manipulate and take advantage of to his benefit. Arthur pretty much immediately identifies this and calls Dutch out on it, to which Dutch slyly responds by repeating the gang's old motto.
Why are you getting involved in this, Dutch? You know me. We shoot fellers as need shooting, we save fellers as need saving, feed them as need feeding. Not this again. It's been quite a while since we helped anyone but ourselves, and even you know that.
I do want to point out that from this first mission where Dutch decides to get involved with the Wapiti situation, pushing Eagle Flies into more and more bold action, Arthur pretty much instantly identifies what Dutch is up to, and even tries to level with him during the opening stages of A Rage Unleashed, and again during Favored Sons, where Dutch is right by Eagle Flies' side when they both confronted what they believed was going to be a small military patrol, with the intentions of humiliating them by covering them in tar and feathers, which they naively hoped would draw attention off the Vanderlyn gang and equally dishearten the army to continue its recent actions against the Wapitis.
What are y'all doing? An eye for an eye. We didn't start this, Arthur. They did. We? This ain't our fight. It surely is. Whatever it is you're planning, it ain't a good idea. They want you to fight.
Nobody will be killed.
We're just gonna trap a few of them in the valley, disarm them, tar and feather them, and remind them to leave these boys alone. You have energy for prank?
I mean, just saying that out loud, it sounds like a horrible idea. Colonel Favors and his recruits based out of Fort Wallace would only seem to be hardened in the resistance and lack of sympathy towards these natives, should this little prank be conducted on them. But Eagle Flies, being far too young and frankly too obsessed over his own anger and rage towards the army, trying to right the wrongs his people have been forced to suffer through by way of brute force, cannot see what Dutch is doing. Considering Dutch has spent some quality time with Eagle Flies and hearing how Dutch tried to casually get Arthur to agree and see how him getting involved with the Wapiti situation is him attempting to save these group of people that they need saving when he is clearly precipitating their doom, and he knows he's sending them off towards their doom. He's completely condemning these people, and he openly admits it himself just moments later to Arthur in the same mission.
Besides, it's perfect. People will see these boys. They won't notice us, and they'll think we're gone. Everyone will blame everything on the Indian problem, and we'll disappear up the river. But first, we need to trap them in this pass. Help me dynamite up these trees. So, you're using them? No, sir. No. Never. draw attention to one problem and avail over another.
These are good people, but their situation is real complex. We ain't helping them.
Sure we are. Come on, let's get this done.
If you go back and just rewatch those two specific clips, with Dutch justifying his actions with Arthur in front of Eagle Flies during a Rage Unleashed when they're going to retrieve the stolen horses back, Dutch aligns his actions similar to those of Eagle Flies. Here's a group of unfortunate people being beaten down by the United States Army, being taken advantage of by the system, being abused, disrespected, and made a mockery of. And in order to get Arthur aboard, hey, it makes sense to align those with the gang's values and overall vision is. And then, during the mission Favored Sons, where he levels a little bit more with Arthur, it's difficult to really tell whether if he was just trying to get Arthur to understand that, hey, I am kind of using them, and then gauging Arthur's response, because a few seconds later, he says, we are helping them. You know, he goes back and forth with these reasons as to why he's doing what he's doing, why he's getting involved, why he's so committed to helping, quote-unquote, Eagle Flies, the Wapitis, for empowering the younger generation of these Indians that are watching their elders and their old, pacified chief Rainsfall just be taken advantage of. Eagle Flies himself says that his father has confused wisdom with weakness, and that's a perspective alone that Dutch completely capitalized on. It makes you wonder exactly how far Dutch was willing to go to ensure his ends, his goals, his needs, and wants were realized regardless of who suffered, or how many times he got someone else from the Van der Linde gang to see what he was trying to get them to see, abandoning any reservations they may have had on a potential job or lead, as long as the group's motto was dangled in front of them. This is their creed, this is their philosophy. If you can help someone in accordance to that, then why not continue on with it? I don't want to turn this too much into speaking about the Van der Linde gang at large, or if Dutch was really always like this, and now we get the most brutal version of how he has always seen other people that weren't part of his own ranks or of his own vision, or whether if this is just what Dutch has become in his desperation and his gang being a former shell of what it used to be. But knowing this early on, damn near immediately from the start, that Dutch fully intended to use the natives as human shields of sorts is possibly one of the more brutal things he's done. And to add a little more fuel to the fire, Dutch was always speaking in a way that lit the fire in Eagle Flies' belly. He does admit to having some amount of responsibility in Eagle Flies' attack on the oil refinery, saying that it was his idea.
Why the hell would they attack the oil fields?
What do you mean? It's perfect.
This was your idea?
Hardly. The army, the government, the industrialists. They've taken everything from these people. Wouldn't you want to fight back?
You've handed them a death sentence.
By putting the government, the army, and the industrialists into a single target, that being the oil refinery here, it would give him the sufficient amount of smoke and noise he was really after, especially coming off the heels of blowing the bridge, rescuing Eagle Flies straight from Fort Wallace, even though I don't recall that actually being something Dutch wanted or signed off on. And then of course the attack during the Favored Sons, where there was full-on cannon fire involved and way more military personnel than either Dutch or Eagle Flies himself anticipated. But it just goes to show that during this entire time, in an effort to gain a little bit of money, to throw a little bit of dirt, or in Dutch's words, smoke and noise into the eyes of those that could possibly come after him, he was more than willing to sacrifice an entire group of people. After the attack on the oil refinery, the Wapiti Indians had no choice but to pack up and completely move to a different country. They relocated up to Canada. And while Dutch's overall situation or position in terms of gang and manpower and those serving with or for him are completely different from the first game to the second game, it gives a little bit more of insight of how he's more than willing and more than capable of aligning his personal interests with those of someone else that he can benefit off of. So while not really seeing that dynamic directly in the first game, or the relationship between the Native Americans or the outlaws that are just misfits in the first game and how Dutch basically rounded them all up, it's not too difficult to understand how Dutch was able to do that, to make them be able to see from his point of view, from his perspective, and possibly even see it as a mutually beneficial arrangement. But let me know what you think. What's your take on Dutch's manipulation of the Native Americans? I didn't want to speak specifically about the Wapitis. I think the Wapiti situation as a whole is very complex, especially since if you go back and rewatch all those clips, Arthur is a giant thorn in Dutch's side when it comes to whatever Dutch is trying to accomplish. His plan essentially is just to burn the Wapiti Indians and to move on. And Arthur, alongside Charles, is trying to do the complete opposite. They're constantly going over to Rains Fall and trying to see in what way they can help him and help try to calm down his son to avoid a catastrophe. Really, the overall Wapiti situation is very interesting because I think we see the most character development when it comes to Charles, and then we see more of the dynamic between Dutch and of course the Native Americans, but also Dutch and Arthur. And that last mission of My Last Boy, where they all descend on the refinery, you see that moment where Charles and Sadie decide to really stay by Arthur's side. Even John runs down with Dutch, and that's not really anything particularly towards John. I think it's just more of a testament of where Sadie and Charles's loyalty, or more than anything, Sadie's loyalty lies.
My firstborn, your brother, had his head smashed by a drunken soldier. My wife had her throat slit.
There's not a single character that has endured as much pain and suffering, or is put in as difficult of a position as Rains Fall. As we see in the opening cutscene that I just showed you, Rains Fall is no stranger to tragedy. As a highly respected leader within the ranks of the Wapiti tribe, Rains Fall fought beside his fellow warriors against the United States Army, a force that was stripping them of their land, their resources, and their dignity, pushing them to make the final decision to stand up for themselves, draw a line in the sand, and say enough is enough. When the thin veil of kindness was lifted, allowing the freedom of unrelenting hate to flood through under the disguise of all-out warfare, Rains Fall became fully exposed to the sheer amount of hate, aggression, and unrelenting power of the United States Army. The war that he chose to fight in touched every corner of his personal life. Friends and loved ones were killed. His wife and son were slaughtered like animals right before his very eyes. A message his enemy delivered to them in blood. A message that simply said, "Continue to be savages and you will all die savagely." Ironic as the savagery was being delivered by the force claiming to be the harbingers of civilization. A new way of living, the better and only way. After the war concluded, a treaty was signed. Unfortunately, this treaty didn't entirely end hostilities between both sides, which would then bleed over and start to ramp up again during the story of Red Dead Redemption 2. These hostilities, or rather, the aggression exhibited by the United States Army and the government behind it, would be a major point of conflict between Rains Fall and his son Eagle Flies. Which brings me to a question I want to present to you. Do you think there was really any hope of the Wapitis actually living in peace? Would they ever have been left alone? Was it really possible for them to be allowed to thrive and grow alongside an increasingly settled land by Americans? As the story of Red Dead Redemption 2 goes, the treaty that they signed, unfortunately, was only continuing to be spat on more and more by the day. And instead of rallying to the war cry, honoring that treaty, the dignity of his people, and just outright possibly saving more lives from the get-go, Rains Fall did anything he could to avoid repeating the past endeavor of answering disrespect with blood. Rains Fall chose the route of peace. Instead of delivering his people to the slaughter of the cannon fire, he attempted to secure his people's future by way of going through the slow, boring, bureaucratic system of the United States government, pleading with senators, speaking to the politicians of Saint Denis, enlisting the help of Evelyn Miller, hoping to capitalize on the author's fame, maybe allowing him some sort of sympathy or favor from other white men, possibly just granting the smallest amount of attention to their plight, and in the hopelessness of it all, enlist the help of Arthur Morgan.
It ain't my business, brother.
No, I know, but it is mine. Do it for me?
Charles, I've
saved your life. Do it for me.
Sure, come on.
Rains Fall pulled every resource he could to ensure the main goal of their people surviving was achieved. A goal that was only feasible by submitting and trying everything he could to show anyone willing to stop and see that these people are not the cold-blooded savages they're painted as. They're going through the due process of legally securing their land. They continue to get moved and disrespected, pushed, and alienated, but he refuses to raise any arms because he knows that armed resistance would only mean one thing: the excuse for the army and Colonel Favors to be granted what they all want, the complete annihilation of their people. I think when it comes down to Rains Fall and Eagle Flies steals the show. He's passionate. It's easy to be whipped up into anything and everything he says because he becomes instantly animated. A breath of life is filling his lungs as he becomes angry. He not only wants his tribe to be safe, but he wants the security of the tribe to be acquired by way of a new era of warriors. An era that frankly won't ever happen. From the gameplay in every main mission involving Rains Fall, we can see the alarming state the tribe is in. People are sick, they are weak, and there isn't very many of them. The days of them being a force to be reckoned with, a massive, strong tribe filled with an entire band of warriors ready to protect their borders, defend the women and children, and the children having generational leadership, being trained into the next band of warriors or hunters. That's all gone. There may have been a time when a few thousand or a few hundred of warriors can leave and face an enemy on the battlefield, and upon their departure, the tribe wouldn't be entirely defenseless. Maybe a few waves of warriors could have even been deployed, with a reserve force left behind to defend the tribe should an enemy try to attack while most of them are gone. But now, a band of warriors would mean the tribe is completely and utterly defenseless, and possibly meant every single able-bodied person being in the field fighting. And for what? I'm going to play the first time Arthur meets Rains Fall in his TP on the Wapiti reservation because it immediately tells us the mentality Rains Fall has. It makes sense in his own thinking why he fights for his people the way that he does now. A way that wouldn't involve picking up a rifle or a bow. And it's not as simple as witnessing death firsthand. Rather, it's a complete switch up in the warrior mentality.
Yes. Sometimes the correct path, the bravest path, is the least obvious, and also the gentlest. I'm a great disappointment to my son.
Your son seems to want a war.
My son thinks there is glory in death. Maybe he's right, but for me, I saw death being handed out so freely by the most foolish of men, I never could equate it with victory. Glory has come in service. Maybe. Maybe not, I don't know.
If you combine this with his later plea at the start of My Last Boy, right before Eagle Flies leads his small contingent of warriors to the oil fields, Rains Fall says don't mistake his strength for weakness. This whole time, Eagle Flies has been painting his father as someone who would rather live in ignorance, who falsely believes he could save his people through diplomacy. But right here, the first time Arthur's visiting the reservation, which is rather barren and desolate, straight from his mouth it's the complete opposite. He knows the danger his people are in, the fragile state of the tribe, and the threat they all face, both unified and divided. His son, without realizing it, is part of a real danger the whole tribe is faced with, not just of getting himself killed, but placing the entire tribe at jeopardy. Any little thing Eagle Flies or any other native does, Colonel Favors and his men retaliates 10 times more. Rains Fall even says, after the army stole their horses and Eagle Flies, with the help of Dutch, Arthur, and Charles, stole them back, the next day, Colonel Favors' men already assaulted 2 women on the reservation.
I suppose I lack the grandeur of a conventional king.
I don't know too many kings.
Colonel Favors, he has already exacted some measure of revenge for the raid. 2 women were assaulted by his men.
This puts into even greater perspective just how tight of a line he is forced to walk. He can't get too bold because he has women, children, and the elderly to look after. He cannot and will not stand for any act of violence because, unlike Eagle Flies, Rains Fall's understanding of the repercussions and the state that the people he's looking after is so much more deeper. And it's not even as if just the perpetrators, the ones carrying out these acts of violence or revenge or retaliation, is dealt with. The horses was Eagle Flies and outsiders. Yet 2 women that had nothing to do with this had to pay for someone else's decision and subsequent actions. Rains Fall isn't looking out just for Eagle Flies who did this, but he's looking out for everyone. One person's actions is the tribe's punishment to bear. They're already weak, they're already sick, they're already fractured, and Eagle Flies' adding to that division by not agreeing or understanding the whole situation that his father's placed in. And so he gets angry, he mistakes this, and his son believes the older generation has failed them and it's time for the new generation to take over. A mentality that Dutch played into at a time when Dutch was actively looking for distractions and scapegoats to throw the law off of his own tail. He helped lead Eagle Flies into the war he wanted so badly, a war that unfortunately was Rains Fall's worst fear and horror to accept and recover from. During the entire time we see Rains Fall, he does nothing but talk about his son, his people, and eventually Dutch, the person in his son's ear, pushing them to become more and more volatile, more and more hostile, egging him on to continue to prod the bear that would turn around and maul anyone and everything in its path. Rains Fall tried to reason with everyone. He walked the tightest line, tried his hardest to keep his son's anger in check, to reason with him and make sure his people's needs were met. He called upon every single resource, every single person that would listen to him. And in the end, the two things he valued most and tried his hardest to keep safe were ripped away from him, just as they were before. In the end, he lost his final youngest son to the same enemy he had lost his firstborn and his wife to many years before. And this time, there was no hope at any kind of reconciliation. There would be no peace treaty, and even if there was, given that small glimmer of hope, he's been shown time and again treaties are not to be respected or upheld. His people's perilous situation is for him to care for alone, a situation that resulted in them having to pack up and flee to Canada. In the end, neither what Eagle Flies or Rains Fall wanted came true. The complete opposite happened. He had to bury one more son, abandon the land his people and ancestors known, and possibly the saddest part of it all. Think about if his son was right all along. Maybe they were dying a slow and painful death that Rains Fall was ultimately responsible for. Maybe their fate was always written in the stars and Rains Fall naively dragged their death out by believing they could live in peace with savages. Death is by no means rare or uncommon throughout our time with Red Dead Redemption 2's story, from main characters or core members of the Van der Linde gang, other members of various gangs or warriors within the Wapiti Native American tribe. It's something that surrounds us. It's an inherent part of that time in history, as well as an outcome that simply is unavoidable due to Arthur and the Van der Linde gang's own activities. Or is it? Well, some deaths within the story are inevitable, such as the death of Thomas Downs, a man who was terminally ill with tuberculosis. To people that, whether it was right or wrong, they pushed the gang to its limits, and as such the price to pay was their life. This was the case of, well, the entire Braithwaite and Gray family lineage to even Agent Milton himself. If things were handled differently or less a sense to teach a lesson, to get even, and to pay the gang back, these two families and even Milton himself may have continued to live a long and maybe relatively uneventful life in peace. Some events and elements within the game would need to be rewritten or changed in some kind of noticeable or dramatic way for the outcomes of these three to be different. However, there are two deaths within the story that have always been a major question of, did they really have to die? Could the gang have actually escaped this life and live in relative obscurity had it not been for one simple fact? Dutch's need to feel superior. His need that continued to grow in size to teach a lesson that he would not be made a fool of. And anyone who dares to show otherwise will be taunted and dragged through the mud. He will show them the hell that there is to pay for making a fool of this Robin Hood type of messiah. Those two deaths are Angelo Bronte and Leviticus Cornwall. There are two major obstacles that the Van der Linde gang has to deal with for very different reasons that may stem from the same origin, that being the gang getting involved with the business ventures of these two powerful men. The nuances from person to person may be different, but the circumstances and grand question is the same. Did the gang really have no choice in killing one, if not both of these men? To really give this a fair shake, let's dive into how the gang and these men came to cross paths. If there was ever an out or better way, or if the outcome that we ultimately have in the end was really all they could do. Let's begin this with the easier of the two, Angelo Bronte.
You had nothing to do with destroying the liquor business! We was innocent bystanders. And that which we weren't innocent of, well, we most surely were ignorant of.
Bronte was a little different in the sense of him losing money on account of his business ties to the illegal moonshine operation in the swamps out in the state of Lemoyne, so he was more of an indirect casualty. This was due to Dutch and the gang's plan to ingratiate themselves with the local populace of Rhodes, that being the Gray family in this particular case. The gang lent a hand in completely decimating their rivals, the Braithwaite's moonshining operation, indirectly affecting Angelo Bronte's bottom line. This results in him later accepting to kidnap Jack Marston as a form of compensation for what the Vanderlyn gang had costed him by destroying his moonshine ventures. Upon coming to Jack's rescue, it appeared blood was about to be shed and lives were going to come at the cost of an unfortunate misunderstanding. A misunderstanding that appeared to be forgiven, with Jack safe returning to the gang's custody so long as some local grave robbers were dealt with on Bronte's behalf.
So, can my friend have his son?
Of course, of course. But, should I be out of pocket over a misunderstanding? Of course I know you would not want that, huh?
No.
No. So, how about this? You perform a simple job for me, and you get your son back.
So began an uneasy, let's call it truce, as Bronte never clearly considered Dutch or his gang of any major use or, I should really say, a threat. As a matter of fact, it was more so the complete opposite, offending Dutch any chance he got both in English and Italian. Perhaps never even properly forgiving Dutch for his hand in the moonshine business tanking, or maybe making it harder as he no longer could go through the Braithwaites. I personally think due to Bronte's own sense of superiority and arrogance that wasn't completely unwarranted, since he had the entire city of Saint-Denis in his pocket, from the highest city officials down to the police chief. I believe Bronte saw the Vanderlyn gang as just another organization he could use to his benefit. Another disposable group that was only allowed to walk into the city of Saint-Denis because of Bronte's mercy and possible use out of them. When he realized during the party at the mayor's mansion that the gang wasn't that easy to control though, that's when he decided it was in his best interest to just get rid of them, possibly even make an example out of them.
That is Hector Fellows, this self-righteous newspaper man. Maybe you will kill him for me one day.
Well, we're not paid killers as such, not in cold blood anyway.
I did not know you were so particular that you wouldn't help a friend.
Oh, I'm willing to help in any way I can, within reason.
I'm going to pretend to understand what that means.
I meant no offense, sir.
None taken. None taken!
So came to fruition the proposition of looking into the trolley station for some cash should Dutch need it, knowing it was a location where little cash could be seized and a swift police response could be counted on, removing any need to have a constant large police force around a target that could have been more financially damaging to any more ventures Bronte could have had his hand in and around the city of Saint-Denis. As most of us know, Dutch eventually realized the trap Bronte tricked him into, leading to a major factor in Bronte's death, which was Dutch could not stand being taken for a fool, and so has a personal vendetta against Bronte. This is something Hosea calls out Dutch for when he initially proposed killing Bronte, masking it not as a form of revenge, but as a necessary act. He knows the type of man Angelo Bronte is, and if the gang wanted to hit the Bank of Saint-Denis to secure the funds they need in order to just disappear, Bronte has to go first.
But deal with business the right way.
We don't need to take revenge. We hardly know the guy.
This ain't about revenge, Hosea. Angelo Bronte don't mean shit to me. This is about the fact we are planning to rob a bank in his town. A bank that he no doubt protects. A town where his men are gunning for us.
Now, technically speaking, the gang could have just disappeared and completely removed itself out of the city of Saint-Denis, but they chose not to. And with Hosea being an active part in the planning of the bank robbery of Saint-Denis, I would say that's justification insane that, to some degree, Dutch is not the only one to blame here. If the topic or the conversation went in the direction of just dropping everything and disappearing, or leaving the area, or completely abandoning everything in Saint-Denis, that would be a different story. But I personally don't recall any moment where Arthur, Hosea, or anybody else said, hey, let's just leave. And that's an important factor, because if it wasn't for the continued planning or objective of hitting the Saint-Denis Bank, then Angelo Bronte would have just disappeared into obscurity. It would have just been ideal for them to just stay out of the city altogether. That is Bronte's domain. So long as they stay away from the city, then it may be a safe bet to say he could have been left alone. Yes, he's arrogant and a powerful man, but considering the low regard he had for Dutch and their personal interactions, and he would technically have the last laugh after the failed trolley station job, there would be no need for Bronte or Dutch to go after one another. Unless Dutch or any other gang member for that matter decided to continue to interrupt Bronte's dealings, I don't see Bronte going out of his way to pursue the Vanderlyn gang. But as the option to just leave the Saint-Denis bank robbery alone or Saint-Denis altogether was never an option, did Bronte's death still have to happen in order for the bank to be hit? The sad thing is, in the grand scheme of things, I don't think Bronte's death really made that much of a difference, at least on the surface. We don't know the exact details of how Bronte's death really played out within the politics and the overall dealings of Saint-Denis. The Vanderlyn gang straight up storming his mansion by no means was a small or quiet affair, but who's to say whether if that really put the entire city on high alert? We have a high profile brazen assault on one of the city's wealthiest citizens. Whether if it was known by every single person or just by a select few behind closed doors, and that he had the city officials and the police chief in his pocket or not, is hard to say. And on the same side of that coin, the reason why it's so important to at least take into consideration is because it leads to either the city taking a collective sigh of relief now that Bronte is removed, or there's heightened security within the city with some city officials, possibly even the police chief, now having a personal vendetta with their pockets being lighter. Bronte's death, or at least overall disappearance, may well have played a part in the Pinkertons and Agent Milton arriving in Saint-Denis as well, with Milton possibly having some type of suspicion that was only confirmed with the mayhem and destruction that was left at Bronte's mansion. It wouldn't be too difficult to spot someone like Dutch, who, not too long ago, launched a very brazen assault on the trolley station. Milton is also not exactly unfamiliar with the gang and how they operate. There's no proof on how the Pinkertons came to know the Vanderlyn gang had their sights on the Saint-Denis bank, or that Hosea and Abigail was meant to be the distraction for the main target. Bronte's disappearance may have pointed them in the right direction, only with the knowledge he's accumulated over however long he's been pursuing them, to put the pieces together and just wait for the gang to fall into his hands, which they inevitably did. I'd also be failing a crucial part of this argument if I didn't mention one other major thing: Dutch's feelings towards Bronte. From the rather personal drowning to the curiously and suspiciously logical argument that Bronte had to go in order for the gang's future to be secured, Dutch hating Bronte and feeling a certain way arguably was up to speculation until we dive into Arthur's journal, where Arthur details Dutch's own sensitivity to Bronte in wake of the trolley station job. Bronte's name alone was enough to set Dutch over the edge. He became so passionate with rage that Arthur writes that even Micah was wary of mentioning Bronte to him. It could be a collective error that befell the entire gang by just not packing up and leaving, but it really was Dutch that allowed his emotions to make two vital errors that arguably was not only unnecessary but caused the death of his longtime best friend Hosea, the young life of Lenny, and the freedom of John Marston. The first one was snuffing out the life of Angelo Bronte. The second one was continuing on with the bank robbery of Saint-Denis. No matter what, it probably would have been a very bad idea to steal at the bank job, whether if Bronte was or wasn't alive, but they probably could have ran the gambit and left Bronte be for them to just focus on the Saint-Denis bank robbery. Or they could have ran a distraction that would have feigned an attack on Angelo Bronte's mansion, making it appear that there was going to be some sort of revenge, which then would have caused law enforcement and Bronte's own men to be tied up at that mansion. And with the assault and his disappearance not going days before the Saint-Denis bank robbery, that may have played everything out differently. The Pinkertons and the amount of men and firepower they arrived in Saint-Denis with may not have been a factor, but ultimately, Bronte didn't have to die. The Saint-Denis bank didn't have to be hit, and if Dutch listened, just bit his tongue and moved on, Hosea may well have lived a little longer. But what do you think? Do you think Bronte had to go? Do you think there was any alternative to the Saint-Denis bank, or everyone just kind of had their sights set on it and it was set in stone? Let me know what you think.
My name is Leviticus Cornwall. I am not a man to be messed with by the likes of you. Get out here before I have these men killed.
What do you think?
Get out here,
Well,
you depraved piece of trash.
You start spinning a yarn. When I think the moment's right, I'll make a
I
move.
got where I am by letting
Why
scum
not?
like you rob from me. Vanderlyn, you're done. deal with this nonsense.
Leviticus Cornwall, I'd actually argue, had to go either way. The debatable part, I think, comes with how he was dealt with. I don't think Dutch handled it intelligently, and it was yet another rash decision on the whim. But to put it plainly, Cornwall wasn't isolated to a region such as Bronte was. In the greater state of Lemoyne or up in the forest of Roanoke Ridge, Bronte was nothing, just a thought. His influence was isolated for the most part to the big city, and maybe the area outside of it. By contrast, by skipping town and avoiding certain areas, the gang were practically okay, and both the Vanderlyn gang and Bronte could technically coexist. Cornwall, on the other hand, had a level of power and influence that was backed up by a level of ruthlessness and possibly even arrogance and a feeling of invincibility that all knew no bounds. And the reason why I believe he was incredibly arrogant and invincible, money and status aside, just look at his first appearance on screen. Cornwall directly calls Dutch out by name, calls him trash, and basically threatens him, telling him to come out and die like a man. I mean, that's what I picked up on account of all the armed men. Given the reputation of Dutch Vanderlyn, a silver-tongued outlaw that's probably to blame for countless of deaths, to just appear right there on the spot is pretty bold. Cornwall's also directly funding the Pinkertons with a keen interest on the apprehension of Dutch, an interest that never fades. We only really see Cornwall on screen twice. During this mission right here, where he technically confronts Dutch, and then the final time we see him during the mission paying a social call where he's concluding a meeting with Agent Milton himself on a private boat in the town of Annesburg, a town that is in Cornwall's pocket. He owns the entire coal mine, and this small town is all centered around working for and around that coal mine, so naturally, by extension, Cornwall basically owns this entire town as well. It's kind of like a final reminder for us of how much influence and how powerful this guy really is. Not to mention, we do know, thanks to the chapter of Guarmo, that he's even established business connections as far as that tropical island. So who really knows, globally speaking, the reach that he has? We know he has a hand in at least two rail companies, the Cornwall City Railway Company and the Southern and Eastern Railway. He's in charge of the Cornwall Company Freight Yard, the Cornwall Kerosene and Tar, and has a hand in the Jameson Mining and Coal Company, which is another piece that Beaver Hollow kind of shows us. Whether if he was out in Annesburg strictly to look for Dutch, which I don't really think so. I think Cornwall is the typical business mogul. He goes from wherever the next lucrative business venture is going to be, he's going to be there in person. And he was pushing to remove the Wapiti Native Americans from their land because there was supposedly some rich oil underneath them. I think it's because of that specific reason that he was in this general area, and due to his many business ventures, it's just a reminder. He's going to be constantly on the move, and if he's aware that Dutch is going to be in the area, he's going to be reminded of all the times Dutch and the Vanderlyn gang decided it was a wise choice to rob from him. And this is where it becomes that it'd be different if Cornwall was, say, the lackey or the right-hand man of the business mogul. Then you could just deal with the lackey, and then that might be enough of a scare to push the mogul or the major businessman off to the side. There would be no personal vendetta. Even if there was, it would probably be too terrified to deal with it. You know, it's a distant problem. I can recover this small amount of losses. Or at least in the grand scheme of things, it's rather small. A relatively insignificant amount. But this also doesn't handle the Pinkertons and Cornwall's ties to them. If Cornwall was killed and Milton wasn't, I think that would just reinforce Milton's resolve and dedication to find Dutch. It would be a legendary blemish on his career if one of the agency's financiers was killed under his watch. Specifically by the man he's been sent to deal with this entire time. So if Cornwall was to be killed, by extension, Milton had to as well. If Cornwall was spared and the gang just tried their best to disappear, let's say to the island of Tahiti, for example, if it's an island with little tourism or business opportunities, or wherever they end up, there was no possibility for Cornwall or any type of business to end up in that general area that they're hiding out in, then that would make the circumstances of them getting away no problem and would be a real possibility. However, Dutch's own affinity for killing and just enjoying the life of an outlaw, something he clearly loved towards the end of the game, I don't think disappearing and dying at an old age was ever on the table. At least after the death of Hosea, that all became a fantasy, a dream to keep dragging the rest of the Vanderlyn gang along into whatever scheme and plot he had around the corner. I'd also be a little ignorant if I left out how Dutch blames Cornwall for everything that has happened to the gang.
So, what are we gonna say to him that needs to be said?
He has been hunting us since Valentine. He is the reason that Hosea got killed. His sugar business is destroying the people of Guarma. This town, Arthur, it's his town. He bought it just to destroy these folks. His sugar, his oil, his law.
These are wrongs you can't right, Dutch. We're wanted men.
So why did you go for John against my wishes?
I didn't want him hanged.
Neither did I.
We're gonna cut a deal, Arthur.
What are you talking about?
We want out, and Cornwall wants us to stop robbing him, and we all know his money is what's keeping the Pinkertons on our tail. He's America, Arthur, and I want out. And he won't let us go.
This ain't making a lot of sense, Dutch.
It will, son. It will. A deal, some noise, and then we're gone.
He directly says he has it out for them. He's the reason behind Hosea's death and won't let them go. The whole deal proposition, I think, was a bluff. There's some elements to what Dutch says that's true. I basically just said the same thing. But at the same time, his argument of why he needs to go and goes on to describe all the ways his business and ways of doing things is destroying other people. To me, it's just an echo and a shallower argument of what he repeated to Hosea before in terms of why Bronte needed to be dealt with. Only instead of a bank to hit in order for the gang to buy their freedom, now it's a shoddy deal that Dutch had to have known was going to be rejected in order to buy their freedom.
Sir. Perhaps there is a plague on your house already, Mr. Cornwall. What do you want, sir? I'm not quite sure just yet. Your impudence will be your undoing, sir. I'm undone already. Even my best friend here, he thinks I'm crazy. And like this poor fellow you are talking to, my feelings are hurt. You robbed me, sir. And you robbed him. Funny world. You show a criminal's grasp of sophistry, sir. I did no such thing. You kill. I kill. You rob. I rob. Only difference I can see is I choose whom I kill and rob, and you destroy everything in your path. I've heard just about enough. I'll tell you what. You give me this ship, $10,000, and safe passage out of here, I'll let you live. I'll do no such thing. You sure? Good. I prefer it this way. You lost your man! Noise, Arthur! Noise!
I don't think anyone would argue that the whole deal was just a fragile attempt to justify shooting Cornwall. I think that was Dutch's intention all along. I think he's blamed Cornwall for everything, and similar to his feelings towards Bronte, I think that just stayed within him and continued to grow and become more and more passionate over time. And when Cornwall rejected his offer, he was way too, let's just say, eager to carry out what was probably his original plan. Let me know what you think. Do you think Cornwall had to have died? Do you think there was another way? Do you think I'm missing something, I'm totally wrong, or I'm onto something and there's a part or two that you disagree with? Let me know what you think down in the comment section below. I'd love to hear your thoughts and opinion on this.
Chi sono sti buffoni?
Angelo Bronte, local crime boss in the city of Saint Denis. While considered a major antagonist, you don't run into Angelo Bronte until the beginning of Chapter 4. Dutch, Arthur, and John are brought directly to his doorstep with one burning question in mind.
I said, why did you take his son? We ain't got no problems with you, sir. Nor you with us. But if you want to start one, there's gonna be a lot of folks dead in this room before it's done.
A very tense, rude, and frankly curious situation. One that requires to go a little ways back to understand the full context here. You see, the Vanderlyn gang have been on the run for months now, utilizing various methods to stay ahead of the law enforcing Pinkerton Detective Agency. Train and bank robberies, supplemented by Strauss's money-lending schemes, provided the foundation of the gang's somewhat consistent income, if there was any they could consider. It's not until they discover the Pinkertons are hot on their trail, and of course, in the aftermath of Dutch, Arthur, and John baptizing the small town of Valentine in bullets, which was a direct result of an unexpected visit by Leviticus Cornwall, that the gang decided to up and move. Pressured by the law, hunted by a man who has the resources and vendetta to make the lives of all the gang members hell, the Van der Linde gang found it wisest to move deeper into the south. Territory less tamed and harder to be tracked down in. Whether it was purely coincidental or with Dutch giving way to his own bias against Southerners to some degree, the Van der Linde gang found themselves at the center of a dispute between two families that long predates the gang's arrival. While we can talk about the Grays and Braithwaite's hatred at length, for this video's purpose, the main takeaway is this. Once the gang moved into the area, they quickly positioned themselves where to both families they looked to be working in their interest, coming to one's aid at the detriment of the other, and vice versa. One of the families, the Grays, were officially recognized as a local law here. The area is plagued by a group known as the Lemoyne Raiders, a group made of a bunch of disgruntled Southern Civil War veterans who refused to lay down their arms and return to civilian ways of life. The Grays, hoping to disrupt the group's sustainability, set out to destroy an illegal moonshining operation they're running out in the swamps, an operation that has ties to both the Braithwaites and none other than Angelo Bronte. While on the surface, while doing this, the Van der Linde gang put themselves in the good graces of the Grays. By dealing some type of blow to the Braithwaites, they indirectly put themselves on Angelo Bronte's radar, as this single event was Angelo Bronte's first exposure, albeit indirectly, to the Van der Linde gang. While it was eventually the Braithwaites that kidnapped Jack, Bronte could very well have accepted him, not just to scare the gang into submission by flaunting his connections with the intention of undermining the gang's sense of invulnerability, a notion Dutch at the very least must have had, given his displays of anger and wrath at Mrs. Braithwaite and even Bronte himself. But Bronte could have easily used Jack as bait. It's highly unlikely Bronte has many, if any, willing to challenge him within or outside the city of Saint-Denis, and that's a concept supported by his clear signs of arrogance and ill manners. It's evident he's a man of wealth and power. It may have just been amusing to him to take some type of look upon the dim-witted savages who are foolish and brave enough to interrupt his operations. It's almost as if Bronte thinks of Dutch and the gang as lowly as Dutch thought of the Braithwaites and Grays. It's an interesting concept to look at, but whatever the real reason for Jack's kidnapping, one question remains here. What would have happened if Bronte called Dutch out on his bluff here?
Why do you take his son?
Excuse me. I said, why did you take his son? We ain't got no problems with you, sir. Nor you with us. But if you want to start one, there's gonna be a lot of folks dead in this room before it's done.
Would there actually have been a shootout right there in Bronte's living room in the heart of Saint-Denis, a city that, as we see through the natural events of the game, are in Bronte's service to some degree? Assuming anybody would survive at all, who would it be? If you go back and look at every mission with Bronte in it, Bronte has no bare minimum of respect for the mayor of Saint-Denis, the Native Americans, other local politicians, and least of all, Dutch and the Van der Linde gang members. Bronte never passes up any kind of opportunity to insult the gang in his native tongue.
The angry cowboys, you arrived, and you've washed per la prima volta questo mese, senza dubbio.
This is quite a party you've invited us to.
While that could be a sign of weakness or even fear, I think it's safe to say, given Bronte's own belief of everyone else, it's not fear, but rather a feeling of superiority, especially the Van der Linde members. It's quite clear that's how he feels, even after a second conversation with Dutch. He mocks, for the second time, Dutch's poor hygiene habits, a backwards way of life involving just ignorantly, quote-unquote, killing people and screwing cows in the countryside.
It'll make you long for the days when you could shoot each other and screw cows out on the open range.
Those sure were the days.
Followed by Bronte insulting the gang's intelligence even further by falsely informing them of supposed large cash stacks at the trolley station, intentionally setting the gang up for a trap. I think this whole interaction is actually very interesting as it is because, well, yes, Bronte considers the gang backward savages, and he does undoubtedly insult them time and again, there's still a level of him seeing some type of usefulness. The first time he met with Arthur, Dutch, and John, he asked for a simple request. Basically, to kill a bunch of grave robbers. The initial exchange was so that way they can get Jack back. However, it could have been a small test to see how compliant they were with doing his bidding. With this follow-up interaction, testing the waters to see whether if he can still utilize the gang's efficiency at getting jobs done.
That is Hector Fellows, this self-righteous newspaper man. Maybe you will kill him for me one day.
Well, we're not paid killers as such, not in cold blood anyway.
I did not know you were so particular that you wouldn't help a friend.
Oh, I'm willing to help in any way I can, within reason.
I'm going to pretend to understand what that means.
Taking Dutch's response as a type of insult, this quick exchange could have been what caused Bronte to spring the trolley trap, believing it easier to get rid of them now rather than later. After all, they have gotten involved in his operations before, and when confronted, Dutch twisted words and played victim. Who's to say that it won't happen again? Bronte has no real tangible leverage over the gang to keep them under his control. So, while definitely arrogant, I think it's safe to say Bronte is quite practical, giving us a little bit more insight to his actual character. With that in mind, let's go back to Bronte's living room, where the air is heavy and the tension is thick. Dutch here is not yet too far gone as he is towards the end of the game. He may threaten Bronte and his goons with a shootout, but I don't believe he ever intended to go guns blazing into a city that not only may be deep in Bronte's pockets, but is completely foreign to him and the rest of the Van der Linde members. Fresh off of lighting the Braithwaite Manor on fire, realizing how close the Pinkertons are, and then given Arthur was robbed by a bunch of kids as soon as he stepped foot into the city, nothing was in Dutch's favor here. The gang is already in an incredibly vulnerable enough position as it is. They just settled down in the old abandoned mansion of Shady Belle, forced to leave out of the mess they caused back in Rhodes, between the Braithwaites and Greys, on top of Jack being missing, compounded by an unexpected visit by the Pinkertons yet again. While Dutch claims the gang needs each other now more than ever on several occasions, I believe this exact moment is probably the most profound out of all of them. As much fun as it would be to run completely wild with all the theories and speculations of what could and couldn't have happened, there is some type of guidelines that we do have to follow here. Out of the three that came to Bronte's house, the only one really allowed to die during a shootout here would be Arthur. That being because Dutch and both John are alive and more or less well during the events of Red Dead Redemption, a game that takes place after the events of Red Dead Redemption 2. Now personally, I think it'd be way too premature for Rockstar to kill off Arthur here in this shootout, so I think it's safe to say that none of the three would die. But there are some outcomes that we can consider here, one of which would be if Rockstar choose to keep the way the relationships deteriorate, but not through the same events that are already existing in the game. And what I mean by this is we see through the natural progression of the game, Dutch actually starts to slowly alienate John more and more. It was claimed Dutch let John get captured during the bank robbery of Saint Denis, an accusation that was further supported by his obvious lack of enthusiasm to rescue him from Sisika Penitentiary.
John! What are you doing here?
Good to see you too, partner.
I meant I hadn't sent for you yet.
And then him at least appearing to intentionally leave John to die at the very end of the game during the Our Best Selves mission. Considering ending the game here from Arthur's perspective would be pretty premature, as I was saying, and Dutch and John both live in the original game, I don't think any of them would be allowed to die here. And while technically through the natural progression of the game's events, if you really put Dutch and John's relationship under a microscope, there are some instances that if there was a shootout here in Bronte's living room, those other small moments of disrespect in Dutch's eyes would have never happened. But I do believe if a shootout here in Bronte's living room went down, this would have been the first step in a deteriorating relationship, at the very least between Dutch and John. If not immediately injured here in this confined room, I still think Rockstar would have made John the one that got injured, or separated from Arthur and Dutch on their way, trying to escape back to the rest of the Van der Linde gang. I believe Dutch and Arthur undoubtedly would have returned, with John falling behind, with no clear indication on whether if he was captured or killed. The only understanding is they quote-unquote lost John, who would then understandably make Abigail distraught. I would believe Abigail and Arthur would take that the hardest. I think in this case with Jack and now John lost to the criminal mogul Bronte, the gang would cut their losses and just move yet again. They're too close to the city they just shot up on their first day arriving in, but also they attempted to kill the man who technically runs the city, a man who they aren't entirely sure survived or not. I think unless Rockstar was to show Bronte actually get killed on screen, I think they would have left it open to interpretation for the rest of the gang, because by doing so it provides an interesting dilemma. They don't know if John survived, and they don't know if Bronte survived, with Bronte being a man who clearly exhibits a willingness to hold a grudge against anyone who even looks in his direction without his permission, least of all three smelly savages that disgraced his home with their foul smell and dirtied the floor with the blood of his own men. Whether Bronte survives or not, I believe in the event of the shootout here, the gang really has to decide whether if it's worth taking that risk in sending what they would consider to be quote-unquote their best men to try and rescue John, who again they don't even know was killed or not, while leaving the already vulnerable gang in a worse position should there be a follow-up attack from the Lemoyne Raiders or even from the Pinkertons themselves. Which is why I say ultimately I think the gang would have said fuck it, cut their losses, and just moved on, which would have caused a bigger rift between Abigail and Dutch, or Abigail and the rest of the gang's leadership. If they were to go this route, there's a chance that Gorma would have never happened, which ultimately would have saved Arthur from having his health decline as rapidly as he did, which ultimately would have kept him as someone who held a stronger position within the gang. As we noticed, as he got sick, people started to question his ability and really undermine his position, ultimately mocking his health. I don't think even if he didn't have his health decline as rapidly, I still think he would have definitely saved John, because in the natural course of the events of the game, even though he just found out that he was sick and how badly sick he was, him and Sadie were already planning a rescue mission of some type for John. I also think by them completely removing Gorma, how close Dutch and ultimately Micah got. Like I said in a previous video, there is no on-screen representation of how close Micah and Dutch got during the chapter of Gorma. However, Gorma is the tipping point seemingly for Dutch, where once he comes back, he's much more unhinged, he's a lot more reckless, and his mentality gravitates more towards what Micah is usually catering to, what Micah likes to normally do. It actually even brings up the question of whether, if Rockstar went this route where yes, there was a falling out with Abigail, Jack, and John due to Dutch's seemingly much more logical reasoning here, and then coupled with the fact that Hosea in this scenario is still alive, being Dutch's own voice of reason, I doubt the gang would have descended into as much chaos as it eventually does. But I do think this would have been a good opportunity for Rockstar to kind of flip the narrative on its head, where this was the point where the gang fell out with John, or even Micah could still be in Dutch's ear behind the scenes, being much more compliant and less bold, with Arthur not being as visibly sick, and with Hosea actually being much more present and maybe even more active in what's going on. I think Micah definitely would have bended Dutch's ear behind the scenes. At the very beginning of the game, Dutch starts making comments about how Arthur and Hosea are doubting him. Towards the end of the game, we see that sentiment really being hammered home in Dutch's mind, undoubtedly thanks to Micah pushing that narrative and supporting that mentality. So I think behind the scenes, the seeds for that mentality were already being set. I think Micah would have bended Dutch's ear. I think Dutch would have slowly isolated Hosea, or at least not pay as much attention or hold as much importance or significance to the words that he said. Cut Jack loose, cut John loose, and continued about their business. Arthur, Sadie, and possibly with Hosea's blessing, would have mounted some type of rescue for John once they caught wind that he was in fact alive, and I think events would have followed a similar natural progression of Dutch questioning whose loyalty lies where. I mean, obviously, this is all speculation. I want to know what you think. I thought this was an interesting video because I was replaying the game and I just remembered Dutch's particular facial expression and how angry he got, and I was wondering what would have been the case if he didn't submit to Bronte in this room and he continued with that bravado. But
hold on.
What?
Careful.
Why?
Those are Guido Martelli's men.
Who?
He used to work for Angelo Bronte.
I've only been here an hour.
Hey. Come over here.
What now?
Well, you go left, I go right. On 3. 3.
when it comes to being asked to cover more of the side characters of Red Dead Redemption 2, those specifically outside of the gang anyways, one name that continually pops up in particular is Guido Martelli. We don't see him much in the main story of Red Dead Redemption 2. As a matter of fact, in the story, you see him one time, and that is it. The one time we see him is during the mission to Gilded Cage. He's right next to Angelo Bronte, and during this entire interaction, we never even hear him speak. Outside of that, Guido Martelli's mentioned one other time during the epilogue, and that is of course by Charles in the clip I had already played. Guido Martelli's men were sent after Charles specifically because he went against the mob boss's wishes. He won a fight that he was supposed to take a dive in, collected his winnings, and decided to try and skip town. Something that was not going to go well for Martelli, who at this point in time has come to run the city of Saint-Denis. But how? How is this seemingly no-named character, this character that doesn't even have any voice lines, that's just in the background one time, how is he the one that manages to take over and said to rule with an iron fist? Unfortunately, we aren't told directly or given any reason how it happened, or even if the entire Italian mob disintegrated into a power vacuum and multiple factions led by previous employees of the now deceased Bronte ended up fighting for ultimate control of Saint-Denis. Honestly, that sounds much more likely given the nature of businesses, criminal enterprises, greed, egos, and the lust for power and overall control it seems very likely that that ultimately happened. And I would highly doubt that everyone just decided to fall into line underneath the leadership of Martelli. But even if we aren't given a clear, concrete explanation as to how Martelli ended up taking over the city and having the police in his pocket, as Charles goes on to say that during this time where him and John are trying to escape Saint-Denis, Charles explicitly says they cannot get captured by the police because Guido Martelli has them in his pocket. He will ensure that they will not leave the interview room.
No, we can't get caught. Martelli has the police chief in his pocket. If they take us in, we won't get out of the interview room.
Despite the lack of it being spoon-fed to us, we can still make a pretty educated guess on how this all came to be. You see, if we go all the way back to the days of Angelo Bronte, where Martelli is said to have been his right-hand man, Martelli's responsibility is said to have been in charge of primarily handling the bribery and corruption of the Saint-Denis police force, to ensure they turn a blind eye to Bronte and the mob's criminal activity in and around the city. This would prove to be quite useful, as following the death of his boss, Angelo Bronte, Guido Martelli could have very well have leveraged the connections he's made with the police force to keep them in his pocket and on his side, either taking part in actively snuffing out any of his rivals, or they may have played a more inactive role, just ignoring whatever Martelli was up to. Not necessarily choosing a side, but staying on the sidelines whenever Martelli had something cooking up. With the police force already on his side, passively or possibly even actively working to apprehend the other mobsters, forcing the factions to all unite under a solid mob, as it was in the days of Bronte, it would make sense that the police force and whatever kind of mutual understanding Guido Martelli has made with figures within the law enforcement helped essentially protect any vulnerabilities he may have had and be granted the freedom to focus on any potential rivals, slowly consolidating his power in and around the city. Thanks to his later introduction in Red Dead Online, we are given a little insight into how he may have interacted with the police.
He was just arrested by one of my men in the old quarter. I thought you might be interested to see what they found in his possession.
How did you come by this? You stole it, yes?
No. Please, Senor Martelli.
Do not speak my name, Porco.
I found it. I swear to you, I
On
did.
your knees.
I did. I found it. I did.
On your knees.
I swear to you. No, please.
Where did you steal it?
I promise you that I didn't steal it.
I will ask you only one more time. Where did you steal it?
From some of the Cornwall's boys. Leviticus Cornwall.
Thank you, Chief. I trust this man will face the full penalty of the law.
Most assuredly, Senor.
Good. Proceed.
Was there, anything else?
No, I think that was enough, don't you?
Yes, sir.
Although because Red Dead Online takes place before the events of Red Dead Redemption 2's story, I would still say, even though he's a little ruthless, he still does operate within the rule of Bronte, as he's not yet running his own criminal organization. Based off how he is in Red Dead Online and how Charles says he wouldn't let him or John out of the interview room alive, I will say I feel Martelli's much more dangerous between him and Bronte. Bronte was a very arrogant man that seemed to take a little bit of pleasure in insulting others and reminding them how inferior they are to him. He did that quite a bit with Dutch, and rather than just outright dealing with the gang and its leaders in a city that he already controlled, he instead opted for another approach by tricking them and even humiliating them by baiting them into a trap he set by pushing Dutch to go rob the trolley station that he was well aware not only didn't house any significant cash, but with Bronte running the police, essentially it was just a giant show of force and a reminder that he's at least mentally superior. He keeps referring to Dutch being some dumb redneck hillbilly that screws cows and isn't capable of even bathing himself.
It'll make you long for the days when you could shoot each other and screw cows out on the open range.
Those sure were the days. Good day, gentlemen.
Good day to you.
Martelli, on the other hand, seems much more cutthroat, down to business. There's no point in any show or personal gratification in reminding other people how rich he is or how important he is or how smart he is. At the end of the day, it seems like he's well aware that this is his city, he's in control, and while there may be a show of force, there's no need to go the extra mile and remind everyone that he is mentally superior, that he's the intelligent one. That is ultimately all we know about Guido Martelli. He's the successor to Angelo Bronte. He took over the city of Saint-Denis, and I saw someone comment that he runs his own mob rather than just taking over the mob that was already existing in the city of Saint Denis, fully replacing Angelo Bronte. And like I said, there's no real concrete information on whether if it was just a splintered faction that he took over and managed to slowly consume all the other factions until they were all united under a single brand, or if he really just did take over, fully replacing Angelo Bronte. And we also don't know everything that he's getting into. Ultimately, he still does run the entire city and has eyes and ears everywhere as far as the police are concerned, or even his own henchmen. But we do know that obviously they're involved with illegal fighting rings, some form of tax evasion. I wouldn't put it out of the realm of possibility that they are involved in extortion across the city, or even blackmailing some city officials to ensure whatever they want to happen or not to happen within the city's accomplished, and no one has the balls to say otherwise. But that's gonna wrap it up for Guido Martelli, the successor of Angelo Bronte and ultimately the person that rules the city of Saint Denis during the game's epilogue. When it comes to who exactly the enemy of the Red Dead Redemption games are, it seems as if that's a topic that can be debated. In the sequel, some say it's the gang themselves. One mistake after another leads to increased interest from the law to apprehend these criminals, with a boosted incentive by means of direct financing by the likes of Leviticus Cornwall.
Find me Dutch Vanderland!
Others say it's Dutch in the ever-thinning veil of his appearance for putting the gang first.
I think we gonna be okay.
His apparent lie that they're all one giant family and will never leave one another behind. Others say it's Dutch combined with Micah endorsing his increasingly dangerous tendencies. And then when it comes to the first game, it's more so the people that are constantly in John's way that over time starts to be Dutch and his new gang members, as they're the ones that are not only blatantly attempting to kill John, but they are also the last obstacles he needs to overcome for him to be allowed to return to his family. If there was one similar threat or enemy across both of these games, though, it would be the law cracking down on them, and the two men that represent the new ways of the West, Agent Andrew Milton and Agent Edgar Ross, from the Pinkerton Detective Agency and the Bureau of Investigation. Now today I wanted to compare the actions of these two men, loosely, with this more so putting both men's philosophy as well as their means to an end under a microscope. That while being the face of the new civilized way of doing things aren't exactly civil or respectable themselves. Ross gets a bad rep, while it's deserved. Let's not forget, Milton did order his agents to open fire on the entire gang while they were hiding out in LeCay Lake, putting all of the women and Jack in harm's way. What they do is also morally gray in different ways. Milton was much more direct, making it quite apparent he was no fan of gangs and their ways of living, insulting every member of the Vanderland gang every chance he could, and while he may have been lying about letting them all go so long as they agreed to just up and leave Dutch to his custody, his approach was more in line to what the gang understood: brute force. Ross implemented a strategy more in line with what the gang already perceived as scummy, lying and coercing. Ross, years later, tracks down John, who had already left his previous ways of living as an outlaw behind, living in obscurity and somewhat exile on Beecher's Hope, doing his best to live a peaceful and quiet life with his wife and son. Ross, with the help of his second-in-command, Archer Fordham, somehow managed to kidnap Jack and Abigail off of the ranch and use them as leverage to force John to do his dirty work, promising John the life he wants, pardoning all the crimes he's committed during his entire time running with the Vanderland gang, so long as he hunted down Bill Williamson, who was causing trouble in New Austin. And then the target became Bill and Javier Escuela, and then finally, Ross revealed that he's really only letting John go so long as he can kill the infamous Dutch Vanderland who's in the area. He was moving the goalpost more and more until finally the target was John himself.
Will you help us?
Do I have any choice?
Now that you mention it, no.
Now, let's first look at Agent Andrew Milton, Ross's superior in the second game. Both Milton and Ross make their first appearance known during the vulnerable moment Arthur and Jack are out on a fishing trip, not too far from where the whole Vanderland gang is camping out at. Naturally, this would heighten the gang's awareness and they would start to be much more cautious, knowing the Pinkertons they've been trying so desperately to get away from are not too far. The Pinkertons are surveying the area rather closely, and knowing they made contact with Arthur, it may not be too long before they discover the exact location of the gang's camp. Now, I believe Milton's initial contact with Arthur was a cunning move more than anything else. Either that, or we took Milton for a bigger fool, naively believing someone as loyal as Arthur, a kid who Milton knows was saved by Dutch, who he describes can be quite charming, especially to adults. During this first interaction, Milton also reveals there are files on the gang and their known members, with Arthur being described as Dutch's most trusted associate. There's no way he believed Arthur would actually betray Dutch. The purpose of him contacting Arthur, he claims, was to make a deal. Provide him with an offer, give him Dutch, and Milton promises Arthur won't swing. His second appearance, he boldly strolls into the center of the gang's camp at Clements Point and presents everyone with a similar deal. Only now, instead of not swinging, they'll all be given a 3-day grace period, so long as the conditions of Dutch leaving with Milton right now, and everyone else will be left alone, as long as they run away and disappear. I'm not too sure either one of these offers was either ever a real one or one that would either last that long or even properly be honored. There's no guarantee that any of these gang members will actually be allowed to live in obscurity. Yes, Dutch may be the main target. He is the center of the gang after all. Taking him in theoretically could result in every part of the gang disintegrating, making them all individually easier prey, less risk in taking them down in small pockets of 2s or 3s, or even individual firefights if it ever came down to that. What happens to John later with Ross may be a good example of the deeds of these criminals will not go unpunished, no matter how much time has passed. But with Milton, there are also bigger powers at play here. Leviticus Cornwall is the only direct investor I'm aware of that wants the gang brought down, with Cornwall's interest mainly being tied to Dutch. We can't really say for certain if Cornwall's pressure and the knowledge of Dutch being the glue holding everyone together are the main reasons why Milton seems to just want Dutch, but who's to say another investor with some long-standing issues with any of these other members won't come up later down the line, or behind closed doors, someone else wants every one of these members to pay. Arthur's said to have a bounty of $5,000 on his head alone. Are we really going to say Milton would ignore that because he brought in Dutch? Around the time Milton appears in Clements Point, another wagon owned by Leviticus Cornwall was robbed by Arthur, Charles, Uncle, and Bill, all without any involvement from Dutch. That would have to put even more interest on these men's heads, especially from Cornwall. Plus, what would happen to Milton's reputation if it came to light he let these people walk? Would another agent be the face of the force hunting them down? Would Milton just be replaced? It just becomes more questions that are ultimately boiled down to, I don't think Milton has the power to make that long-term call, nor would he be willing to. As he says, these people venerate savagery and will die savagely, either attempting to just sow dissension among the group or providing himself and his men an easier opportunity to take them down by force. After 2 failed attempts to get anyone within the gang to turn, that's when Milton starts being much more aggressive. The next time we see Milton, he does technically give Dutch one final time to give himself up. Catching the gang in the middle of the robbery of the Saint Denis Bank, Milton demands Dutch exits and give himself up, using a captive Hosea as an added incentive for him to just surrender. After Dutch chooses to attempt to negotiate one final time, instead of outright giving in, Milton's patience runs out. He decides Hosea is going to be an example of the gang's chosen path. He guns Hosea down in the middle of the street. From here on, the gang and all of its members have chosen their path. Their loyalty to Dutch is going to be the death of every single one of them, and Milton will be the one to ensure that death sentence is handed out personally. Here in Saint Denis, opening fire on the gang trapped inside of the bank is somewhat more justifiable than what he does at Lacaille Lake much later, which we'll get into in just a second. The members inside of the bank would be the more dangerous and aggressive of the group, making this the best time to sterilize them and take out the high priority target that is Dutch. These are his enforcers. These are very dangerous criminals that were caught in the middle of committing a very high profile crime. Completely understandable, Milton was in a position to strike. However, publicly executing Hosea, who was unarmed and already in custody, may be a little harder to say he was just doing his job. It was a clear sign of the hell the entire gang had brought upon them, while perhaps being a slip-up where Milton gave into his own personal frustration with the gang, who had already denied 2 offers, and then Dutch continued to insult him by even thinking he could negotiate once more while he was trapped inside of the bank. It could be signed off as a rash action here, in terms of just offing Hosea the way that he does, an action where neither side can really come back from.
We are here to arrest you! Come out with your hands up!
Give them to a count of 5, then give them everything. Actually, let him have it.
When we move into the Lakay Lake, Milton arrives with one goal in mind: death. Making do on his promise of arriving with 50 men, he spares no time in giving the gang any time to react or give themselves up. We know due to him seeing Jack with Arthur and his time walking through the camp at Clemens Point, women and at least one child is present and are at least living with the gang. Saint Denis, the moment where he sees the gang in action, none of the women are present as gunmen, and with his files on the known members of the gang, he has to know the women don't really kill and rob. It's not exactly their MO or what they're expected to do as part of the gang. That does also call into question the extensity of each member or even the entire gang's files that the Pinkertons have on them, as again, Milton does not seem to even know who John is when he walks through Clemens Point.
Mr. Matthews, I presume. And who are you?
Rip Van Winkle.
Huh. Good day, sir.
But that could also be an indication of just how long the Pinkertons have been keeping track of the gang themselves, as it sounds like John hasn't even been back with the gang for a long period of time. But subjecting every one of these members to death, the same fate he originally intended to supposedly have just in mind for only Dutch, is a bit much. Milton at this point follows the idea that everyone is guilty of the worst by just association with Dutch. After Lakay Lake, Milton goes on to also kidnap Abigail with intentions of trying her for murder. Abigail is said to be a gifted thief. She's by no means a saint, but to put her on trial for murder? From Milton's perspective, who has no inside knowledge of Dutch's own descent over the last chapter of Beaver Hollow or so, it has to be an attempt for him to lure Dutch into a trap, to try and rescue a woman in need. Even Cole mentions Dutch's soft side for women is something he always liked about him. And here was a mother, assuming Milton was able to put Abigail, Jack's mother, in danger. There's a large number of men Van Horn, Sadie, and Arthur have to fight through in order to even get to Abigail. Maybe calling it an intentional trap for Dutch is a small stretch. It could possibly be he just wanted Abigail, but I find it a little funny for him to just take Abigail and seemingly disappear with her on a boat, especially after Dutch killed Cornwall. That would be a massive blemish in Milton's reputation as a successful agent. His priority target managed to kill a financier he had direct contact with just moments before he was killed. With Ross technically being Milton's successor, his first-hand experience at directly seeing the members of the Vanderlyn gang refuse to negotiate, turn on Dutch, or be reasoned with in any capacity could have definitely played a part in how he later deals and acts towards John in the first game. If Milton did choose to use Abigail as bait, that's also not entirely different from what Ross would later do as well, essentially using Abigail and Jack as something he could hang over John's head to get him to hunt down his former gang members. Milton and Ross's mentality towards these criminals and the society they represent are also somewhat similar. In Milton's first interaction with Arthur, he says he enjoys society with all of its flaws.
I enjoy society, flaws and all. You people venerate savagery, and you will die savagely. All of you!
In the first game, towards the end of his forced service towards Ross, Ross also shares with John he's aware there are contradictions to the civilization he represents.
See, me and Archer, we're the bad guys. We enforce the rules. Now, while the rules may not be perfect, they're really not so bad.
And the way you enforce this civilization, this freedom for men to like or not like flowers, or whatever in God's name you were just talking about, is to kidnap a man's wife and son?
Well, I know there's contradictions. I'm not gonna lie to you.
While it may not be perfect, it is something he does prefer to the alternative. If you take a step back and look at both of these men, they're not entirely different, with Ross being a little more deceptive and unwilling to negotiate, possibly thanks to everything he witnessed working directly underneath Milton. Now, thanks to the credits of Red Dead Redemption 2, we're provided a little insight into how John found himself in the position he was in at the start of the first game, with that game opening up with him being escorted through the streets of Blackwater and boarding a train. Over time, it's not really told to us how he found himself as a government servant, more so what he has on the line and why he's doing what he's doing. The end of the second game basically shows us that thanks to John's unwillingness to outright cut his bad habits of seeking an eye for an eye and avenging his fallen brother, the deed of killing Micah Bell led Agent Ross and the new Bureau of Investigation he represents in that game straight to him. pulling John out of hiding and forcing him back into claiming lives, the very thing Abigail tried her best to get him to stop doing during the entire epilogue of the second game. Ross doesn't outright command John to kill, but given John's past, Ross's knowledge of how he operates, and John's family on the line here, it's kind of given he was aware John would set out to do whatever it took. Whatever he needed to do to obtain his and his family's freedom. Where Milton makes a few appearances during key moments of Red Dead Redemption 2, trailing the gang while they were basically up to whatever they were up to, trying to acquire enough money to supposedly leave. Ross, on the other hand, isn't all that present until the end of the first game, but the events of the game are largely thanks to him forcing John into this position. Meaning, if you put everything John is doing in this game through a black and white filter, Ross is still somewhat responsible. I agree it is messed up to use Abigail and Jack's freedom as collateral, especially when John spent so much time building up a life outside of killing and robbing, and it's something that's even worse when you really break down the timeline. The epilogue of Red Dead Redemption 2 is set roughly 7 years after the events of the main story, going from 1899 to 1907. And then the main game of Red Dead Redemption takes place a few years later, during 1911. So even if John's murder of Micah was what led Ross to him, that would mean there was roughly a 2-year period of silence, from the time Sadie and John visited Micah on top of Mount Hagen to the opening scene of Red Dead Redemption when Ross and Archer are walking John through the streets of Blackwater. Now there's another 6 months or so of time that I'm kind of not accounting for here, just assuming that that was a time frame some type of deal was struck between John and the Bureau. After at least a year or so of silence, you gotta think John and Abigail must have really believed they had successfully escaped their old lives and achieved their dream of living peacefully into their old age, only for Ross to come knocking and destroying that dream. Another element to Ross too is a sadistic sense of humor. We get a very, very, very small glimpse of it in the second game. He remarks towards Jack to enjoy his fishing while he still can. This part of his personality is shown a lot more in the first game though, where he constantly reminds John of how he's a killer and they are giving him the ultimate blessing of redeeming himself instead of swinging, even though that's a flat out lie. But constantly mentioning of how lucky John is in the position that he's in, or the few moments where he does meet up with John and tells him Abigail sends her regard.
Oh, your wife sends her regards.
Or even at the end of the game, once Dutch is finally killed and everything he's been asked of has been accomplished, Ross jokes about Jack and Abigail dying in a prison riot.
Where's my family?
Your wife was killed in a prison riot last week. So, I'm only joking, dear boy. They were sent back to that Scrabble ranch of yours in Beecher's Hope. They're quite safe and sound.
They better be.
He does seem to derive a lot of personal pleasure from tormenting John, someone that he and even Milton considered savages. So Milton might have considered this a black and white thing, whether you're for or against the law. When it comes to Ross, the mentality might more or less still be the same, but there's a little more personal enjoyment out of messing with John. The power Milton claimed to have, or at the very least came off as having by promising the gang a chance to escape, may very well have been more so the type of power Ross actually held. Being a representative of the federal government in the first game with full reign to do whatever he so pleased, to acquire support from the local populace while successfully taming the lawless land of New Austin, while it was definitely a scummy, low move, you have to at least acknowledge Ross really created a win-win situation for himself by forcing John's hand. He was able to spare the Bureau of Resources by instead employing John, who was much better at tracking down his former gang members than any agent could ever hope to be. He also had an added incentive. He's not going to back down because he cares for his family, who Ross was constantly dangling over his head. If John was successful at apprehending these criminals, everyone wins. The land is a little safer, these infamous outlaws are either dead or in custody, and John is one step closer to freeing his family. Ross is getting all the credit for civilizing the area. On the other hand, if John happened to die while trying to free his family, so be it. Ross wasn't taking any chances with the likes of criminals who have chosen the hard way time and time again, treating these criminals like normal people, like civilized people, only led to his boss being killed by these type of people. With John gone, that would just be another outlaw dead, who Ross would never have to worry about again. Even though there was moments where it betrayed that he did enjoy tormenting John, having a rather dark sense of humor towards him, you gotta at least acknowledge the cunning moves that he had at play here. He did save time, resources, and probably a good amount of his men. That while a good amount of them still died when going for John, may have only been a fraction of the losses they would have suffered if they tried to go after the Williamson gang, hunt down Javier, and then the entirety of Dutch, who was working with the natives, who were growing in numbers, had great knowledge of the wilderness and local area, as well as were able to identify Nastus as a spy. Dutch straight up strolled into Blackwater a few times. One of those times that John was the primary target. If it wasn't for John getting so much of Dutch's attention, who knows how many lives they could have claimed, just for the sake of bringing down the growing enemy of modernization. As much as I hate to say it, and the ending of the game is so damn sad, John was probably always a walking dead man. If they didn't come for him before the gang, they may well have came for him after. As Arthur says, these people ain't the forgetting sort. Frankly, I see Ross as a more cutthroat version of Milton. The mentality was possibly always there, but because of everything he's been through, witnessing everything firsthand, Milton failing time and again, and then seeing the same group that he was supposed to be hunting, killing him, Ross wasn't taking any chances. Both of these men equally represented the new way of the world. It was just Ross had his mind made up. No more loose ends with the Vanderlyn gang. John was always going to pay for his sins, but at least there was a silver lining of him doing all this work to at least buy Abigail and Jack's freedom, and while it went down the drain, at least he gave them a chance, another chance to escape this life.
Miss McFarland, I'm married. I have a son. I had a daughter, but she died. Years before that, I rode in a gang. We robbed banks, trains, held people ransom. We killed people we didn't like. Bill Williamson was in that gang. Now, if I don't capture my former brother in arms, great harm will befall my family.
John Marston has easily become one of the most beloved characters in video game history. His portrayal in the original Red Dead Redemption game helped solidify his position as a man who lived a questionable life in his youth, running with a band of outlaws that were killing, robbing, and doing whatever it took to survive. And while the gang's leader, Dutch Vanderlyn, put everything they were doing in the context of fighting for what was right in a world that was cruel and unjust, as an attempt to make everything they were doing better or somehow less savage than what it was, the truth of the matter was, it wasn't. John in the first game did his absolute best to try to redeem himself from his past, transgressions that unfortunately haunted him, that would continue to follow him, and ultimately would not let him live to see his son grow up. Red Dead Redemption 2, John is seen in a little bit of a different light, especially since the game is put through the eyes of Arthur Morgan, his older adopted brother who had more loyalty to the gang and Dutch than anybody else. Because of this loyalty, because of this refusal of Arthur to think in any way outside of putting Dutch in the gang first, John is seen as slimy, someone who can't be trusted. He committed the ultimate sin and ran off for a little over a year without saying anything to anyone. And while John may not want to be the father of Jack, accepting him as his legitimate son, or officially claiming Abigail as his prized wife, those are separate things from running off from the gang. As Arthur says, we have a code, and he knows that.
Running off on that kid is one thing, but there's a code. He knows that. He ain't Trelawney. Dutch and you pretty much raised him.
I know, but it's done. Has been for a while now.
Nobody else would have been welcomed back that easy after that long, and you know it.
By all accounts, it appears John's return to the gang was one met with little opposition besides the rift between Arthur and John growing. Even with this sour view of John appearing to be less than trustworthy in Arthur's eyes, John still helps with the gang and looks out for what Dutch would want and how best to suit the gang's needs. This is apparent through John's initiative in setting up a train robbery during the missions pouring forth the oil and the sheep and the goats, where he and Arthur steal some cattle off some ranchers and attempt to resell them at auction in Valentine.
That is kind of brilliant. For you. That is a real idea. I think that's the first time you ever had one of them.
Shut up.
You might be the first bastard to ever have half his brains eaten by a wolf and end up more intelligent.
What's worth pointing out as well is neither of these are shallow attempts to regain Dutch's favor or even try to rekindle their fractured relationship with Arthur. It's simply John doing his part, carrying his own weight, and trying to return to what it all was like before he left. But there is no obvious attempt of him trying to mask or hide from what he had done. He pretty much owns up to it. On the one hand, yes, he did choose to run off and escape the possible obligations he may have felt he had with Abigail and Jack. Perhaps it was as simple as not being ready for fatherhood, or maybe he was off looking to find himself, or maybe it was a mixture of the two. But personal crisis or not, it's clear he was still as loyal to Dutch and the gang, and was still all too willing to do his own part. I wanted to point this out because there's two sides to John. The love and loyalty that he has to at least Dutch, and the other side, troubled by his own personal turmoil that can easily be muddled and misclassified as being disloyal or unable to be trusted. That is Arthur's view of him at the beginning of the game, and because that's Arthur's view, it becomes our view. However, it's crucial to recognize that there is in fact a difference, and that difference means if we were to really pinpoint the exact moment where John's perception and opinion of Dutch starts to change, and the reason behind it differs entirely from the beginning of the game to the moment where we actually see John's mood begin to change towards Dutch. And John's mood is much more apparent than anyone else's. And there's even a direct occurrence that led to it, an occurrence that honestly he never was able to recover from in terms of seeing Dutch the same as he did before. And that single event was the kidnapping of his son Jack. All throughout the missions, blood feuds, ancient and modern, and the Battle of Shady Belle, John's mentality is very different. He rants about how Dutch and Hosea went too far this time. There's always money. There's always something shiny. Something new for these two con men to get their hands on. And this time, the two of them flew too close to the sun, getting Sean killed and Jack kidnapped.
It's Dutch playing his games. Hosea, too. Getting involved with those two families. Master con men working their magic.
They thought there was a lot of gold.
Yeah, they thought there was money. Ain't there always?
Understandably, John is angry and in a panic, but we can't mistake this for anything other than what it is, and that's regret. John's words are nothing more than echoes of the pain and regret he has as a father, or lack of being one. No real attempts have actually been made to be a father to Jack, and John knows it. On the ride to Shady Belle with Arthur, John shares his doubts in Hosea and Dutch in their possible faulty memory, doubting if things were ever the way they remembered it to be. If they were ever the people they were meant to believe they were. He then continues to admit he rejected Jack as a son, who didn't choose this life, and is now paying for his father and adopted family's crimes. Abigail was also mistreated, and now, in this moment, John is realizing the weight of his actions. There are people counting on him, and he hasn't been as present as he should be.
I treated Jack bad. Abigail, too. I didn't want to believe he was mine.
I believe John's obligations and dedication to Abigail and Jack became a real priority for him from this moment on. We can say Arthur's own shift away from Dutch was somewhat similar, albeit much later, and only when he was on his own deathbed. Arthur eventually became hell-bent on saving as many people as he could, most notably John, who had a family, a son who could have something outside the life they all know. John's reality check technically wasn't as intense as being on the way out like Arthur's was, but Jack's disappearance and the fear of the unknown horrors that may be falling upon him was definitely one he needed, one Jack needed. What's also curious to me is how Arthur's response to all of this was. Up until now, Arthur made no reservations at telling John to just run off again. Why does he care if he went fishing with Jack when John says it's not his son? Likewise, why would he care what happens to Jack? John, after all, has made the mistake of turning his back on the gang and refusing to father this young boy once before. Why is this any different? This could have very well been another chance for Arthur to just remind John of his past mistakes and to just leave yet again. The only difference now is John's words are now directed at Dutch and Hosea, something I would think would even be worse in Arthur's eyes. Yet Arthur doesn't do what he did in the past. He doesn't repeat the same sentiments. Instead, Arthur does the opposite. He reasons with John, tells him to not overthink the situation and descend into a rabbit hole filled with anger, doubt, worry of what will happen to him, his son, his wife. Arthur admitted before that he was upset with John for leaving, but he does say it in a way that betrays more hurt from a brother who chose wrong and was so quick to throw his family away, rather than just someone who could turn their back and walk away from a fruitful past.
Oh, well. If it's John's idea, it must be a good one.
what is it with you and him?
He disappeared on us for a while. When Jack was real young. A long while. A year ago.
He did?
And we was... family, you know? Guess I still ain't fully forgiven him for that.
Arthur never hated John. He probably never even wanted him to leave again either. All the anger, jokes made at John's expense, or constant reminders of his past mistakes are most likely just his own hurt being manifested in a way that would seem acceptable by everyone else. Best to hide hurt feelings behind broken loyalty after all. But back to John. In the moment, his words, everything he's saying is justified and amplified by his own personal regret. This was the eye-opener for him. In the beginning of the bank robbery in Saint-Denis, John's doubt is voiced yet again, showing that even after Jack's rescue, John's mentality towards the gang, their current predicament, the situation, Dutch continuing to promise and never deliver, is a mentality that he's only doubling down on. And this time, John voices his concerns with a bigger audience and even calls out Dutch directly.
This is it, gentlemen. The last one.
Where have we heard that before?
What has happened to you, John? You lost all your heart.
I'm just trying to stay real about all this.
Real? Oh, how I detest that word. So devoid of imagination.
The relationship between Dutch and John only gets more complicated from here, with John accusing Dutch of letting him get captured during the Saint-Denis bank robbery, then Dutch implying to Arthur that John, or even possibly Abigail, may be the rat in the cave on Guarma.
So what happened with John in that bank?
He survived. Unlike dear Hosea and Lenny. The only one they took alive. Why is that, you think?
I don't know. I was already on the roof. I didn't see it.
And Abigail, I presume she was able to slip away in time.
What are you talking about?
You know, when I look back at all the chaos of the past few weeks, the apparent superficial chaos, I begin to wonder, maybe, for somebody, this is all going exactly to plan.
Followed up by Dutch seemingly dragging his feet to save John from Sisika Penitentiary, and then leaving John to die at the end of the Beaver Hollow train robbery after John was shot. It's really a different topic to question if Dutch even still harbored any type of hard feelings towards John for ever leaving. Hosea does say it was gone, it was done and dealt with a long time ago. Arthur even says that Hosea and Dutch forgave John, but maybe deep down he never did. It's possible. And the fact that John was so willing to call out Dutch in front of everybody, questioning his leadership skills, all too aware of the current predicament that Dutch found himself in. Dutch may be narcissistic, he may be full of himself, he may be charismatic and a dreamer, but he's not an idiot. Accounting the losses all the way up until this point, and the fact that he was played for a fool by Angelo Bronte, and the Braithwaites and Grays try to do the same, and now he's hearing a dissenter within his own ranks. Maybe it was this moment exactly where Dutch made up his mind that John really wasn't needed anymore. The potential rage Dutch felt in this moment towards John could have very well brought to the forefront of his mind that this man, this son of his, had left before. He had turned his back on him, and he'll do it again. John's belief that Dutch allowed him to get captured in Saint-Denis, followed by Dutch's lack of enthusiasm of saving John, or Dutch's overall behavior during the chapter of Beaver Hollow, where he's starting to get closer and seemingly listening to more of Micah, isolating Arthur and John, and then of course it all compounded by John getting shot on the train with Dutch and Micah refusing to go back and save him, all made that original thought, the perspective of Dutch playing his games, become all too real to John. That was the moment John became a doubter in his father. That was the moment John's priorities shifted, and for the first time he owned up to all the wrong he did to Abigail and Jack out loud, even if it was in the sense of extreme regret. Because of the current situation that Jack was placed in, it was still a realization, the reality that he placed on his wife and son. Honestly, Jack's kidnapping may have caused a deeper rift in the gang than most of us ever even realized. What do you think? Do you think Jack's kidnapping played a pivotal role in changing John's mentality, or do you think that was something that was always in the back of his mind? Or it was really Saint-Denis or any other event that caused the actual rift? I want to hear what you think down below.
No train driver wants to be cooked alive. That is kind of brilliant. For you. That is a real idea. I think that's the first time you ever had one of them. Shut up. You might be the first bastard to ever have half his brains eaten by a wolf and end up more intelligent.
Both John Marston and Arthur Morgan are incredibly well-written characters. So well, in fact, that it's easy to forget, technically, we are playing horrible people. And the majority of us, I want to say at least 99% of us that have played both games, are more familiar with the story of Arthur Morgan, the man who was loyal to a fault, blindly listening to orders, doing whatever it took to satisfy Dutch and the gang's needs. Very rarely, I mean, he jokes about it, Hosea does as well, seemingly everyone around him, all like to poke fun of Arthur being this brute, this enforcer, someone that's just basically doing what he's told, and that is it. He's not a thinker. If that was the case, or even if he placed his own desires, wants, and needs in front of Dutch, the gang, or just his overall loyalty to both entities, then chances are he would have ran off with Mary Linton a long time ago. But obviously he didn't. That's not the story we get. That's not the Arthur we got. It's not the journey that we're taking through. We're taking down a path of someone that suffered for blind loyalty. And in a glorious fall from grace and a desperate scramble to at least save as many people as he can, he tries to do as much good universally to at least feel better for himself. With the game being much newer, way more ambitious, and in some ways a lot more accessible than the original game, those are all factors that play into why so many people have played Red Dead Redemption 2 and have yet to play the original. Maybe one day we'll get a real, proper remake of the first game, as I feel, I think that game deserves that amount of love and attention. But for those that have never played the first game, what you're missing when it comes to John is he's almost an entirely different person. Now, of course, things change over time. People change, they grow up, they mature, or even they harden over time. Their priorities, their goals, the things that they're focused on, and how they handle certain problems or situations may all change. That's just how we grow up and evolve with time and experience. The first game is set sometime after the events of the second. John is much older, and I do have a couple videos coming out set to really compare and contrast Arthur to John in depth. So if you're interested in that or any other Red Dead content, please feel free to subscribe. But there's something that I mentioned in a previous video that I was even questioned for, and I found myself thinking this way again. So rather than just confining it to a video, I wanted to share it here and get everyone else's perspective on it, and then I can implement it into videos moving forward, make it more of a solid community thing. But what I said was, I felt John was much more brutal than Arthur. And don't get me wrong, I'm not saying Arthur's not brutal. He is. He's, as I said at the beginning of the video, he's loyal to a fault. He's got a one-track mind. There's nothing that he holds more closely to his heart than loyalty. If it wasn't for Dutch, if it wasn't for Hosea, or even the gang at large, whoever Arthur ends up with, it's a life and death type of situation. He will protect that person no matter what. And it seems like he would even do it to a capacity where if he gets a little bit more of a softer side from, say, Mary Linton, it wouldn't always result in violence. And what so many people miss from John in the first game is, similar to Arthur, he does have a one-track mind, but it's kind of different. You see, with Arthur, there's two things that I think separate him. The first one is Arthur's held accountable. He has to deal with other people no matter what, whether if he likes it or not, because there's still a gang he's got to go back to. And these other members of the gang are involved with their own little projects or plans or whatever that they have to make sure become successful in order to tell Dutch and everyone else that, hey, I'm earning my keep. A prime example is Sodom back to Gomorrah. Karen and Bill were planning on hitting the Valentine Bank. However, they couldn't do so because Arthur, Dutch, and John shot up the town of Valentine. So when Bill and Karen try to get Arthur to come on board, they have a little bit of a back and forth, and when it's pointed out that Arthur did his business in Valentine, Arthur says it wasn't his fault. And Bill points it out, hey, whenever you fuck up, it's not your problem, it wasn't your mistake. But when he fucks up, everybody makes fun of him.
We got something cooking you might be interested in.
Not gonna like the sound of this.
Been cooking since Horseshoe, but you went and kicked up all that commotion at Valentine. Now, we was preparing to rob the bank there until you got involved in all that nonsense, and I don't know, I just feel like it's unfinished business.
That wasn't my fault. It was just one of them things.
How come every time I get in trouble, I'm called a fool and an idiot? But when you get in trouble, oh, it's just one of them things.
So it may not be dramatic or completely drastic, but there's still that element there. You gotta be careful, because while you may not be bringing massive problems to the gang at large or even Dutch, you could possibly be stepping on other people's toes, and you may have to deal with the repercussions or confrontation from that. So he is held accountable. John does not have that. John's one goal is the safe return of his family. And because John is in this little isolated state of mind, the anger in the position that he's in, I think, makes it worse. And that's another element I think we can all understand. Have you ever been so angry that you just start brooding? Nobody talks to you, you're just sitting there left to think more and more about whatever pissed you off, and next thing you know, the next person you see, you're just mean mugging the hell out of them, you just don't want to talk to them, you know that the second they open their mouth, all the shit that's weighing on your shoulders is just going to be dumped on them. And, in your mind, it's their fault. Leave me alone. With John, he's left alone. He doesn't have anybody on his shoulders. There's no accountability. The writers intentionally left him black and white. We don't really know where his morals, values, and really line is drawn. And a lot of John's biggest, let's say, atrocities were all committed in Mexico. If we can add a little bit to how I said he's isolated and he's left alone, keep in mind, when John went to Mexico, the way he was greeted probably pissed him off more. I mean, think about it. He's got to go to another country to hunt down one man that's not only one of the guys he's got to hunt down, but he's possibly harboring the other guy he was originally hunting. This, of course, being Javier Escuela and Bill Williamson. And as soon as John tries to cross the river, he's getting shot at. Because the guy that's bringing him to the country, a man simply known by Irish, pissed off the locals. So now John is left to deal with the relationship that Irish established. On top of that, Irish already pisses John off because he tried to betray him at least once or twice. After John clears out the hostile locals, he makes his way to a nearby village where 3 people try to rob him.
Hold it, Gringo. I think you're forgetting something. A little taxation. I have a large family.
Very big. I too have a family friend. So that we may see our families again, I suggest we part ways amicably.
Can I see the boots, Gringo?
I think you can see them from where you're standing just fine, senor.
Take off the boots, Americano.
All of this compounded by the fact that there's no one really for him to talk to, or even, as I said, Arthur had some type of accountability that was going to come back his way. John doesn't have that. John also has little care for anyone else besides his primary goal of his wife and son returning. This is something that Landon Ricketts, a gunslinger hiding out in Mexico, identifies, and he even tells him, you can't be jumping on both sides of the fence because eventually you will get impaled.
We're enemies by the day.
Perhaps you would know. Rumor has it you've been making all kinds of new friends.
I don't pay much attention to
Just
rumors.
be careful, John. Keep jumping from one side of the fence to the other, you might just get impaled on it.
I have to find these 2 men. With respect, how I do it is no concern of yours.
Choose your tone wisely, partner. Remember who you're talking to.
How could I ever forget?
Who are you, John Marston? Apart from a rat feeding every other hand he can find, my name means something.
And it's that conversation that kind of foreshadows what John ends up doing. Because at this point in time, Mexico's caught in the middle of a revolutionary war. John helps out both the rebels and the army. And it's during the missions where he helps out the army that he does some of the more messed up stuff that I was talking about. One mission in particular, John goes to help the army clear out a village that's known as a rebel hideout. After all the armed men are killed, the Mexican army rounds up the women that are hiding there and ships them back off to the colonel that runs the area. And then they order John to burn all the houses. John doesn't do it exactly enthusiastically, but he doesn't stop them either. He does exactly what he's told.
I heard that little horse crying in that house over there. Remember, nobody takes them before Allende.
We did all this just to get women for Allende?
No, that's just a bonus. This village is riddled with rebels. Make sure they don't have homes to come back to. There are fire bottles over there. Use them to burn down some of these houses.
And what makes you think I'd do that?
You want to find Javier Escuela, don't you? John, you're helping Mexico. Vámonos, muchachos! Buen trabajo!
So in this one mission, John stomps out rebels that are already repressed by the local government. He takes part in human trafficking by allowing those women to get shipped off to Colonel Allende, and then he burns all the houses down. And there's never a moment of guilt or remorse. You could argue John had the same mentality, that he was going to go out the same way Arthur believed he was going to go out. The way of a gunslinger, or he saw his death coming, and so why flip the mentality now? These are people that he doesn't care about. These are people that are kind of just obstacles in his way. His main goal is his family. Who cares about anybody else? Maybe if John got sick similar to Arthur, we might have seen a mentality flip, but it's because of the goal, really the way he goes about it as well, that I've always thought John is a little more brutal than Arthur. John does some honorable stuff as well. The things that he does for Bonnie and her ranch shows a different side of him. However, it's not really an emotional plea. It's more strictly out of repayment. Bonnie and her father did save his life, so the least he can do is save the horses from a burning barn or any little help around the ranch. The writing and the amount of material that we get from Arthur to John is vastly different. So, of course, we just have what we see in the games to go based off of. And that was just always my take. Just the things John did alone in Mexico brings to question how far are people really willing to go for their family, for their loved ones, for anybody or anything they hold valuable. And to what point can we sympathize and root for that side until morals and ethics of the situation become a bigger issue? And if we were to venture a little bit outside of just the narrative, John does also have a stranger's mission where you can threaten someone's wife or hogtie her and bring her back to her husband. I mean, technically you can pay him off too, but if it wasn't within John's character to do that, I don't think Rockstar would have left that as an option to do. So it kind of goes back to the one-track mind. Arthur upholds loyalty, and yes, he does some horrible shit. At least he's loyal, and that's what you can always count on. John seems to just have one goal in mind, and he's the Hellbringer. As long as that goal is achieved, then he's satisfied.
We can't always fight nature, John. We can't fight change. We can't fight gravity. We can't fight nothing. My whole life, all I ever did was fight. When I'm gone, they'll just find another monster. They have to. We all get caught eventually, John. I guess the trick is to decide by who.
In the sun-soaked expanse of Mexico, the year unfolds as 1911, weaving an epic tapestry of redemption and unwavering resolve. John Marston, a man etched with the scars of a turbulent past and a damning history to say the least, embarks on a quest that transcends borders and delves into the very essence of humanity. The pursuit, Marston's pursuit, the very reason why he's venturing into this unfamiliar territory centers on two figures from Marston's tumultuous past. The elusive outlaw, known as Bill Williamson, once a former brothers in arms, turned fugitive seeking solace in the vibrant landscapes of Nuevo Periso, a region that none other than Javier Escuela, another kindred spirit from the infamous Van der Linde gang who calls this area his home, are now hiding in. Nuevo Periso, a name that conjures visions of a new paradise, is anything but. It becomes the backdrop for a complex dance between loyalty and survival, between what is right and who deserves a second chance, not just at redemption, but just at being given the luxury to breathe another day.
I hope you have a clear conscience, because you're about to meet God.
Nuevo Periso is a region that is suffering its own hardships. The land, the people, are in the midst of a civil war. And as Williamson seeks refuge beneath the protective wings of Escuela, in a region where the arm of U.S. jurisdiction loses its grip, it becomes a gamble, fueled by the camaraderie forged in the crucible of outlaw life, and a testament to the bonds that endure even in the face of betrayal. In the heart of Mexico, where the sun kisses the earth with golden hues, Marston's journey unveils the complex interplay of morality and survival. The narrative becomes a profound exploration, beckoning us to ponder the depths to which one man is willing to plunge for the ones he cherishes. The relentless pursuits of justice morphs into a sublime journey through the intricate tapestry of love, loss, and the uncharted territories of the human soul. The chapter of Mexico in the original Red Dead Redemption has to be one of the most critical portions in that game, especially when it comes to the overall character development of John Marston. The entire chapter perfectly exemplifies that John is always meant to be a morally gray character. There is no right, there is no wrong. That past he tries so desperately to shed often shines through his actions, because while he's striving to live a different life, to turn over a new leaf, to redeem himself, the means that he employs in order to reach the ultimate end, no matter how noble, no matter how justified, no matter how beautiful that end is, the means are always originating from a life that he tries so hard to leave. In a way, it's almost the exact reason Abigail gives him so much shit for in the epilogue of the second game. He's trying to achieve another way of living for himself, an honest life, an honest way of living, one that frankly isn't even possible without his wife and son, who have been taken from him. Undoubtedly a factor in the level of sheer no fucks given to everyone else in the process of trying to capture Bill and Javier. Now, I've already tackled the stress, anger, and most likely level of brooding John must have been going through in another video, so I'm not really going to be discussing that as a factor here. Rather, I want to get into what went down in Mexico, how John got played and used by both sides of the Civil War, killing rebels that he was told were bandits, contributing to John helping the corrupt Mexican army tighten its grip on the entire region, and as a result, flood the bedroom of Colonel Allende with sex slaves, women who had the sole purpose of serving him, but was described as being recruits that were serving Mexico, or killing any form of Mexican law enforcement in the name of a rebel leader who's seen as a true savior, a proper warrior against any form of corruption, an honest man for the people who, when in power, would do right by all the peasants and see to a free and prosperous Mexico, when in reality, that man everyone looked up to, a man by the name of Abraham Reyes, just lusts after women in power and eternal fame, no different than any other tyrant who has soiled the throne of Mexico before him.
Do you have any idea how many times I've thought about the day I will march into Escalera and storm Allende's mansion?
I think I have some idea.
Soon it will be me sleeping on those silk sheets.
What about the Chinese workers here? I hear you ain't exactly made them very welcome.
That is different. They are an inferior race.
You have all the makings of a great leader, Abraham.
After a somewhat successful assault launched on Fort Mercer, John and his ragtag gang of local law enforcement, Nigel West Dickens, a snake oil salesman, and a grave robber by the name of Seth, while they accomplished in taking over the fort, they had no luck in actually apprehending Bill Williamson, the gang's leader and the target of John Marston. It was a bandit that was left behind that revealed to the group Bill had disappeared into Mexico in an area near a village by the name of Chuparosa the day before.
Mr. Marston, we got a live one. He says, Bill's already run off to Mexico yesterday morning.
You'll never get him. Javier Escuela. He's gone to see Javier Escuela. That should make things interesting. We're in Mexico.
How should I know? Oh! Where in Mexico, you legit? Someplace near Chuparosa, I think he said.
Embarking on a raft to cross into Mexico, John Marston and his guide, a man known as Irish, find themselves in a dangerous situation. You see, Irish's past encounter with the Mexican locals leads to gunfire being directed at Marston and Irish as they navigate their way across the river from the United States into Mexico. This causes John to be knocked off course on where he was originally supposed to be entering the country, but nonetheless, the initial introduction to the locals through Irish did not leave a favorable first impression, to say the least. Now, given Irish's dubious character and his inability to accurately recall his last visit to Mexico, or even the individuals he encountered before, skepticism on this just being a fluke was warranted. It's only when John ventures into the village of Chuparosa that he experiences a genuine face-to-face interaction with the locals.
Habla English?
Oh, sí, gringo. Hablo mucho inglés. Hablo filthy fucking bean eater. Hablo slippery little Mexican. Hablo little piece of shit. Comprende, amigo? Comprende? Hey, what are you doing here, gringo? I don't remember inviting you to my country.
I don't think you did, amigo. I mean you no harm.
You mean us no harm? This is funny. What harm could you do to us, exactly?
Nothing, amigo.
I've always found this entire interaction fascinating. Some argue that it marks one of John's more ruthless moments, killing 3 people over something as simple as a hat. Personally, I see it differently. While I can't say he was entirely justified in taking those lives, the tension escalates rapidly as one man passionately repeats what Americans saw as Mexican stereotypes and expresses personal or collective hatred that he or the other 2 have most likely experienced. This not only sets the stage for the prevalent American sentiment towards Mexicans at the time, but also underscores the emotional intensity of this particular situation. It's not as simple as saying, John killed over a hat. In reality, John was deliberately being robbed and intimidated. The way this man spoke to him created a sense that in his eyes, the tables had finally turned, and he was going to make John pay for everything he and the other two possibly had to endure. And it was because of that, I'd say John was compelled to respond. It's a complex scenario where the dynamics of power and emotion converge, leading to an outcome that was far from being merely about a piece of clothing. I just wanted to point that out because claiming John killed some peasants over a hat appears to me to be willingly ignorant of what these three armed men were intentionally doing. If we throw on top of this of how John was welcomed into the country through a hail of bullets, one could almost forgive him for being so callous. But this is where John's path somewhat diverges. Here in the town of Chuparosa, immediately after killing these three men, John meets the famous gunslinger Landon Ricketts. Known for his incredible speed, Landon has opted for a life of silence, leaving behind his gunslinging days and becoming the unofficial protector of the people of Chuparosa. During his time with Ricketts, John improves his shooting capabilities, which in-game transfers into a better version of Deadeye, allowing the player to paint multiple targets before firing. But John is also introduced to the side of the rebels in the civil war that's currently ravaging this region. By proxy anyways, John can almost immediately do missions following Ricketts, the rebels, and helping the Mexican government, with the rebels and the Mexican government obviously being opposing sides. But for now, we're just going to be following what he does with Ricketts and how that leads into some of the things that he's doing for the rebels. But just keep in mind, while doing the missions with Ricketts and with some of the rebels, he's also in the background doing missions for the Mexican army, which can get a little confusing. But now that we got that confusion out of the way, Landon Ricketts and John Marston together team up freeing a woman that's a relative of one of Ricketts' informants. Simply known by the name Emilio, his sister, Luisa, was taken by the Mexican army, as she is identified as being a woman who was close to Abraham Reyes, the leader of the rebel army that the Mexican army is trying desperately to stomp out. Luisa herself turns out to be a very passionate revolutionary. Coming from a background of peasantry, she firmly believes in the vision of Abraham Reyes, who promises a fair and free Mexico for the people who have been oppressed by the Mexican government for far too long. Now, I don't want to pay too much time in this, but Luisa herself almost immediately contradicts the nature of Abraham Reyes, because from the very start, she mentions that she's going to be marrying Abraham, and she idolizes this man, and he's everything that Mexico needs. And then when you meet Abraham, you realize that not only can he not remember Luisa's name, but he has no intentions of even marrying her. His focus is primarily on achieving the status of the next president of Mexico.
She thinks she's your wife. My wife? These peasant girls, they believe every word a fellow says. So naive. It's really quite charming. I love peasants. Don't you love peasants? I love them. They have such purity. Are you gonna marry her? Ha! Marry a peasant? My dear boy, don't be absurd. I'm going to be the next president of Mexico. My wife will need ambassadors, kings, other great men. The very thought that I would marry some peasant girl with a tight gun and the hands of a farmer, well, I really don't think so. My mother, que Dios la cuide, would turn in her grave.
Which in some ways almost immediately betrays that even though the Mexican army is doing some horrible shit and is committing human trafficking for Colonel Allende, Abraham Reyes technically is no better. You're almost immediately presented with the idea of the lesser of two evils here. Even John catches on to it himself, with quite a bit of dialogue calling Reyes out on what he would do with the power he obtains, and what kind of leader he would be. John even sarcastically remarks to him to never change, but regardless of John's own position on Reyes and his love life and how he could just be using his potential rise to the head of the Mexican government for a little extra side action, Reyes does deliver on the one thing that the opposing side never had the intention of fulfilling, and that is handing Javier Escuela and Bill Williamson over to John Marston. You see, if we rewind a little bit, while John is learning the ins and outs of finer gunslinging with Landon Ricketts out in Chuparosa, he finds some time to make a trip over to the town of Escuelera, the capital of the region in Nuevo Periso and the headquarters of Colonel Allende, the governor of the region and head of the local Mexican forces. Unfortunately, Marston doesn't make contact with Allende at first and is instead received by his subordinate Vicente de Santa, who pounces on this opportunity to use John as a valuable asset. John is here in the country to capture two men that are hiding out in the region, a region that DeSanta tells him is running rampant with bandits, scum, and untamed land.
Outlaws seek each other. They're possibly hiding with thieves and killers who pose as freedom fighters in the hills around here. They're united under one traitor named Abraham Reyes.
Where could I find this Reyes?
If I knew, I would be there, hunting him with everything that is true within me. Reyes finds you.
Like cholera.
DeSanta actually uses this opportunity very nicely to mix in bandits and outlaws with rebels, painting Abraham Reyes as the head of bandit country. But nonetheless, John here makes no alliances to either the rebels or the local government. Rather, he chooses to work both sides in what could be seen as a desperate yet morally bankrupt attempt to capture these two no matter the cost. We don't know it yet. It's revealed much later after Allende and DeSanta used John to stomp out the rebels, but Bill and Javier were actually in the protective custody of Allende this whole time. John, none the wiser, decides to strike a quote-unquote deal where he would help DeSanta and the Mexican army to tame the bandits, to go after this murderer, Abraham Reyes. Reyes is actually first heard of through DeSanta, even though later on our direct contact with Reyes is a result of John taking a liking to Luisa and saving him at her request. I already touched on Reyes' character and questionable reasons behind wanting power, but it's while fighting for the rebels that John really doesn't do anything that puts a microscope on his character, and having us as players questioning whether if John saving his family justifies what he's doing. If anything, it's actually the contrary. John is going after the Mexican army and its leadership that not only lied to him, betrayed him, and then tried to kill him, all after using him to wipe out villages of refugees, forcing its occupants into captivity.
I heard the little horse crying in that house over there. Remember, nobody takes them before Allende.
We did all this just to get women for Allende?
No, that's just a bonus. This village is riddled with rebels. Make sure they don't have homes to come back to. There are fire bottles over there. Use them to burn down some of these houses.
And what makes you think I'd do that?
You want to find Javier Escuela, don't you? John, you're helping Mexico. Vámonos, muchachos! Buen trabajo!
Placing women straight into the bedroom of Colonel Allende, and even wiping out an entire rebel outpost where those that surrendered were just shot rather than just taken as prisoners of war. John's entire time working for the Mexican army was just filled with questionable things, and these are things that I think in hindsight leads to a little bit of a flaw in the mission system of Red Dead Redemption. Going back, there can be some contradictions or even a little bit of confusion when it comes to the timeline. Now, originally I considered it a problem, but that's because I was looking at it in a very linear way. Here's John supporting one side, and here's John supporting another side. Mexican army versus the rebels. However, during the time that John is working with Landon, you're pushed a little bit more into the gray area. This is the one time where John is actually put in his own place by Landon himself. Landon is aware as to why John is here in this country. John admits that he's here looking for people, but in his own fashion, he doesn't give up the exact details. Landon Ricketts is all too familiar with what game he's playing, and he constantly does tell him that he can't keep jumping from side to side.
Perhaps you would know. Rumor has it you've been making all kinds of new friends.
I don't pay much attention to
Just
rumors.
be careful, John. Keep jumping from one side of the fence to the other, you might just get impaled on it.
Or eventually he's going to get impaled on that fence. Now while working with Landon, he sticks very close to Chuparosa, so you're only confined to a small space. You're not really delving into the garbage or fighting for the Mexican army yet, but you are exposed to some of their doings, like capturing Luisa or condemning these innocent people to death that you have to save and intercepting a military convoy because of that. Meanwhile, on the same token, during Landon Ricketts' missions, you do have to save a wagon from some actual bandits. So you're kind of just eased into the whole territory of Mexico. I wish the whole timeline was structured a little bit better, where you just had to complete all of Landon Ricketts' missions first, pushed into doing all of Allende's and DeSanta's missions, and then you were introduced to Luisa and then Reyes, because it would have made a lot more sense that way chronologically, rather than this little mix-up of going from Allende to Luisa to Ricketts, back to DeSanta and Allende, where then you're betrayed, going to Luisa, having Reyes save you, and then siding with Reyes, who decided to forgive John and all of his wrongdoings in the country and all his actions and efforts against the rebellion because he saved his life and he's now fighting for him and realizes how valuable of an asset he really is on his side. It becomes confusing, or it could be just what Rockstar was really going for. You know, John jumping from side to side to side, causing pretty much chaos regardless of whoever's he's fighting for or against at any given moment, and he's just a man on a mission. A mission that, no matter the side, he does see through to the end. Ultimately, it's hard to say if John did do better or worse for the land of Mexico. He, of course, ended up killing all the local heads of government. With his help, he ensured Colonel Allende and DeSanto were killed, either by his own hands or by rebel forces. John ended up killing Captain Espinosa and seeing to it that Abraham Reyes was in charge of the region Nuevo Paradiso, with Javier Escuela and Bill Williamson either killed or captured. So, for John, it's a resounding mission accomplished. But what of all the lives he directly had a hand in affecting? Yes, he did save some lives with the help of landing rickets, ensuring some people made their way into the United States. He did turn the tide of the Civil War that was ravaging the area, but he also did contribute to an untold number of deaths. Who knows how many people were sold as sex slaves? Who knows how many people were up and relocated and had to move because of the mess John was bringing to their doorstep? You can't deny he had an impact on the region. Without his help, the rebellion would have died along with Abraham Reyes, who, thanks to John's help, goes on to achieve the status of president, but it's claimed that he becomes much more brutal in his ways of running the country than any other leader before him. Of course, letting the power get to his head that John even warned him about. All things considered, Rockstar in a way did a phenomenal job at portraying the moral gray area of John Marston during this entire chapter. But in order to get his wife and son back, was it really worth getting involved in a civil war, toppling the pre-existing institution of power? He may say he cared little for the land or the people, with his family being his primary and really only concern, but would that not be the ultimate form of selfishness? John reshaped the history of an entire region and of the entire nation, all for his dream of being left alone to solitude and passing into his old age with his wife by his side. Something we can all relate to, but is that dream so grand as to excuse all that he did?
All right, string the no-good murdering bastard up.
Let's try this again. Where's Mike? No. Where's Mike?
I already told you I ain't seen him.
You lie.
It ain't my fault. He tried to kill me.
Where's Micah?
Talk, or I'll pull this lever.
Talk.
No.
Could Cleet have been redeemed, or is this a dry case of automatically guilty by association? Cleet is one of the smaller characters in the story of Red Dead Redemption 2. We have no information on what his last name is, possible aliases he went by, or previous affiliations besides running with Micah Bell and Joe, another character that's only known by one name. Cleet, and by extension Joe, are only in a handful of cutscenes throughout the entire game of Red Dead Redemption 2, with their first appearances being during the main mission, My Last Boy.
So why are these two still here? Old pals of Micah. They're getting real comfortable.
We need guns for what's coming. Cleet and Joe know how to fight. It's lucky I bumped into him.
Although it's worth noting, as a token of Rockstar's great writing, you can actually see Cleet and Joe wandering around camp a little bit before they are introduced to Arthur in the main story mission. But clearly, understandably, Arthur's naturally standoffish and aggressive towards both of them. I mean, given Micah's well-established reputation within the gang at this point, I think anyone that knows Micah from his earlier years and chooses to ride with him again should be seen as someone who's possibly as deplorable as Micah himself. And Cleet and Joe are already introduced to the Van der Linden gang, or rather what remains of it, at the worst possible time, to say the least. Tension is at an all-time high for everyone that remains at Beaver Hollow. The Pinkertons are close on the gang's tail, Dutch and Micah are continuing to get closer to each other, feeding into one another's own greed and recklessness. John and Arthur are starting to develop their own sense of what is right and wrong with the change and their own priorities, which in turn causes its own wedge between not only them and Dutch, but the rest of the members, such as Bill and Javier, who, if you hang around camp long enough at certain points, can be seen calling John or even Arthur a traitor, telling them what they're doing is hurting Dutch and they should stop it, that they've changed. It's hard to precisely describe the tension and mentality that is surrounding everyone because, to oversimplify it, the prevailing sides are John and Arthur, trying to split off and do their own thing, versus Micah and Dutch, continuing on in the philosophy of what Dutch claims they've always been after, only now it's through much more reckless and dangerous means. But to dig a little deeper within that camp of Dutch and Micah, I still believe the majority of people aware of what Micah and Dutch are doing and saying Dutch has changed is them more so trying to rationalize everything. It's a point of self-evaluation and retrospectively looking at their entire life. Because the man they've looked up to, the man that they've trusted so much in, is drastically different than what he's always been. I ultimately think that even though at some points they question whether if Dutch was always like this, the blame is still placed on Micah. There's still a love, there's still some sense of loyalty to Dutch. Micah has none of that from any of them, so it's much easier for them to just place it on Micah and grasping at any and every possibility to rationalize the person that Dutch has become or that Dutch is now. But regardless of how much power or influence Micah genuinely has or is perceived to have on Dutch, John, Arthur, and everyone else who somewhat stays still believes Micah's the primary source of everything. And it's with that belief that makes Joe and Cleet even worse. From the perspectives of John, Sadie, and Arthur. Just the way the two of them are around the camp, never venturing far from Dutch's tent, not really seen interacting with anyone besides themselves and Micah. The body language and their lack of enthusiasm to engage with anyone else that isn't Micah or maybe even possibly Dutch just goes to show they know that they are not welcomed. And yet here, they're basically treading on ground that they were never even really welcome to begin with. And knowing they are here in the good graces of the one that is blamed for the gang's current internal struggles definitely does not help their case. I wanted to put a big emphasis on Cleet's introduction to John, Sadie, and Arthur because since we don't know much about Cleet before being brought around as a hired gunman by Micah and a lack of details pertaining to what he got involved with after the events of Beaver Hollow make it difficult to make a sound judgment on whether if Cleet could have been excused. And I think the possibility of him being excused is both real and almost a definitive no. From Sadie and John's perspective, Cleet's fate was always sealed. Because, frankly, from a loyalty perspective, I don't think Sadie or John would have ever allowed him to live and redeem himself if he was even capable and willing to live a straight and honest life. John and Sadie basically handed out Cleet's death sentence, a death sentence that results in either John hanging him to death.
Wait. He's up in the mountains. I think he's up in Mount Hagen. We got a whole gang now. Bad man, doing bad things. I tried to stop him from murdering that little girl. We fell out. Honest. Please, I'm one of the good guys. Hang him. No. There ain't no need for this.
He's done.
Thank you.
Or Sadie shooting him in the head. There's no option for him to live as far as the two of them are concerned, and that is even though he made it apparent that Micah quote-unquote tried to kill him, that they fell out because he decided to try and get in the way and save a little girl from being killed by Micah. He even says that he's one of the good guys. John and Sadie are ultimately on their path to getting their revenge on Micah. By association to the man they loathe so much, a man who they blame for the death of Arthur. I mean, we can't forget, Arthur practically asked Sadie to stick with him and John in exchange for his help in finishing off the rest of the O'Driscolls out in Hanging Dog Ranch.
I'll tell you, I'll do it, but there's something you can help me with.
Sure.
You, me, and John. This whole thing is pretty much done, but Dutch still has our money hidden away, so
Well, how do you mean?
when the time comes, just be
What
ready.
do you mean?
I mean, if we can get out of here,
money. You and me, we're more ghosts than people. And none of that loyalty matters.
Jesus. Okay. I'm with you.
Well, then you got yourself a gun.
John obviously owed his entire second chance at trying to live an honest life to Arthur, and Charles developed a strong bond and deeper level of respect for Arthur after he helped out with the Wapiti situation. So from a loyalty perspective, the three of them would not let Clete live. I think it would just boil down to the fiercest level of an eye for an eye from their perspective. My brother died, and it's your leader's fault, so we're gonna wipe any trace of him and any connection he's ever had. His pleas for mercy ultimately just falls on deaf ears because they don't care. Their goal is just to find Micah. By running with someone so ruthless, then there's nothing more fitting than the ruthless end to your own run, regardless of how noble a single act of kindness was. But let's say that Clete never had the original presence in Beaver Hollow. Would he have still been killed? Unless John or Sadie witnessed Clete spare a child or be actively challenging Micah's more brutal tendencies, then I would still say, yes, I think he would still be killed. His fate would be the same. I think that's just based off of John and Sadie's feelings towards Micah, and possibly anybody that's affiliated with him or was willing to run with him. There would be no sympathy for those types of people as far as they're concerned. Only with his lack of a presence in Beaver Hollow would now render him even more of an insignificant character, mainly just serving as a worm to inform us where Micah is. He would still be killed, just without a second thought now, because who cares? His main purpose is just to die and tell us where Micah's at. And there's one more reason that works against Clete's favor, and that is Sadie's newfound profession. She's a bounty hunter. We've seen countless missions where, even in the main story, how relentless, aggressive, and brutal Sadie can be herself. And the way that she was able to track Clete down in Strawberry was because there was rumors that one of Micah's affiliates, someone who's wanted for murder himself, is hiding out in Strawberry. I find it very difficult to see her overlooking this bounty. I don't think she would let him go. I think it would just boil down to killing him, moving on, coming back, and trying to reclaim that bounty of whatever price that was on Clete's head. I just don't see it in her to let him slide, or any situation where she would grant a little mercy and allow him to run off. Maybe as a head start, sure. Yeah, she could toy with him in that way, but there is no legitimate second chances or turning over a new leaf, not based off the history that we have here. Let's say in an alternate history, he was spared by both Sadie and John. Would he be redeemed? Well, just trying to save a little girl, which he failed at, doesn't warrant him being a good guy all of a sudden. It doesn't change the person he is or what he's done any more than Arthur reluctantly saving the German family at the end of Horseshoe Overlook.
Ein großer Mann.
Ja, wirklich.
Es ist ein Segen, dass wir Sie getroffen haben.
Come on, now get out of here. This place ain't safe. Get out of here!
Ja, ja,
Vamos!
alles klar.
Vamos!
Ich hab was für Sie. Einen Moment. Dankeschön. Thank you. Vielen Dank, herzlichen Dank.
Guess it was a pleasure.
Considering Clete stood up to Micah and ultimately left, it does show he has more of a moral compass than Joe or anyone else that stood by Micah's side. So for Clete, there is some kind of hope, but we can't say definitively because we frankly don't know much about him or what he's done. His past can be as vague as any random NPC, or it could be as brutal and as cold-blooded as Low Honor Arthur. Is there a chance? Yeah. Can you say that? Can I say that definitively without a shadow of a doubt? No. Just based frankly off what we have. There's even the possibility of him finding a woman, settling down and going the route of John and completely flipping his mentality and abandoning his outlaw lifestyle. Something Amos, Micah's brother, seems to have done.
Ruined my life!
Sadie Adler, vengeance personified. I don't think I have to say Sadie is easily one of the most interesting characters in this game. I think most people just agree with that. Once a married, law-abiding citizen, her life was turned upside down in the blink of an eye, with her husband and home being stripped from her. Everything that symbolized her as being a domesticated, loving person was all gone, completely vanishing the day she rode off with the Vanderlyn gang. Well, I always found Sadie's transformation fascinating, with her fits and episodes of rage putting anything Mike has ever done to shame. As times went on, I've come to really appreciate the way Rockstar's handled telling her story. Traumatized, she's completely absent from Horseshoe Overlook. Clemens Point shows her frustration from standing idly by inside the camp, dictated no more than to just be Pearson's help, a man she evidently has a massive amount of disrespect towards.
Boring. Ooh. Wait a sec. Listen to this. Since we last corresponded, I have traveled widely, making no small name for myself. Before you ask, I am still yet to take a wife, but I can assure you it's not for a lack of suitors. You ever actually even talk to a woman he ain't paid for?
Or if not, disrespect, finds herself as more of his superior rather than even an equal. We get a small glimpse of things the new Sadie's willing and capable of doing. However, at this point in time, it's no more than what appears to be an enthusiastic fascination with a new outlaw lifestyle she's adopted.
So, what's the plan? I shoot the shopkeeper while you...
No! You insane?
I thought we was outlaws.
It's not until the gang relocates to Shady Belle and is under attack by the O'Driscolls where her anger, rage, and request for blood payment by them is finally able to be satiated.
Sadie? Sadie! Sadie! Why didn't you get inside?
And miss all this?
This is the first time Arthur actually witnesses this type of behavior by her. And given he's still referring to her as Mrs. Adler here, they're obviously not as close as they come to be in the later portion of the game, but it's actually this singular instance that I want to talk a little bit more about because Rockstar never puts too much of an emphasis on Sadie. How she's doing, or how she's starting to hit a breaking point, wanting so desperately to move on from her grief that she's carrying, is never put in front of you until it's already there, and it becomes an issue where Arthur and other members basically have to start acknowledging it. This display of her anger and rage holding off so many O'Driscolls in an attack isn't just impressive, it shows that anyone is willing and capable of doing a complete 180 like Sadie did. She's the only member in the entire game where she starts off, for lack of a better word here, pure. She isn't already accustomed to this outlaw lifestyle. Instead, she's pulled into it and eventually fully embraces it. While on the outside, we all see an evolution of someone who's settled down, had a husband, some land and house, descended to the deepest depression fathomable, only to rise out of it angry and vengeful, and really reborn. She doesn't descend straight into an aimless bloodlust, though. She still has moments of breaking down. Almost at times, it sounds as if she hates the life she leads now.
They turned me into a monster, Arthur. But my memories of him, they still pure.
She's not unaware or even chooses to shift blame, looking for an excuse to cover up her actions. Instead, it's almost as if she carries this anger to get even with Colm and the rest of the O'Driscolls to avenge her dead husband, a revenge mission that almost transitions into a guilt and sadness. Guilt for living when her husband didn't, and sadness for the bitter, nihilistic person she's become. Although that more so describes her during the epilogue chapters, I always wondered why Dutch didn't exploit her rage and anger so much. There's only one time where it came off as if he did. That was during the mission Goodbye Dear Friend, where we get to see Colm O'Driscoll hang. With the O'Driscolls and Vanderlyn gang raging wars for years, it would only seem right to bring someone that's been with the gang for a longer period of time, such as John, Bill, Javier, hell, maybe even Charles. Although given Charles's involvement with the natives' plight against US military, and Charles somewhat being in direct opposition against Dutch's attempts to utilize the natives more so as a distraction rather than actually helping them, not using Charles makes a bit more sense as he'd be busy elsewhere. And Dutch could very well be annoyed with his recent attempts to help the natives, and see that more as getting in the way and betraying him. Sadie, on the other hand, time and again has been known to be more of a loose cannon. Arthur's made it known himself that she more or less practically scares him. Taking Sadie here would undoubtedly have negative consequences. I fully believe Dutch saw this outburst of Sadie as a real possibility and still chose to take her, giving into more of his own personal demons. If Sadie erupted into her usual fits of rage, Dutch would have to fight his way out of Saint Denis with Sadie and Arthur now. But if it was a bloodbath Dutch was really after, Why not bring Micah? Wouldn't it be wiser to bring his new favorite? A man who would always jump at any chance to add another tally to his revolver's names while pleasing his new master? Perhaps. Or maybe this was a ploy by Dutch to see where Sadie's own loyalty lies. Maybe she could be as devoted to him and only him as Micah is. By bringing her along, he could have also tried to test the waters, maybe even try to pull her away from Arthur. With the exception of John, Sadie's the only one right by Arthur's side during the events of Beaver Hollow. She was crucial with John's rescue from Siska Penitentiary, scouting the island for John's schedule for work in the field, and going guns blazing with Arthur onto the island. She's also proven to be aggressive, reliable, and willing to do whatever it takes to get the job done. On top of all of this, she doesn't shy away from taking charge. Prime example is when the failed robbery of the Saint Denis Bank happened. She was the one that basically took over command of the gang and ensured everyone's survival in the absence of Dutch, Hosea, and Arthur. Arthur's health is clearly deteriorating rapidly. How useful was her services to a man whose days are numbered? Well, it's difficult to really say what the stance is of Dutch or even Micah, as there isn't much direct communication between Micah and Sadie, or even Dutch and Sadie during the main events of the game. What we can say is, to her core, despite moments of completely losing herself and making sure everyone around her feels the anger and rage, a manifestation of the mourning of everything that she's lost, what we can see is through Beaver Hollow, and ultimately even through the epilogue and seeing how Sadie acts towards Abigail and John, is that even though she fully embraced this outlaw lifestyle, even though she did a complete 180 and she is taking lives left and right, and she has this more pessimistic approach to life in general, she still hasn't completely lost herself. She still has that soft spot for Arthur. She even praises him as being a good man. She sticks her neck out for ensuring John makes it safely back to Abigail. She even eventually offers John a job, a nice steady income that she guarantees Abigail is safe. Well, I think we'd be diving a little too deep into theoretical and hypothetical territory if I start saying Dutch saw Sadie as any type of a threat or a real rival. I don't think that's possible at all. At the very least, he definitely acknowledged how useful she can be. And it's just crazy to think what would have happened if he really tailored, or even Micah really tailored more towards that aggressive side in her, and she took a much proactive role with Dutch and Micah right behind her. Or even if she adopted that naive enthusiasm that we see her portray in the very stages of Clemens Point when they venture into Rhodes and she talks about shooting shopkeepers and doing whatever outlaws do, with their mind being such fertile ground. What would have happened if Micah came, bent that ear a little bit, brought her on a couple heists and robberies and showed her how he handles things? How much would that have influenced her and altered the events of Beaver Hollow and the end of the game? Ultimately, the bottom line is Sadie is a good woman, even though she became a little bit bloodthirsty towards the end and adopted a life that she never would have imagined for herself in a million years. And it's kind of insane to think of all the events and all the things that would have been drastically differently if Dutch and Micah seen the potential this woman really had.
It seems awful. Then it seems the same as always, and then it seems like there's just no other way, and I just...
Listen, we got out of worse situations than this. Done plenty of bad things that we've all forgotten about. Don't take Dutch's patter about redemption too seriously. We're doomed. Just like every other creature on this rock. But unlike them, we'll go down fighting.
Why did Hosea stay with Dutch van der Linde? Why did he continue to hang with the gang until the dying end? Especially when there's so much dialogue starting as early as a chapter of Coulter showing he's far from ignorant.
Listen. Try to stop Dutch getting all of you killed, because I'm about beginning to think he's finally lost his mind.
And do what? If we stop doing this?
I don't know. I never knew. Guess I could never figure that out, neither.
While he may be hopeful, he's aware of the mess the gang continues to get themselves into, with Dutch seemingly losing his sense of direction and how best to proceed forward to better their overall situation. Instead, appearing to do the exact opposite, continuing to make matters worse, take more and more on, and even find time to even the score with his rival Colm O'Driscoll. Yet despite all of this, despite Hosea seeing through the mess and the poor decision making, why did he choose to stay? Was it really as simple as Hosea being stubborn? Could Hosea have been angry at his old age, unhappy with the position he found himself in, still running from the law in a manner not too different than how he did so back in the days of his youth, at a time where the world he and his companion Dutch van der Linde found themselves in actually allowed them the leeway to be a little more reckless, to take on more crime, more bloodshed, to be in a better position to defend themselves against a less robust and universal law enforcement system. But now, with many years behind him, the experience of life, love, and a taste of something outside of just relocating to camp, all being spoiled by the feeling of hopelessly stuck in a loop, withering away from some sort of sickness, could Hosea have been experiencing a strong sense of being stuck between obligations the family he helped build, to the many faces that now, under the collective brands as outlaws, identified universally as van der Linde gang members, a family is known for most of their lives, compounded by not being able to properly bear the idea of leaving his friend Dutch's side while finding the lure of the comfort of this life, and the fact that he's known it his entire life just led to a perfect mixture of Hosea being destined for just this and only this. It's a very complex answer. Hosea is not that much of a simple character. On the surface, he is being seen as the counsel for the entire gang, for Dutch's voice of reason, for the logical side, for being credited as the most prudent member of the entire gang, the one that, as the story progressed, is often identified as a sole member, if any, was capable of preventing the overall destruction and disintegration of the gang. And that's a fair observation. Hosea, time and again, is seen as the only one throughout the story that can question Dutch. Others, such as John, Arthur, and Miss Grimshaw, are seen at times doing it, but they're all greeted with some type of flash of anger, upset at the betrayal these people are displaying for just asking if the man they once knew as a great, loving, caring man is okay, if he feels the same, everything is alright, or if they are all going to be okay. Hosea was able to do it all without any anger. Even if Dutch didn't take it at face value or agree with Hosea per se, clearly he respected him enough by trying to logically win him over to see things as he did.
There ain't no easier way. Now, I know his type. He is a vindictive little power broker who rules by fear. Now, we pull that stunt in his cesspit of a town, we're doomed. You want to leave this place? Leave this country? We need that money.
Just don't feel good, Dutch.
This is it. This is the last job that we are ever gonna pull. Before the year is out, we are gonna be harvesting mangoes in Tahiti. Farmers. But we need seed capital, and we need to leave. You know it. I know it.
Forgive me if I can't think too much about the mango harvest.
This is it.
There's no doubt that Hosea is the prudent patriarch of the gang. While Dutch is the figure and the overall leader, it's Hosea that's really the end-all be-all. At least when it comes to Arthur, that's how it appears to be. But with Hosea being the prudent patriarch of the gang, it may seem a bit contrary given his realization of the futility of the situation he and the entire gang are in, and how he himself continues to stick by. But another important part of Hosea is he's a father. Yes, he looks out for the gang's collective well-being, trying his best to ensure what the future holds in store for them as a group is overall better, with less threats of arrest or any other type of hardship, such as a tragedy of experiencing the loss of one of the members. But Hosea also looks out for everyone on a very personal level. Hosea had a time where he was married to a woman by the name of Bessie. He and her broke off from the gang and disappeared for an unspecified amount of time. Even though he and Bessie were married and Hosea tried his best to separate himself from the criminal lifestyle, he slowly drifted back into it. There's no information about the two of them bearing a child, but Hosea had to have seen his relationship with Bessie mirrored in some ways with how he's seen John and Abigail's relationship, understanding the tolls and pressure of two opposing mentalities and how that could impact the overall health of their relationship, but also adding the dangers of bringing a child into everything. Never mind the fact that John, already confused on what it is he exactly wanted, decided to leave his wife, son, and the entire gang for a year to go find himself. Hosea and even later Arthur both told him to snap out of it, get his shit together, become an adult, and leave with his wife and son.
The thing is, John, we all gotta die. I know that. I, of all people, know that.
Excuse me?
We all gotta die, but you got the chance to live. Not just to live for love.
I got no goddamn clue what you're on about, Hosea.
You're not as dumb as you act, John Marston.
I don't understand.
Be a man, John. It would suit you.
The interaction alone is a clear indication that unlike Dutch, who's actively trying to keep everyone tied to him by constantly reminding them to keep faith in his vision and his ability to take care of them, claiming to put their wants and needs before his own, whether if that is true or not is besides the point. It's the repetition and the constant reminder that they need to have that faith. They need to be all in or else nothing is going to work. Hosea, on the other hand, identified what John needed to hear personally. He told him to leave because it was best for him, his wife, and most importantly, their son. John already had the will and ability to just disappear and leave it all behind. Maybe he just needed that blessing so that there would be no what ifs. There would be no reason for him to actually come back. What I love so much about this moment is it gives more to what I'm trying to get at here. And it could be a part of a very multi-layered, extremely complex reason as to why Hosea stays. Here, specifically, he levels with John. He speaks to him like an adult. He has a tone that is stern to remind him the significance of all the choices we make in our lives. He's an elder, but he's an elder that is speaking on a timer. And this is something he clearly expresses. He also has a demeanor that is one of love. Obviously, he cares for John, and he opens up by telling us something he knows himself. We all have a time to go, whether by old age, and that inherently makes Hosea closer to the grave than everyone else, or if we take his progressive cough and his sickness into account, and then everything else going on with Dutch, the gang, and it all falling apart. It makes sense why, specifically during Clemens Point, you find so many times where Hosea is alone. And he's alone a lot during Horseshoe Overlook as well, but during Clemens Point specifically, it's almost as if his demeanor completely changes. Yes, he can still be fine reading a newspaper or relaxing, similar to how he was in Horseshoe Overlook, but there's an aura around him that's a lot more somber. It's not so much depressive, it's just sad. Which in hindsight, if you really compare it to the chapter of Beaver Hollow and how Arthur is with the gang, it's kind of the same thing. Arthur's so preoccupied with making amends to everything else and everyone else that the gang is moving 100 times faster than he is when his world almost got brought to a complete stop. It's obviously not the exact same since Hosea already knows, and with him being much older, he's had much more time to make amends with any and everyone that he felt like he needed to, but it's very similar. It's almost as if just how Arthur felt like his destiny ultimately was tied to that of the Van der Linde gang, Hosea's was ultimately the same thing, albeit a little bit for different reasons. There might have very well been a stronger sense of obligation. After all, even though Dutch's name is across the entire gang collectively, it is Hosea that did help form the gang. So he had to have felt some sense of responsibility, some sense of blame for everything ultimately happening to the gang, because even though Dutch is in charge, Hosea is still the second most senior and the only one that can really bend Dutch's ear, and that has to be something that he was well aware of. So why did Hosea stay into the end? I think it was a combination of familiarity to this lifestyle. He was sick, he was older, and he had to have felt as if seeing as many people through on the other side as best as he could was the least he could do while he still had some time left. At the very beginning of the video, during that clip where he said that they're doomed, he goes on to say that they're going to fighting to the bitter end.
Just like every other creature on this rock. But unlike them, we'll go down fighting.
It's hard to really say whether if that's something he genuinely bought into, if that was the mentality, if that was just him trying to bring himself up and remind himself that, hey, things look a little gloomy, things are a little dark, but I still got some fight in me. Or maybe that was just him repeating a little bit of what Dutch says, trying to get Lenny to relax, to buy into it, and even trying to convince himself that ultimately Dutch is right and unification is the thing we need most right now. I'm going to pass this on to you. Why do you think Hosea decided to stay with the gang? Do you think there was even a possibility at any point during the main story of Red Dead Redemption 2, or even, let's say, as early as a chapter of Culture, there was a possibility for him to just go on and do his own thing, to reestablish some type of life outside the gang? Maybe do a con job, and whatever he made off with, he can establish some type of farm or ranch somewhere and live quietly? Or do you think his fate was ultimately sealed by continuing to stay with the Van der Linde gang, and there was never any hope of getting out, especially not after everything they got involved with when it came to Clemens Point? I think Clemens Point was a major turning point, no pun intended, but if you really look at the trajectory and how the chapters are lined up and the story and everything, Clemens Point is a chapter where the gang ultimately, I don't think ever really recovers. There's hope during the chapter of Saint Denis, but they get so involved with Bronte and everything else that they're almost too far gone for a number of different reasons at that point in time.
Who am I kidding? One of O'Driscoll's boys couldn't open his mouth, but he'd tell a lie. Screw it. Let's just have some fun. Geld here.
Yeah! What's he doing? Where's he going?
Oh, don't worry. You're only balls, boy. Just gonna cause you trouble. You know, in Imperial Rome, eunuchs was among the happiest and most loyal of courtiers.
No, you're kidding me, right?
Of course.
You sick bastards! Oh, what do you want from me?
Very few characters have found themselves in such a disheartening position as Kieran Duffy. A man whose very origins of falling in with Van der Linde gang sealed his position as someone who couldn't be trusted. Someone who was weak, a fool, and a Driscoll. No matter how hard he tried, taking care of chores around the camp and tending to the horses, no matter whose life he decided to save or how badly he stuck his own neck out on the line for the rest of the gang, no matter how badly Kieran tried to reason with all those around him, he still was not one of them. In some way, it's hard to think if he would ever be considered anything other than what he was continually referred to as, an O'Driscoll. I think for him to really be accepted by all, and I mean accepted in a way where he's respected and not referred to as anything other than his own name, or maybe even talked to in a manner that is similar to how Bill is, where Bill is still a member, just his effectiveness is questionable in some areas.
How come every time I get in trouble, I'm called a fool and an idiot? But when you get in trouble, oh, it's just one of them things.
But Kieran is kind. He's soft-spoken and quite nervous. In order for him to adequately escape the O'Driscoll moniker, he would have to prove himself, to be of far more use than just hanging around to the camp. And maybe that price would mean actually bringing in Colm straight to Dutch, or continuing to provide more and more valuable information on the gang he previously rode with, allowing the Van der Linde gang the pleasure of, if not immediately taking care of Colm himself, then continuously ripping off score after score, getting under Colm's skin and even systematically destabilizing the O'Driscoll's power and influence in the local area. But unfortunately, that's not the case at all. Neither way, personally speaking, if it wasn't for Arthur getting sick and Arthur's own mentality and perspective starting to change because of his sickness and him having to come to terms with his own mortality, I don't think Kieran would have ever properly been accepted in at least Arthur's eyes. I think it would only be through Dutch's direct blessing that would influence Arthur to lower his guard and give Kieran a fair shot. And even then, I think Kieran would have the same amount of trust as Micah, as far as Arthur's concerned. But of course, that is if Dutch would ever give that blessing himself. Who really knows? Dutch's own position towards Kieran I found to always be a little interesting as well. I mean, if we take a step back and look at Kieran's position, he would be the ideal recruit for Dutch after all. A lost, vulnerable soul that technically is at the mercy of his rival. I mean, the first time we see him, he's being smacked left and right by Colm. Understandably, when Kieran is captured, he is a little squeamish and all too eager to denounce the O'Driscolls that he's riding with. But ultimately, after time has passed, I think even by looking at him, you can tell how useful he is. There's no point in continuing to have that level of hate or disdain towards Kieran. He's not that much of an effective gunman, and it's pretty clear that he's not even a highly trusted member within the O'Driscoll camp. So as far as information comes, he would obviously keep hitting a brick wall similar to what he does within the game. It would be up to him to take up arms and try to be a much more aggressive gunman, although taking a deep look at his personality, or not even a deep look, just looking at how he speaks and how he interacts around those he comes into contact with, it's simply not within his character. But I want to go back to Dutch real quick. Time and again as the story goes on, Dutch displays the ability to at least play the gracious host and feign submission.
We are simple country folk. All we have is each other.
You had nothing to do with destroying the liquor business!
We was innocent bystanders. And that which we weren't innocent of, well, we most surely were ignorant of.
That was a route he could have definitely taken with Kieran. Colm had to inform the men who chose to ride with him about this rival gang that they would undoubtedly continue to keep clashing with, and with the explanation of who this gang was, has to come some information on the gang's leader. Dutch betrays Colm and his men in the worst light imaginable. Realistically speaking, Colm must be doing the same, so by feigning hospitality and appreciation, Dutch could have very well caught Kieran by surprise, with his notable contrast in character from what Colm told him and the rest of the O'Driscolls who and what Dutch was. The 180 may have lowered Kieran's own guard in a very different way, with Dutch approaching as a benevolent leader, a surrogate father, if you will. We obviously don't know this until much later after spending more time with Kieran, but I think it would be a fair argument to raise that if Dutch decided to do so, that of course would have ran the risk of Kieran running back to the O'Driscolls and betraying the Van der Linde gang by basically telling Colm where the gang was hiding out at. You know, the gang that basically just cleared out their entire camp of their explosives, of their map, and of all their men. But either way, we know Dutch doesn't do any of this. Instead, he resorts to threatening and even being all too willing to torture Kieran, simply by his affiliation with his hated rival. How Dutch decides to treat Kieran, I think, can just be seen as an extension of Dutch's own hate and unwillingness to see anything shy of Colm's suffering. His suffering, Dutch was all too willing to let run wild on Kieran. In the meantime, in the grand scheme of things, while Kieran is only in a handful of missions, it's hard to really believe how much he could contribute to the gang, given his own personal, quiet, nervous demeanor, tending to the horses, and quietly doing his part to ensure the gang's survival seemed like it was something he was much more comfortable with than going out and securing big scores. Hell, even Lenny appeared much more aggressive and hardened than he did. But despite this, I do think, because of Kieran's own demeanor, and not really appearing in all that many missions, Rockstar gives the intentional impact he's left to have. It's a life troubled and plagued by loneliness, by punishment, by never being accepted. Maybe it was because of this fear of being left alone and dying by himself that ultimately drives him. Kieran said himself, he wasn't given a choice to even ride with the O'Driscolls. He was given the offer to ride with them or die. And while he chose with the former, refusing to kill or plunder as the rest of them did, may have found him in a position where he was the bottom of the barrel, weak, spineless, only interested in looking after the horses. This refusal to bring in cash or actively spread the influence of the O'Driscolls, or even properly stand up for himself. This meant similarly he was in a position in the O'Driscoll gang as he was with the Van der Linde gang, which he openly says to Arthur, Bill, and John on their way to Six Point Cabin, albeit he says this revelation in a manner that is meant more to try to get the three of them to understand a common ground between both of the gangs rather than depict himself as an abused victim, something even John took an offense to.
You know, you all ain't that different from the O'Driscolls.
What did you just say?
I've been watching you all these weeks, and,
You've been tied to a tree. You don't know nothing about this gang.
Yeah, well, I'd say you don't know much about the O'Driscolls. But maybe I know more about you than you know about them. And I know all about them, so...
It's an attempt to make them realize he's human too, while attempting to alleviate the mutual hatred. A hatred that he possibly understood the Van der Linde gang may be the more logical out of the two. But regardless of intent, Kieran's position in the gangs he finds himself in and the grand events of Red Dead Redemption 2's story as a whole is one he possibly never would have gotten out of. A position he depressedly shares with Arthur on their fishing trip. After Kieran made the decision to bring Dutch's men to Colm's doorstep at Six Point Cabin, whether if he wanted to pick sides or not, this action inevitably sealed his fate with the Van der Linde gang. He cannot leave the comfort of the campgrounds without some type of escort, some type of protection from Colm's men that are roaming the Heartlands.
See? Look at this. Life ain't so bad. At least you ain't tied to a tree.
I'm still a prisoner, Arthur. I can't step outside camp by myself for a second without being terrified of one of Colm's boys gonna come pick me up. When I'm in camp, I got Bill and Sadie whispering in my ear all the time how they're gonna kill me in my sleep. Like living in a nightmare.
And within this protection from Colm's men, he cannot find peace from his protectors, since he constantly has Sadie and Bill in his ears, all too eager to share with him what they'll do to him in his sleep, or Dutch constantly reminding him that he can't trust this previous traitor. It's torture. The optional fishing mission with him during the chapter of Clemens Point is one I recommend giving a shot because it provides a lot of insight for Kieran, with him acknowledging his own unique circumstances and Arthur even refusing to find any sympathy for this man who he says he may have ended up killing at Six Point Cabin, or any other future run-in with Colm's men had events been different. Honestly, in the end, Kieran's loyalty from one gang to the other will be doubtful. With him revealing Six Point Cabin to Dutch under threat of torture and him revealing Shady Belle to Colm under the same circumstance, although I suppose everyone has a breaking point. However, given his willingness to stand shoulder to shoulder with other Van der Linde members when Milton and Ross visited the camp, something even Micah isn't seen doing, you have to at least give him credit for trying to earn his place when the gang needed him most, especially if it meant putting his life on the line, which he did, being butchered and humiliated in the worst way imaginable. And it's kind of sad to say for me, but my first playthrough, technically my first two, I didn't even realize who Kieran was when he died. I had a oh damn moment, but I just didn't remember what person that was. And hearing how all the Van der Linde members talk of Karen after he passes. It's unfortunate to say, but maybe that's what he was really meant to be known for. Not the person he was, not what he did, not how hard he tried or how pure his heart was, but the manner in which he died, which is kind of sad when you think about it.
So what are you? Cuban?
No, I don't like Cubans. That so?
Maybe. Why, what do you care? You ain't Cuban.
Maybe I like Cubans.
There's no doubt Red Dead Redemption 2 has one of the greatest stories ever told within a video game. A story that tackles multiple themes from the eyes of Arthur Morgan, trusted and feared outlaw who unfortunately gets terminally sick, and alongside his failing health starts to watch his family slowly fall apart. To this day, I still replay this game's story, and I never quite get over watching the highs and lows of the Van der Linde gang. Changing up Arthur's appearance, trying to make him fat or skinny, and trying to change up whether if I'm going to be honorable or dishonorable. The overall experience is always changing for me, and there's always something new. But something that's always disappointed me with this game was the lack of some characters' presence in the main story of the game. They were just there, not really having much to add to major story decisions, or although there are some small moments where you can go out and rob a stagecoach, homestead, or even go out fishing and hunting with them on your own time, it's not a recurrent theme. It's just a one and done deal. You're not able to invite any character you're choosing out on an activity of your choosing, similar to how you can do so in the GTA series, which is a really sad omission given how much rich story and background that can be provided for each and every one of the Van der Linde members. I mean, sure, you can hear about their personal lives and where they're at currently within the game by just paying attention to dialogue that's going in and around the camp between them and other characters, but it would have been so much better if you can just take any character that you wanted at any given time, invite them to go fishing, hunting, or shoot up a town and hear about their past and how they even fell into the Van der Linde gang, or comment on the current situation that the gang is in now. That would have also given a lot more insight to the overall gang and not just individual characters within the gang. We pretty much always hear Dutch will find a way, or Dutch has a plan. Most members, while a little cynical of the current situation or past events leading to their current predicament they find themselves in, the overall sentiment is still a firm belief in Dutch. A firm belief that at times seems almost blindly ignorant. Think of how we would really see what the gang's hierarchy is like, or how information from Dutch and other members that are aware of the current events and what is really going on right now is trickled down and brought to other members' attention. As an example, let's take a look at Clemens Point. With the exception of Beaver Hollow, I feel like Clemens Point is one of the more eventful chapters where the gang is just in the center of so much going on. In this chapter, we find Dutch, Hosea, and Arthur leading the way of trying to get in the good graces of both the Braithwaites and Greys by simultaneously exploiting their hatred for the other. While these are the three main figures driving the action taken between both families, Javier, Bill, Sean, and John are all brought in at one time or another to ensure a particular job is achieved. In Red Dead Redemption 2, as we are all aware of, we are able to complete certain jobs before others. Imagine having the ability to invite Javier out on a homestead or train robbery, and on the way to the location, we find out how much or how little Bill played a role in taking out the Braithwaites' moonshining operation out in the swamps. And through this interaction, we're given more insight to Arthur's perspective on this particular event, what's going on with Dutch, Hosea, the Braithwaites, Greys, or instead of bringing Javier along, taking Charles, Sadie, Pearson, someone who's not directly involved with any of the missions during this chapter. Hearing how Arthur is sharing information to them that isn't supposed to be immediately known by them would show how members who aren't directly involved get their information, if they're even actually told what's really going on, and hear of Dutch and the others doing outside of camp. By controlling how someone hears information and seeing how it's communicated to them would also show how certain information may or may not be intentionally withheld with the purpose of pushing a particular narrative. Maybe the omission of seeing interactions like this is just meant to purely hammer home that everyone within the Van der Linde gang just trusts Dutch and are hopeful of his good intentions. But going back to what I was saying earlier, if you're lucky, a character may be slowly used more and more to have a bigger presence, such as Sadie, who's largely absent until the later half of the game when she starts to get closer to Arthur, and then she starts to take a much more proactive role within the gang and even her own personal life. Or Charles, who, in an effort to combat Dutch's eager willingness to exploit the vulnerability and anger of the Wapiti Indians during the events of Beaver Hollow, starts to be given a little bit more of the spotlight. A spotlight expanded a little more with him and Uncle being the last remnants of John's outlaw days. Sadie and Charles, I wish had more to do with the game in the earlier part of the story. I think when it comes to characters that people wish they saw more of, it's always Charles and Sadie that are at the top of that list, and rightfully so. Charles especially is a very interesting character to me particularly, but what I was saying at the beginning of this video was the narrative of Red Dead Redemption 2 is so massive, it's so complex. It's got to push the story forward while incorporating the many different personalities, the many different characters of the Van der Linde gang. I believe there's 20 something members in total, so not only does Rockstar got to build their individual relationships to Arthur particularly since he is the protagonist, but they have to tie it to even John, considering that this game is a prequel. And there's many questions that the story of this game had to answer coming into it, on top of their role within the gang. All these different personalities, all their strengths, the weaknesses, their relationship from one person to the other, and of course the protagonist and later protagonist, and then the many different antagonists. And I was saying, if they can't achieve having a bigger presence of all these characters in every single mission or in the story as a whole, they could have compensated for the lack of it by allowing you to take these characters out on your own volition and get specific details or specific perspectives on these outings that you're able to initiate on your own volition. But besides Sadie and Charles, the two characters that always bug me for not being much more present is Javier Escuela and Bill Williamson, two of the major antagonists of the original Red Dead Redemption. Arguably, the purpose of them in Red Dead Redemption 2 ultimately was getting a glimpse of their general position within the gang, their relationship to Dutch and John, which technically we got at least their position within the gang, with Bill constantly being made fun of and is considered to be a fool more than anything.
Hey, Bill, you were a sharpshooter in the cavalry, weren't you?
What?
When we get there, maybe you could help with the suppression fire.
I never said I was no sharpshooter.
Oh, that's right. What was it? The nation's most loyal latrine digger, wasn't that it?
And while I don't recall how Javier is looked at by other members, the fact he and Bill are basically resigned from the main events, with Bill's opinion completely being disregarded, and Javier's position towards most of what goes on is really more reflective of a hired gun, thankful for Dutch accepting him into the family, and a gratitude that's repaid with unwavering loyalty to Dutch because of the roles that both of them play. It takes a lot of that impact, the betrayal Arthur and John feel towards them at the end of the game, with them siding with Dutch versus them two. Yes, you can rob a stagecoach with Bill, a homestead with Javier, and apparently you can even go fishing with Javier. At least that's what I've heard. I've never had that prompt pop up in my camp, but besides that, there's even a chance encounter where you can help Javier free Bill from the captivity of a few bounty hunters. But ultimately, the story is devoid of any noteworthy moments between the two of them and Arthur, or the two of them and John. On one hand, I am glad of the story and events Rockstar chose to give us and didn't lazily put this on the back of Javier, Bill, and Dutch, but I still would have loved more missions involving them, at least showcasing a moment or two that held some meaning, making their impact much more significant. The only such moment I can think of is when Arthur has a severe coughing episode and Bill defends him from Micah.
Better watch your goddamn mouth, boy! Or... Take it easy, cowboy. You're gonna do yourself a mischief where you're heading. Micah, shut it! He started it!
Had there been more moments like this from Javier or Bill, and the moments where Bill is showcased, less of it being him the butt of the joke and him actually showing that he's at the very least aggressive. Maybe he's not intelligent, maybe he's not all that much respected, but at least at the end of the day he can showcase some type of aggression and defensiveness towards other members that he highly respects. If there was more moments like even this by Javier or Bill, that would have been very significant. That would have added so much more to the dynamic. That would have added so much more depth where, yes, even though Bill is the butt of the joke, even by Arthur the majority of the time, and Javier really doesn't pay that much attention to the other members of the gang, this would have at least shown some type of emotional involvement that isn't even there. It would have added more to the sadness of the gang falling apart, and it would have added at least a little bit more sentiment and feelings behind the scenes of how John now has to hunt down Bill or Javier, who maybe at one point in time during the story, if Rockstar had implemented it, saved his life or Arthur's life, similar to the way that Kieran saved Arthur's life at Six Point Cabin. I just feel ultimately when it boils down to Bill and Javier, so much more should have been done with the both of them. I understand they didn't have to be the front and center of everything, but it would have been nice to have at least one or two moments where there was some type of connection between them and Arthur or them and John.
I got you now, Black Lung! Rat! You rat! I'm a survivor, Black Lung! A survivor! That's all there is! Living and dying!
Mike has always been the assumed rat within the Van der Linde gang. From our perspective, he's always been the perfect scapegoat for all of the gang's trouble. selfish and hot-headed, he's everything Dutch has raised the other members not to be. And given the timing of everything since the very start of him joining up with the gang, the timeline of events and everything going downhill has been a little coincidental. All the way back to the early days of him being accepted into the ranks of the Vanderlyn gang, it appeared he had Dutch's ear, pushing Dutch to increasingly act in ways that are out of character for himself and even the teachings that he praised and promoted onto others, all culminating with his first major misstep in Blackwater, undermining Arthur and Jose's other money-making schemes, resulting in the gang on the run deep into the mountains, with some members killed, captured, or missing. As the game progresses, in Arthur's own words, everywhere Micah turns up, there's Pinkertons, an observation later backed up to be an alleged truth by Agent Milton himself.
Micah Bell. We picked him up when you boys came back from the Caribbean, and he's been a good boy ever since.
Well, we would all love to hate on Micah, the guy who pretty much at every turn finds a way to disrespect and antagonize Arthur, a protagonist that is by all accounts universally loved. It's easy to hate the person who is always at odds with Arthur, especially in such an insolent way. While Micah is universally identified as the supposed rat, today I want to explore the idea of what if he wasn't? What if Micah was the perfect person to pin as the rat, to ensure the once robust Vanderlyn gang crumbled from the inside out? And in the background, the real person, the real rat that was working with the Pinkertons and local law enforcement, feeding them information, wasn't Micah, wasn't Molly, Sadie, or even Trelawney, names that have all popped up as possible rats besides Micah. No, today we're going to be pointing the finger at none other than Abigail Roberts, later turned Abigail Marston after marrying John in the epilogue. At first, the idea of Abigail being a rat or traitor was odd to me. It was very foreign, to say the least. I would have expected someone with a little bit more of a proactive role within the gang, being there front and center with all the bank or train robberies that the gang was staging, or even one of the other women such as Celia or Karen. But after replaying a few select missions and looking at some of the evidence given to us, the theory of Abigail actually being the real rat starts to make more and more sense. On the surface, she's the only mother, the only person who has any sort of chance of a real tangible life outside of living as just an outlaw. She's expressed time and again she wants better for her son Jack and even for her husband John to just be safe. Something that can only be achieved outside of this criminal life they live. Given her personality and position towards this life and the dangers presented to those who live it, I believe Abigail wholeheartedly would prefer John to even be behind bars than out and about, leaving her to wonder where he is and how he's doing. After all, for most of us, the imagination and torment of not knowing something is far worse than the harshest truths and realities. It's what I want you to think about as we explore this theory, with Abigail being hyper-focused on getting herself, her son, and her husband out of this life no matter what the sacrifice. Even if that means betraying her old family, the Vanderlyn gang. Even if that means placing her husband behind bars and using him as an example to Jack of the repercussions his life can have. There's a couple pieces of evidence that I want to present to you, and then you can tell me down below what you think about it, and whether if she really was the rat all along. First one is the train robbery on the border of Lemoyne, and the appearance of Leviticus Cornwall in the town of Valentine. Pouring forth the oil is a series of small missions where Arthur and John prepared to stage a train robbery in as early as Chapter 2. The premise is after stealing an oil carriage, Arthur is to place it on the train tracks so that way the train will come to a halt, at which point Arthur, John, Charles, and the reluctant inclusion of Sean board the train, rob its passengers, and the valuables located in the safes in the back of the train. It's important to keep in mind that this was John's job with help from Arthur. John has the details of the train, its whereabouts, the security detail guarding it, and where the oil wagon is to remain hidden until the day of the robbery. It's all orchestrated by John. Arthur simply helps acquire the oil wagon and, of course, is added muscle on the job itself. Neither Arthur nor John openly discuss the details of the robbery they're planning, with the bare minimum revealed to Arthur himself. How do we know Arthur doesn't know that much about this job? Easy. There's some in-game dialogue between Arthur and John that can easily be missed.
Little Mr. McGuire, you focus on the baggage car. Grab any valuables you can find. Shoot your mouth and get a bullet back. We close, Marston? We're at the railroad.
Just carry on a bit further.
An obvious sign that even Arthur doesn't know the exact spot this robbery is going to take place at. This is a job that was expected to be minimal risk, with the train robbery set to take place somewhere remote on the border between two states around the time a new set of guards protecting the train was supposed to be picked up. This means little resistance in an area with little chance of witnesses or potential interference from law enforcement. As we know, that's not what happened at all. A set of lawmen unexpectedly turned up, resulting in the 4 members shooting their way back to camp. By chance, as fate would have it, a small group of local lawmen patrolling the area catches the gang in the middle of the train robbery and decides to leap into action. Thankfully, the members escaped. Regardless of this close call, though, it would only be a few days later in the heart of the small cattle town of Valentine that more trouble arose, where none other than Leviticus Cornwall himself turns up and confronts Dutch for his recent train robberies. Robberies that he claims continue to happen.
To your good health.
Thank you.
Vanderland! Get out here! Get out
What the
here
hell?
now! Vanderland! You don't know me, but you keep robbing me! My name is Leviticus Cornwall. I am not a man to be messed with by the likes of you!
Another surprise visit, to say the least. While it's true Dutch and his gang are responsible for at least one major train robbery, what did Leviticus Cornwall mean by keep robbing him? And how did he know exactly when and where Dutch would be? How was it so easy for his men to also capture Leopold Strauss and John? Well, it's easy to dismiss all this as the gang just pushing their luck, and with Cornwall being as powerful as a man as he is, surely it would be easy for him to track down a man such as Dutch, wouldn't it? Maybe it was all luck working against Dutch, or maybe this was the earliest signs of someone betraying him. If we go back into Valentine, or even head up to Rhodes and buy a newspaper from the Saint-Denis Tribune, after the train robbery, you'll notice there's an article within the newspaper that discusses the events of that night. Who are Scarlet Metal Bandits? Train robbery confounds lawmen. Wagenbach train, officials call for action. The article continues to read, Gertrude Bambach was knitting a hat for her niece when the train lurched to a stop, and shouting commenced. I feared for my life, she said. Passengers were subjected to a terrifying ordeal as the train was robbed near the Lemoyne border. Outlaws used an oil wagon on the tracks to cause the train to come to a stop. They then threatened the passengers to give up their belongings. It was then that lawmen, having been tipped off to the robbery, arrived on the scene and confronted the outlaws. With the article mentioning the location and specific details of an oil wagon blocking the train tracks, there's no doubt this was the job done by Arthur and John. The only new detail here was that chance arrival wasn't chance at all, but the consequences of someone informing them of what exactly was happening and where. Given the remote location and how late into the night the robbery took place in, it had to be thanks to someone informing law enforcement and giving specific details of the robbery that was about to commence. With this being John's job, there's no doubt that Abigail, appearing to be no more than a concerned wife or girlfriend, asked John about what was going to happen. With her being in such a trusting position, I fully believe she was the only person besides Arthur and John who had the most knowledge about what was taking place. And even Arthur himself had limited knowledge. But if it was Abigail who tipped off law enforcement, why wait for the job to already happen? Why not tell them before the robbery even took place? Wouldn't it be better to have preventative action here? With an increased presence of lawmen, there's no way that Arthur, John, Charles, and Sean would have took on that robbery. Even during the robbery, Arthur asks how many lawmen are there, and when he hears there's two, then he decides to fight. If it was Abigail, the reason why she waited and didn't tell law enforcement until after John and Arthur had already left the camp was because she didn't have an opportunity to tell them, or she basically told them too late, removing any action or prevention being taken, and instead, the course of a rescue was all that could be done by law enforcement, taking up a plan of intervention rather than prevention, or the purpose of it was intentional. With a higher law enforcement presence, it definitely would have been preventative. All the allures that made this job so tantalizing to Arthur and John, of it being minimal risk with high reward, would have been completely gone with a high presence of law enforcement. It could have also tipped off Arthur or even John that there was in fact some type of rat. With the job appearing to be as tight-lipped as it was, it wouldn't have taken anybody too long to figure out the pool of possible rats, potentially outing out Abigail, or even putting Abigail and consequently John under a microscope. Better then to tell law enforcement either after or work with them to make it appear as if it was a chance encounter. But if that's the case, what about the arrival of Leviticus Cornwall? Well, I can't directly say myself as to what would have caused Leviticus to show up here in Valentine. I highly doubt that Abigail managed to get in contact with Leviticus himself personally. I think that's very doubtful, but if Abigail portrayed the train robbery as something that was conducted, operated, orchestrated, completely ran by Dutch himself, and put John merely as an errand boy or someone doing Dutch's bidding, that would have definitely put John lower on law enforcement's radar. It would have also attributed to, going back to what Leviticus Cornwall said, about Dutch keep robbing him, assuming that Dutch actually had the role in the train robbery that was actually ran by John. By Abigail telling law enforcement, this in turn traveled down a line of communication that came into contact with Leviticus Cornwall himself and even the Pinkertons, putting a bigger target on Dutch's head and less of an emphasis on the people that are actually working beneath him. It all makes sense, but the question of why would Abigail snitch still gets brought up. And at this early stage in the game, without looking too much into how Abigail talks in the epilogue or looking at the other piece of evidence that I'm going to present, if we isolate just this particular event and we try to say Abigail is the rat here, what reason would it be? Well, it could be simple anger, simple spite. Something that's never really brought up is how John left Jack and Abigail. The only person that really holds that anger and disappointment towards John is Arthur. It seems like even Abigail forgives him. Mind you, it's an earlier point in history, so maybe Abigail was a little bit more forgiving there, as whether if we want to admit it or not, women were much more submissive to men at that point in time versus nowadays, but it could have very well been a mixture of her still holding a little bit of grudge and resentment towards John for leaving them, and upon finding out that John had this robbery completely set up, she told him it was too dangerous and she wanted him to have no part in it. He could have told her to kick rocks. That pissed her off, set her over the edge, and basically went and snitched, tipping off law enforcement in a way where, well, definitely a culprit, John, hopefully, ideally, would not be killed, but rather be arrested, captured, and maybe even baited for Dutch to go out and save him. It wouldn't be too much to think that Abigail wholeheartedly believed that her life, her events, or at the very least John's mentality, something she probably perceived to be the biggest obstacle, would have completely flipped around had Dutch been captured, been arrested, and her and John would have been allowed to move on happily ever after. Speaking of Dutch being the one everyone was really after, that brings me to the second suspicious encounter.
Necklace?
For Mama.
Sure.
What a fine young man. And in such complex circumstances. Arthur, isn't it? Arthur Morgan?
Who are you?
Yes, Arthur Morgan. Vanderlyn's most trusted associate. You've read the files. Typical case. Orphan street kid seduced by that maniac's silver tongue and matures into a degenerate murderer.
A Fisher of Men, a mission where Arthur takes Jack down to the lake to fish. A small moment of relief for a child that otherwise is locked up tight in the center of the Vanderlyn camp. A retreat that's brought to a swift end with the sudden appearance of Agent Milton and Ross of the Pinkerton Detective Agency. They offer Arthur's freedom in exchange for turning over Dutch. This is the first time we were introduced to Milton and Ross, and while I can't find an exact order of what is supposed to come first in terms of missions, whether it's the train robbery by John or this mission right here, the important thing to note is, regardless of which of these two missions comes first, it's still curious how this plays out. It's been said that Abigail set up Arthur to take Jack, with Abigail aware of Pinkertons roaming the area, possibly something that was also tipped off by her. Maybe it was an encounter set up by her and the Pinkertons, who maybe even might have been distrustful of her and her intentions, so it's a compromise. She just gave the gang's general hideout location, knew the area would be monitored by Pinkertons, and told them to keep an eye out for Arthur and Jack heading down to the river within the next couple of days. With this being the first direct contact between Pinkerton agents and Arthur in a way that didn't immediately erupt into a hail of bullets, it's easy to say the encounter served multiple purposes. On one hand, the Pinkertons can get a feel for Arthur's loyalty to Dutch. Aware of how useful Arthur is to Dutch, maybe they didn't have to kill or even hang Arthur. Perhaps getting him to turn on his adopted father is a possibility they can exploit. An exploitation they could try to test with Jack being around, as having a young child should help deter both sides into engaging in an exchange of gunfire. Seeing that Arthur didn't cave in, that would mean plan B. Anticipating that when Arthur returned to Dutch, Arthur would be expecting some type of a reaction, some type of plan. They need to do something. Yet Dutch explains he believes that even though the Pinkertons are close by and looking for him, the gang's best course of action is to do nothing. In Dutch's own words, they're just trying to scare us into doing something stupid. While Dutch may have slowly, over time, descended into madness, I don't ever think for 1 second he was stupid. He may have very well been onto something here. Understandably, as I said, Arthur's energized by the appearance of Pinkertons. He's quick to react and is eager for action. Had Dutch listened to Arthur's energetic words and been convinced into doing something, without a doubt it would have resulted in most of the more capable members leaving the camp, having the women and Jack stay behind. In turn, resulting in a massive shootout between the Vanderlyn members that left with Dutch and the Pinkertons that followed close by, with the result ending with Dutch killed or captured. And thanks to Abigail's cooperation, who was safe back in camp, no one would have been wiser that she was the cause of Dutch's capture or untimely demise. Thanks to her cooperation, some immunity would have probably been given to her son Jack, and her husband John. But as I was saying at the beginning of this particular piece of evidence though, between the appearance of Cornwall and Valentine, the tipped-off train robbery, and now Pinkerton's near the camp. These could all be additional convincing arguments to have her use against John, who at this point in the game is seen quite frequently arguing between each other. I still think her setting up Arthur to run into the Pinkertons is the weaker aspect of this theory. The train robbery is very convincing. The chance encounter by Milton and Ross is suspicious, but when you put into context the events of the Saint Denis bank robbery and the events that happened in Beaver Hollow, it's not looking too good for Abigail. So let's talk about the Saint Denis bank robbery, and ultimately how Dutch might have caught on to someone else being a rat. So as we all know, during the Saint Denis bank robbery, Abigail and Hosea were sent to be a distraction. They were meant to cause an explosion in a different part of town to draw the majority of the law enforcement away from the bank, so that way the rest of the Van der Linde members can hit the bank with least amount of resistance as possible. In the middle of the bank robbery, Hosea is captured by the Pinkertons and practically publicly executed in front of the rest of the Van der Linde gang. Abigail, on the other hand, is said to have escaped. After the death of Hosea, the rest of the gang erupts in a shootout trying to escape, where it's said that John is captured. Now, he's the only member during this entire robbery that's even attempted to be taken alive. Hosea is immediately killed, gunned down in front of everybody. Lenny's the other gang member killed in this mission, without a moment's hesitation, and yet it sounded like when John was captured, there was little resistance. There's arguments that Dutch could have saved John. John says that he felt like Dutch allowed it to happen. Dutch saw them grab him. Meanwhile, in Guarma, Dutch says this.
So what happened with John in that bank?
He survived. Unlike dear Hosea and Lenny, the only one they took alive. Why is that, you think?
I don't know. I was already on the roof. I didn't see it.
And Abigail, I presume she was able to slip away in time.
What are you talking about?
You know, when I look back at all the chaos of the past few weeks, the apparent superficial chaos, I begin to wonder, maybe, for somebody, this is all going exactly to plan.
Now, this theory aside, it's very obvious as the game progresses, Dutch and John are at odds with each other. Eventually, even Arthur starts having his own moments of doubting Dutch, but John's moment of switching on Dutch can be seen immediately after Jack was taken by Mrs. Braithwaite. From then on, John takes this position of doubting Dutch, his intentions, and even his ability to fix things. He even begins to start challenging Dutch openly, as seen on the gang's way to rob the Bank of Saint Denis.
This is it, gentlemen. The last one.
Where have we heard that before?
What has happened to you, John? You lost all your heart.
Seeing how Dutch turns on Arthur, it's obvious Dutch doesn't take too kindly to blatant opposition, especially this being done so publicly by John. While I don't doubt for a moment that Dutch had the opportunity to save John from being taken by the Pinkertons, basically what he did later on to Arthur when Arthur was about to be killed by the US Army, only to be saved by Eagle Flies, Dutch, on a personal level, could have very well started to get irritated by John's bold displays of opposition and disrespect. Tired of Abigail and John's incessant arguing around the camp, and maybe even looking to blame Abigail for the death of Hosea, Dutch made a clear and conscious decision to cut them both loose the moment he let John get captured. However, in typical Dutch fashion, he finds a way to justify his actions later by claiming he was postponing John's rescue from Siska Penitentiary because the Pinkertons were just talking of hanging him, implying John wasn't going to hang, and the gang wasn't in a position to defend themselves for the amount of attention this rescue would bring. Interestingly enough, attention that never actually came. But nonetheless, it makes sense from Dutch's perspective on why he would start acting the way he did towards John, and consequently Abigail. But what about Abigail? You could argue the Pinkertons allowed her to get away during the bank robbery, putting a bigger emphasis on the more dangerous members. Dangerous members who wouldn't listen unless they'd seen Hosea's capture. Maybe she did resist capture, or maybe she offered up as much information as possible about the robbery and how to capture Hosea. All she wanted in return was her and John's clean getaway. However, given Hosea's death and the ensuing gunfight, there's no way in hell she would be able to expect John to willingly vanish with her under the protection of the Pinkertons. The Pinkertons who just murdered the man that helped raise him in cold blood. Her expectations and supposed agreement with Milton were completely thrown out the window the moment he shot Hosea. Seeing how Milton acts in all the cutscenes we see him in, he can also be described as someone who's a little bit arrogant. So it wouldn't be too far-fetched to think that because in his eyes the attempt to stop the Saint Denis bank robbery was a complete failure because Dutch wasn't killed or in custody, and because this attempt to stop the bank robbery is considered a failure, he then felt no obligation to Abigail or ensuring John's neck didn't feel the noose tighten around it, which would then explain why she's so afraid of what John's well-being is like at Sisika and wants to join the rescue party of Sadie and Arthur. Ultimately, she's not even a trained killer or even a member who seems to know her way that well around a gun. She's more of a thief. So what good would she even serve joining Sadie and Arthur? Unless some prison officials would in some shape or form be aware of her discreet cooperation, she would just be in the way more than anything else. So far, so good. We just have one final questionable encounter. That is when she's taken by Milton at the end of the game. Allegedly, she was taken around camp while with Tilly and Jack. Tilly claims the Pinkertons plan on putting her on a boat and trying her for murder. I believe this was a final attempt, with her cooperation with Milton, to try and trap Dutch in the small town of Van Horn. Mind you, pretty much the entirety of the Vanderlyn gang went out to rob this final train. This would have been the perfect opportunity for Abigail to go and try to contact Milton or any other type of lawman to formulate this plan, to trick Dutch to come and rescue her. But why would Dutch rescue her? As we've already established, he doesn't really care for her or John anymore. If he's not believing that the rats are traitors, then at the very least, he clearly doesn't want them around anymore. So why would he come risk it all for someone that he doesn't care about? That's simple. And it's all because of this key right here. Abigail stole the key to Dutch's chest. A chest that is the most valuable, most precious commodity, if not to Dutch, then at least Micah. While it may also be an interesting tidbit of information to know, that Abigail is also coincidentally one of the few people that actually know where Dutch's chest is at and managed to actually steal the key to it. Regardless of that, she knows that even Micah would champion some type of attempt to try to retrieve that key. I mean, throughout the entirety of the game, he talks about the money that they left back in Blackwater. Dutch clearly doesn't care about the money. I think if he really wanted to get that money from Blackwater back, they would have found some type of way to do it. So if not Dutch, I think Micah would have been in Dutch's ear, pushing him to go into Van Horn to try to retrieve that key. I think if it wasn't for Arthur and Sadie and how this critical moment where the entire gang, with the exception of Abigail, who doesn't even know this yet, the entire gang believed that John died. So in this moment, Micah and Dutch, completely unaware that Abigail even has the key to this chest, are talking about leaving Abigail to the Pinkertons, ultimately to be killed because she's going to be hanged for murder, leaving Jack ultimately to be an orphan. If it wasn't for this entire interaction right here, the events ultimately would have been drastically different. As we know, the way the mission ends is Abigail ultimately ends up killing Milton and talks about how much of a horrible man he is. And through our interactions, clearly he's a dick. He's antagonized Arthur for the death of Mac. He's killed Hosea, completely unprovoked for no reason at all. And then he mocks Arthur for being sick. So it makes sense from our perspective, from Arthur's perspective, that yes, he is a horrible person. But from Abigail's perspective, with the exception of Hosea being outright killed, it would make sense that every dealing that she's had with him fell through the cracks because he's decided to do whatever he wants, because she's an outlaw, because she's lives this criminal life, that he's not obligated to stick to the words and promises and agreements that he's had with her. I believe she was bait here. I believe this was with her and him working together. I think similar to how John's fate worked out with Agent Ross, I think Milton ultimately would have done the exact same thing, where after taking out Dutch, he would have worked down the line, eventually taking everybody out. But the big thing here is how he said Micah was the rat. I don't think that was meant intentionally to disrupt the gang from the inside out. I think that was more, because Milton is so arrogant, I think he wholeheartedly believed that Micah was actually working with them, and that's something that I would love to explore in another video. But for the Abigail theory, let me know what you think down in the comment section below. Do you think she was the real rat? And like always, thank you so much for watching. If you want to see a theory or character analysis or anything like that covered in a video, by all means, please share that down in the comment section. In the meantime, maybe consider subscribing. But like always, thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you in the next video.
You see anything? He's mine! Let me take him and get out of here.
You have my friend.
He's not your friend. I'll give you money.
Be quiet. Come on.
You should have taken the money.
I know. I'm a fool.
I don't think anyone would argue with me saying Charles Smith is one of the more beloved characters of Red Dead Redemption 2, if not the most beloved. Quiet, Respectful, yet brutal when he has to be. Charles commands a lot of love and respect, not just from other gang members such as John, Sadie, and Arthur himself, but we as players. And Charles's backstory is one that has to be the most unique ever presented in a video game. Being half Native American and African American at the end of the 19th century, during a time when African Americans were barely being awarded their freedom from slavery, while Native Americans were being persecuted, seen as nothing more than savages that refused to adopt a more civilized way of living. Both were second-class citizens in the middle of a burgeoning nation. With Charles's unique heritage and calm yet somewhat intimidating demeanor, he was, and frankly still seen as the perfect character for a follow-up to this game. He's seen as someone that would be a perfect protagonist in his own game, trying to find his place in a world that doesn't exactly welcome him for reasons that are not entirely his fault. We can all continue to hope and pray that one day Rockstar will continue with Charles's story, but for now, let's take a look at the Charles Smith we are introduced to and slowly start to get a better understanding of as the game progresses.
I said, did you fools shoot those bison? Calm down, you black or red bastard, whatever the fuck you are. Did you shoot them? Yes, we did. We shot them bison, we'll shoot you too if you don't get.
What business is it of yours? What?
It's that business of mine!
Now, apart from Charles's interesting backstory, badass appearance, and respectful demeanor, Charles has another significance to the character of Arthur Morgan. And it's really that I want to explore most of in this video. So yes, I will touch on some of the things Charles gets into in the epilogue. It's really the main story, though, that I want to discuss because I feel this is where most of Charles's own character and sense of genuine belonging finally starts to take place. And Charles is almost the direct opposite of Arthur at particular times of the story. And if you compare the way Charles acts with the Van der Linde gang at the beginning of the game to how he acts with the Wapiti Indians towards the end, you can see the contrast of how he treats his time with both of them, which we'll get into. But first, let's talk about how Charles got introduced to the Van der Linde gang. This might sound a little funny to follow that up with by saying the exact details of Charles joining the Van der Linde gang aren't exactly known, but at the start of Red Dead Redemption 2, Charles has been riding with the gang for about 6 months, as of the time they were retreating into the mountains following the aftermath of the failed Blackwater robbery. We find Charles recovering from a hand injury, lending his knowledge in hunting and using a bow to Arthur. There isn't much significance really pulled out of this time with Charles besides him staying with the gang because they treat him fair.
I just thought you might have moved on by now.
You want me to move on?
No, not at all. I know you could run it alone, no problem.
I did that for a long time. I'm done with it. Always wondering if someone's gonna kill you in your sleep. Sure, I could fall in with another gang, but Dutch... You know, Dutch is different.
Oh, yes. Dutch is certainly different.
He treats me fair. Most of you do. And for a fellow with a black father and an Indian mother, that ain't normally the case.
By his own words, Charles believes in Dutch's philosophy, and it's his vision, his teachings, and the gang's overall fair treatment that keeps him involved in wanting to stay. Now, I played the extra clip where he mentions it's better to be with a group that he can somewhat trust rather than live on his own or hop from group to group. And the reason why I played that is because it pretty much gives Charles' reason behind staying with the Van der Linde gang. Dutch is different. Everyone treats him fair, and it's out of a mutual sense of trying to survive. There's nothing beyond that. Does that mean Charles doesn't care for these people on a personal level? Not at all. All I'm saying is it's a mix of mutual interest and self-preservation to a degree, and that is why he's around. He cares little for the inner politics of the gang, and that's apparent anytime there's an argument between Arthur and Micah, or quarrels from one gang member to the other. It could be at a sheer coincidence that he's never around when something like this happens, but given how Charles isn't present during any missions that require some sort of revenge, such as going up to Six Point Cabin, any kind of mindless killing or harming what could be seen as innocent people, yet at the same time being one of the more stable and reliable gunmen, someone who the other gang members would immediately turn to when they need a no bullshit type of approach and would actually stay calm. At least, this is how Charles is presented during the first 3 chapters of the game, with his presence in the main missions being just a no-nonsense enforcer or taking part in saving someone such as Sean, or how vital Charles's tracking skills were when it came to saving Trelawney from a bunch of bounty hunters, then it could be taken as intentional writing by Rockstar to show that he is just following Dutch's own beliefs by sticking to saving fellow gang members and not getting so wrapped up in the smaller issues between everyone. He didn't grow up under the supervision of Dutch after all, so he lacks the sense of owing Dutch or trying to get into his good graces like Micah, Arthur, or even John to a small degree. A degree that really Arthur kind of brings him into. But Charles, for the most part, exhibits a level of carelessness on that stuff as Arthur does when it comes to helping others outside of the gang. Charles is here to do what he needs to in order to ensure his and the gang's mutual benefit of surviving and staying one step ahead of the law that's on their tail. He's treated fairly by the rest of the gang members, but thanks to Dutch seemingly being so different than any other outlaw or gang he's fallen into with before, he's more than willing to buy into Dutch's fancy words, while also seeing through Dutch's attempts at filtering the more distasteful dealings of the gang, such as killing and robbing. Even he says, despite Dutch's talk, you can't kill and rob people pleasantly.
And how's that different from anywhere else?
Well, maybe it's not. I just heard some of the army out here was particularly unpleasant about it.
Unpleasant? How do you rob and kill people pleasantly? We don't, in spite of Dutch's talk.
While Charles' position within the gang is definitely a unique one, since he's only been with them for about 6 months, and despite the relative short period of time compared to many other members, he has managed to acquire a high level of respect from at least Arthur. Something that is immediately apparent through the very first interactions between the two of them, all the way out in a chapter of Culture. The way Arthur mentions he thought Charles would have run off by now, betraying a hint of embarrassment at the gang's unfortunate series of mishaps, and even backpedaling his statement when he thought Charles was slightly offended by that comment. It's quite clear that there's a high level of mutual respect, and Arthur without a doubt acknowledges the importance of Charles's help.
How long you been with us now? 5, 6 months?
Something like that?
Bet you didn't expect this.
What?
Any of this. Blackwater mess. Being up here?
Sooner or later, a job's gonna go wrong. Nature of life.
I just thought you might have moved on by now.
You want me to move on?
No. No, not at all. I know you could run it alone, no problem.
He solidifies that a little further by words of affirmation, but just hearing how he backtracks and puts what he means within the context of everything going wrong, it's a small yet subtle way that displays how Arthur deals with any kind of emotional vulnerability. It's not entirely different than how he's able to admit to everyone that he's hurt for how John found it so easy to just throw him away and run off. By putting it within the context of betraying the code of the gang, Arthur admits that there's a personal level of anger and pain. He admits it in the light of loyalty within the gang, but it's more so out of being cast away and abandoned, possibly due to his own past as being an orphan. It might sound as if me saying he envies Charles is a bit of a stretch, but he admits it himself. One of the earlier parts where we get to see the relationship of Charles and Arthur start to really evolve is during the mission of Strange Kindness. During this time, both Arthur and Charles are tasked for venturing out to look for a new area to relocate the entire Vanderlyn gang. While out prospecting a new piece of land, Arthur and Charles come across a woman and her 2 children hiding underneath a wagon. Terrified, the woman is armed with a loaded shotgun, ready to defend her children in case they were to be kidnapped just as her husband was. Arthur, moved a little about their predicament, told her and her 2 kids to fuck off, basically. They need the land, and as sad as it is, the problem is not Arthur's. Charles, however, had different plans.
Go, we need the land, go. Get the hell out of
They
here.
took our father.
Who did?
Men last night.
Where did they take him?
Ain't no business of ours.
If it wasn't for Charles intervening, who knows if Arthur would have taken pity on the woman and her children. It's up for speculation, but what we get between the two of them is a small discussion where Arthur tries to justify his lack of enthusiasm to help by reminding Charles of the gang's current situation.
What's going on with you?
What do you mean?
You were just going to send that woman and her children on their way?
We're wanted, man. We got Pinkertons breathing down our necks. We should be moving camp, not running off on some wild goose chase.
Come on, Arthur. That's not how you are.
In the moment, the back and forth serves little purpose other than seeing how cold Arthur could be, having a tunnel vision on achieving the sole thing he set out to do. Arthur had no interest in any Good Samaritan work, having no second thoughts at just sending some immigrants that don't even speak their new country's native tongue, to go out and fend for themselves. Fend for themselves in an area that they've already been attacked in and undoubtedly would be sought out for again as their father was being held for ransom. Later on, though, in private, Arthur admits in his journal that Charles is a better man than him, not having to think to be good, as if the sense of doing the right thing is deep within him, as opposed to Arthur, who has what he describes as a conflict between good and evil that rages within him. It's a moment that can easily fly over your head if you don't really pay attention between the back and forth. And I'm not saying necessarily within just this moment here, but other moments as well, from saving Sean to even saving Arthur's life during Clement's Point. Arthur tells Sean, all the way back in Horseshoe Overlook, that it was thanks to Charles that he's even here saving his life.
Do we get a hug, Arthur? A warm embrace for a lost brother now found.
You know, nothing means more to me than this gang, the bond we share. It's the most real thing to me. I would kill for it, I would happily die for it. But in spite of all of that, I would have easily left you here to rot if Charles hadn't stopped me.
And then when Arthur's held by his neck, Charles ends up saving him, denying the opportunity, as small as it was, to get paid and just leave Arthur to die. It's something he does eventually use as leverage to get Arthur to agree to becoming a little bit more involved within the whole Wapiti situation at the end of the game, but he still does it. And even though Arthur does have a point in him not really having a dog within the fight that is the overall Wapiti situation, I think Charles was aware that Arthur was in his own head at the time. Yes, he was sick and everything he ever believed in was falling apart before his very eyes, but Charles knew he could not ensure the safety or even really the smallest chances of success without the presence of Arthur. Regardless of his health status, he was still very useful and still had a sense of obligation. Obligations returning the gratitude to his friend for saving his life. Speaking of the entire Wapiti situation, it's not until the chapter of Beaver Hollow that Charles is given more of a spotlight, and frankly what I would say is a real character development of his own, albeit not front and center and one that more so follows his own unique path. It also does not help that the entire chapter is filled with so much else going on that it's difficult to really keep track and focus on him and what he's going through, but the main thing to take away is Charles appears to finally have a true sense of belonging. The entire time Charles is on screen is given the position of a strong, competent, reserved gunman that's actually very loyal, despite what I would call a lack of emotional investment in the leadership or overall position within the gang. Again, caring little for the inner politics within the Vanderlyn gang. If you look into much of his in-game dialogue or even his hunting side activity though, you can see that deep down, even though he's leading a life similar to that of a regular outlaw, he's not entirely out of touch with his Native American heritage. And that could be a source of his own insecurity, an intense feeling of inadequacy that he may be trying to compensate for by lending so much of his help to the Wapitis. And let me explain that a little more. For those that have played the entire story of Red Dead Redemption 2, then you're well aware that following the Saint-Denis bank robbery, the Vanderlyn gang was left in a very vulnerable position to say the least. Dutch, Arthur, along with practically all the other enforcers and leadership of the gang was either killed or outright just ended up missing because while trying to escape the growing presence of law enforcement in and around the city of Saint-Denis, they boarded a ferry that sunk out at sea, resulting in them being stranded on the tropical island of Guarma. Charles took part in the robbery as well, but thanks to some selfless courage and the ability to think very quickly on his feet, he was able to return to the rest of the gang hiding out in Shady Belle. And with the help of Sadie, the two of them led the gang to a new hideout. Charles and Sadie were practically the leaders of the gang, while Arthur and Dutch were stranded on the island of Guarma, struggling for a way to make it through the war that was ravaging the nation and then return back safely to the United States. Now, as soon as Dutch returns, both Sadie and Charles return to their previous positions of working in the background. Sadie, while demonstrating her prowess as a capable leader, just goes back to being very angry at the world that took her previous life from her. While Charles, on the other hand, after helping Arthur find a new campsite out in Beaver Hollow, disappears only to reappear as a liaison of sorts between the Wapiti chief's son, Eagle Flies, and Dutch. Which obviously means at some point in time, we don't get to witness it ourselves, but Charles became aware of what was going on with the Wapitis, most likely catching wind that there was talk they were going to be removed off their current reservation, thanks to the increased interest and cash flow of none other than Leviticus Cornwall, who believed there was oil, and with it augmented riches to be found under the feet of the Native Americans. In a position where they could not win any kind of violent war against the United States Army and losing every bureaucratic approach, the Native Americans ended up being divided between father and son. The chief Rainsfall, who was aware of the tribe's weakened state and witnessed firsthand their inability to win any type of war against the United States Army, was all for peace, for thinking logically, rather than putting more of his people in danger. Eagle Flies, on the other hand, was frustrated by what he perceived as nothing else than his father being weak, and that weakness was being mistaken for wisdom. It's because of this that Eagle Flies decides to take matters into his own hands, falling time and again into the entrappings of the United States Army, who, under the command of Colonel Favors, adopted a culture dedicated to the harassment, disrespect of anything Native American, in the hopes of triggering a war that would be nationally seen as the fault of the Wapiti Indians. This is where Dutch van der Linde, Arthur Morgan, and Charles Smith all come into play. Dutch the entire time is the little devil on Eagle Flies' shoulder. It was Dutch's encouragement that led to Eagle Flies attacking a U.S. naval ship that was justified as them just retrieving some stolen horses, then the two of them ambushing a small U.S. patrol with the initial innocuous intention of just humiliating the small patrol. Then the situation quickly spiraled out of control, resulting in an all-out firefight between the Wapitis and the United States Army, ending in the capture of Eagle Flies. And then finally, Eagle Flies' attack on the oil refinery was also thanks to Dutch, who the entire time admitted to playing Eagle Flies and the Native Americans for nothing more than just smoke and some noise. Distractions to get the Pinkertons, the United States Army, and any other law enforcement off of the back of the van der Linde gang. Something Charles, along with Arthur, immediately identified.
What do you think, Charles?
You know I told your father I will not fight over some horses.
But I made no such promise. Come along.
Yeah, Arthur, we must go with them and try to stop things from getting out of hand.
I guess. Come along.
Arthur and Charles end up trying to help by making sure Eagle Flies doesn't do anything too reckless. That'll either get himself killed or make the overall situation of his people much worse. Arthur on multiple occasions pleads with Dutch to leave these people alone, that he, as well as practically everyone else but Eagle Flies himself, can see that Dutch is playing them for a bunch of fools. Charles, however, is back and forth, in the ears of Eagle Flies and Rainsfall, trying his best to respect Rainsfall's wishes of keeping his people and even his son out of harm's way. During this time, pretty much the entire chapter, a massive chunk of Beaver Hollow, we see a very different Charles. I would even say it is the first genuine sense of belonging that he has. Not only do we see him much more present and in more missions than any other chapter before it, leading the charge in what's actually going on in these missions for once, but it appears Charles is finally having an emotional investment that wasn't there with the van der Linde gang, at least not to the same depths. And this is something that's even foreshadowed all the way back before chapter 2. On their way to Horseshoe Overlook, Charles is asked by Arthur what happened to his tribe. The way Charles responds is somewhat dry, but he does betray a hint of pain in his voice. He gives more information on his father being an alcoholic and how his mother, who was Native American, was one day just randomly taken by some soldiers of the United States and never heard from again. How the tribe he lived with was forced to leave their lands, and all these were accounts he says that were given to him by his father, because if it was true, he was really too young to remember.
So, what happened to your tribe?
I don't even know if I have one. At least, not that I can remember. My father was a colored man. He told me he lived with our people for a while. A number of free men did, but when we were forced to move from our lands, the three of us fled. I was too young to really remember much. My whole life I've been on the run. A couple years later, some soldiers captured my mother. Took her somewhere. We never saw her again. We drifted around. He was a very sad man, and the drink had a mean hold on him. Around 13, I just took off on my own.
Charles's account of what happened to him, his father, his mother, and what would have been his tribe echoes the exact situation the Wapiti Indians are going through. In the middle of fighting to keep their lands, their situation is further complicated by the anger and frustration of Eagle Flies and of course the encouragement of Dutch. It's almost as if Charles's two sides, two different backgrounds that are equally unwanted by this new civilized world, are colliding with each other. Here with the natives, it's his heritage. He never properly belonged to a tribe. It would only make sense that he has a strong interest and would practically adopt their traditions and overall belief system. It may be the only chance to get in touch with that side of him after all, and that might be something that he acknowledges. Yet because their situation is very delicate, being so similar to what his mother and her tribe may have experienced, Charles could have many unanswered questions and scenarios of what if he was older, or what if things could have been different all those years ago? Would he have been able to help somehow? Would he still end up on the run? Would he still end up without his mother? Would her fate be as horrible as it may have been? Stripped from her husband and son, sent God knows where, or possibly even killed? And would that have all resulted in him not really properly belonging to a tribe? All the what ifs, all the unanswered questions that come from his childhood, that come from that tribe that he never had, could be reignited and put at the forefront of his mentality, of his investment within the Wapitis. Right before all hell breaks loose between the army and the natives, Charles admits, after all, that this is his business, and he asks Arthur to come along to a meeting between both sides.
It ain't my business, brother.
No, I know. But it is mine. Do it for me?
Charles, I've
saved your life. Do it for me.
Sure. Come on.
And how could we skip the bond the two of them have? There's no doubt Charles and Arthur's mutual love and respect for each other only grows during this entire chapter. Between helping out Sadie, trying to get John to cut loose with Abigail and Jack, while trying his hardest to get Dutch to finally see a little bit of reason in everything he's been doing, Arthur does help the natives, and of course, Charles. And there's many moments where you see them develop a deeper love and respect for each other. There's quite a bit of conversations between the two of them, from their talks of Arthur slowly dying while they're traveling to go rescue eagle flies out in Fort Wallace, to discussing their backgrounds and mutual respect for Dutch in the earlier part of the game. But my favorite time between the two of them is during the entire mission of My Last Boy. As they get ready to descend on the oil refinery to help eagle flies and any other natives that partook in the assault, when Charles, without any kind of hesitation, says, "We're riding with you," as the music kicks in, paying homage to the Native American music at the time. It's just such a badass sequence. It's hard to not smile at it every single time it kicks off. And the fact that Charles and the natives, and even Sadie, stuck behind and said, "We're riding with you," it does play a little bit more into the whole idea or concept that Dutch and even Micah was saying, that Arthur and Charles betrayed him by working against him and helping the Native Americans, but that's a different thing.
That's right! Yeah! Go with him. Try and help there. I'm better off alone.
We're riding with you.
Come on, then. Yeah! That's right!
And their send-off at the end of the mission after witnessing Eagle Flies take his last breath is an equally sad, yet badass moment between the two of them.
I'll stay and help them.
Yeah, I'll stay too.
No, my friend. You have others who need you. Good people.
It makes the absence of Charles during the last sequence where you play as Arthur even more heartbreaking. It's one of the biggest what-ifs the game has. What if Charles was present and was fighting by both John and Arthur's side? He wasn't a small character by any means, and it's interesting to see if he would hold any anger or resentment towards Dutch for using the Wapitis the way that he did, for destroying his own personal investment into finding a part of him that he's probably been missing his entire life. But that's obviously not the case. By a sense of obligation, possibly even feeling a little responsibility of Dutch's own actions, Charles decides instead to stay with the tribe, and even helps them relocate up into Canada in an attempt to avoid a vengeful counterattack by the United States Army. Now, we don't hear much of Charles into the epilogue, where he's taking up illegal fighting in the streets of Saint-Denis. After a small rekindling with John and Uncle, he agrees to come back to John's ranch out in Beecher's Hope, and pretty much helps build John's entire house. Charles is also a big component of seeking out and paying Micah back for everything he's owed, for everything he did to Arthur, and ultimately being responsible for the entire gang's disintegration, or at least the rotting and corruption of Dutch's mind. And then it's said he disappeared up into Canada in hopes of settling down and finding a wife for himself. And that's all we hear of him. That's how the game ends, and the story of Charles Smith is concluded as far as we know, or as far as the events of Red Dead Redemption 2 go. Will we hear more of him in Red Dead Redemption 3 or any other future installment? Time can only tell, but considering the attachment many players have to him, it would be unfortunate if Rockstar doesn't follow it up with something, some type of information, whether through a newspaper article or word of mouth on what happens to Charles. But all things considered, I think Charles is a very important character. Not just for his role within the Vanderlyn gang or even the unique heritage that he has, being Native American and African American, and how that plays out in the entire chapter of Beaver Hollow, but just bringing out a part of Arthur during pivotal parts of the story that without Charles, I don't really think we have a character that would manage to pull that side out of Arthur, to be so envious or at least willing to openly admit that he does have a good side within him and he's got to think about it, and it doesn't come just naturally to him as it does to someone like Charles, to someone that he has a very high level of respect for.
If they've touched a single hair on that girl's head, I will eviscerate the sons of bitches.
See? You do care, Miss Grimshaw.
Of course I care. About all of you fools.
Susan Grimshaw. There's a mixed bag of feelings and way that I look at her. From a gang perspective, she's said to be one of the originals, only behind Hosea and Dutch. It's debated whether if she joined before or after Arthur. I don't really feel confident saying her recruitment was one way or the other, but regardless, she's seen as the original 4 members of the Vanderlyn gang. Yet she doesn't really get the respect as the other 3 founders. Arthur, between Hosea and Dutch, does get more lip from other members such as Bill, who mocks how he can't do no wrong in Dutch's eyes, but even then, he's still the feared enforcer they all respect and listen to. Similar to Dutch, Hosea is the loving, respectable father, although Hosea has a softer touch that separates him from his counterpart. Miss Grimshaw does get a level of respect from the enforcers and even Dutch, but when it comes to the people she's supposed to look after, most notably the ones working directly underneath her, the women of the camp, it becomes a little bit of a different story. Karen has shared how she passionately dislikes her, and even Tilly's joked about killing her.
How are you?
Live. You?
Fine. Let me ask you a question. If I was to kill Miss Grimshaw, would Dutch be mad?
Miss Grimshaw? Well, Dutch has a soft spot for her.
These distasteful feelings towards Miss Grimshaw aren't exactly unwarranted, and nobody would be at fault for thinking Miss Grimshaw likewise doesn't care about them, but as I have shown in the beginning clip, she does. She may run the camp's upkeep like a strict boot camp, but it's not necessarily a reflection of her feelings towards the women she's looking after. It could actually be a mixture of a few other things. On the one hand, she could be trying to show a little bit of tough love. It's a cruel world, and these women could, in her eyes anyways, be easily taken advantage of. Especially if the men of the camp are out doing the more dangerous work, it'd be much easier for them to fall into a false sense of security, thinking they're safe or untouchable. On the other hand, this could fall a little bit more into the side of speculation, but her past relationship with Dutch is never really brought up or touched upon. During the game, Molly O'Shea is Dutch's primary love interest, but even she begins to get ignored and sidelined. At some point during Clement's Point, Dutch is even brazen enough with straight up making advances towards Mary Beth in the center of camp.
There is something about you, Mary Beth. There really is.
Thank you.
Quite a lady she's becoming. Really, quite something.
With the cult of personality surrounding Dutch and everyone seemingly having such a high opinion of him, it makes me wonder if Miss Grimshaw experienced the pain and bitterness Molly experiences due to Dutch caring less and less for her. With Miss Grimshaw having a situation not only similar, but I would argue a little worse. Miss Grimshaw may have decided to devote herself into the camp's upkeep and proving she could be quite useful in this regard, doubling down on making sure there's food to eat, places to sleep, and clean clothes for the members to have, both as a way to ignore Dutch's new love interest, which would have been Annabelle, the woman Colm is said to have killed. Simultaneously, while ignoring Dutch, she could have been just pulling her weight around the camp, with those combinations being the explanation for her rigid nature, I don't think would be too far-fetched. Besides her unique original romantic involvement with Dutch, unlike some other gang members, she doesn't have much information on crimes she has been known to be involved in. She's obviously a stern woman who, during the kidnapping of Tilly, can be quite violent, so there's more than just being a glorified tough maid. When push comes to shove, she's no stranger to drawing blood. She's more than willing to take a life if need be. And on that note, she does care for everyone within the camp, as she said so herself. With her status of being an original member of the gang, Inducted as one of the oldest standing members, her position of seniority or being directly responsible for the camp's women doesn't exactly signify her as a great leader, though. Considering she was still alive and well involved with the gang during the time the robbery of the Saint-Denis Bank occurred, an event where, in the immediate aftermath, the Van der Linde gang wasn't just leaderless but left extremely vulnerable, Grimshaw may have been fine standing guard or defending Shady Belle, but she wasn't the one that took over finding a new area for the gang to relocate to evade the law that was undoubtedly coming for all of them. Instead of rising up in the absence of Arthur, Dutch, and Hosea, there's really nothing shared about what she did during that time, and you would think that would have been the prime opportunity for everything to just fall on her shoulders, and given her, let's say, abrasive nature, this would have been the time for her to basically tell everyone, pack up your shit, let's go. But instead, the leadership position was left for both Charles and Sadie, with most of that actually falling on Sadie's shoulders. She moved the entire gang over to LeKay Lake, and she even left a note behind for whoever returned to Shady Belle to be able to have some sort of trail to follow so they could reunite with the rest of the gang. Sadie and Charles were both newer members of the gang. Sadie was obviously picked up during the chapter of Coulter at the beginning of the game, while Charles was said to only be riding with them for about 6 months prior to the start of Red Dead Redemption 2. And yet Miss Grimshaw allowed them to be the temporary leaders. Perhaps she became so accustomed and familiar with being in charge of the inner workings of the camp, dictating activities once the camp was already up and established, instead of scouting and possibly fighting for a new hideout. Whatever the reason, it does feel like a giant missed opportunity in hindsight to make her more versatile than she is, which she really isn't. If she was displayed as being willing and capable of making critical decisions for the collective gang whenever Dutch, Hosea, and Arthur went present, would have not only been an incredible way to increase Miss Grimshaw's on-screen time, which is something that's already low, but it would have made the older days of the Van der Linde gang much more spectacular. It would have been a phenomenal thing to see Rockstar go through this sequence of slowly watching every Van der Linde gang member, the original ones anyways, decline, to rise up, be much more proactive, and then slowly get ripped apart. Clemens Point, for instance, we get to see Hosea at work, be much more proactive himself than ever before, doing his best at conning the Braithwaite family, the very thing he's known to do, his bread and butter. And then with his death, moving into Beaver Hollow would have had an even deeper layer of watching the original Van der Linde gang crumble, if we had seen Miss Grimshaw be much more proactive in that chapter the way Hosea was during Clemens Point, with her leading her own missions, or if she was discovered as the person responsible for allowing the women to run off the way they did. Truly coming in a full circle. Miss Grimshaw, as Arthur did with John, could have tried to save the ones she cared for most, witnessing Dutch's descent into madness while still staying loyal to Dutch. It would have been incredible, especially when you listen to her. Besides Arthur, I would say John too, but he seems a little more conflicted on everything, but Miss Grimshaw to the very end still values loyalty. She's been with Dutch since day one, so she knows what the goal of the gang always was and the standards Dutch expected everyone within the gang to adhere to, their philosophy, their way of life, the people they can and can't rob. Her valuing loyalty isn't lost at the very end. There's even a moment during Beaver Hollow where she finally confronts Dutch, questioning what he's doing, a very rare moment where they're both visibly shaken.
To question me, I mean.
I have always been loyal, Dutch. And I shall go on being loyal, but what are we doing here? We need to move and keep moving.
We need money! You dumb fool! Money! Or we are dead! We are all dead!
And it's great, finally. Beyond the camp upkeep, in this moment, she does finally speak up to him. One other person that seemingly would actually get through to him. You would think besides Arthur. John is dead to Dutch as far as he's concerned right now. Arthur is delusional and dying, and Hosea was killed off a while ago, so at this point in time, the only person that could seemingly get through would have been Miss Grimshaw, but it ends up being largely ineffective. Dutch does question her loyalty, an accusation that would have been very identical to what Arthur was doing with the Wapitis, helping them as well as John, saving them from the destruction Dutch was dragging them all down into, which again would have been a giant missed opportunity, with Miss Grimshaw doing the exact same thing with the women of the camp. And then with Arthur knowing full well the hell that Dutch was descending into, and yet he still stuck by his side, Miss Grimshaw doing the same would have really drove that cult of personality of Dutch home. This is what remains of the founding members of the Vanderlyn gang, and that Robin Hood philosophy, the idea of stealing from the rich and giving to the poor, are long gone. They can't really help anyone besides, well, not even themselves at this point, but at least they can save as many people as they possibly could, while continuing to value loyalty above all else, bringing an entirely different meaning to loyalty. It really would have been the blind loyalty Arthur's noted of having his entire life, this time with no delusion of what they're loyal to and why. But instead of further exploring Miss Grimshaw, adding to an effective fall of the Vanderlyn gang, a disintegration that would have spectacularly destroyed the myth of the notorious Vanderlyn gang by way of building up the characters, and then through Dutch's increasing loss of reality betraying them, we're just giving Micah outright shooting Miss Grimshaw without Dutch batting an eye. It's tragic and is enough to show Dutch's descent into madness, but without more being done by Miss
coffee and corn dog. Do you want one? Okay. Oh. There you go. Appreciate the lock-in. Charlotte. Let me see this outfit I found. That's what I said. Yeah, I said that. Can't do a flip. Oh, I can't do a flip either. I used to have to do it on the trampoline, but I landed on my neck one time, so I had to stop. Do they kill you for putting on, like, what if I put on Biggie? They kill me? Which would you kill me? Biggie Smalls. Probably would kill. Annoying. Okay. God. Dicktail fed.
I have one question for you. How many Bloons games are there? It's a simple question, really. Bloons TD6 has a 6 in it. Therefore, the answer is 44. There is 44 Bloons games. On the surface, it seems absurd. How do you make 44 games out of a monkey throwing darts at balloons? But when you look into it, an interesting story is revealed. Some of these games are cornerstones in Flash history, and other games have become lost media. Some of these titles show us the benefits of good community interaction, while others are a lesson to never release your games unfinished, otherwise you'll get something that has only lost players since launch. This is the history of Bloons, and it all started in 2006 when two brothers, Chris and Stephen Harris, decided to start creating video games. So the two went on to create the greatest game of all time, Cash Sprint. And this game is very bad. The music is annoying, the controls are weird, and there's absolutely nothing stopping you from driving out of bounds. They tried making a few more Flash games, but none of them really took off. And so, in a bit of desperation, Steven turned to the smartest, most experienced game person he knew, his wife, and asked her what game he should make next. The response was, make something like the carnival game, where you throw darts at balloons. 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 This immediately set off sparks in Steven's brain, and 90 minutes later, the monkey was born. The original Bloons isn't a tower defense, but a game where a monkey throws darts at balloons. And believe it or not, Bloons is a puzzle game. You only have a limited amount of darts, so shooting them in the correct direction with the right amount of force is important. This game has a balloon that sprays tacks when popped, another one that explodes, and another one that freezes balloons around them, making them unpoppable. If you thought that sounded bad, there's also two types of walls, and these stupid rubber blocks. The rubber block is by far the most infuriating object in this game. The 14th level requires you to bounce a dart through a maze of sorts to pop the balloons. Simple, right? Well, that's what I thought about this game until I reached this level. Not only do you have seemingly no control over where the dart goes, but in order to beat the level, you have to pop 95% of the balloons. Even if you get most of the balloons, you can still fail because you missed a few at the end. Luckily, I eventually managed to beat it and progressed to the boomerang stages where you have a boomerang. I'm very conflicted on this game. On one hand, there's a lot of creative looking levels like the one where you light a fuse to a bomb, or the ones with clever solutions like the one where you freeze balloons at the top and then bounce your dart across the ice, or you just turn into Pac-Man. But for every cool level, there's two more that are downright sadistic. In level 26, you have a single dart and your goal is to pop 63 balloons. In theory, your dart should bounce around the box and pop every single balloon, but that just doesn't happen. The strategy that worked for me was to fire a dart behind me, make it bounce on the wall, pop the balloons as it passes my monkey again, then pray it makes it down the hole on the right. This should be easy, but just like the maze level, I spent a lot of time aimlessly shooting darts, hoping that my plan would work. And eventually, it just did itself. It feels like it's up to random chance more than it is about anything I do. Just look at level 30. After bouncing your dart off the frozen balloons and into the bombs, you win! Lose. That's right, you lose. You suck. I genuinely do not know what to do here. It feels like I'm missing a game mechanic or something. So, you know, I went, oh yeah, hang on, let me look at this tutorial from 2007 and see what the answer is. And then it's just this, like, what is that? This can't be how you play the game. Since Bloons became an instant hit, a sequel was made within 4 weeks to capitalize on this new audience. It introduces the lightsaber balloon, which pops balloons horizontally. The game has a few cool levels, but nothing too special to set it apart from the first one. It did make me realize a problem with it though. In level 7, you must narrowly avoid the ice balloons and pop them using explosive balloons. The problem with these types of levels is that there's no hotkey to reset, meaning if you want to restart the level, you have to move your mouse across the entire screen, and imagine doing that every 2 seconds because you missed your shot. I don't really see much in this game, or at least I didn't until Bloons World came out. That's right, you can now upload your own custom levels and play other people's wacky creations on bloonsworld.com. Obviously this website doesn't exist anymore, but there is an alternative. In what was probably one of the smartest decisions by Ninja Kiwi, there exists a Bloons game that is 100% comprised of player levels. which means there's a good chunk of the best community levels that are not only fully archived but credited with people's decade-old usernames. You have 50 individual players who each create just one great level. I would go from levels that use the Pac-Man balloon in an actual gameplay scenario, to killing Pac-Man being the solution to a level, to one where your monkey reloads every time he takes a shot, to beer pong, to ridiculous bounces, or one where you rob a bank. If you're a level 1 petty thief, you might try opening the vault. The proper way to withdraw money from the vault is to enter from the top. Once the door is open, get Pac-Man to rob all those balloons, and then you win. Thank you BBQ Sandwich for making this piece of modern art. Almost every single level I played was amazing. The community made stages are just that fun. There is the odd one that is clearly 5-star bait, but then there's the cool ones like the one with only one balloon, and there's the one where you play beer pong and balloons made by BBQ Sandwich? Well, how did this guy get 2 levels into this game? Creating a game where you let the community do the work for you was such a great idea that they did it 2 more times within the next 6 months. Anyways, it was time for a new Bloons game, and Ninja Kiwi had just the thing you need. In August of 2007, Bloons Tower Defense was finally released. The core gameplay is still there, if a bit more clunky. There's no tower or start round hotkeys. The range on every tower is definitely incorrect, as tacks don't hit the edges of their range, and on top of that, darts disappear really quickly after being thrown. There's also a lack of more modern features like targeting or pop counts, instead having a range indicator of all things and a very ambiguous speed meter. Despite that, it's still a good bit of fun. Darts are the main way to pop balloons here because there isn't many alternatives. Not only is there only 5 towers, but most of them are overpriced garbage. The bomb tower costs $900, while the ice monkey, which can't even pop balloons, costs $850. Neither of these towers feel like they are worth the price, especially when compared to the dart tower, which in this game fires really fast for some reason. And don't even get me started on the super monkey. I have no actual evidence for this, but I'm 90% sure the super monkey is a joke tower added in by the developers meant to troll players who think the super in its upgrade name means it's good, because it's not. The super monkey in this game is complete garbage. He costs $4,000 and I wouldn't even say he's worth half that price. I had 7 dart monkeys which were collectively worth about $2,500, and these monkeys handled the ways of balloons pretty easily, but when I sold them all for 1 super monkey, everything went downhill. Choosing to place a super monkey killed me almost immediately, as the $4,000 was unable to handle rounds the cheaper dart monkey army destroyed. It goes deeper too. On round 42, the game questions, how many monkeys does it take to make a super monkey? Making fun of how this maths problem will keep you up at night. When you then beat round 47, the tooltip says, you got any super monkeys yet? Are they really worth all that money? This is literally the game telling you that this tower sucks 3 rounds before it ends. You can't get clearer than that. And yes, this game unfortunately does end on round 50. There's no free play in BTD1 and that sucks. The best way to beat the game is to spam dart monkeys. It's not even a challenge. Eventually you'll just start spawn camping the balloons, though the game seemingly does not want you to notice. The tooltip at the bottom normally tells you what balloons are coming next, but occasionally it gives you a random fact about American teenage girls of all things. The only real advice the game gives you is you will probably need to use every tower type to finish the game. But there's no way that's correct. That's just a lie. This tooltip guy then goes on to boldly claim that you can't pass the game using only tack shooters. Someone actually managed to beat the game using only tack shooters, and Ninja Kiwi got so mad they increased the price of the tower by $75. Although even with this change, it is certainly not impossible, as would be proven 10 years later by some random guy on YouTube. This would be the beginning of an ongoing trend where Ninja Kiwi says something is impossible before some psychopath from the community pulls it off. Even I managed to complete this challenge, just not in the way you'd expect. By pressing tab you can move around the menu, and by pressing enter you can upgrade monkeys using the keyboard. For whatever reason, holding down enter lets you buy upgrades multiple times, putting you into negative money. By purchasing faster firing, this exploit can be used to create a hypersonic tack shooter which let me beat all 50 rounds with a single tower. This bug can be used on other things, though it's not very useful. You can give the dart monkey full map range, but he won't be able to use it since the dart disappears immediately after being thrown. Although you can increase his pierce to create what is essentially a BTD1 juggernaut. Another funny glitch lets you place towers on the track. By right clicking a tower after selecting it, you can even place them on the menu covering the start button. Both of these bugs are still possible in BT2. Oh, sorry, spoilers. Seeing as BTD1 was performing much better in numbers, a sequel was released just 2 months later. And by sequel I mean a carbon copy of the original game, but better. There's 0 new upgrades apart from the Super Monkey's laser vision, and the only other new features are the road items, the Boomerang Monkey, and 2 new difficulties. What I find interesting is the significant price decrease for all the bad towers in the previous game. The ice ball now costs a more reasonable $385, while the cannon costs $520, at least on easy. The cannon is a lot better here, simply because it's impossible to win without using it. Ninja Kiwi was so upset that people bet the game by spamming one tower that they added a lead balloon. The game promises it's impossible to win with only dart monkeys, and it's right. Nothing can pop the lead balloon except a cannon, which forces you to place it down. Though this doesn't really change the best strategy. Instead of only using dart monkeys, you now only use dart monkeys and the occasional cannon to pop leads. The developers must have also realized this, because at one point the game guilt trips you into using other towers. You might not need to use every tower type, but think of the wasted programming and graphic drawing if you don't. Luckily the game is a lot harder and therefore more interesting than the first one. Black and white balloons appear earlier, and there's even a new rainbow balloon containing 2 of each, the equivalent of popping 37 red balloons. This becomes a problem when your dart monkeys can only pop 2 balloons at a time. You'll end up using road spikes to catch the balloons that get by. That is, if you're bad at the game. See, I always thought the monkey glue was a completely useless road item. It doesn't even pop anything, what a waste of $40. After revisiting this game, I realized that glue is the strongest thing you could possibly buy and a key factor to be in hard mode. When there's 2 rows, your monkeys will focus on one of them and ignore the other path. It's a bit stupid, but that's how they're programmed. The solution to this problem is to slow the balloons down on the longer path, so that by the time they reach the monkeys, you will have already popped all the balloons from the other path. Alternatively, you can use the glue to ensure the destruction of the rainbow. It moves so slowly that just a few dart monkeys can pop all of it by themselves. Unfortunately, there are no left-handed monkeys. Sorry, just live with it. Here's a fun fact. This tip that shows up on round 10 isn't even true. I don't know where they got this +1 thing from, but it's not right. You know what else is right? Handed the Boomerang Monkey. When upgraded, this guy can pop up to 5 balloons per shot, which is still worse than just spamming dart monkeys. I don't know where I heard this from, but supposedly, the Boomerang Monkey's tail can actually pop balloons. I tested this in-game and I could not replicate it. So either this is some super secret Easter egg, or I've been trolled by the internet. What's that? You think the graphics are ugly and the gameplay is boring? Are you stupid or something? Wake up. The new Bloons is out now. Brand new Bloons type, plus angled rubber blocks. Make friends, only at my.ninjakiwi.com. Wait a minute, isn't the rainbow balloon from BTD2? And isn't the ice monkey just a reference to the ice balloon? Or aren't all of these towers based on items from balloons? What's next, the lightsaber monkey? I like even more balloons even more, even if it took a year to come out. Mostly due to the new mechanics, which there isn't a lot of, but the ones that are there are fun to mess around with. But first, let me tell you about the insane improvements this game has. You can finally press R to reset the level. This is fantastic news, and now the game is like 10 times better. Any Bloons game released after Even More Bloons is just objectively better because of this tiny feature. It even tells you where and with what strength your last shot was fired at as well. The levels here are really creative. You'll find anything from blenders and levels where you destroy a boat. I think I figured out the genre of this game. It's a destruction simulator. Your end goal always ends up with you destroying everything in some way or another. Although there is still some tricky levels, mostly from the new balloon. The rainbow balloon in this game requires 2 hits to pop. Issue is, the rainbow will float upwards, which is a mechanic this game really likes to utilize. Usually it's something like in level 19, where the rainbows will float up while frozen. Other times you have to race the rainbows and quickly pop them. In Revolver, each rainbow you pop breaks another jar, creating tense situations where you don't have the time to think about where you're firing and you just have to do it. These rainbow balloons were the things that eventually forced me to look up a walkthrough, because I had no idea what to do for level 33. No matter how hard I try, there's no reaching those other balloons. I tried every angle with every possible strength, but nothing worked. The answer... Wow. What's not doable is this shot on level 26. The balloon is right in front of you and you can't hit it. That's it, I'm opening Bloons Pop 3. The next Bloons game is called Bloons Pop 3. And you might be wondering, where does the 3 come from? Where are the other 2 Bloons Pop games and why haven't I talked about them yet? The simple answer is that they don't exist. This is the first game in the Bloons Pop franchise with a misleading 3 added to the end. Or it would be called that if it existed. Bloons Pop 3 doesn't, I just made it up right now. Well, you think Ninja Kiwi is stupid enough to call the first game in a series the third, then decided it was not worth playing Bloons Candy Crush anymore. Bloons Player Pack 4. I bet hard on my first try.
That sounds like Dahi de Nobler.
Enough said. BTD 3. After almost a year, Bloons Tower Defense 3 came out. And was it worth it? Yes. This game was so good in fact that it even got copyright claimed and the developers had to change its name from Bloons Tower Defense to BTD3. This Com2 US company trademarked the term Tower Defense in 2008. Every Flash game had to quickly change their name to avoid being sued in international court. Anyway, this game has 2 extra upgrade paths, 2 new monkeys, road item abilities, and 2 new balloons, as well as maps that can turn in circles instead of basic squares. Free play was also finally added. When the game ends, you're given the option to fry eggs on your overheating computer, and you can also spam spikes. This game made me realize how fun the road items are. These 3 items are their own subgenre of tower defense. The pineapple is capable of dealing with clumps of balloons and it pops 3 layers. It's cheaper than the road spike, making it more cost effective as long as you have the time to place it ahead of the balloons. The Moab is a new blimp added to the game, taking many hits to pop, and it drops 4 brown balloons which then split into 2 rainbows. Since most towers do 1 damage at a fairly slow pace, the Moab is basically unkillable. Luckily, road spikes do 10 damage a pop, making them the perfect tool for destroying Moabs. Also, on a side note, while in later games the Moab became its own blimp with balloons in it, I love the implication that in BTD3 the balloons have developed missiles to help them reach the end. You can clearly see the 4 brown balloons riding on this surfboard thing. But no, really, Ninja Kiwi based this thing off an actual missile. The game mentions that it does not stand for Mother of All Balloons, rather Massive Ordnance Air Balloon. This is the exact same name found on the GBU-43B Moab Wikipedia page, but replace balloon with bomb. Great reference, Ninja Kiwi. You know, this service history tab has some interesting implications for the balloons lore. But enough of that, you can literally pop Moabs using only road items. Sometimes the Moab popped way ahead of my monkeys, which forced me to spam glue, pineapples, and spikes. It's crazy how powerful the road items are in this game, even if you technically lose cash using them. Other ways to deal with threats include setting your monkeys to last, which can be good for the spike bolt as it works best when firing in straight lines. You can also set tack shooters to last, even though it doesn't do anything. As for the new towers, the beacon is helpful for buffing the attack speed of your monkey spam, but more importantly, it lets you unlock the Super Monkey Storm. So if you don't think your towers can defend a round, or if you don't believe in your index finger, then the Super Monkey Storm is the thing for you. It's how I bet the hardest map in the game. Yeah, this thing is a win button. You don't have to play the game. It might cost around $1,000, but for an upgrade that removes thinking, micro, and strategy, that's well worth the price. The reason I used tack shooters to beat the hardest map rather than spamming dart monkeys is because dart monkeys are terrible in this game. Genuinely awful. The only useful upgrade they received let them pop 1 extra balloon per shot. It's okay against the reds and blues, but it scales horribly into the late game. But do you know what is worth it? Tack shooters. With the new blade shooter upgrade, tack balloons obliterate everything that's not a Moab. This upgrade lets the tack shooter pop 3 balloons instead of 1, creating a monster of a tower. You don't even need to buy a cannon for leads. The pineapples are well capable of destroying their slow-moving outer shell. Speaking of the cannon, I now retract my statement that it was bad. After some healthy harassment from the community, I have come to the conclusion that it is almost as good as the tack shooter. The cannon now fires much faster and can pop through 2 layers of balloons with the frag bombs upgrade. Add an ice tower that can now pop black balloons, and you've got a combo that can only be stopped by ceramics and Moabs. The only bad towers are the boomerang and the dart monkey. The spike-a-pult isn't the best either, but at least when you upgrade it fully, you can pop a lot of balloons for an expensive price. The spike-a-pult is so so expensive that when I clicked on it to check the pop count, I was suddenly charged $5 from my bank account. This guy has a $900 upgrade and all it does is make the spiked ball not disappear when leaving its range. Almost as great as when the dart monkeys miss balloons that are right in front of them, or when the boomerang somehow misses a red balloon that's touching its face. Are you even aiming? To be fair, this does seem to be a general problem with BTD3, as I've even seen tack shooters not pop balloons despite the projectile clearly hitting them multiple times. Overall, this game is a great improvement on the balloons tower defense formula. The new upgrades make previously bad towers good, and the road item changes make for exciting gameplay. And then there's Hot Air Balloon. Hot Air Balloon is another experiment game. It seems like Ninja Kiwi treats balloons not as a singular game but as a franchise, with different entries featuring different genres, common theme being monkeys popping balloons. In this game, the same war criminal torturing balloons from Bloons has now hijacked a Moab and uses it to pop balloons and get a high score. You know, I always believed the Moab was on the balloons side, yet this game paints it as a neutral party. It seems as though the Moab is some super weapon that gets used by whoever finds it first to wreak havoc on the other side, whether that be controlled by 4 ceramics or driven by a monkey. The game itself is fairly simple. Once you die, this brutal death animation plays and the game assures you that the monkey is safe, which I don't believe at all. The only real noteworthy thing about this game was this strange glitch I found. Initially, the balloon sounds randomly disappeared, which was weird, but just like when the monkey gained hyper-realistic eyes, I assumed it was a bug and kept playing. Then the Moab sound stopped playing, causing the game to be completely silent before my monkey clipped out of bounds and I never saw him again. Now, Hot Air Balloon gets faster the longer you play the game, which is how it increases its difficulty over time. Since I lost all control of my monkey, I decided to see how fast the game would play if I let it run for 30 minutes. So what do you think happened? Did the balloons begin moving so fast that they began clipping into each other and warranted a seizure warning? Did the trees and clouds pass by so fast that only one was visible at a time? The answer is none of them. This is the end game of Hot Air Balloon. Nothing. All in all, this game wasn't too interesting and most people never cared for it. But I want you to remember it because it will become important later. But now, it's Christmas of current year 2008, which means that a brand new Bloons game is coming out. Oh, but you don't have anything? Ah, whatever, just release another player pack but snap a Santa hat to the monkey. This is Bloons Player Pack 5. Most of the levels are shaped like a bauble, a Christmas tree present, snowman with and without RTX, the Grinch, or just a bunch of ice balloons. Someone made a reindeer and I had no idea how to pass it, so I enabled unlimited dart mode and then killed the deer. Then I got a gingerbread man level where killing him was the solution. I feel like there's 2 types of people making these levels. There's the 6-year-old making Christmas presents because wow, that's like the thing I got for Christmas. Then there's the guy who escaped an asylum who creates a level designed to torture people. There's no in between. The stages are either insanely easy or mind-bendingly hard. But you know what's crazy? I think Ninja Kiwi knew there was this divide in the player base, because the next 2 Bloons games were Bloons Jr. and Bloons Insanity. The former being a game built for the younger demographic, while Insanity is 50 of the most diabolical levels made by our twisted user community. Bloons Jr. seems to have been made by Ninja Kiwi, and as you would expect, it is impossible to lose. Not only are the darts bigger so you pop more balloons, but charging up shots is slower so making accurate shots is easier. And just in case you're playing this on a steering wheel, most levels give you way more than enough darts so you can still win even if you completely miss half your shots. Most of the stages look like they could be hard, but because of the bigger darts they are simple, making you feel a lot better at the game than you actually are. The other half are auto levels which play themselves, but it's okay because they have a smiley face. Look guys, he's happy because the new Bloons is out. Although believe it or not, some of the later puzzles require you to actually think. The last level requires you to make a big shot, and for some reason it's really hard. You have to pop every single balloon, meaning missing just one shot causes an instant loss. The hardest part was trying to leave this cave. The boomerang is so massive that it works against you. I spent a good 30 tries attempting to figure out how you shoot the boomerang out of here, but eventually crap. But eventually, I did it. I finally bet Bloons Jr., and then the game thanked me for playing, which automatically puts it in the top 10 games of all time. I'm sure the other Bloons games did this too, but I wouldn't know. This is the first one I actually completed. But if it's difficulty I want, then Ninja Kiwi has the perfect thing for me. Alright, look, I was terrified of playing Bloons Insanity. I imagine it being what Kaizo Mario is to normal Mario, and for good reason. There is a walkthrough for the levels on the main menu. There's no better way of telling players your game is impossible than by adding a walkthrough inside of it. Despite that, I pushed on, and on level 1 I already began having problems. I imagine the developers had to remove the usernames just so they wouldn't get tracked down and killed for making evil levels. The only way to complete this is to fire at a really specific angle so your dart pops the jar, then hits the stack balloon, which then pops the rainbow balloon all in one shot. After that, you have to quickly take another super precise shot to pop the rainbow balloon before it floats away. Eventually though, I managed to overcome the first level of Bloons Insanity. Level 2 is not as hard, although it still took me a while to beat. Level 3 involves the mechanic of bouncing a dart off of frozen balloons, but then there's level 4. Level 4 was by far the hardest. In fact, it was so difficult that I stopped playing Bloons Insanity. Okay, I'm sorry. This level requires you to carefully bounce one dart multiple times across the tightest gaps in existence, all to pop a rainbow jar. Making one bounce correctly doesn't even guarantee the rest will work. Sometimes you get so close to the end and other times you instantly fail, despite me not being able to tell what I did differently. For this reason, I spent over 10 minutes slightly moving my mouse and then spamming the darts at every possible strength before repeating the process. After a while, I just gave up. I searched up a playthrough of these levels and I can safely say I didn't miss much. I don't think I'm alone either. If you look at the comments in this video, you find the creator to level 4, and not even this guy could beat his own level again after making it. How am I supposed to win if the creator himself can't pass it? I did a quick test with unlimited darts mode, and after you make that crazy shot, you didn't have to take a second one in order to pop the rainbow balloon. Even if I somehow made it past that first shot, the second one would have undoubtedly finished me. Luckily, I can play Bloons Tower Defense 3 on my 10-year-old iPhone because BTD iOS has just come out. All you need to know about this game is that it was removed from the App Store, and this video I found of a guy beating round 100 on hard. Sorry for the quality. My sister broke the good video camera. They also made an iOS version of Bloons which sounds horrible. Imagine trying to beat this level with your fat finger blocking where you're trying to shoot. No, it's time to play an actually good game. BTD 4. Comparing BTD 4 to the third game is like comparing a one-dimensional shape to a two-dimensional one. Or at least that's what I thought before I played the game again. It is ugly as hell. If 3 is a Flash game with developer art and 5 a game with an art style, then BTD 4 is this uncanny thing in between. Why does the track have shadows on both sides? And how is this Spike Factory on the water? Did they remove the laws of physics in this game too? I always remembered BTD 4 as an upgrade to the third game, yet it feels like the same game with a different coat of paint. There's only 2 new balloons, the Camo Balloon and the BFB. In this game, the Camo Balloon functions like the lead balloon, where only certain towers can pop it, or in this case see it. The BFB on the other hand is the Moab, but stronger, dropping 4 when popped. The balloons must really hate that balloons guy if they put a red cross over him on their strongest blimp, but it isn't very scary. By the point you make it to BFBs, you've already been popping Moabs and ceramics for a while, so it shouldn't be possible for the BFB to kill you. Also, you can just place road spikes to pop camo balloons, so the rounds end up feeling really similar to BTD 3. The upgrades on the other hand are really weird. BTD 3 had 4 upgrades on each tower, so logically, in order to make BTD 4 the bigger game, it also has 4 upgrades. Instead of having 2 tiers of 2 paths, this game has 1 path with 4 upgrades. Although this works in the game's favor, as it lets towers get much stronger the more upgrades you buy. The cannon's final upgrade deals 10 times damage to Moabs. The tack shooter turns into a fire shooter. The dart monkey turns into the catapult monkey. But wow, this game must hate itself or something, because when you open it, immediately you get asked to play BTD 5, a better game. Even the developer of BTD 4 insults himself in a comment on this random video I found. This game also added the strongest tower in this entire franchise, the farm. For only 1 grand, you can make $80 at the end of each round. You can then upgrade it for more money, which can be used to reinvest into more farms, and the cycle keeps going. After I filled the map with farms, I was making $8,000 per round, which is more than enough for me to buy random towers. That's the thing about farms. Because you eventually make so much money, you can spam terrible towers, and because there's so much of them, it will defend against the balloons. This is also the first game to have music which isn't some royalty-free song. At least I think. The later games reuse the motive established here, so I assume it was created specifically for this game. But if that's true, I am unable to find credits for the person who composed it. My best guess is that it's a track called Volcano Party off a site called Getty Images Music. My only evidence for this is that someone got copyright claimed over using this music by the same website 29 times. But even that might be a dead end, as if you check the website yourself, you learn that the music was added after BTD4 came out, implying this is a false claim. There's also an improved targeting system, one for strong balloons and one for weak balloons, which I can't find a use for. Why would you ever want to hit weak balloons? By far the best change is the fast forward button, and hotkeys for every tower except the Spike Factory and Dartling, because I guess they're racist. This makes the game feel a lot smoother and faster compared to 3. If you don't want to wait 5 years for the red balloon to reach your monkeys, speeding it up makes them move at the speed of sound, which will kill you if you're not careful. Pressing K for road spikes is also a nice addition, allowing you to pop leaking balloons faster before you can die. Even better, the game gives you a rough idea of how many balloons come next with the red balloon equivalent stat, showing you the number of pops required to beat the upcoming round. There was also a custom map editor, but it has been purged from existence, so I can't really talk about it. And Sandbox, which allows you to test towers on any balloon before using them in a real game. Though my favorite aspect of this game are the new challenges. The first one asks you to beat this easy map using only Dart and Super Monkeys. I went into this thinking it would be a cakewalk given how overpowered the Dart Monkeys tend to be, but I was proven very wrong. I died thinking Super Monkeys would defend anything, clearly forgetting how overpriced they are, before I began spamming Spike Bolt Dart Monkeys, and for some reason that worked. There are so many straight lines here that if you get enough catapults, they can handle anything you throw at them. The next one was even easier, only Spike Factories and the Dartling Gunner. I didn't even have to use the Dartling Gunner. The best strategy here is to spam Spike Factories at the end and wait. The balloons take so long to get near the exit that by the time they do, your Spike Factory army would have created an unstoppable wall of spikes. The hardest part about this was timing pineapples to pop LEDs, but it was smooth sailing for the most part, until the second last round. In BTD4, glue can't slow ceramics, so if they show up on this challenge, then there's a big problem. So many balloons started coming out that I was forced to become my own Spike Factory and spammed spikes for dear life to survive. And it worked, so I can safely say that this challenge is for stupid babies. 50k to beat 50 Moabs? Super Monkeys are obviously the answer. Of course it didn't work, it cost exactly 50,000, that's how you know it's a trap. New strategy. Use the Ice Monkey to slow down balloons, Wizard to blow back balloons, and Maulers do the rest. This did fail, but I saw potential here. I tried better positioning before realizing, you know what's a good upgrade? Super Monkey Storm! Able to clear out entire screens of blue. How did that do even worse? That's it. More Super Monkey Storm. What do you mean there's a cooldown? Okay, what about Tack Spam? Well, this did surprisingly well, so I combined it with the Ice Monkey and got even closer to winning. Then I added Super Monkey Storm to the mix and got even further from the solution. I tried a bit more random variations of this strategy, but nothing was working. Not even close. This is when I got desperate. What about, I don't know, Ace? Let's try spamming the Monkey Ace. The tower is pretty bad as it can't aim, and the only advantage I saw in it was how the hell did this work? What can I say, the Ace is really overpowered in this game. After I learned this information, I was ready for the ultimate challenge. The hardest map on the hardest mode and only one life. You leak a single red balloon, you die. Now, I've yet to address the elephant in the room. This is the first Bloons game to have monetization, and boy is it monetized. Every time you die, the game presents you with an opportunity to buy this fabulous upgrade that should prevent you from dying next time. And I gotta say, this has to be the least predatory monetization system I've ever seen. I'm sure Ninja Kiwi wants you to buy these, but most of the premiums are complete garbage. Did you lose just now because your ship couldn't pop frozen or leads? Believe it or not, I don't have a boat, nor have I had problems with frozen and lead balloons. But of course, if my wizards had extra range and could see camo, then I wouldn't die to those darn ceramics. The only reason I said most of these are garbage is because there is one upgrade you can buy that is absolutely game-breaking. Double cash mode. For a few Ninja Kiwi coins, you can not only double your starting cash, but also double the amount of money you make. For obvious reasons, this upgrade is extremely powerful. I'm pretty sure you could even start with a farm using that amount of money. It doesn't end there either. There's 8 maps that are individually locked behind the coin transaction, but by far the worst offender is this game's leveling system. Not every upgrade is unlocked immediately, and you have to level up by playing the game in order to unlock tier 4 upgrades. This process is incredibly slow and purposely so. You could play the game up to round 60, then get jump scared by the game saying you unlocked a single upgrade, or you could skip the whole process and buy the max level at the cost of a few Ninja Kiwi coins. Unfortunately, it gets a lot worse later, but I'll get to that when it happens. Let's move on to the next game. Well, game in heavy quotation marks. This one's a weird one. It was only available during December of 2009, after which it was taken off the App Store permanently. It included all the normal Bloons levels, except everything is reskinned to fit a more festive theme. Boomerangs turn into candy canes, tacks into holly leaves, and bombs into baubles. Pac-Man Bloon also makes a return in the form of a reindeer. Alongside the normal levels, there was also 81 brand new levels. 3 of them would be unlocked every day in the days leading up to Christmas. I guess it's like a weird Christmas calendar? Anyways, once the holiday season was over, Ninja Kiwi did what everyone does and burns all their work to the ground. They took the game off stores immediately after Christmas ended. This game is literally unplayable unless you happen to have the 13-year-old application on your phone. Let's see how sadistic will levels get now, because Ninja Kiwi just dropped the trailer for Bloons 2. The monkey from the first game returns, informing us that the original game got over 1 billion plays, equating to... This guy was clearly on a mission to destroy as many Bloons as possible. No wonder they start attacking you later. Here it is. Bloons... Wait, where's the 2? There it is! Listen, this game has Bloons you can pop on the main menu. It can't possibly be bad. Oh no, what is this? What am I looking at? Clicking on the Super Monkey allows you to completely obliterate any levels. However, you only have a limited number of these skips, but you can buy more with coins from this random website. You also get an extra skip for completing worlds on the new Fortnite map. But yeah, Bloons 2 has become a mobile game. On Flash. They even had the balls to add a feature showcasing you the solution to levels, only to charge you for it as well. At least this maximum distance button is free, though I was still skeptical. Does this mean the levels are going to become extremely broken and unfun to force players into buying Super Monkeys? Surprisingly, no. There are 96 levels in this game and the vast majority are really well made. There's new music and you know what, let's not talk about it. They're all 10-second loops and it drives me insane. The new mechanics work really well. There's layered balloons, moving balloons, and a bouncing block that disappears. Level 19 asks you to use 1 dart to mine down to this single red balloon. Bounces in general feel more natural. In balloons you could throw a dart and have no idea why it went where it did, while the bounces in Bloons 2 make more logical sense. But by far my favorite new mechanic is the upside down balloon. Popping this one flips gravity, causing everything to fall in the opposite direction. Some of the best stages in this game utilize this concept. Level 50 gives you 1 dart to pop all of these balloons. After a bit of precision, you can fire a shot that hits multiple anti-gravity balloons in order to beat the stage. The developers were so proud of this level that they did the same thing not once, but 2 more times. Another great feature is the Monkey Ace. Popping the plain balloon lets you summon the Monkey Ace, who must be made out of paper because touching anything causes him to explode. Though my favorite levels are the more ridiculous ones. Here you play Minecraft and have to dig your way to the balloons. I can't believe no one's thought of this concept before, it seems so obvious now. There's also the level where you must somehow shoot 2 darts at the same time, or a full-on speedrun level where you must pop the balloons before they get frozen. While these are difficult, finally beating the stage is satisfying. Of course, just use the rubber wall to delay one of the darts by a bit so you can time the other one. Of course, get better at the game. Finally, there's my favorite level in all of Bloons. This might not look like it, but it is secretly an auto level. Once you find the correct spot, this happens. I think this is the first time I was genuinely impressed by an auto level. This is insane. Unfortunately, not all stages were created equally, and here comes my biggest problem with Bloons 2. The later levels are awful. Just look at the video. Does this look fun to you? Bloons 2 is a good game in the beginning, but starts to lose its charm later on. I would assume the custom level creator was also great, but I can't access any of the levels, so I wouldn't know. Since the spin-off of Bloons became more popular than the original game, more side games based off of Bloons got created. And that's how we got this abomination. Bloons Super Monkey is an arcade style game where you fly a super monkey, pop balloons and collect blobs to upgrade the super monkey, then repeat. If you don't pop enough balloons, you die. I mean, what else would this broken cape indicate? Unlike the previous games, you can't buy a bomb that skips the level for you. That now happens randomly, though you do not need to rely on the bombs, as the upgrades are more than powerful enough to win by themselves. The top path increases the darts you fire, while the middle path gives you boomerangs, which eventually turn into deadly bombs. And the bottom path, we don't talk about the bottom path. The most engaging part of this game are the various balloon formations. In stage 2, even the red balloons start moving so quickly that you have to actively follow them in order to beat the level. Because remember, if you don't reach a certain number of pops, you lose. So the game pulls a lot of tricks to stop you from getting pops. Those tricks range from the balloons becoming hypersonic, or these arrows which indicate where the next balloon-made arrow is. This later turns into a memory game. What's even smarter is this level where the ceramic balloons surround you in order to prevent you from popping balloons. But yeah, not much else to say here. After a few Moabs, the game ends with a BFB boss battle where ceramics are flying everywhere, but by this point you have 2 tiers of upgrades maxed out, so that doesn't matter too much. Bloons Super Monkey seems more obsessed with high scores than it is with being difficult. The balloon pop goals aren't too hard to reach if you follow the balloons, but what is hard to get are these trophies. After the mandatory goal, there are 3 more optional ones if you are somehow good enough to pop every single balloon on screen. That's pretty much all on this game, though. Wait a second. Who is this guy and why is he in the monkey game? There is a person in this game. There have been literally 0 humans before and after this point. Yet this Nightman is here chilling inside an ice cube. Who is this guy? Hell, where did they even get this art from? The style is so different from every other game they've made. Looks like a children's coloring book. I have so many questions but 0 answers, so I'll move on to something big. BTD4 just got an update 12 years ago. This expansion is admittedly small, but hey, at least no new premiums were added. 4 new maps, 2 towers advertised as new even though they were in the last game, and deflation mode, as well as some specialties that make some towers cheaper and others more expensive. I was going to play on the new hardest map, but then I realized how boring the gameplay of BTD4 is and didn't. Yeah, this update did not change my opinion on this game at all. It was developed to quell the overwhelming demand for a new Bloons tower defense, and since BTD5 was still a year away, the expansion pack was the next best thing. I will say though, I really like the Monkey Temple map. Not only does it look cool, but there's an Easter egg here. Once you get $30,000 and 40 monkeys, do you want to activate the Monkey Temple? You will not be given another chance. Selling your soul to God will create the most powerful tower ever and becomes a staple in the next few games. Even a BFB, the strongest balloon in the game, is no match for it. Although spaced out BFBs will definitely overwhelm the tempo, so while it's not a free win card, it is something you should definitely purchase. I mean, come on, your soul's worthless anyways. Now I'd like to talk about the only game on here that is basically lost media. Hot Air Balloon was released as a completely new game on November 3rd, 2010. Issue is, the only, and I mean only, evidence I have of its existence is this random trailer for the game posted 12 years ago. The game seems to take place on an island similar to Bloons 2, where you fly a blimp through 7 different areas. I'd assume there's some new mechanics, but the trailer doesn't show much, other than boss battles, though I have no idea how this fat bee is supposed to have any chance against a monkey with a missile. Presumably there would have been bosses for every world, seeing as you fight the prankster whale in an ocean area. Now you might be like, well, what's the main goal for this game? Do we finally have a reason as to why the balloons and monkeys are working together? The answer? You must rescue your true love from the sinister Monkey Baron. Wait, what? What Monkey Baron? Is there evil monkey politicians in the Bloons world? Why is there dart monkeys firing at the monkey? I thought you guys were on my side. Why am I working with the Moab anyway? Does the Moab have a true love he's rescuing as well from the evil blimp baron? I have so many questions about this game and absolutely zero answers, because this seemingly lore-heavy game has no trace anywhere on the internet. As far as I know, the only way to retrieve any footage of it is to hope someone still has the game on their phone, and that's exactly what happened. 11 years later, this absolute legend uploaded some gameplay of it, and instead of talking about the intro, I'll just show it to you because it's just on another level. After this, without explanation, the dart monkey steals this blimp here and proceeds to 1v1 another monkey in the sky. In the first section of the game, already you're forced to kill another monkey. Unfortunately, the footage kind of ends there, and we don't get to see what the sinister Monkey Baron actually looks like. It goes to the second stage where you fight the snowman, and I kid you not, the way you defeat him is by waiting for him to melt in this snow-filled area. Great game, 10 out of 10 story, would not recommend. Bloons 2 Christmas Pack. Bloons 2 Christmas Pack. This game returns to the classic formula of giving you 50 levels to beat, as well as the return of unlimited darts mode. And crazy enough, everything here is Christmas themed. The items are all reskinned into festive props, and the monkey ace turns into Santa Claus. There's actually a lot of Santa in this game, mostly because the levels insist on giving you way more power-ups than you need. On level 30, I had so many boomerangs that my inventory was filled with them even after popping 100% of the balloons. Okay, but the level where you actually make Santa deliver presents was... Wait a minute. Wait, hang on, why is there only 48 levels? Level 48 is the final level, at which point Ninja Kiwi wishes you a happy holiday and a balloontastic new year. But every other game had 50 levels, so what gives? Were the developers just lazy this year? Did their true love get stolen by the evil Kiwi Baron? In actuality, clicking the Christmas star and presents on the main menu leads you to 2 secret levels. The levels themselves aren't anything special, but the concept of having 2 bonus stages for anyone who notices the missing levels is clever. But I must ask, why is there a snowman made of sand? What the hell is this supposed to represent? Is it like sand is the opposite of snow? And snow comes during Christmas, and sand comes after during Christmas. Sand has 4 letters, and you know what else has 4 letters? That's right, glass. How do you make glass? You smelt sand. What do you make with glass? The iPhone 4. Therefore, on January, the month after Christmas, when all the snow melts, Ninja Kiwi will release the 4th Bloons Tower Defense game on the iPhone 4. And what do you know? That's exactly what happened. Oh, and absolutely nothing changed with this game, other than, you know, changing the entire art style. And what is this? A bear with bees? A year after release, the Beekeeper was introduced as a new tower popping balloons using his bees. And he's really strong for some reason. There's also a few seasonal reskins skins that happen during Halloween, but for the most part, BTD4 Mobile is the same game with a few extra maps. But it didn't matter that it was just a small update, because something massive was on the horizon. Something I'm almost certain most people watching this have played. But before we get to that, there's just one game left to cover. Bloons 2 Spring Fling. This is the final Bloons. Nothing too interesting here other than this mining level. The developers were so proud of the one from Bloons 2 that they did it again here. I was so proud of that joke that I did it again too. Anyways, who wants to be a Bloonionaire? You? Great, because this currency is worthless. Who Wants to be a Bloonionaire isn't really a game and more of a teaser for something else. You're tasked with completing 10 questions relating to tower upgrades, price, and a bit of Bloons history. Once you complete them all, you're rewarded with a trailer for the next Bloons game. And 14 days later, in December of 2011, BTD5. This game was seriously hyped up. You were either so excited you couldn't wait for its release, or you were patiently waiting for launch day. But even the second type couldn't hold the hype in, and it definitely wasn't unwarranted. For starters, this was the first game where they got Tim Haywood to compose the music tracks. This same man is still making Bloons music to this day, so I think hiring him was a good move. What's interesting about BTD5 Flash is that it got consistent updates for years to come. Despite releasing in 2011, it would continue to be updated up until the end of 2017. For context, in just 1 year, BTD5 got 9 special missions, reverse mode, special agent pros, numerous specialty buildings, the Meerkat Spy, Tribal Turtle, Spike Factory, and 13 new maps. The maps themselves are more challenging. Some might be flooded with water, some even have tunnels, while others block off areas where you can place towers. Previous games just let you put down monkeys wherever, as long as it wasn't on the track. So this change definitely added another layer of strategy. And strategy there was a lot of. BTD4 had only 60 total upgrades, while BTD5 has 144. On top of that, many of the upgrades are either far more powerful or offer some semblance of support. Dart Monkey's triple dart upgrade allows it to pop green balloons instantly or turn whites into yellows. Boomerang can fire at Super Monkey levels of speed. Tack Shooter has an ability. Actually, every tower does, except Far. The Dart Monkey can either be a Juggernaut or a Super Monkey fan club, turning 10 nearby darts into Super Monkeys. My favorite part about this upgrade is the old bug where you could create a hypersonic Juggernaut by upgrading a Dart Monkey after placing it. This effect of course stacked, allowing you to utterly destroy Moabs with a single catapult. The Tack Shooter's Ring of Fire upgrade returns along with its Blade Maelstrom counterpart. If you have the money, you can literally put this thing down specifically to destroy leaking balloons and sell it. It's like a get out of jail free card for all non-Moab balloons. The boat destroys the early game with the Grape Shots upgrade and can hook in a BFB with its ability. The Wizard summons Damu but better, the Mortar stuns balloons over the whole screen, Spike Factory storms spikes, and the Monkey Ace lets you nuke the map. It's pure fun to see a bunch of wacky ideas thrown together to defend incoming balloons. The upgrades are always so creative that you almost want to purchase towers just to see what they would do. This leads you to the late game where you begin to have no idea what the hell is happening on screen. I really like the new towers as well. The Sniper Monkey explores the concept of a full map range tower that can completely stun the strongest balloons, while the Ninja throws projectiles that follow balloons, which is extremely strong, especially when you upgrade him to throw 5 shurikens at once. The Ninja also has a flash bomb which stuns balloons and an ability that halves the speed of everything for 15 seconds. Meanwhile, the Sniper will drop a supply crate full of cash, and oh my god, this is awful. I paid so much for this tower and you're giving me a few $100s in return. Is this a late April Fool's joke? Because why would I pay so much for this garbage supply crate when I could buy a farm? The farm is absolutely busted in this game. It now produces a certain number of bananas that you must collect. The bank path is pretty much worthless, but that doesn't matter when the factory mass produces all the money you need. It helps that you can place down a village, the New Monkey Beacon, to reduce the cost of expensive factories by 10%. The developers for some reason thought that giving the village discounts on every upgrade was a good idea. By just placing down an unupgraded village, you can save $10,000 on the strongest tower in the game, the Temple. They turned the Easter egg from 4 into the final Super Monkey Path, and it is awesome. The strength of the temple entirely depends on what you sacrifice to it. But when you finally get the money, it's all worth it. Nothing can get past this guy. And, well, what did you expect from the tower that's God himself? You can get multiple of these guys, which is fun. Just be careful not to accidentally sacrifice a temple to another temple, otherwise you lose a bloonillion dollars. But can it handle the new strongest balloon? A blimp so massive, so humongous that it holds 4 BFBs inside of it. This is the ZOMG. And you can insta-kill it with the submarine's ability. The monkey sub is another new tower, although weirdly enough it wasn't here at launch. It took 4 years for them to add another tower to the game, but wow is it amazing. For a cheap cost you can get this upgrade called Advanced Intel. So advanced it can shoot balloons in the range of other towers. It can even see camo balloons as long as the tower it's using also sees camo. And yeah, in this game camo balloons aren't their own balloon, but a full-on type. So what do? You decamo them. The submarine submerge option lets it reveal camouflaged balloons to other monkeys. So does the mortar and the village. But God himself doesn't? What sort of logic is this game following? Wait, I take that back. This game has co-op. That automatically puts it in the top 5 games of all time. Well, kind of. Although playing Bloons Tower Defense with your friends is a nice idea, the lag would be unbearable. Sometimes you'd get stuck on a round unable to start the next one because your teammate's 1992 computer has yet to finish the previous round. The lag would be so bad that balloons would even get popped by seemingly nothing. But it's okay because it introduces the legendary feature of typing to your teammate. If he even bothers to connect, that is. Well, whatever, my special agent friends would never leave me. Never mind, I'm all out of monkey money. The special agents are a type of tower purchasable after beating a few maps, one of them being the Beekeeper from BTD4. You can't upgrade these guys and their only purpose seems to be to skip a few of the early rounds, though there is also some support ones like the Pontoon and Portable Lake, allowing you to place water towers on land and vice versa. What's cool about the special agents is that using enough of them will permanently unlock a stronger variation. After blowing all of my monkey money on 50 pools, it transformed into something crazy. A pool with a different color. This pool contains a sea monster of sorts that sometimes attacks the balloons. Great ability. But enough of these dumb power-ups. You have agents that play the early rounds for you, a super monkey storm for the later rounds, and even specialty buildings to make certain good towers even stronger. I get the feeling people were getting sick of being treated like babies who can't play the game without premiums. Because out of nowhere, the community banded together to create the hardest game mode known to man, Naps Frills. Don't let the silly sounding name fool you. This is an absolutely devastating rule set that simply means no agents, premiums, specialty, farming, road items, lives lost, or selling. Not only can you not cheese the game with monkey money, but neither can you farm, which is how I bet the hardest maps in the game. The person who came up with this idea must also be evil, because leaking just one red balloon is enough to make you fail, and you're not allowed to use road spikes due to the rules. If you hate yourself just the extra bit more, try doing this challenge on the new extreme tracks. Normal difficulty settings look like this, yet when clicked on an extreme map they turn scary. You know this mode is difficult when the easy mode monkey looks like he survived a war. The hardest extreme map is Tar Pits, where the balloons have 5 entrances and exits in their own respective tiny circles. The reason I call it the hardest map is because I'm pretty sure the Naps Frills challenge is impossible here. I spent so long looking for even the slightest hint of someone achieving this, but the best I got was someone doing it without agents, someone who did it on easy with only specialty buildings, and another guy who did only the Naps part and afforded multiple temples. However, because no one could do a full Naps Frills run of this map, I award it with the hardest map in the game award. But let's say you don't want to spend your time dying over and over again due to self-imposed rules. Something different from the normal gameplay without being overly challenging. Don't worry, Ninja Kiwi has you covered. Special missions make a return in 5 and they don't work in the archive. It's fine. I will talk about these later even if they aren't available in the virus version. A similar thing happened with the daily challenges, which I think are one of the coolest parts of the game. A large part of previous Bloons titles is the custom community levels, so having players submit challenges that you can play is nice. My favorite one is the one where the farms band together to pop all the deadly red balloons that appear on round 100. Another funny one is the May 22nd, 2016 one, which has nothing to do with the challenge itself, but rather the hacked challenge that appeared in its place. Someone hacked into the Ninja Kiwi servers and added this monstrosity as the daily challenge. Obviously, it was quickly removed, but it's funny to think that for a short time you were able to get 420,000 XP for beating round 200. Somehow the daily challenges just kept getting made until 2018 when the final one appeared. By this point, BTD 6 would have been released, and yet they were still adding user-submitted challenges every day to the Flash version. Realistically, it was just one guy doing the work, but man, that guy is epic. Flash was about to die, and this guy still actively updated the game. I wonder how Ninja Kiwi plans to top this game. I mean, it took over 2 years to develop. Anything Bloons related that comes out now is going to pale in comparison. You can't beat the game that gives you the dirty hacker detected screen if you're caught cheating. This is real, by the way. They actually put this face into the game. In just 2 days after BTD 5, we got Bloons 2 Mobile. There is a few differences between the Flash and mobile versions, but they are minor. The main one being the replacement of harder levels with easier alternatives, which might actually make this game fun. I don't know. You can't play it anymore unless you have an ancient Apple device. If you do happen to play it though, you'll be cursed with the same music looping over and over again because they forgot to port the different world themes to the mobile port. Then a few months after the release of Bloons 2 Mobile, they decided to also port the first game? What? What? No. That's it. The new Bloons is not out anymore. I'm skipping time forward to May 2012 because that's when BTD 5 Deluxe came out. For only $705 from the year 1900, you could purchase a more excellent version of an excellent game that you can launch from your desktop. BTD 5 Deluxe existed for only 2 years, at which point the game was ported over to Steam and mobile, leaving this title behind in the dust. The Steam mobile versions are the exact same thing as the Deluxe version, only with more updates that were added over time. And this cool side art to distract you from the fact that this game is played in a box. And you have 3 new powerful towers. And I don't use that word lightly. These guys feel like they were designed to be as cool as possible so you would buy this game. The second you place the helicopter, the game forcefully tells you how epic and strong the tower you just placed is. And it's not wrong. This guy literally follows the Bloons and can be upgraded into an Apache helicopter. Then there's the engineer monkey, which spawns sentry guns acting as multiple towers. Though to be honest, I didn't use him all that much since the sentries block places where you can place towers. And then there's the tower that might actually be stronger than the farm. The farm is without a doubt the best tower in the franchise. I mean, let me buy a temple before round 65, that should speak volumes. But the balloon chipper is just so good. Without even upgrading it, you can protect yourself from the ceramics of a Moab. I'm not even joking. If you're worried about the ceramics running through your defense, just put this guy down and its base form is enough to stall all the balloons. If the glue gunner is good because he can slow down balloons, then the balloon chipper must be a god because he can suck up balloons, stopping them in place. It even affects Moabs, which is something that the glue gunner and ice monkey can't do. If you can stall the strongest balloon in the game while slowly killing it, then you might be a good tower. This isn't even the balloon chipper's final form, but we'll get to that later. Mastery mode. Instead of these boring self-imposed challenges, you can now play BTD 5 except every balloon is 1 rank higher than they normally are. Though at least farms aren't banned. Imagine the nightmare this would be if you had to play with normal amounts of money. Unfortunately, I couldn't play through mastery mode on camera, as for some reason the game requires you to get all medals on 17 easy maps first, along with 39 bronze medals from other tracks. Now, if this sounds grindy as hell, then you'd be correct. But you might be thinking, oh, well, clearly that limitation is there so that you learn the game's mechanics and unlock the towers before you can play the hardest. You naive fool. Clearly you didn't read the fine print. After doing all this time wasting, you unlock mastery mode for beginner maps. Only beginner maps. If you want to challenge yourself and play mastery mode on the hardest map, you gotta repeat this process 3 more times for intermediate, advanced, and then expert maps, which effectively means getting every medal in the game. Why does this game love the idea of me spending the rest of my life at the computer? I thought you wanted me to go outside. This is giving me mixed messages. Though, to be fair, there is still other fun game modes, like the special missions, which, okay, they were all in the Flash version, but I couldn't play them, so here we are. This is the official special mission difficulty tier list. In F tier, we have the easiest mission, and the only one you can beat in under a minute. 50k for 50 Moabs. Is it as hard as the BTD4 version? Not really. Super monkeys still don't work, but it's very easy. Once again, normal aces are enough to completely shred the Moabs, but even without that information, you can just ground zero everything, causing it to instantly disappear. Moving up to D tier, we have missions that are still very easy, but can't be bet in the snap of a finger. Protect Monkey Town is exactly what you think it is. Protect the village from the balloons while you exploit the free village for discounts and extra money. I tried sacrificing the village to a temple, but it didn't work, so for that reason I'm moving it down to F tier. Covert Pops has only camo and special agents only bans every tower, making money completely useless. I don't think I've ever seen something so blatantly pay to win as this mission. It's not really hard, but it does make me wonder if there's an alternate universe where we have turtles popping balloons instead of monkeys. So for that reason I'm moving it down to F tier. C tier. Now this is the tier that separates the men from the slightly smaller men. In Full House, you can only place down 5 towers at a time, which sounds hard but really isn't. Then there's Short-Lived, which gives me existential dread. Any monkey you place down dies after 10 rounds. That's no exaggeration, just look at the image of the mission. The best way to beat it is to spam cheap towers that are effective, so you don't lose money due to your monkeys constantly ditching you. This of course means spamming as many triple darts as possible, and then you win. Someone should make a tower defense game where your towers dying is a core mechanic. Actually, please don't. It is terrifying going AFK for a few minutes and coming back to an empty screen. Another cool mission is No Escape. There is no exit for the balloons, and instead they keep looping around this circle forever until you pop them. If the round lasts for more than 30 seconds, then you start losing lives. It's a fun idea, though it doesn't last very long. And due to the ridiculous amounts of money you gain, the best strategy ends up being spamming ground zeros. In There Can Only Be One, there can only be one of each tower. In Wizard Lord, you must sacrifice your towers to the wizard or he eats your soul. Every second round, your most expensive monkey will be eaten by this wizard guy. Luckily, the Wizard Lord is a tower that attacks, and he's really strong. He has 4 upgrades on both sides of the wizard, giving him fire tornadoes and a cool phoenix. This might have been my favorite mission due to how micro heavy it is. Finally, we have fast upgrades. Now this one is really good. You have to survive 5 rounds of scaling difficulty, but there's a twist. At the end of each round, every tower gets upgraded 1 time. You need to abuse this mechanic as much as possible, because if you don't, you won't have enough money to beat the BFBs on round 5. I started by using submarines and ninjas, but both failed horribly, mostly due to the leads on round 3. Then I had the crazy idea of using sniper with glue gunner to slow the balloons down, and it actually worked. A cheap ice tower gets upgraded into a strong ice tower, and then I use a ground zero for the last round, which fails. The BFBs are definitely the hardest part. You really do not get any money in this game mode, so the strongest tower ends up being the one you placed on the first round. No matter what I tried, I never even got close to popping the BFBs. That is, until I remembered the Dart Monkey. Triple darts are so cheap to buy, yet the upgrade afterwards is Super Funky Man Club, which completely destroys the BFBs and lets me win the mission. Easy C tier. On B tier we have nothing because I already did all the missions, you stupid. Overall, 5 is the first game that actually feels like a game I would regularly play, rather than a Flash title you revisit for nostalgia. You have fun gameplay, cool missions with a little bit of grind on the side. But what's most interesting to me about this 10-year-old game is that it still gets updates to this day, despite there being a BTD6 and multiple other titles that have come out since. They aren't the craziest thing, but an occasional new map tells me that someone at Ninja Kiwi is still working on this game, which is insane. I mean, they hosted a map competition before. You could literally just open Microsoft Paint, draw a few lines, and boom, you've just created the new Halloween map. Unfortunately, there's no user-submitted challenges because it's been replaced by an AI that spits out random challenges every time you come back. Earlier I said that the Steam version of BTD5 has all the features of the deluxe version, but that isn't true. There's small stuff like the watermelon spinner and mad snowman agents or a few distinct maps, but then there's the 4 special missions that are completely exclusive to the deluxe edition. Mix and match gives you 1 free tower every round, money management requires you to reach a certain amount of money to beat it, and while Ninja Kiwi said they weren't going to add these game modes back, they were implemented anyway through events. The Crucible is really creative. You have to beat 15 rounds with not a lot of money, however anything you place on these 2 pillars shoots at hypersonic speeds. Anything that already shot really fast like the Bio Boomer will shoot even faster, winning you the game for free. And then there's Direct Assault, or as BTD5 called it, the Balloon Invasion. On this map you send your monkeys to the trenches in order to defend against 50 rounds of incoming balloons, which by the way all travel in 6 straight lines, so if you can't defend, you die. In real life. If that wasn't bad enough, most of your towers are restricted other than the military looking ones. This event mission was so difficult that in the footage I found, everyone had to use some sort of special agent in order to defend the early rounds. And for that reason, Direct Assault is going into S tier on my difficulty tier list. But BTD5 isn't going to last forever, so therefore, we need a new game. When you think about it, Bloons Tower Defense is really just a successful iteration of Bloons. They tried to recapture the magic of tower defense with titles like Bloons Super Monkey or Bloons Pop 3, but it never really worked. Hell, even Bloons itself has mostly been forgotten about by this point. Bloons World closed down in 2014, so you can't even interact with the community levels anymore. So in order to make a new popular title, we need to think outside of the box. Instead of making spin-offs from Bloons, why not make a game based on Bloons Tower Defense 5? And so, BTD Battles was born. This is my favorite version of Bloons. In battles, you're matched up with another player where the objective is to kill them by sending balloons. If you ever hated your useless co-op teammate, then this is definitely the game for you. Winning is not as easy as just sending a BFB and hoping for the best. For one, you don't have all the balloon sends unlocked, each of them unlocking every 2 rounds. But more importantly, you do not gain money for popping balloons or at the end of the round. You now gain a certain amount of cash every 6 seconds indicated by this green number. This is your eco, and you can increase your eco by sending weaker balloons, not to kill your opponent but to make more money. Or to kill your opponent, they might just be that bad. While most balloon sends pay themselves off over time, the bigger balloons like Moabs will lower your eco, making them risky to send, as if your opponent defends the rush then you lose a bunch of your income. That is, unless you have farms. For whatever reason, Ninja Kiwi decided it would be a good idea to make bananas worth 50% more than in BTD5, effectively making the strongest tower in the game even stronger. Another reason farms are so good in battles is that they act as an investment. In battles, you typically don't try to build the most unstoppable defense, as that would be a huge waste of money. That money can go into making more money through eco or farms. You should only ever buy or upgrade towers after your opponent sends a rush, otherwise you'll be wasting a huge amount of time preparing for something that might not even come. There's a lot more to it than that, mainly micro, but that's the basic idea. The only other noteworthy feature is that adding camo or regrow to Moabs makes the insides camo and regrow. I'm not sure how popular this game was, although I know some people really enjoyed it, enough to make a competitive scene for the game, calling it King of the Hill, eventually leading to this moment where the top 2 players fought for the title of the Battles King. Although neither of these 2 guys ever did anything ever again, so I don't know why I mentioned it. I think the funniest part of this game is how you can talk to your opponent. In a world where chatting in 1v1 games is banned and restricted restricted to emotes, BTD battles let you trash talk your opponent mid-game. In the Steam version of BTD battles, the chat was removed, but it still exists in the Flash version of battles, allowing you to bribe hackers with the promise of being in a YouTube video. Because unfortunately, sometimes you'd get matched up with people using infinite money cheats. How fun. Sadly, I can't actually play the game since the servers for the archive have gone down. Though, thankfully the process of buying medallions is still fully functional, letting me purchase a currency I can't even use. Thanks, Ninja Kiwi. But before I talk about Battles Mobile, it's time for Bloons Super Monkey 2. They forgot to monetize the last one, so they made a sequel. The original game was already fun by itself, but this one is even more so. This is basically the same game with more stuff and a story. And by that I mean you don't have to beat the game all in one go, rather slowly beating all the levels through 4 worlds. If you're so smart, Mr. Monkey Man, then why don't you play the game yourself, huh? If you run into a situation where you can't beat the balloons, then you'll have to replay older levels to level yourself up. And wow, these levels are pitifully easy once your Super Monkey is close to maxed out. The balloons got vaporized the second they came on screen. It looked like the balloons were making the shape of bees, beehives and birds, but I honestly can't tell with how fast they disappeared off screen. What I like most about this game are its new balloon types. In the first area, a new type of balloon is introduced, that being the shielded balloon, taking 5 extra hits to pop and can push the player around should they come in contact. These are annoying for many reasons. On top of being extremely difficult to pop, they tend to trap you in a circle of death if you're not careful. I even got moved off the screen at one point, but thankfully the game didn't pull a hot air balloon and softlock me. The Moab is the boss for this area before you're transported to a desert. And then the boss for the area is the BFB, which is kinda generic, and then it sends you to the ocean. This is the first area where you can feel the power of the shielded balloons. This wheel is made of weak green balloons, but because they are shielded, destroying them makes them a massive chore. Although to be honest, I feel like we're the bad guys and not the shielded balloons. I don't recall the balloons doing anything bad in this game. The only thing that happens is Dr. Monkey goes, "Hey, they're in the jungle. Can you go kill them? Great job. They're all dead. Now go to the desert and exterminate all the balloons." Oh no, the radar scanner can't detect the balloons. That's because they're underwater. Like the Super Monkey is just some guy who lives in this expensive villa and hunts balloons for no reason in his free time. Balloons which, by the way, tend to form together into shapes of various animals. The boss of this area appears to be a squid made of balloons. However, upon destroying the outer layer, it's revealed that it was a squid-themed blimp all along. They could have easily gone with the easy option of boss equals ZOMG, but they actually added a new balloon type to this game, which is cool. After an easy boss fight, you end up in the final area, which is once again Mount Magma. I haven't mentioned it yet, but the music for this game is so unexpectedly good. Like, this is the game where the title screen looks like this, and the music is just... The final boss is a giant lead balloon that protects itself by pushing you off with its arms, and its boss theme sounds like this. Like, calm down, man. This is the game where a monkey throws darts at balloons. You didn't have to go this hard. But back to battles. The mobile port of the game just got released. The biggest change is the new tower boost and balloon boost. These powers are so powerful, I now get war flashbacks from the balloon boost sound. You can make your towers attack faster or make the balloons move faster for a limited time before a cooldown is applied. And you're only allowed to use 3 in each game. What seems like a simple feature completely changes how you look at the game. If your opponent balloon boosts a rush, it's usually a good idea to tower boost so your monkeys aren't at a disadvantage. But what happens if your opponent sends you a big rush without balloon boosting? You could just not tower boost and save one for later, but that is a lot of balloons, so I'll do it anyway.
That was so easy.
And then this stuff gets boosted at you and you can't do anything because it's on cooldown and you die.
Wow.
This is a common strategy used to kill people. Send them a few smaller balloons to make the opponent panic, cause causing them to boost, before you balloon boost them the actual rush. The other new powers are these 3 road spikes, which you can use to pop all the round 1 balloons in order to rush a farm as early as possible like the rat you are. If you thought $30 per banana was absurd, then wait till you find out that in this game they're $60. 60! If your opponent sends you absolutely nothing the whole game, you can even get a factory up before Moabs are unlocked. That is a huge money lead. What will you do now, Reddit Maxwell.png? Oh. This game mode sucked anyways. I'm going to play defense mode instead, where people literally can't rush you. That's right. Instead of trying to kill your opponent like the title suggests, you just sit there and do nothing until someone dies to the AI balloons. Gee, I wonder why no one plays this mode. Now, there is a lot of strategies you could use in this game as long as you have farm, but my favorite involves the Sniper Monkey. It's not a good strategy, but it's funny, so that instantly puts it in the top tier. You can actually place towers underneath the UI, which can be used to pop balloons without having any visible towers on screen. Are you cheating again? There is a few other towers that can actually defend grouped balloons, and even make money off of them, but never, ever use this guy, okay? Blue Gunner cannot target Moabs or camo balloons, so if you click the random button and your loadout looks like this, good luck. If you want an actual good strategy, it's this. What a shocker. The 2 most broken towers in the game are actually really good, what do you know? Like I said, farm gives $60 per banana, which turns into $900 per crate once fully upgraded. The chipper, on the other hand, can suck in Moabs and hold them in place. Playing a single upgrade lets you completely destroy ZOMGs, and when you add the Dart Monkey to this strategy, you become unstoppable. The only thing that could make your loadout stronger is if the random 4th tower turns out to be ace, because then you can do this. Speaking of random 4th towers, this is a really interesting mechanic. On one hand, it makes the game a little unbalanced depending on what you get, but it can also make an identical strategy feel different every time. Towers that would normally never be picked, like the Ice Monkey or Ninja, suddenly become very useful as their abilities let you slow down Moabs in the late game. Same goes for other abilities like the Blade Maelstrom, the boat's BFB takedown ability, Spike Storm, First Strike, or even the Village, which significantly reduces the price of a factory, putting you ahead in the money game. Even something as horrible as the Glue Gunner can be used to pop lead balloons at a cheap price. You could also just get the Helipilot, who to be fair has a very funny glitch that lets you stack towers on top of each other. Rushing is by far the best aspect of this game. There is something weirdly captivating about sending your opponent a BFB and then just watching. Can he defend it, or will he die? Or will he just send me balloons while I was busy watching his screen? Sometimes you'll get sent something so big, so undefendable, that your only option is to send your opponent lower class balloons that move faster in the hopes that they die before you do. Other times it's this massive back and forth where you send the guy something, he defends it, sells his towers and sends you something, and then your turn to defend, and it keeps going like that until someone sells all of their towers in a last ditch Hail Mary to try and kill the opponent. Unfortunately, most people that played the game don't seem to know you can even send balloons. Using the in-game TV feature, I watched a few players play the game and the results were interesting. A surprising amount of people don't send balloons to increase their economy. They just kinda sit there until they die. It's like they're trying to play BTD5 but in battles. You'd have full games where neither player sends each other anything and then they just die to natural ceramics. It's really weird. There's some people who play the versus version of BTD5 just to play BTD5. Like, come on man, just buy the other game. What are you doing playing this one? There's even a Steam guide on how to play this way, which is so weird. Why would you download the game where you can send balloons to your opponent only to never send balloons to your opponent? For some reason, this type of player really liked the Wizard Monkey, and at the time it became known as the Noob Tower. Probably because this tornado upgrade is capable of killing you. You send a few regrow balloons and this happens. What I found most interesting about this game, upon revisiting it, is just how bare bones it was at launch. The wiki wasn't very reliable, so I had to use the official Ninja Kiwi update videos to get information. And it took them a full year to add the submarine. It took them 1 year to add a tower that was already in BTD5. Also, fun fact, this Sam guy has been making these update videos for almost 10 years. So thanks Sam for carrying the research I did in this video. Most of the updates were either new maps or decals you could put on your balloons, but everything changed when This tower is so broke. They added a new tower exclusive. Can you stop skipping the video, you ape? 16 months after release, the Cobra was added to Battles. The Cobra was absolutely broken on launch. Not only could you spend 500 eco to shoot your opponent in real life, but his lifesteal ability would eventually kill the opponent. You don't have to send any balloons, just buy a few attrition Cobras and wait for the opponent to die. I imagine that became the meta, especially since not having a Cobra to steal the lost lives back would put you at a disadvantage. So, if you can't beat them, then join them. Though joining them was a bit difficult. You had to either pay up $5 or win about 1,000 games worth of medallions. The attrition upgrade is one thing, but the horrible grind to unlock the Cobra is just disgusting. Other than that, this is a pretty fun tower. The balloon adjustment upgrade makes the AI balloons stronger, allowing you to finally bully those defense mode players for playing a bad game mode. It also acts as a mini farm, giving you money each round and even allowed you to redirect blimps to your opponent. You could hide the Cobra underneath the UI, so when your opponent sends you a BFB, you can jump scare them by moving the same BFB back to their side. Wait, what? The most interesting upgrade was Offensive Push, as it allowed you to send balloons one round before they would get unlocked. On the surface, this is a pretty useless upgrade, or at least that's what I thought until I saw tournament players getting absolutely destroyed by someone using this upgrade. Indoor Pools is one of the shortest maps in the game, and on top of that you have to deal with 3 different paths, making it very difficult to defend on. Typically games would end on round 13 thanks to the infamous regrow Rainbow Rush, although obviously players in a tournament would have figured out the methods to deal with this rush. Or that was until a player by the name of Aliens Rock shows up with some Cobras. While his opponents may have been prepared for rainbows on round 13, what no one expected was the same rush a single round earlier. I watched countless games, and as far as I can tell, every single player Aliens Rock faced died to this strategy, so I'd say it's pretty good. Now with all that said, the Cobra has its drawbacks. Despite having a literal gun, this tower is horrible at popping balloons. It shoots slowly and pops a single balloon and it can't hit camo. But it's a fair downside for the ability to bully defense mode players, so I'll take it. Other than the new Cobra update, Battles had fairly minimal updates apart from maps. There wasn't even balance patches, so Cobra killing you through lifesteal was something you just had to deal with for almost a year, until in August of 2015, when the game finally became playable. Previously you had to slowly grind for medallions to unlock every tower, but with the introduction of arenas, you just had to gamble a few times and boom, you have more money than you know what to do with. The game is finally playable and the Cobra can no longer kill you with attrition. This update also introduced leaderboards, although they didn't really measure skill as much as they did how much time you wasted on this game. It even added a bunch of new content in the form of different game modes. Anything from double cash, random towers, faster balloons, or even something as ridiculous as the Mega Boosts game mode were all variants of the base game you could play. Battles got so playable, in fact, that I would argue that at one point this game became more popular than BTD5, which is kind of ridiculous to think about. The spin-off of the spin-off to Bloons was the current trending balloon game. The peak player count of Battles on Steam was 2,500, 800 bigger than BTD5's, and while this might not be a full representation of the player base due to only counting PC players, YouTube view counts told a similar story. Searching up BTD Battles on YouTube gives you videos with higher views than BTD5 does. The point being, this game managed to find an active audience, which is quite impressive considering how grindy the game was before this update. The Steam version of Battles came out in 2016, and the first update it experienced introduced emotes. There's no chat system anymore, but I'll take what we can get. Some of the emotes are weirdly intimidating, like this one, which is only available in the battle screen. What are you even pointing at? I don't know what emotion I meant to experience here. And then there's the facepalm. If someone spammed this at you, then you might as well surrender, because I swear to God, every time I saw it, I felt like I was doing something horribly wrong. There was also the people who spammed hi. I can't tell if this was the latest toxicity meta or a cry for help using Morse code, but it's safe to say this update added a lot to the game. It wouldn't be until June of that year when card battles was finally added to the game. While this was a major update, I never personally liked card battles. As the main side mode, it was always going to be less popular than the actual game, but there are some die-hard card fans out there. This game mode itself is really creative. Your loadout consists of a bunch of cards rather than towers, each card letting you place a tower or send out certain balloons depending on whose screen you use it on. This system encourages a lot of thinking, since you have to make sure your deck has cards with both defensive towers while also having good rushes you can send to your opponent. And while I see the appeal, I don't really like card battles that much. You can't upgrade your towers in card battles, which means you're stuck with whatever monkeys you place it down. You also can't send any balloons out that aren't already in your deck, making big balloon rushes impossible as you're restricted to what the game lets you send. These limitations are the reason I never got into it, but then again, it's not a bad mode. One of the cards you can have is called the Kidnap card, and I kid you not, it kidnaps your opponent's towers and takes them away in a helicopter. But all this was just the calm before the storm. Despite all the side game modes, the main game still followed the same Dart Farm chipper meta, and due to Ninja Kiwi's reluctance to make balance changes, it would stay that way for the next year until update 4.1. This update completely changed how the game was played. Updates would usually be fairly small, like the addition of the Banana Farmer, the Downward Spiral, Fast Cooldown ZOMGs, and Clash of Clans. And then along came update 4.1, the first real attempt at a balance change. This update was so controversial that not even Sam from Ninja Kiwi made a video on it. Likely to avoid the nuclear fallout that was about that, they brutally murdered the blue chipper in this update, okay? The chipper went from an absolute god to a tower that everybody forgot about, including Ninja Kiwi themselves. The blue chipper will now no longer suck up ZOMGs. These words were so devastating that I dropped the dramatic act, and honestly looking back, this update wasn't that bad. Some of the buffs were really weird, but you can't blame them for trying. I framed this update as some kind of game killer, but honestly the game got better after this point, as new strategies became viable. The ninja went from being useless to being useful, Moab Mauler got 20% attack speed, Mortar became better, and even the boomerang ability can now hit camo balloons, which is cool. But yeah, people were pissed off. By searching the 4.1 update on YouTube, you get thumbnails that look like this. But even so, half the comments on these videos didn't seem to mind the update. I seriously love this update. I have used more different strategies in one day than in 1 year. Not a perfect update, but it's a step in the right direction. Researching stuff like this reminded me that most people don't really care about silly stuff like battles, balance changes. You'll have the one guy threatening to kill the developers because they touched his favorite tower, but most people just go From this point onwards, more balance changes would begin to be made, shaking the meta up now and again. Or they would do the most random change, like increasing the wizard's fireball size by 20%. In my opinion, this next era of battles was its best. It had a few mediocre updates, but for the most part, it was a lot of fun to play the game in 2017. This is also the part where tower skins were added. You had Candy Banana Farms, or the Ninja, but then there's the Bomb Tower one, and I don't think I've seen a worse skin in any game ever. All they did was add a green border around the bomb tower, and that's it. That's the skin. 3 months later, a map contest would be hosted where a player-made map was added, and it is awesome to play on. I love it when community-made maps are added to the game. They should do more of that. Meanwhile, in the community, people were having an intense battle for the highest round. Previously, the highest round ever achieved was 333 in a video posted by Ereklo. However, this record was made before the chipper was nerfed, and before they severely buffed Moab health scaling, making getting to round 100 extremely difficult. So now there was a new race happening. Who would get the newest highest round? And to answer that question, let me introduce you to a certain bug. For whatever reason, the Call to Arms ability, which made monkeys attack faster, would stack in BTD battles. This meant if you put enough villages around one tower, it would start shooting at hypersonic speeds. This by itself was pretty powerful. Unupgraded towers were capable of defending BFBs, but that's not the best way to use this bug. If you surround an engineer with villages, this happens. I remember casually using this loadout in an actual match, and when my opponent saw what my sentries did to the ZOMG, he just surrendered. And like, yeah, what the hell are you even supposed to do against something like this? But even the engineer wasn't the strongest tower to use this on. No, that tower would be the Spike Factory. Combine the Moab damage spikes with an endless supply of spikes and you have a combo that prevents anything from getting by. Now, I don't have any evidence or footage of this next event happening, but I swear it did. Someone tried going late game with Spike Factory and Village on the Mines map. They got to an absurdly high round before dying, but it wasn't the balloons that killed them. In fact, all the Moabs on screen were getting completely obliterated despite their high health. The reason this guy died was not from balloons, but because his game crashed from all the spikes on screen. This strategy was so strong that it was capable of crashing your computer, though obviously it was fixed next patch. And unfortunately I can't find any other late game videos using this strategy, so now we'll never know how powerful those Spike Factories actually were, or if I'm even telling the truth about the story existing. But anyways, back to Ninja Kiwi and the community. Alongside new maps, the game kept on getting more and more balance changes, making previously horrible towers like the Wizard actually good. It really felt like the developers were trying to make the game more competitive, which was definitely a good thing as it meant more and more towers were becoming usable. They even added an in-game tournament mode, which let them host an actual battles tournament, which is where the previously mentioned Cobra strategy came from. Also, you can now finally hold to send eco balloons. That's right, for a full 4 years, if you wanted to send pink balloons, you had to rapidly tap your screen or break your fingers while spamming your mouse. And that all confuses me. From these updates, you can tell the developers were trying to make the game better, and at least tried to listen to the community when it mattered. They changed the game from obscenely pay to win to you can unlock every tower, including the Cobra, in a few hours. From all the positive updates the game was getting, you could tell they at least slightly cared about the player experience, and then update 6.0 dropped. If Battle Arenas made this game playable, then the Powers update turned it into a pay-to-win mobile game again. You see the tower and balloon boost? This update added alternate versions of them, some of which were straight upgrades. The only way to unlock these new powers was to either pay up or grind 10,000 hours. Arguably the most game-changing aspect of this game just got an update, and locked stronger versions of already existing powers behind the paywall. The regular balloon boost only increases balloon speeds by 20%, meanwhile balloon snipe increases them by 50%. But that's not the worst part of the update. The worst part were the replacements to road spikes added, all of which were so powerful that pretty much everything on this tree is stronger than the base road spikes. You had stuff like Monkey Glue, which could slow down multiple balloons, or how about this Glue Storm, Spike Storm, and this lightning bolt thing. Getting rushed? Oh, don't worry about selling any farms or managing your money or doing anything really. Just plop down the lightning bolt and you'll be completely fine. With how broken some of these road powers were, not having them meant you were at a severe disadvantage compared to your opponent. And again, the only way to unlock these powers was to earn XP by playing games. So if you wanted to get these better powers, you'd have to repeatedly play multiple games, losing over and over again, just so you can have a fair chance at winning against your opponent. What a scummy way to force people to buy something. Not even the wiki likes this update, which is kinda funny. It's so weird how Ninja Kiwi did so much to make Battles a great game, and then suddenly backtracked on all of it in a single update. Hell, in a hotfix they even made the regular tower boost worse just so that the stronger powers look better by comparison. It's just not fun when everyone either doesn't or has access to ultra powerful abilities. They even added more in another update, letting you do stuff like completely stun your opponent's towers and you can't fight back and then you die.
Can't use ability when it's knocked out? Okay, sick. Like, what am I playing, man? What is this?
This game is so
But I will say this, Update 6.0 came out 4 years ago now, and in that time, Powers got a lot of buffs, nerfs, and are now banned in certain arenas, so the base game is still here if you want to play it. And the fact that people still play the game despite the Powers update makes me think that I'm either missing something or that Powers aren't as horrible as they were on launch. Regardless, I stopped playing the game by this point, but what surprised me is how much the game changed since then. Like I said, Powers are banned in Ceramic Crucible, so the base game is still accessible. But similar to BTD5, this game still gets constant map updates and even balance changes as well. Like, I'm recording this on December 17th, and 2 days ago they did more balance changes and a new map. Noteworthy ones include the Balloon Chipper C in camo, sentries don't block your towers, left-handed boomerangs, and Moabs drain a lot less eco than before. And wait, Glue Gunner can hit Moabs now? What? I mean, I know they stole this concept from BTD6, but wow, that one really shocked me. For the longest time, this tower was completely useless, and now there's actual strategies that people use involving the Glue Gunner. This is basically like adding a completely new tower to the game. He went from an option no one would ever consider to something that's actually usable. There's also Sandbox mode, which lets you test what tower combos can defend what rushes, and it is really useful. It's really difficult to tell when a strategy can actually defend balloons, and a lot of the time it's 90% guesswork, so having the ability to test it is really helpful. Then there's Professor Evil, who's essentially a weekly challenge mode. Like Sandbox mode, Professor Evil really helps you get better at the game as you're sent multiple massive rushes and told, go ahead, defend. This is a really cool mode. The evil monkey bear, I mean Professor Evil, has infinite health, so there's no point to rushing him, meaning your main goal is to defend anything he sends at you with a random loadout. But yeah, for the most part, this game got map updates and the occasional balance changes. It's honestly still a very fun game if you can get past the initial phase of unlocking towers. But by this point, we're in the modern day, which is a little too far. So let's time travel back to 2013 so I can talk about Bloons Monkey City. This game is essentially Clash of Clans, but it's balloons. And this time I'm not joking about that. The gameplay loop goes something like this. You capture a few tiles, which is where the tower defense aspect comes in, before returning to your village, building something and waiting long periods for it to finish. And that's it. That's the game. You have your little gems you can use to speed up the gameplay, and a few other purchasable currencies, as well as loot boxes and quests and balloon stones, and invite your friends to get a supply crate. It's a grindy game. While Battles was an inventive take on the BTD5 formula, I almost feel like Bloons Monkey City is just the free version of BTD5. Admittedly, there is some town building aspect that's kind of interesting, but for the most part, these two games are really similar in gameplay. The tower defense part is really stunted, as you can only place a limited amount of towers equal to how many buildings you've placed down, which take time to build unless you spend just buy BTD5, dude. Playing this game is really boring if you don't already have everything unlocked. You'd be sitting there with all your dart monkeys placed and no way to upgrade them. You've already placed and upgraded everything you had, so now the only thing you can do is wait and gain absurd amounts of cash you can't spend. But to the game's credit, there is quite a few creative ideas here. To unlock certain towers, you have to play what is effectively special missions. One thing I liked about Bloons Super Monkey is how it introduced new balloons regardless of whether or not they would work in BTD5. A similar thing happens here, although the DTT would totally work in BTD5 were it to be added. The Dark Dirigible Titan is a unique Moab class balloon. Previously, every Moab type was just the last one, but bigger. But the DTT is different. It has the same health as the Moab and only drops camo regrow ceramics, yet manages to be just as, if not more deadly than the ZOMG. It moves at the same speed as the pink balloon, allowing it to speed past your defense if you're not careful. But the worst part is its resistances. To even deal damage to this thing, you need something that can see camo and can pop lead and black balloons. Good luck finding something that can do all three. The best way to beat the DDT is to use the MIB village, as it lets basically every tower deal damage to the DDT. But yeah, the DDT is a solid counter to almost everything, and even the game argues it's the strongest blimp, as setting your monkeys to Strawn will make them target DTTs over the ZOMGs. The other new blimps come from boss events, which are really nice. There's 4 of them with different mechanics that get progressively stronger as you defeat them. And while these boss balloons are interesting, they were later added to BTD5, so their inclusion here feels almost lessened, as it's not an exclusive feature anymore. The only other noteworthy thing about this game is the MVM mode and contested territory, the latter being a game mode where you compete for the highest round and the former being battles if battles was horrifically disfigured. And why the f are you building a blimp? I thought the whole point of this game was that Bloon bad and Monkey good. Why are you building it? What are you doing? Are we the bad guys? Did we make the Bloons just so we could kill them for fun and destroy cities of Monkey? I know absolutely nothing of the hot air balloon mobile lore, but maybe the Monkey Baron guy was onto something. We are the bad guys. We pop, therefore we are. He probably said that. That game has to have a villain speech at the end. Like, you literally kill a man at the start. Surely he has something to say about that. What was I talking about? Oh yeah, Monkey City game, bad. You like it, that's fine. Ninja Kiwi hasn't updated it since 2016, so dead. Music is awesome, music really good. I like the Street Party, go play BTD5 or 6 if you're not currently living in 2016, because in 2016 Bloons Super Monkey 2 was about to release. And you might be thinking, didn't you already talk about this game before? No, you stupid idiot. This game is obviously a different game than this one, despite having the exact same name implying otherwise. This game has so many more levels with new mechanics and new bosses. Anything from this Phoenix Blimp, Snake Blimp, this Ice Monkey Gorilla thing, Shield thing, cool looking ceramic guy, a ZOMG with hands, a fake monkey god, Bloonarius and Blastopopolis as the final boss. The Flash version only had 20 levels. This one has 100, which is kind of insane. Although the gameplay is mostly the same as the Flash version, so there's not much else to talk about. Then they released BTD5 on the PS4, which... okay, it's cool that this is a thing, I guess, but I don't want to think about how Micro would work with a controller. So, moving on, the moment you've all been waiting for, the game that made me want to make this video in the first place. On April 2nd of 2015, the trailer for Bloons TD6 was dropped. Wait a minute, this isn't BTD6, what the hell is this? This is BTDX, a Bloons fan game made in November of 2017. That's right, people were so starved of Bloons content that this guy made his own game. And it's actually really good. I won't go too much into detail since it's just a fan game and not anything official, but there is some important stuff to cover here, especially considering it's probably the biggest Bloons fan game. Well, except for this one. And that one. BTDX adds a bunch of new towers and many more Bloons to the game. One of them being the Alchemist Monkey, who can turn leads to paper, make money off of Bloons, and even buff other towers. How cool. The other epic game mode is the time trial. Instead of slowly playing each round one by one, you can now speedrun the game and send out all the rounds at once. I really like this mode. It's a nice change of pace from the normal game, where your objective is to be as fast as possible instead of sludging through the same 90 rounds again. Then out of nowhere, a BTD6 teaser dropped in May of 2018, showing lots of hidden info and codes. The hidden codes were written in the Monkish language introduced in Monkey City. But why is the druid framed like some kind of found footage monster? This is the kind of thing that would appear for half a second on those VHS ARG videos, not the next BTD6 tower. Oh yeah, sorry for spoiling the new tower. The druid actually stole the wizard's lightning and the tornado upgrade, which is not very nice considering the wizard only got this boring archmage upgrade. Okay, I changed my mind. This guy is really strong. The other new tower was teased in the next trailer, and little did people know how broken the update being showcased was. But really, which one of you copied who? This is literally the same tower down to the name. You both even have that random alchemist puddle upgrade. This is not a coincidence. Who did it? Which one? Which one of you did it? Oh look, the game released a week later. People really hated it. Initially, the PC port didn't come out until half a year later, and the review page for this game was mixed. People were not happy with BTD6. Apparently, the game was laggy. Apparently, it wasn't. The engineer, mortar, and balloon chipper were missing, And where is the Dartling Gunner? Why is the Chipper not in this game? What the hell? This is a straight downgrade from BTD 5. This game also doesn't have co-op mode, which is a shame. I was really looking forward to playing the laggiest game of 2018. You know what I really hate though? I didn't mind the removal of road spikes since they kinda felt like a crutch, but why on earth do abilities have cooldowns now? Previously you could use the ability instantly when it was bought, but now you have to wait for this silly little cooldown. But eventually people warmed up to the new game that introduced a third path and a fifth tier for every tower, effectively adding a new tower for every tower, because that's how different these new upgrades were. The Dart Monkey got a crossbow, the Sniper can shoot really fast, and the Super Monkey got Ninja QE in court. Then there's the cross paths, which multiply the strategy by 4. In BTD 5, a base 2-tier Dart Monkey can have longer range and sharp shots, which is fine, but there's not much complexity there. In BTD 6, while there is 3 paths, you can only choose 2 at a time. A base 2-tier Dart Monkey could have long range and high pierce, long range and fast shots, or fast firing piercing shots with low range and no camo detection. In just the first 2 upgrades, you've already given the player 3 possible options with different strengths and weaknesses for each one. It even goes deeper with the rest of the upgrades. The Juggernaut could have shorter range and fire faster, or it could have long range and see camo. The Bio Boomer could have more pierce, or it could do more damage and pop lead. The Heli Pilot could fire faster, or it could see camo. The cannon ship could double the 5 powerful grapes it shoots out, or it could just have camo. Yeah, okay, some paths are obviously better than others, but I really like how much these cross paths change, even for the strongest towers. The elite Sniper Monkey makes him shoot incredibly fast, but depending on which of these upgrades you choose, he becomes a completely different tower. There's even small changes made to the model, so you can tell which one has what. With just these 2 Dart Monkey upgrades, you can make 16 different Dart Monkey models. We have come a long way from buying an upgrade and having the monkey be completely unchanged to every small upgrade bought having some sort of input on the visual design of the tower. Of course, some people didn't like the new style they went for, but honestly it's better than whatever the concept art was. Seriously, this thing looks like AI generated art. How did you manage that? One thing people tend to forget is that 6 made great strides in other areas that weren't just the upgrades. Sure, you have a few new balloon types, but I think one of the most important features is the line of sight. In 5, it felt kinda odd how monkeys were able to throw their darts straight through bushes and walls, while in 6 the laws of physics have been added, preventing them from doing that. It's such a small thing, but it makes a big difference with how you play the game. The Sniper can't actually hit the whole map if there's something blocking his sight, unless of course you put him on high ground. Same with the Sub. Although it can see the range of other towers, it can't shoot there if there's something in the way. Sometimes that obstacle is removable, but most of the time it's not. Which brings me to my next point. Removable objects. There's many ways around these obstacles, such as standing on higher ground, or just seeing through them with magic. But a few of these obstructions can be removed at a cost. Sometimes you get more tower space by doing this, and other times you can kill your monkey Sub. By the way, this map will be important later, so remember it. On to the heroes, the new type of tower that levels themselves up over time. You could upgrade them manually, but it would cost the same amount as the entire Call of Duty collection on Steam. You can also only choose one each game, making strategies even more strategic. Striker Jones can buff explosive towers, Obed buffs magic monkeys, and Quincy costs $755, and he can talk. All of the heroes can actually, so I recommend you turn it off because most of the dialogue sucks. Ninja Kiwi teased the next hero on their YouTube channel.
I am Quincy, son of Quincy.
But there was no point because some random guy on Reddit data mined the files and found exactly what the next 4 heroes were and an unreleased tower called the Monkey Academy. This one post showed us what the next 8 months of heroes would look like, which is kind of crazy to think that they planned that far ahead. In another post, the Ninja Kiwi teased more details about Churchill and it would all quickly be decoded. And why is Churchill planning a terrorist attack? In the same update, black borders were introduced, which is probably the most most genius way to counter people abusing the home bug. It's so easy to leave the game if you're about to die, then come back to the same round without any punishments. But see, Ninja Kiwi got people to stop doing that without fixing the bug. Getting every medal on a map gives you this cool black border, but if you beat Chimps mode while using the home bug, the border turns into this ugly yellow color. I've never avoided doing something so ingrained within me because it could risk ruining the cool black border. Great way of incentivizing people to not save scum, while also not removing the option either. This update also had a bunch of balance changes, which includes an upgrade that was so bad at launch that Ninja Kiwi completely removed it and replaced it with something else. The final upgrade of the bottom path for the wizard used to be called Soulbind. It's an ability that you can use to sacrifice your monkeys, and it is not nearly as cool as it sounds. Whenever you leak lives, you gain a certain amount of lives depending on the cost of the tower you sacrificed. This is such a specific and confusing idea. Not only does it not work in Chimps, but like, how do you tactically lose lives? What if you accidentally die while trying to make a life profit? What a stupid $20,000 upgrade. Though even after all the balance changes in this update, there was one hero that was objectively the best, and it's the same one the developers mistook for a man. Gwendolyn has the ability where any tower around her gets a permanent damage boost. This on top of the alchemist buff makes your towers completely broken. In this comparison from an early update, Oben dies to the new bad blimp, while the game with the Gwendolyn kills the same balloon twice as fast. Also, I don't know why, but Oben can place his totems on land. He also costed $650, allowing you to start with him in Chimps mode. Oh, speaking of Chimps, it is one of the many new hard modes added to BTD 6. You have your easy, normals, hards... What? But then there's stuff like alternate balloons rounds that makes a quick reference to a meme you could easily miss, or the absolute cruelty that is half cash. But none of them compare to Chimps mode. Ninja Kiwi liked that Naps Frills challenge so much that they made their own version. No continues, hearts, income, monkey knowledge, powers, or selling. Basically, no farming, 1 heart, and there is absolutely no way to pay to win. No using powers, no continues, no dropping your insta-temple to solo the game. Did you just use an insta-temple? Although I would never even think about doing that. I'm waiting for the Steam Marketplace to finally accept my insta-monkeys as a currency. At least in BTD 5 you could always just spam Super Monkey Storms and Special Agents on hard maps. In Chimps mode, there's only you and your monkeys. It is the true test of a Bloons master. If you somehow find Chimps mode too easy, which you won't, you can always try to beat Chimps mode on the 2 expert tracks, Muddy Puddles and a map literally called Ouch. These 2 maps both contain 4 straight lines, and I don't think Ninja Kiwi themselves thought anyone would actually beat them. On a stream...
Sanchez asks, will expert maps on Chimps mode ever actually be possible?
Keep trying, yeah. Keep trying, it might be possible.
Which to me sounds like a no, but if we proved them wrong with that tack shooter statement back in BTD 1, then we can prove them wrong again here. People tried many different setups, but no matter what, every combination of towers died fairly early on, until the 2.0 update. Due to a slight change in how the Dart Monkeys targeted balloons, and you know, the addition of end of round cash, the Dart Monkeys were able to snipe the last red balloon before they leaked, allowing people to make it past the first round. Luckily, starting out was the hardest part, as people quickly realized you could use the unstable concoction alchemist to completely obliterate Moabs.
I really can't tell how much my unstable cock is doing.
You can destroy round 100 from a ZOMG to nothing in mere seconds. And then they changed it so it wasn't as strong anymore. Now that Ouch Chimps was complete, it was time to move on to Muddy Puddles, and... this map is a nightmare. The balloons switch tracks every round, meaning if you have defense on this side of the map, then it becomes completely useless once the balloons switch track next round. This map was so hard that initially, players didn't even care about beating it, only what the highest round they reached was. The tension was so high that even Ninja Kiwi themselves was taking notes on how far players got, making the next daily challenge require you to beat the first 24 rounds of it with extra star star in cash. But on a default game, no one managed to reach round 100, not even close, until one day enough was enough. And this ISAB guy decided that he would stream himself playing this map until he bet it. And after over 10 hours of gameplay, it was done. The hardest map in the game was beaten in the hardest mode, proving that it was in fact doable. Well, kind of. The strategy used heavily relied on RNG, and you had to pray Oben puts his brambles in the correct spot or you die. It was technically possible without backing out and entering again, but realistically no one's going to be that lucky. Support Chinook ended up carrying this game. I always thought this ability was useless, but moving your towers turned out to be essential on a map like this, because you can just move your powerful towers whenever the track switches. Beating this map was such a big achievement that the developers can be seen watching the livestream in the BT6 anniversary video. Man, seeing Ninja Kiwi acknowledge what their community does is strangely heartwarming. Now, all of this would have happened by March of next year, at which point all the leaked heroes would have been added to the game. And to be completely honest, BTD6 at this stage is a completely different game from the version we have today. So for the time being, let's move on to the next game, which happened to release a month after BTD6. And what is that next game? Well, Ninja Kiwi randomly decided to make a collaboration with Cartoon Network and made a Bloons Tower Defense crossover, one of their biggest shows from the 2010s. Bloons Adventure Time Tower Defense. What am I looking at? Who saw Adventure Time and went, oh yeah, I'd like to place down Finn the Human to defend against the Moab class Bloons. The only information on why this game was made is this line from a Ninja Kiwi AMA, where the response was that Cartoon Network reached out to them because apparently they had a fan of Bloons on their team. Anyways, the Bloons come through this mysterious portal and invade the land of Ooh, because this game has lore, and unlike Hot Air Balloon, it's fully available and not lost to time, and fully voice acted too.
Hold up. They're Bloons.
I thought the characters would say a few lines disappearing after the tutorial, but no, they stuck throughout the whole game. Even the Dart Monkey here talks. They called him Max, so he makes Max-related puns, and I hate him.
This is the path to victory. Too bad you won't be around to follow it.
I take that back. You know, I don't even care about the Hot Air Balloon lore anymore. Nothing can top this masterpiece. You have a monkey pretending to be a pirate for some reason, Jake from Adventure Time, and the ASMR monkey all on screen at once. They also made the Super Monkey a complete asshole, which is super funny. He's the Super Monkey, of course he's gonna be egotistical. He lives in this giant house, he has his own Super Monkey fan club, and even the game says he's the strongest tower. When the reality you live in tells you you're the best, that's how you're going to act.
Those Bloons just don't give up. We need a leader. Someone who can fly in and provide some muscle. Someone who can charm the Bloons into submission and who looks great in blue.
Well, we can't have it all. Ice King, will you...
Yes!
Hold my darts while I go find some...
As far as I can tell, there's no real end to this story, but for what it is, it's cool enough. The towers and characters all represent some tower from the main game, although you can only place down one. Then there's the allies, which you can have an unlimited number of. You'd have random Adventure Time characters mixed with Dr. Monkey on the battlefield. And they added the Cobra to this game. This game is amazing. Unfortunately, the only method of unlocking him is by gambling. On top of that, this game is the Bloons Monkey City system, where you can only place a certain number of towers equal to the amount of buildings built. So if you've only ever gotten the Cobra once, you can only place him down once. And that's basically the game. It has a few cool things like the shielded balloons, ghost and zombie balloons, but other than that I found it boring. I guess you might get something out of it if you're really into Adventure Time, but yeah. Interestingly enough, this game came out right before Adventure Time ended, so that's a Gigamind way of getting people to download your game. I've been saying Bloons a lot to refer to the tower defense games, but the last we heard of an actual Bloons game was 10 years ago by this point. That is, until June of 2021, when Ninja Kiwi dropped Bloons Pop, a spiritual successor to Bloons. okay? Unlike the original balloons, here every balloon has more balloons inside of it. This was such a difficult concept to grasp that Dr. Monkey appears to explain it to you.
So, let's see what this does. Hey, it's Jessica.
Alright, enough with these dumb mobile games. It's time to talk about a real game. A real banger, you could say. Earlier I said BTD Battles was my favorite balloons game, and that still remains true even if the game itself kinda sucks now. But after BTD 6 released, I couldn't help but wonder what would happen if you merged the two games together. But unfortunately they never did anything with the concept and instead just kept updating BTD 6. Wait a minute, what is that on the tablet in the corner? Zoom in, wait no, zoom in. Okay, the quality is horrible, but you can tell what this is. Two sides, balloon sends, and the green eco number. This has to be Battles 2. That's the only thing it can be. People immediately caught on to this, and the hype was so big that this video had more views than the ones around it. Most likely due to people double checking that they didn't just dream up this leak. I mean, obviously you had to have a bit of skepticism. Heroes sound like they might completely break the game. The idea of a tower that upgrades itself for free might not be the best in a game based around money management. Well, who am I kidding? This is Ninja Kiwi we're talking about. They are not incompetent, they made BTD 6, okay? I don't think it's physically possible for a great developer like Ninja Kiwi to mess up a great game like Battles 2. It's a game about popping balloons. You literally can't fail making that. And this would all be confirmed in a dev stream in March just 14 days later, where we learned that yes, Battles 2 is coming out soon, and yes, it will take on a more competitive approach to become...
What we want from Battles 2 is to be the greatest frickin' head-to-head tower defense game, you know, in the history of the universe. So completely no pay-to-win aspects.
So no powers then? Correct, no powers.
This game was going to be so big that they began rebuilding it from the ground up. Instead of stealing BTD 6 assets, everything was recreated, reanimated and all that just so Battles 2 can become its own game. And if you had any doubts on the balance being horribly off, one of the best Bloons players is supposed to be helping them with that. So I think we're in the clear. And then finally, after a long wait and multiple delays, the game ended up releasing 8 months later on November 30th. And immediately you are bombarded with small mobile game things. Daily Jackpot, Clash Royale, give me your money. Whatever, this game is free, and underneath all the mobile game crap there has to be a good base game, right? The game is more focused on the competitive aspect. You can no longer stall the game out for an infinite number of rounds because the match ends on round 40 and whoever has the most lives by then wins. Unless you have equal lives, in which case the game sets both health bars to 1, at which a sudden death mode will activate for 10 rounds. If you somehow make it to round 50, then the game will draw. Because yes, although it is rare, it's possible to tie in Battles 2. There's also this first blood mechanic which doesn't really do anything other than tell you who got their opponent to leak first. But now that we've covered the new stuff, let's talk about the giant burning trash pile that this game is. Battles 2 at launch is something else. I could call it pay to win, but that would be lying to you. This game is a step above pay to win. This game is pay to grind. To unlock any upgrade past tier 2 you have to earn XP, and tower XP is gained by using the tower at an incredibly slow rate. There's no way to just buy all the towers. Instead, they added a purchasable VIP that helps speed up your progress. How kind. Even after buying VIP, it still would take you well over 100 hours just so you can play the game. But I mean, think about it. If people bought a one-time purchase that unlocked every upgrade, you'd only make a quick buck once. But if even after paying for the 30-day subscription, they still don't have the upgrades unlocked, they'll be forced to return and spend more money. As it turns out, treating your player base like cows you can milk for endless cash doesn't work out too well, and the game lost half its player base within a week. For some reason, people didn't want to play a game that exploited the fear of missing out at every corner.
Oh, yes!
But if you thought that was the end of it, then you haven't seen anything. The XP system requires you to place down horrible tier 2 towers, lose over and over again just so you can unlock a single upgrade. But in theory, if you had everything unlocked, then the game should be fun, right?
Wrong!
Let's start with the lag. If you weren't stuck in a 6-hour syncing glitch, then you were playing against someone using McDonald's Wi-Fi slowing the game to a halt. Games that should have lasted 5 minutes went on for 10. Massive input delay for abilities like the Blade Maelstrom or any tower that required a micro like the Helipilot. The only part of this game that wasn't broken in some capacity was the soundtrack. It's like Tim Haywood didn't get the email about this game being a cash grab. Because his music really carries the game. And yeah, Battles 2 really felt like it was being held up by tape. The meta at launch weren't towers that were good. The best towers were the ones that had a game-breaking bug attached to them, such as the Tack Shooter. For whatever reason, Tack Sprayer had one extra additional pierce and it carried over to Overdrive. It sounds like a small thing, but it effectively makes the Tack Shooter twice as strong, but that's not the infamous bug this game is known for. The Dartling Gunner was such a popular tower that when it was added to BTD 6, Ninja Kiwi changed the icon of the game and added him to their channel banner to reflect his popularity. But when the Dartling Gunner was added to Battles 2, it single-handedly destroyed the game in a way I've never seen before. The bug took a while to find, but when it was discovered, the effect was devastating. For whatever reason, having Laser Shock cross-path with the Hydra Rocket Pods upgrade made the Dartling Gunner literally unkillable. And this time I mean it. This is what the tower can handle in BTD 6. And this is what the tower can handle in Battles 2.
What? He's thinking about it. Why are you thinking about it? Why are you thinking about it? I'm not even boosting. I'm not even boosting. He boosted, I'm not boosting. The Dartling Gun is just too good.
While the Overdrive may have been weak to lead and camo, Hydra Rocket Pods covers you on every basis except Moab's. I don't think you realize how bad a tower like this is. The whole point of the game is to rush your opponent to either force out more defense or win, but neither of the two is possible when a single tower can defend the largest of all-out rushes without a boost. And when the XP system sucks this much, everyone's going to be using this upgrade. After all, which would you rather do? Struggle with your horrible tier 2 towers, or unlock a single upgrade that can actually defend things? And that just makes the game slow and boring. You have to wait like 10 minutes for Moabs to unlock before you finally get a chance to kill the Dartling Gunner. The tower got so hated that when I used a different strategy not involving the Dartling Gunner, I got love hearts back. It's crazy to me that the Dartling went from the most beloved tower to... wait a minute. Is the sprite art for this Dartling the upgrade I think it is? Oh my god, it is. Laser Shock completely destroyed the Battle sequel, and here it is sitting smugly in the channel banner. Did Ninja Kiwi know this would happen? Was this a warning? How did they predict their own game's downfall with a single image? What? Anyways, if you were high IQ like me, you could save $750 by buying Focused Firing, making it look like you have Laser Shock without actually having Laser Shock. There's a lot more bugs in this game, aside from the meta-changing tower ones. If any of you watch Meet Good, you may have heard the joke of
quickly DM Orange and crash his BTD 2 game.
What attacked me while I was AFK? That's it, I'm turning my computer. This joke is based on a real thing that kept happening to me at launch. I would casually be playing the most interesting game of Battles 2 when suddenly I get a message about something really stupid and then my game closes. But there's bigger issues. Did you guys know that in Battles 2 you can place boats on land? What a great feature they added. The lag would get so bad that your eco began getting stuck and refused to send balloons for 10 rounds. I don't think it has to be said that if you literally can't send balloons at your opponent, then something is very wrong with the game. But hey, at least that slightly works, unlike Cyber Quincy's arrows, which pass through the balloons when he fires a shot. The game had so many bugs that some guy on Reddit managed to find a bug for every single tower in the game. Every single tower was broken in some way. The Super Monkey Fan Club Juggernaut bug returned, glaive ricochet glaives die when near a wall, cluster bomb explosions count as one explosion despite there clearly being 9 explosions, Tack Sprayer has 1 extra pierce as I mentioned before, Ice Monkey removes Oben's wall of trees, glue can target glued balloons, and do you realize how bad this makes the tower? He is completely unusable as glue will just target the already glued bloons instead of slowing down new ones. Elite Sniper buffs non-sniper towers, Nuclear Reactor has an icon bug, Pirate Lord can only hook in one ZOMG per round and will ignore hooking in any more ZOMGs after the first one, even if that blimp happens to be right beside it. Fighter plane does not increase plane speed. Mortar's explosions sometimes aren't visible. Moab shove doesn't shove Moabs sometimes. Darwin Gunner. Necromancer's spawned balloons don't move when he's set to close. Okay, I know this one is a bug and all, but think how cool it would be to have it as a feature. Anyways, just using Dark Shift is enough to crash the game.
No! No! It crashed my game?
Using Unstable Concoction will crash the game. Sticky Bomb stacks on top of itself. Druid Lightning will often fail for no reason, making the Druid worthless in the early game as he refuses to use his lightning attack. Primary Training stacks. Attack speed buffs cause more spikes to come out of the spike storm. It can also crash if you use a balloon trap while your opponent sends a bad with the UFO skin, the game will crash. This is so specific, but it kept happening to me. Farm bananas will appear to not get picked up by your opponent. And just as a bonus entry, Ocean Oben's trees would eat fortified bads in one go, which is... How did this not come up in testing? Was this game even tested? Probably not, considering just using certain upgrades is enough to crash the game. I won't go too deep into it, but eventually an unstoppable strategy was developed that took advantage of these bugs. Dart Lane, Ninja, Sniper. Sniper didn't actually have anything wrong with him, but the Ninja's sticky bomb stacking glitch let you handle fortified bads far into the late game, making it more likely for your opponent to die from lag than anything you send them. I suppose you could just play private matches and ban the overpowered towers, but no, wait, you can't, because neither of you will have anything else unlocked. Imagine introducing your friend to the game and they get greeted with this. Yuck. Now, this all happened within the first 2 weeks of its release in November. And I want to ask you something. When your game is so buggy that every tower is glitched, how long do you think it took the developers to release a hotfix? 94 days. 94 days! That's how long it took them to patch at the very least the laser shock bug. That's going from a release in November 30th of 2021 to a hotfix on February the 2nd, 2022. What a joke, man. Their excuse was that the office was on vacation for the holidays, which fair enough, but then why the hell was an unfinished game released so close to the holidays? Why am I even asking? It's to capitalize off the holiday season, of course. Well, I hope the money was worth it, because over 70% of the player base is gone, and that number's only going to get higher. But hey, at least when the patch came out, the game actually worked for the most part. Not only were a ton of bugs patched, but they also did a lot of balance changes, which is nice. Without the bugs, the base game is actually pretty balanced and a lot of fun. And even though the game is basically dead, it still has a large number of mobile players, meaning it still doesn't take that long to enter a match. Actually, now that I think about it, this one update fixed most of the problems the game had, barring the shitty XP system and weird leaderboards. It's why I have 200 hours on the game, because underneath all the crappy monetization is a seriously good game. After grinding for 100 hours. One of the cool changes was the decision to move docks and other obnoxiously long maps out of the map pool for higher arenas. Docks was so infamous for being long that in a later update they added a variation of it called ports, and it is terrifying. Not only is it extremely short, but the path diverges here and there's crates blocking your vision everywhere. The biggest problem with this update is that it was just too little too late. Most people already quit by this point, and even though the XP system got a bit better, it wouldn't be enough to bring people back, and I don't blame them. I wouldn't want to return to a game where my first impression was this. The only way to regain the loss of players would be to add new updates, and to their credit they did exactly that. Multiple new maps, all of which weren't that long, as shorter maps were generally more fun to play on than longer ones. Unless it's construction site. What is this map? The track switches every round, which means I've never seen anyone on this map make it to Moabs without dying to zebras first. And while maps and Churchill from BTD6 was cool, it still wasn't enough. Players were bleeding and the initial hype the game might have had was completely gone, which kinda sucks considering the issues that plagued Battles 2 at launch don't really exist anymore. The lag doesn't exist unless your opponent is on a phone that looks like this, there's no game-breaking glitches, the XP system is a lot more generous, and the game honestly gets pretty good consistent updates. In November of 2022 they added Pat Fusty to the game, stating that this one hero already in BTD6 was their final update for the year. Then, a day before the new year, Sam comes out of nowhere and suddenly the game gets the Banana Farmer and 2 new amazing looking maps. That's right. While you were celebrating some boring holiday, we were working on a big update for this dead game. This is insane to me. How is this game getting updated a day before the new year? Like, when does this happen? Seriously, looking into it, this game doesn't really have any major issues anymore. You have consistent updates, good balance, stable servers. Hell, Ninja Kiwi even supports tournaments for this game despite its tiny player base. And yet despite all that, there has not been a single month where this game gained players. You would think that during the summer or Christmas when people have more free time there would be a spike, but no. It's just gone down, 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 and down. Which kinda sucks, but what can you do? It looks like Battles 2 permanently killed its reputation with that awful launch. Which I guess goes to show that you probably shouldn't release your games in a half-finished state. But who knows? Maybe this game will get a comeback someday. After all, the original Battles took 2 years just to add battle arenas, so who knows what will happen in the future. Meanwhile, BTD6 was doing fantastic. In fact, better than it had ever been. BTD6 even stole a map from Battles 2 just to assert its superiority. BTD6 was getting a full-on contested territory update. Battles 2 got easily. Anyways, it's time to return to BTD6.
So without further ado, these are the rules of the arena.
If you've never touched BTD6, then the rest of the video is going to be me listing reasons why it's the greatest tower defense game ever made and how I will fight anyone who says otherwise. Despite the game telling you it's a tower defense, it honestly feels more like a sandbox game. If you want to spam wall of fires, you can do that. Fill the map with snipers, if it works, then you can do that. Wanna go to round 100 on a random daily challenge using ice and glue gunners, then you can do that. Or at least that's the impression I get from the community. Remember when Ouch and Muddy Puddles were considered difficult? Yeah, well now people do whatever dumb stuff they can think of to beat Chimps mode on an expert map. Why? Because they can. Like this guy who really wanted to beat the map using every tack shooter path. So he did. But if you're looking for an even bigger challenge that doesn't involve destroying your fingers with micro, then try the 2 new hip and cool challenges. That being 2 Mega Pops and 2 Tower Chimps. 100 rounds have a bit over 2 million balloons worth of pops, and this challenge wants you to do all that with 1 tower in Chimps mode. Super buff whatever tower you want and see if it can solo Chimps mode by itself. There's a surprising amount of strategy to this. Buffs like the Overclock or Ninja Sabotage have to be placed far away from the balloons, since them stealing pops can be enough to end your run. If you're really crazy, you'll even put down a hero like Striker Jones in a place where he can't possibly hit the balloons for even more buffs. It really depends on the tower you choose for this challenge. I did one with Adora on the second longest map and it was very much doable. But then there's the people who try this on the expert maps, which sounds absolutely impossible considering how unfair these maps are, and yet he just bet Chimps with a tack shooter. At the end of the clip, this guy even posts it as a challenge in the editor, inviting you to do what was just done. 2 Towers Chimps is a similar challenge in which, you guessed it, you beat Chimps mode by only using 2 towers. This was less of a challenge and more of a test to see how many different combinations of stupid upgrades can beat Chimps mode by themselves. In fact, there's a full-on spreadsheet documenting every combo that works with this challenge. Unfortunately, 2 Towers Chimps was kind of broken when not 1, but 2 heroes were added that had the capacity of beating the game mode by themselves, letting you use whatever random tower as the second one, which kind of ruins the point, but look, both of these challenges would end up being added into the game not as a game mode, but as secret achievements. This wouldn't be the first or the last time Ninja Kiwi adds community creations into the actual game, but there's a lot of new content since we left off 4 years ago. The most obvious examples being the Engineer and the Dartling Gunner, who had Smash Bros level hype surrounding the release. I remember my friend calling support as a joke, asking them why the Dartling Gunner wasn't in BTD6. The response was that he wasn't the first to ask this question, and that they got calls about this almost every day. I'd say that sounds like a stupid hyperbolic statement that can't possibly be true, and then the Dartling Gunner video has 1 million views. Were these employees actually being tortured by calls begging for the Dartling Gunner? Did they add him in just to make it stop? And then there's co-op. They added it into the game a few months later. It was so heavily requested that they start their update video with comments begging for co-op to return. Unfortunately, it is gated by a level cap, which is great because no sane person should ever play multiplayer in this game. Not only is it more laggy than the base game, but whenever I try to play it, everyone disconnects and leaves. Look, I get it. You can place down multiple heroes and multiple tier 5s and that's cool. But is it worth going through the pain of getting stuck in a loading screen after the game ends? Why is there a sniper on the boat when there's plenty of... I don't get it. Why are you doing it? But it's all made up by the fact that emotes exist in this game. And you can spam them forever. If you keep hitting the emote button, it seems to add it onto a queue of sorts, because if you spam it enough times, that annoying air horn will keep playing 20 rounds after you stopped emoting. This is most definitely a bug, but the fact that they haven't patched it after 3 years of co-op is what makes it awesome. The emotes were very obviously made to be as annoying as possible. They either take up the whole screen with some wacky animation or play an annoying sound. You can even bully children here with the crickets emote.
Yeah, tell us a joke.
Okay, why don't seagulls fly over the bay? Because if they did, they'd be bagels.
Clearly they were made by people who hate co-op as much as I do, so that's great. I'm still alone in this game. There's also the fact that you can name your monkeys, and it's always funny seeing what other people called their towers. The ability to name your monkeys, as well as a few of the co-op emotes, are sold in the trophy store. I really like the trophy store. Judging from Ninja Kiwi's previous games, you'd expect this place to sell you skins for trophies, which you can spend $100 on. But in actuality, you can't purchase any of these skins with real cash. The only way to get trophies is to either be really good at the game and top score on leaderboards, or just grind a lot. It's a cool system because it means whenever you see someone with a lot of special cosmetics, you'll be able to tell that this person is either really good at the game or hasn't talked to anyone in 3 years. You have anything from profile pictures to more soundtracks you can play in the jukebox to a Ninja Kiwi that spawns whenever you place a ninja. Another great item to annoy people in co-op with. There's also the Moab and Balloon skins, one of which is a reference to BTD4. If you look closely, you can even see the 3D ceramics riding on top of the Moab from BTD3. Nice to see the developers proud of their history. They are also proud of hating Australia, as the flag is significantly more expensive than anything else in the store. But where do you get these trophies? Well, you could compete in the weekly races, which are literally the speedrun mode stolen from BTTX, or you could play Odysseys, which is the most boring mode ever conceived. But if you're cool and epic like me, then you'll play the boss events. That's right, the bosses from Bloons Monkey City are back and more fleshed out than ever. Bloonarius appears every 20 rounds starting from round 40 and ending at round 120, at which point he will have 3 million health. You could just beat him normally and take your trophies, but if you want more trophies, you gotta compete on the leaderboard and kill him as fast as possible. It forces you to do the craziest farming strategies to make as much money as possible so you can sell everything, insta-kill the boss, then sell your defense for more farms. It starts with, if I'm going to sell my farms all the time, then I should definitely invest in a marketplace, as that path sells for 10% more than usual. And ends with, I should put all my farms next to a favored trade so that they sell for more, and also buy an engineer balloon trap, because that defends the balloons and makes me money, and also sacrifice towers to the Monkeyopolis, because it is vastly more efficient than all the farms, and I should overclock every single farm I have to make slightly more money so I can afford the Dart Paragon. and then sell him for more farms. Paragons are what would happen if every 5th tier was combined into one. These paragons are so powerful that at the time of writing this script there's only 6 in the game. My favorite one has to be the Dart Monkey Paragon. Not only is it the cheapest, but if you're on a map with a lot of walls like Encrypted, then you can bounce the paragon's balls off the walls to deal more damage. But the coolest boss wouldn't come until a few months later in October of 2021, the Grave Lord Lich. Instead of copying a boring old boss from Bloons Monkey City, they designed an entirely new one, and wow is he difficult. If you have any, and I mean any buffs, Lich will steal them and gain health back. Same thing happens if you sell a tower. And at every skull, Lich turns invincible and this little idiot will spawn and he steals your lives and kills you. So for the first time, any tower that can give you lives is really good. There's also the Banner soundtrack designed specifically for this boss. The funny thing about Lich is that the buff stealing ability has a range, so if you hide a super buffed Mad in the corner of the map, you can completely destroy the Lich at his own game. This is also the same update the leaderboard was properly added, which introduced the strategy of spawn camping the boss with a permaspike. The best strategy was to apply every single possible buff to a permaspike, preemptively place it before selling all the buffs and watch Lich get insta-killed by the fruits of your labor. You can also cheese the leaderboards by playing in co-op. I bet an elite boss with 4 people and that put me in the top 5 on the co-op leaderboard. You will have barely any competition as this mode requires you to have friends. The newest boss, Vortex, was cool, but I almost think that by the time he was added, people got way better at the game. So much so that the occasional tower stuns wouldn't make him that hard or interesting. And because this game gets so many damn updates, they even added another boss while I was making this video, and I think he's my favorite. But back to Vortex. This update was a bit mixed in general as it added the Engineer Paragon, who for some reason was missing the Balloon Trap path. Recently in October, they added a Paragon limit of 3. Presumably this was to force players to put more thought into what Paragons they bought, instead of spamming every single monkey they can get their grubby little hands on. Unsurprisingly, this edition pissed people off, as this is probably the least fun change you could make to the game. I mean, this is BTD 6, where any strategy goes, and you introduce a limit to what you can place? Instead of buckling to the pressure, they got the best of both worlds. The limit was completely removed for the main game, but stays in boss events, which is a much better solution than a complete backtrack or no change at all. You still get to spam Paragons and watch a slideshow in the late game, while also forcing players to choose Paragons more wisely in bosses as intended. There's a surprising number of times when someone suggests something and then it gets added to the game. It's fairly normal for developers to take community feedback on their game, but it's another thing entirely to recreate someone's drawing as a map in the game. Geared was the winner of BTD6's first map contest, and wow is this community evil. Why did people vote for the map that would contain the most despicable mechanic? The map turns every round, moving your towers along with it. This not only means that half the time your towers can't attack anything, but also changes how you think about tower placement. Placing a glue gunner at the front will only work for a few rounds before he gets moved to the back of the track. Thankfully, you can skip the thinking process entirely by using any tower that can see full map range. The placement doesn't really matter if your tower is a helicopter and can fly anywhere on the map. This is the way I bet Chimps mode on Geared, by spamming snipers of all things. Both the Ace and Helicopter failed me, so I resorted to snipers. At first it was mostly as a joke. I didn't actually think it would work, but then it did. And out of all upgrades, I used the path whose sole purpose is to make you money in a game mode where you can't make money. This is because over the years, Ninja Kiwi gave additional upsides to ability upgrades. Pirate Lord shoots more cannons and might be a bit too strong, and the supply drop sniper has more pierce. This makes spamming them a really good strategy and the reason I was able to beat Geared on Chimps. I am never speaking wrongly about this sniper ever again. He is genuinely busted. They could have easily added this map without letting the gear turn, so seeing them go the extra extra mile to be as close as possible to the fan art is one of the reasons I love this game. Another map I really like is Cornfield. You don't have much space, but you can remove corn if you want to. The challenge here is attempting to beat the map without removing the corn, while finding sneaky spots to somehow fit a sniper in. If you really want to try this challenge, you should buy the Ultra Juggernaut so you can do this. But clearly the developers wanted to add something more evil to the game, because soon enough the map Cargo was added. In the beginning it's a fairly standard map. You have the balloons, you have the path, and you have all the cargo ships as the name implies. Then the cars move and the Moab jump scares you as it moves on a completely different path to where you built your towers. What a troll map. They loved this concept so much that they reused it in an expert map as well. But no map would be able to compare to Ravine, because Ravine is evil in its purest form. Not only does it have 4 paths, but there's walls everywhere. The trees block your line of sight. The bridge has walls. Even the water has walls around it. Any tower you place in the water is completely useless as it can't see anything. Unless of course you buy a $30,000 upgrade that lets you see over the wall. This map was so difficult that Chimps mode was impossible at launch. What's interesting is how they went about making it possible. This guy on YouTube called Jaja Josh created a custom game using the challenge editor. In it, he recreated the Chimps rule set on a Ravine with one small difference. Instead of starting with 1 life, he started with 2. Apparently, the only thing stopping players from beating round 7 was a single red balloon, and Josh's theory was that if you could safely leak that one balloon, then the rest of Chimps would be doable. He was correct. As is usual with expert maps, the hardest part is the beginning, so if you could get past that part, it is very much possible to do the rest. So, how did they solve this problem? Did Ninja Kiwi heavily nerf the map to make it possible? Did they give you 2 lives for Ravine only? No. They did something way cooler. See this sword? I don't know why it was here originally, but now the sword is the only way to beat Chimps on Ravine. If you click on it 24 times, the sword will fly out of the stone and pop exactly 1 balloon. The same balloon that makes beating Ravine on Chimps impossible. I finally understand why their motto is more awesomer, because adding this Easter egg to the game really is more awesomer. Of course, the community being the BTD6 community, people now try whatever stupid strategies they can after realizing Chimps was in fact possible. When the game first released, the question for expert maps were, is it even possible to beat Chimps on this map? But now whenever a new map comes out, it's how long until someone beats Chimps on this map? There are now 10 expert maps in the game and all of them are beatable on Chimps. But this Jaja Josh guy wanted to do more than just beat the maps. He wanted to beat the maps with Permaspike. For some reason, he really liked the Permaspike. It's a good tower, but it doesn't exactly have full map range, which can be problematic if the map looks like this. But he didn't care, he did it anyway. Every single map that was out at the time, he bet it with the Permaspike. Quad, it was beaten with the Permaspike. Dark Castle, beaten with the Permaspike. But Ninja Kiwi wasn't going to take this sitting down. They went to the lab and released a new map so obnoxious that it can't possibly be bet with the Permaspike. This is Workshop, and it has tables that block your vision, conveyors that speed up the balloons, and the nasty Moab path. And just for good measure, Permaspike got 3 heavy nerfs in this update. Also, the engineer was added, but no one cares about him. At first, it seemed like they had done it. Ninja Kiwi had finally won against the stupid Spike Factory. And then 8 days later, Jaja Josh bet Workshop Chimps by using the engineer to overclock the Permaspike so that it was just as strong as before the nerfs. I guess their way of surrendering was giving him an achievement based around him called Josh's Constant, where you must beat an expert track with Permaspike. This wasn't the only time an achievement was added based off a community member. The Daily Raid achievement requires you to beat 365 daily challenges. The term raid being a reference to the YouTube channel Eaton Raid. This guy has been posting solutions every day to the daily challenges for the past 4 years, starting 2 months after the game released. I assume they wanted to acknowledge his commitment, which is definitely a cool thing to do. But my favorite community added meme is this map. If you give the internet a map contest, there's going to be a few people entering with troll submissions, and the most popular one that was spammed everywhere was Slons. I don't think I even have to explain this map. It has the shortest track in the game and a single pond on the opposite corner. It spawned a few memes, but most importantly, it got so popular that a fake update post was made by Sam Ninja Kiwi telling people that Slons is out. Which if you check the date, it obviously wasn't. But he wasn't lying. Slons was inside the game, just not in the way you'd expect. If you keep clicking the random map button in the challenge editor, eventually you'll land on Blondes. I missed it twice, god damn it. This joke of a map is actually in the game, which is hilarious. What even more funny is that it's actually beatable despite its incredibly short length. Turns out what makes the hardest maps hard is either the blockage of sight or its multiple paths, not the short length. Blondes has neither, so towers like the tack shooter can see the whole map, making it not as hard as you think it is. But still, they added a shitpost to the game. That is awesome. There's a lot of random in-jokes within the community that get added as full-blown features. Some of them you really wouldn't expect. Imagine, it's 2018 and you're on the Ninja Kiwi Discord. A bunch of users randomly began calling Striker Jones Biker Bones. There was about 10 people doing this, so it wasn't anything massive. Despite that, one update they just added him in.
Biker Bones! Right again!
Biker Bones is a real thing in the game and it was born by a bunch of random Discord users. Some developer saw a stupid joke a few people made and went, wow, that is so funny. I'm going to draw a full-on design for this Biker Bones and give him custom voice lines. A lot of updates seem to be based around common things people ask for, like how Sada was added after continual requests for a melee-related hero, or the left-handed boomerang and double targeting for both of the Robo-Monkey's hands. In some update videos they even show comments of people begging for something to be in the game before adding it into the game. I wouldn't be surprised if the space map from BTD 5 gets added, since a lot of people keep asking for it. That's how the Street Party music got added, so it wouldn't be the first time. One time people were having a war over the dumbest thing on the Bloons Reddit. God. This frozen monkey. Some people, being the good Samaritans they were, attempted to free the monkey, but no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't melt the ice. Probably because some people were trying to freeze the ice as well. Then, in the next update, a sneaky little patch was added where you can actually use a mortar to free the cave monkey and then he attacks the balloons for you. This is a real Easter egg that's only available on this map. It's not like he's a useless tower either. This cave monkey can stun Moabs, so it's absolutely worth it to get him. Speaking of secrets, this game has a lot. And I mean a lot of them. A bunch of them most people don't even know about. You can unlock some visual changes that make the game really funky. Unlocking them can be as easy as playing 10 games with Pat Fusty, or as convoluted as unlocking the Alchemist Man and Blue Nickel Boy achievement. You can make the balloons big, or the towers big, or small, whatever you want. I don't know why, but the big balloons is so funny to me. Whenever a blimp appears, they take up half the entire screen. But if you thought all this game had was a few settings and title screen Easter eggs, then you'd be wrong. They added a hero called Adora and she can sacrifice monkeys for some benefit probably, but that's not important. What's important is the transformation that happens when you buy the true sun god. It really isn't that hidden, but it's the first step towards the next secret. If you sacrifice the maximum amount of towers to a sun temple, then do it again with the Trun sun god after adding 2 other 5th tier super monkeys specifically outside the range of the temple. This happens. Not only is it the strongest tower in the game, but it also looks cool. The Vengeful Temple is so hidden that you can't actually buy it in sandbox mode. You can only be summoned in an actual game, which is very cool. Even cooler is the total scenery change that happens upon summoning it on Adora's temple. Very family friendly. While most of the secrets so far have been either gameplay changing or purely visual, the next one is just confusing. On Cabin you can remove the car, prompting it to drive away. However, if you click in a bunch of very specific spots and then remove the car, a serial killer will chase the car down. What a funny reference. If you thought Muddy Puddles was a hard map, well, you're in for a real treat. Introducing Bloody Puddles. It's the exact same map but with 5 paths and 2 of them are active at the same time. The developers were so mean with this map that attempting to remove the truck for $1,000 causes this to happen. Yeah. This is like a digital middle finger. They also added a map specifically so they could throw the balloon chipper in the trash. Apparently, balloon chipper isn't returning because it's hard to balance, being either extremely overpowered or just not fun to use. Poor balloon chipper, man. There's also this Candy Falls map where if you click the monkeys in a specific order, you play the Oompa Loompa jingle and unlock small towers. Although I don't know why this skeleton is here. I clicked so many random spots and all I got was this dumb skeleton that doesn't do anything. But the biggest offender for hiding secrets has to be encrypted. It's literally called encrypted. That has to mean there's something hidden here. And well, there's this altar in the middle of the map. Each of the coffins representing one of the tower categories, and you can only place that tower on said coffin. Seems like the perfect place to hide a secret, right? And that's what the community thought too. But after trying every possible combination of anything, someone decided to check the files and found nothing. There's nothing. There's a map called Encrypted that has a sacrificial altar with a really specific game mechanic attached to it, and it doesn't mean anything or have anything special. Wow, okay. That's more shocking than if something was hidden here. Who knows, maybe Ninja QE is just waiting for everyone to forget about this map so they can add the actual secret in later. But as far as I can tell, this map doesn't have any Easter eggs. The best theory I could find was that the altar hints at the process of obtaining the Vengeful Temple, which would make sense considering you do need one of each tower type for said temple. I've noticed a lot of maps seem to either have their own mechanic like Lotus Island and Sanctuary, or experiment with some idea like making a mostly water expert map. The two newest maps highlight this idea the most. On Midnight Mansion you can't actually place farms or heli-pilots, so not only is the easiest source of money removed, but no full map crap either. You can fit 2 aces on these shelves, but their position makes them very bad. Not even the sniper works on this map, as there's too many walls for it to see everything, though I suppose you could give them a vantage point on the shelves. But even then, at most you'll fit 4 up there. I really like maps where they push the boundaries of player strategies. Normally people cheese hard maps by using full map range towers, and this map seems designed entirely against that idea. The other map added in this update was Covered Garden, and you can tell it's a community submitted map just from how sadistic it is. 3 roof tiles rotate every round and you can only place towers in the single section that isn't covered. Once the next round starts, the panes move and any tower underneath the glass is completely inaccessible. No upgrading, no target changing, nothing. You have to constantly plan 3 rounds ahead, otherwise you will lose. Thank God this map is actually fairly long, otherwise I might have actually pulled my hair out with this geared 2.0. Nonetheless, I appreciate the commitment to the panels moving, instead of cheaping out and not adding it. This contest had so many good maps that the developers couldn't decide which one was the best, so they added 3 at once. 3 horrifically difficult maps coming really soon. Only Covered Garden has been added so far, but the post assures us that the other 2 will come later. Dark Dungeons looks the hardest of the 3. It is an expert map that I'm not even sure is beatable on the first round of chimps. The other map is called Erosion and it looks infinitely more mechanically advanced. Erosion starts off looking similar to Blondes but with a twist. Every round the sand slowly erodes as the water pushes the balloon track more and more to the top right. I can already hear the screams of the dart monkeys drowning in the incoming water. Again though, neither of these are in the game yet, so it's difficult to determine how hard these maps actually are. If only there was a way to play custom user-created challenges similar to Bloons World. Oh wait, it already exists, and it's called the Challenge Editor. There is so much variety in the community challenges. You'll find anything from beat muddy puddles to a level made by a 6-year-old, and both of them could be selected for the daily challenge. We've really come full circle, haven't we? These challenges are selected from the challenge browser, and although it's not the map maker from BTD4, it does let you adjust basically every setting in the game. Anything from regrow rate to the balloon speed, Moab health, starting price, rounds, lives, restricted upgrades, how many upgrades, least cash, or how much the corn on cornfield costs. You could make a challenge with fast but weak Moabs that drop tough ceramics that are slow, or you could make a challenge where everything is regrow or camo or Bolt. Or a challenge where the ability cooldowns of everything is basically instant. I even made my own challenge, and I challenge you to beat it. My biggest problem with these challenges is that they are either purely like baits, or difficulty impossible, although this is hardly the game's fault and more so my own. The best custom rounds involve little known mechanics like the illegal strategy, which is now patched, but I'll talk about it anyway. You can create some really weird game interactions using the Snowstorm Ice Monkey, as he has the ability to freeze water, letting you place towers on the water. Freeze the water on the water, move the monkey next to the other monkey, and you have two monkeys holding each other up. This can also be used to sell towers, as any monkey standing on top of the ice when the ice monkey is being moved will get destroyed. This also applies to the heli pilot moving the ice itself, so by moving the ice tower he is also destroying himself. This general idea can be used to sell towers in Chimps mode if you're dedicated enough in getting all the setup done, which creates the possibility of a Zero Towers Chimps, where you sell all your towers at the end and then kill the bad using a few permaspikes. Unfortunately, this strategy has been patched, although it still works with Adora. And now I'm done. As of 2022, that's all 44 Bloons games covered. But what about the future? Bloons Monkey City 2 does seem like a possibility, although I haven't heard any news that it's being worked on.
What we want to do in Monkey City 2 would be to reimagine it, so it could be a bigger and more different game than you might be thinking. But
BTD 6 console is supposedly in the works because apparently people liked playing BTD 5 on their PS4. But other than that, I doubt they will release any Bloons games. In the beginning they would create a new Flash game every month, but now the modern strategy seems to be to continually update their games rather than keep on making sequels. This past year alone has seen 0 new Bloons games, with the last one being Battles 2. There's also BTD 6 Plus, which is only available on the iPhone. It tries to sell itself as a different game, but it's the same game with absolutely no additions. Ninja Kiwi has even confirmed that there will most likely never be a BTD 7, and that 6 is their last title.
No plans. We just leave it at that?
Yeah.
No plans.
There's so much in the pipe for BTD 6.
BTD 6 is just ginormous.
It doesn't make sense.
We'd probably have to go to BTD 27 after this.
Yeah, do you want to see Minecraft 2? It doesn't really make
They
sense.
chose to continually update BTD 6 rather than release a new game. Their endgame plan for BTD 6 is to make modding and editing the game a big thing, because at the end of the day, from more Bloons to BTD 6, the community is what helped make Bloons great. As long as that part remains, it will be exciting to see where they go next.
was just two brothers. Fucking on a guy, rubbing on his thighs, licking up each other. See it in your eyes, I'ma make you cry underneath the covers. I don't wear no rubber. Like where you at tonight, I'ma fuck a guy, I'ma make him on. With the love of my life, he's got semen in him, Canadian cream on my thighs. His penis is white. I fucked a guy in a corner shop. Oh, you suck me we were just two lovers. Fuck me in the ass, make the moment last, burning through my rubber. Can you let me tap or I'm gonna blast? I got semen powers. Fuck you in the shower. He knew he was the baddest. Can you even imagine falling like I did? For the love of my life, he's got goo on his face, a glorious look in his eyes. His ass is so tight, I'ma make him on. With the love of my life, he's got semen in him, Canadian cream on my thighs. His penis is white. I fucked a guy in a corner shop. Oh, you suck me dry in a corner shop.
Dude, the hoes are here. The fuck? I have such a bad fuck. Ugh. Go back to bed. I need this. I gotta still take a fucking shower, man. Oh, good morning. I think I'm gonna blow my head off. Holy fuck, my head hurts. Oh. Ugh. Who's the orange cat? Doesn't matter. I want to flop my shit on a big head so it starts thanking me like, thank you, man. Thanks, me. I sure that it starts licking it, but I want that creep. Can we, somebody ban him? I want him gone. Alright, somebody get rid of him. Somebody get rid of him. Blow his ass up. Only a moniker. That's fucking, that's that fucking mute that was getting walked yesterday. I didn't fucking know that mute was getting walked. Guys, I think the Discord's about to be at 200 members. Not 200, 900. Fuck me. Chatters in here? There chatters in here? Where are the chatters? Tried to do 9 billion seconds, but it didn't work. Fuck it, dude. Whatever. What's my DJ go play? I will throw that on while I shower. I'm crashing out again? I don't give a fuck. They had some big old titties. You think I give a fuck? Think I care? I fucking care. Going for the alarm. Thanks. Taking a fucking shower. The hose will be here for 2 more minutes. Then it's put my balls out. Be ready. Be ready.
He realized that he screwed up after celebrating a little too hard. Here's a great way to make sure that your crowd surfing won't work.
Oh.
This is my office mirror. It may not look like that, but once you flip open the camera, you can see that it actually is in fact a mirror.
There's a type of duck that likes to make nests in trees, and when the ducklings are big enough and ready to leave, they jump out and fall to the ground. Is he the first person in the world to find out that ants can do this?
I just witnessed an ant jump for the first time in my life, and I'm gonna show you.
She had some thorns stuck in her arm and asked his monkey for some help.
小伙，手上扎刺了，咋办呢？
I just found out that toucans know how to purr.
Jesus Christ. Knew that was coming.
So we packed lunches, marked the bags, J for Jake. But my mom accidentally wrote it on my sandwich.
So how is something like this even possible? Imagine having to explain to your boss why you were late to work. He kept running away while they were at the beach, so they put him in jail.
Mucho ya ese perro, el colmo de los perros mimados, güey. ¿Ah? La señorita Piero está enterrada y tiene... So this is a pretty crazy optical illusion.
Whoop whoop.
He couldn't make it over this wall and needed some help. This inmate escaped from prison and thought of a smart way to hide. He did eventually come out and was discovered. This pig somehow learned how to skateboard.
跑得不错哦，猪猪，狗狗。
He wanted to see if he could still remember how to do tricks. The UK released a phone alert warning, and everyone's phones were going off at the same time. She decided to give her cat a little tattoo. So I guess it can get pretty windy in Portugal. He was sad because he didn't know where the ball went. This person is super lucky to be alive. He found a bee that was inside of this piece of wood. I guess raccoons also like to chase lasers. This lizard thought of a smart way to escape.
Brody, get it. Okay, I can do that. Oh gosh, it's coming right over here. Oh, so cool!
His dog was upset because he dropped the leash. How blind do you have to be to get glasses like this? Someone found a smiley face in their pepper when they cut it open. He somehow trained these lizards to be super chill. This tortoise started attacking himself in the mirror. He wasted absolutely no time.
Give a kiss. Give baby kisses. You give kiss. Kiss.
Oh, so
Good
sweet.
boy.
Oh, okay.
I feel like I could watch this forever. That is the end of this video. We hope you enjoyed. And I'll see you guys again very, very soon. Later.
Listen, y'all just hating. Y'all don't see what I see. I see God right now. What you doing with all that ass? Damn! All that? If you said his headset's off, is it okay if I use my 5 new crashers right now? I have 5 new crash avatars. Do I just say that for
Yeah. You could probably set him for tonight, because his headset is not where it was earlier.
Wait, why is he a woman?
He's just an Bambi avatar. His head was over here before, and now it's over here, so he definitely took his headset off.
Fuck. Well, only one last thing to do.
Wow.
Winner! See it. I can see it. I can see it. Winking at me. See it. I can see it.
Right here.
That butt's too damn big. Ma'am, I have to ask you to reduce it. It's too much ass. I can't reach. Hello? Can you hear me? I'm down here. Hello? There's too much butt. Hello? Hello?
Hang on.
Rebos, can I slip a finger in at movie night? What's up? Hello? Am I here? Hello? 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 Man, shut up, salty, bitch. Stupid ass. Damn, that thing big. Taking a selfie next to it.
谢谢你的阴茎，我会吸你很久的。Thank you for the gifted sub, you son of bitch. Flexa, hit my music.
Hey. How you doing? Hey. Wanna watch One Piece? Hey. Hello? 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 Winner? You hear me? Is my mic on? Hello? 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 Here's Avatar. You act like I can't jerk off to this, huh? I know it's madness. Yeah. Pretty cat, aren't you? Oh, pretty pussy, aren't you? My bad, guys. I fucked up the vibe. The vibe up. I fucked the vibe up. Yeah, you spit that fiber out for nothing. Stupid motherfucker. Stupid dumb idiot. Stupid dumb. Stupid head. Stupid motherfucker. Now all the hoes have gone. They stuck with me. Hello? Hello? Oh. Oh. Was the hog on stream? Putting my hog in your mouth, Evie. Good. Got a package mail. Ow, stop. Oh, my spiders arrived. Ordered an ultra stretchy, extra creepy spider web. It's extra creepy. Rebos, if you hit me again, I'm not gonna slip a finger in you. You better fucking calm down, woman. Alright? Get a little pause on my face. Get a pause on my face. Stop touching me. Stop touching me. Stop touching me. Stop touching me. Touching me. Stop. Stop. I'm not even at my computer right now. I left my computer. I'm just talking out loud. Oh. Stop calling me fat. Stop. I'm on my phone right now. Stop touching me. Stop touching me. Hey guys. Guys, I'll leave if Winner shows me one milk dud. That's my price. Winner, get back here. Winner! Winner! Rebos! You got some fat areolas, or are they like small? Oh? You got them dinner plates on you? You learn how to shake ass yet? Hello? Winner! 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 Winner, let me see him. One time, I'll leave. Winner! You just like give me a picture of your butt or something? Winner! Winner! This is forcing me in slurs. How's that work?
Who the fuck was that guy? Who the fuck was that guy? Who the fuck was that guy? Twink is here now. Me? Neat. Winter pulled him out. Wear your watch in the shower. No, I put it on after, like a good boy. Quiz! Quiz! Hi, Quiz. Day. You are scaring me. Sorry, Quiz. I'm leaving. Quiz, come back. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Day 11. I am delusional. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck, I fucked it up. Good meowing. Good meowing. Why did Hogeeks give a $5 5 minutes ago? What happened? Hogeeks, thank you for the $5. Does that mean we were at 174 hours at one point? Good meowing. Went into Almond Stream and immediately heard a seh. 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 After Mune. Miss Evie and Keo. I'll see him when I'm fucking... I don't want to show him this side of me. Even though Evie goes in my chat all the time and sees my awful condition. I was throwing it down. Got like fucking VOD somewhere. I'll find him. Yank my little hog to him. This is freaky music. Whoa. Whoa, Ludacris. Calm down. Hey. Ludacris. Calm down. There we go. D is back. He still doesn't like people. Is it time to get off VR? Nope, I'm coming right back. I'm looking at shit. Payday 2 subscription. Just be making shit. They just be making shit. Y'all fuck with the basement? Did y'all fuck with the basement? Y'all fuck with the basement or what? What we thinking? Did we like it or no? It was cool. Okay. Okay. Were there any hoes that came last night, or was it dry as fuck? Somebody be honest with me. Were there any hoes? I was asleep. So were you. Okay. Yeah, but like, what about the huzzes? What about the huzz? I want to watch the entirety of those those lore videos again. I forgot I was a woman. It scared the shit out of me. Look. I'm the huzz now. I'm the huzz. This is such a good avatar, man. This is such a good Abby. Bambi made peak. It's a really good Abby. Good girl. I almost got really gay. Nope. I just woke up. Bend over for chat. I don't want to be a woman anymore. I'm Grimbles again. That's all it took. I'm Grimbles again. Where are the hoes at? 47-person Popcorn Palace at 2 p.m. on a Thursday. Get the fuck out of here. I really shouldn't click on a groups fucking thing that said I'd rather be naked. You know, I'm just like, wow. Top 10 most retarded broadcast moments ever. Wow. Hey, bud, you're live. Sorry. My bad. MB. Rather be naked is exactly what the name implies. So I get to go see Provocative's boobies. I want to see Provocative's boobies. Sounds awesome. How do I get... Hello? Number one Pimp Smacker OG. Grimbles is here.
Oh, you're lying. Grimbles. Hey, I'm Grimbles.
You look like my grandpa.
I'm Grimbles. Not for another 15 days. Fuck you, 15 days. How the fuck are they gonna get me for 15 days? They're gonna get me for 15 days.
Is it Sabaton?
Lazzy was butt ass naked in that pig avatar, dude. Might be TOS.
He did. He has a little pig dick out.
He kept rubbing his belly saying, Winter, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Winter, hey.
You gotta block him.
Bros, can I slip it in during movie night?
You made it out. All right, you can just block him now. It's okay. You don't gotta do that anymore.
You don't gotta suffer anymore.
You don't gotta do that shit no more. Okay, you made it to like a place that's like equally as bad, if not worse. Okay, we can't do this to you no more. Okay. Okay.
I woke up at like 8 a.m. and you were a woman. What was with that?
Just like just feeling it.
Yeah.
Freak hound.
I'm not knocking it. I was gonna fuck with it. I like that avatar. That avatar is pretty.
Early, dude. Dude, it's
Aroof.
2 p.m.
Aroof.
Just stop.
Aroof. Aroof.
Just stop.
Aroof.
Aroof.
Wait, fuck, is it in my recents? It's called Freak Hound. What is Freak Hound Chakal? That's a slur?
Aroof. I'm Freak Hound. Aroof.
I'm freaking out. I'm getting him, dude, I'm doing it.
Aroof. His true self. I don't want the bad bitches thinking I'm like that. I need somewhat of a chance. Do the Huzz like the Freak Hound? Hello, Huzzes. Are we a big fan of Freak Hound?
There's a fucking gorilla in here.
Yeah. I'm the apex predator.
Hey,
Know what I mean?
yeah, you are.
Yep. That's multi-meaning. I mean,
Forgot that emo was real.
what?
That one day, whenever they just kept fucking up your face.
What the fuck is the
sniffer? Just go through and find all the ones I can see.
The sniffer? Oh my god. Yeah, I gotta get all pictures of me off the internet, I think. After the subathon
That's
is over.
literally impossible. You literally cannot become Lost Media.
Is that true? I literally can't become Lost Media?
Yeah, you're literally too deranged.
I am?
Yeah.
So I'm fucked forever?
Yeah, you're fucked.
When did you get such a big ass, bro? Be so for real with me.
I want your fucking money.
When did that happen? Like, I saw that thing last night. Fucking, what you need all that for? Like, you in a wheelchair? You doing squats after you got legs? Like, the fuck happened? Big ass. Fucking scary, dude. Too much. Leaving forever? Okay, bye. Bye, Ramos.
To me. Shield.
Bye. Bye. Where did Lazzy go? He
Yeah, that's
immediately left when I
collection.
logged. That dickhead.
Oh no, he left before you got here.
That asshole. What's Revos known for? Wheelchair, big butt, vegetable?
What the fuck did you just say?
That's like the...
Big Butt Festival.
That's
Big
like what
butt
they tell the
vegetable?
Winter Soldier to brainwash them. What the fuck, like...
It'll take some time to sink into the tryouts that they don't have to play with Lazzy's little wiener anymore. Yeah, they have to play with mine. Golden! Gainful Raptor! Hey! You ain't in yet, bitch! Hey! Come paw at it a little. Just a little bit.
It was really hard for me to tell yesterday, like, the difference of some of them. There was, like, that one guy that, like, you said, like, just sounded gay, but wasn't really gay, and, like, I heard that throughout his whole interview, how he just, like, slowly ramped up his gay accent. I was like, this guy doesn't seem real.
What, the
This
Irish
guy
guy?
doesn't seem real gay. I don't know, maybe? Was he Irish?
Was it the guy that sounded very stereotypically gay?
Yeah.
That's gainful.
But, like, he didn't start off, like, stereotypically gay. It, like, ramped up.
That might have been Golden. I don't know. The Golden has like a
No,
real
I know what
straight
Golden sounds
switch, and like it's like he can turn that motherfucker on. Gainful is Irish and lost the ability to be Irish, so he's just stuck in the middle of being like gay.
But there was one of them that just, like, literally just, like, slowly ramped up into being more and more gay, and I heard it, I was like...
Thanks, Revos.
Guys, that's just, like, fake.
I think that was probably Gainful. He's just Irish. I figured that out, and then he was really drunk and he got Irish, and I went, whoa.
Oh.
Yeah, that kind of fucking scared
His
me.
native tongue came out.
Native tongue came out. I was like, damn. Ooh. The true personality came out behind the dick sucker, and I went, huh.
None of that.
None of that queer shit in my tryout event.
I'll have none of it.
I'll have none of it. I liked dope. I think
Dope is cool.
Dope, everybody's complaint was that he can RP, but he said the N-word as a white guy. I mean, that's funny as shit. Like, come on, are you fucking serious?
The thing is, I don't know, the thing I heard Rob say is that if you can't be funny, be hot. So I was like, okay, well, who else was funny? Because if Dope's only thing was that he was funny but couldn't RP, it was like, what do you want?
Put Dope in a Bambi Abbey.
He can't be hot. He can't be hot. He don't got VR. He's funny, though.
He's like JC Beaston, which you don't even know who that is.
Who?
JC Pennies?
JC Beaston, JC's Universe, the best tryout ever, and then he died.
Who?
JC Beaston, one of my tryouts that was with me. Coolest dude ever, and then he died.
Actually died?
Dude, Toad, that bitch only followed me 5 hours ago. I'm making sure he doesn't get in. Fuck Toad. Fuck you,
Are
Toad.
a trumpet chatter and you've never followed. Bullshit.
Motherfucker, follow. Wait till the end of the goddamn event to follow me. Fuck you, pussy.
Guy. Wait, I fucking remember him.
You could have never talked to him, by the way. There's no way.
We did. You wanna know why I remember?
Why?
Because it was around the time we went to a DJ night map and Basilixian was there, and then JC joined, and you made a really big deal of JC joining. This is around like my first like maybe few months of like you bringing me in.
And then he died.